Chapter 201. I know that. I fought her once. That thing. She's called a princess. So fat, green-skinned, and with 4 arms. I've never seen a princess so ugly. The disciplined priest couldn't help but grumble. This alone illustrates just how terrifying the final boss looked. Isn't it said this boss was cursed? Who knows, she was once a stunningly beautiful stone elemental princess. Luo Xia thought of the introduction to princess drama. I have to say, this princess was truly tragic. As a princess of the earth element, she fell in love with the son of a demigod. It was supposed to be a truly extraordinary love story. But she never imagined she would be cursed, her husband killed by her offspring, and she was corrupted by evil forces, becoming a chaotic mess. Let's go save her. Let's just consider it our mission to save the princess. Wang Chen smiled. Since they were so interested in princess drama's story, let's use the dungeon run as a story to save the princess. Yes. Yes. We must bury the princess and her husband, Carta, together. Luo Xia nodded repeatedly. It was as if she were about to accomplish something particularly meaningful. It wasn't just her. The other 3 women felt the same way. Perhaps, girls always have a strong interest in these kinds of love stories, even an obsession. The journey continued. Under Wang Chen's guidance, they soon reached the depths of the cave. The deeper the cave went, the more empty it became. After walking for about 5 minutes, they encountered a few monsters along the way, but Wang Chen easily dispatched them all. At this moment, a flat expanse came into view, and at its end, a massive monster could be seen. Although it was a full 3 kilometers away, there were still swarms of wild monsters gathering in front of them. The small group was patrolling everywhere. Not far away, there was a turquoise pool. In the pool, numerous crocodile monsters could be seen, all above level 35. There are so many monsters here. Luo Xia couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Chen nodded. Indeed, there were many monsters. And behind these monsters was the final boss. Although the boss's appearance was unclear, if they wanted to defeat it, they had to clear the monsters in front of them. However, with so many monsters, a normal team would probably be overwhelmed. Most importantly, the boss was moving around, not standing still. It seemed to be searching for something. But if the boss came over and joined the battle while they were clearing the monsters, it would be disastrous. If this happened, even Wang Chen would have a hard time handling it. Wang Chen Jr., how do we fight? Is there anything we should be careful of? Chu Ro's scalp tingled at the sight of the densely packed monsters. Although she had cleared the level, the process had been incredibly difficult. This time in the drama dungeon, she was prepared for failure. She hadn't even considered fighting the final boss. The previous time, it took 10 people, all equipped with top-tier equipment, to barely make it through. Let's kill the smaller monsters first. They give a lot of experience. As for the boss, try to avoid her first. Once you've dealt with all the minions, consider attacking her. Wang Chen said calmly. Currently, Wang Chen was particularly interested in the experience points gained from these minions. There were so many minions, and their combined experience points far exceeded that of the boss. What if the boss approaches? It's hard for us to handle both the minions and the boss. The fire mage asked doubtfully. Retreat if you can. If you can't, just attack her. Wang Chen said loudly. What else could he do? If the boss targeted him, becoming her target, she wouldn't stop targeting him until the target was dead. Wang Chen didn't want to see anyone in his group die in the dungeon. Great. Why worry so much? Just get it done. Zhang Cheng said generously. Humph. What does that have to do with you? Chu Ro snorted coldly. Aside from Wang Chen, everyone else was just a bystander. I can be a cheerleader. Cheer for brother Wang Chen. Zhang Cheng thought for a moment, and said with a smile. Even the name changed again. But thinking about it, he hadn't contributed a single bit in this dungeon. He hadn't resisted a single monster, let alone dealt a single blow. He had just been floundering the entire time. No difference at all from a cheerleader. Cheerleaders don't need men. Luo Xia said, rather surprised. I don't need a cheerleader. Just be obedient and behave. Wang Chen waved his hand. Then he surveyed the surrounding terrain. Let's fry the fish first. After that, we spawn monsters by the pool. A decision was quickly made. The pool wasn't large, about half the size of a football field. But Wang Chen could clearly see a dense swarm of crocodile monsters within, as if waiting for prey. There were probably more than just crocodiles, and there might also be other fish monsters. Let's go bomb the fish first. The monsters are more concentrated in the pool, so bombing them will definitely be fun. Okay. Chu Ro and the others nodded in response. Soon, they reached an area over 100 meters from the pool. There weren't many monsters here, perhaps due to the dangers within. But inside the pool, a whole new world awaited. After setting up the Gatling Inferno, with a whoosh, Wang Chen cleared the way with AG-14 grenade, throwing it directly into the pool. Boom! Followed by a massive explosion, crocodile-shaped monsters crawled out of the water. Cursed Crocodile, Elite Monster. Level, 35. Strength, 9,000. Agility, 6,000, 12,000. Intelligence, 5,500. Skills, Bite, Rage. Looking at the crocodile's attributes, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This strength is ridiculous. However, agility actually has two values. As expected, there are two different agility attributes for water and land. Crocodiles are, of course, more agile in water, but much less so on land. And there are at least 300 or 400 of these crocodiles. And there's more than just the cursed crocodile. Cursed swift crabs, cursed brutal pythons. Over a dozen different species of monsters also emerged from the water. Just one grenade blew up nearly 1,000 monsters, as exciting as bombing a fish pond. Fishing fish is so cool. Wang Chen laughed. Immediately, he raised his Gatling Inferno and fired at the monsters. The bullets included both freezing and incendiary rounds. He controlled the monsters and dealt group damage. Because of the overwhelming number of monsters, Wang Chen had to use freezing rounds to control them. Chapter 202. After taking damage from the grenade, the monsters that had first escaped the pool were either killed or frozen in place. Wang Chen's Gatling Inferno was practically blasting the pool, raking the monsters within. Crucially, Wang Chen's chosen attack position was perfectly situated for attacking the crawling crocodiles. Experience points surged in waves, and the pool was filled with monsters, numerous and endless. Wang Chen wasn't sure how deep the pool was, but the dense concentration of monsters suggested it was definitely deep. You could also help blast fish into the pool. You could also pull in the surrounding monsters. Wang Chen shouted loudly. He was like a madman. Despite the large number of monsters, Wang Chen still felt unsatisfied. He even resorted to using his laser gun to supplement his AoE damage. Seeing this, Churro also began to pull in monsters. Wang Chen's explosive bombs had an area of effect damage effect, and monsters hit by them would generally last no more than 3 seconds. If a critical hit occurred, they might not even survive 2 seconds. And then, there was the damage from Wang Chen's sweeps. Churro knew that area of effect damage was more cost-effective and efficient if it hit more monsters. So, she devoted all her energy to helping Wang Chen pull monsters. During this time, Churro also gained a lot of experience points. This was a thrill Churro had never experienced before. Leveling up could be so simple and refreshing. Not only her, but the others also joined Wang Chen in exploding the pool. The fire mage rained fire into the pool. Although there was fire underneath, if the rain was too strong, there was no need to worry about the flames not causing any damage. The disciplined priest, lacking any group attack capabilities, helped Wang Chen pull monsters around. Zhang Cheng and Luo Xiao weren't idle either, using throwing weapons to help Wang Chen pull the surrounding monsters. There were also some stone elementals, water elementals, and centaurs nearby. They were all pulled over. Wang Chen simply dealt as much damage as he could. With their previous experience, these comrades were becoming increasingly adept at pulling monsters. Wang Chen no longer had to worry. The machine guns fired like tongues of fire, a continuous stream of fire, and plumes of thick smoke rose with them. The flames permeated the swarm of monsters. The smell of burning filled the cave. There was even a hint of roasted food. Hungry again. Luo Xia caught a whiff of meat, and couldn't help but smack her lips. "I give you some roasted crocodile meat later," Wang Chen complained as he continued to deal damage. He too could smell the aroma of meat coming from the roasted crocodile. No! No! Crocodile meat isn't tasty. Luo Xiao waved his hands repeatedly. Chulu, standing beside him, was speechless. This dungeon was so easy. You talk like you've eaten it before. Wang Chen continued. That's nothing. I've eaten all kinds of meat back home. Luo Xia started to brag even more. Have you ever tried rat meat? Wang Chen's incendiary rounds were on cooldown, and he could only rely on armor-piercing rounds to maintain his output. No. But that stuff is disgusting. Luo Xia shook his head. Didn't you say you've eaten all kinds of meat? What? Are you bragging? Wang Chen scoffed. Just the two of them chatting and laughing made everyone feel more relaxed. It seemed like playing the dungeon with Wang Chen was a pure pleasure. Amidst Wang Chen and Luo Xia's banter, they cleared the pool and its surrounding monsters in 8 minutes. Although Churro felt relieved, for some reason, a tinge of unease remained. Once we've cleared all the monsters ahead, we can fight the boss. Wang Chen walked across the pool and looked in the boss's direction. There were still 700 or 800 monsters ahead, seemingly swarming. Okay. Churro quickly chimed in. Her mind raced, wondering if she could find a topic to chat with Wang Chen about, even if it was just a joke. But her mind was a mess, and she couldn't think of anything to say. Wang Chen had already fired the first shot, drawing off 5 or 6 waves of monsters. Got it. Wang Chen, I heard the 8 great academies, and the God of War Academy are going crazy over you. Which academy are you going to? Churro asked quickly, an idea flashing in her mind. This was also a question she was deeply concerned about. She was most looking forward to Wang Chen coming to their War God Academy. I don't know yet. Maybe it's the Super God Academy, Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. This girl, why is she asking this? You have good taste. Don't go to the 8 great academies. The Super God Academy is the best academy in our Huaqing Academy bar none. Churro praised. She even made a promise. Once you come to the Super God Academy, I still protect you. Let's see who dares to bully you. Protect? Does Wang Chen need your protection? Luo Xia scoffed. Then, looking at Wang Chen, you really should come to the Super God Academy. Once you've finished everything, I can have my uncle open the secret realm for you to level up. Your uncle? Wang Chen was slightly surprised. But what was certain was that Luo Xia's uncle was from the Super Seminary. However, there was a prerequisite. Wang Chen had been admitted to the Super Seminary. Yes. My uncle oversees 5 secret realms at the Super Seminary, and he has a fixed number of spots every year. These secret realms are great for leveling up. They have lots of monsters and experience, but the equipment and materials they drop are less. If you come to the Super Seminary, I can ask my uncle to get you a spot. Luo Xia continued. Wang Chen was stunned. Was he directly saying something special in front of the other 4 people? But Wang Chen really needed a place to level up, so if there was a convenient way, it would be a good thing. It looked like there were still very few spots for secret realms. Then why don't you go? Wang Chen threw a grenade and turned to look at Luo Xia. I'm just too slow at monster farming. I can get a spot, but I wouldn't gain experience as quickly as I would from running dungeons. Luo Xia said somewhat awkwardly. This is a common problem with the assassin class. Monster farming is always a problem. There's almost no area damage, and you're a fragile melee fighter, so you're easily killed. Then why don't you ask for 2 spots? I take you there, Wang Chen said. TSK. Junior Wang Chen, you really don't understand. The secret realms his uncle oversees are all single-player secret realms, specifically for outstanding students in the academy to level up. However, these single-player secret realms only have 3 spots available each year. If you weren't a relative, you wouldn't have gotten one just based on your strength. Churro scoffed. So that's why. A spot in this secret realm is so hard to come by. Duh. Wang Chen fired a volley of bullets, and said in a deep voice, we talk about it later. Wang Chen wasn't completely opposed to this, but he wasn't very fond of it either. Chapter 203. There's just one thing. To qualify for the secret realm, Wang Chen isn't afraid to resort to other methods, as long as his strength qualifies. With his previous experience, killing monsters became less and less stressful. Amidst the laughter and chatter, everyone finally cleared all the monsters after about 20 minutes. But what embarrassed Wang Chen the most was that he was just a hair's breadth away from leveling up, 99.5%. Looks like I still have to kill the boss. Wang Chen took a deep breath. Soon, everyone arrived near the boss, Princess Drama. Looking at Princess Drama's beauty, everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This boss is truly ugly, Zhang Cheng exclaimed. Only after encountering Princess Drama up close could one truly feel the pain of the curse. Even though Princess Drama may be ugly, she's not ugly at heart. She's a very kind princess, Luo Xia said unconvinced. After all, Princess Drama was cursed to become what she is. That's right. She's been guarding her husband's body and soul in this dungeon. What a touching story. How could you call her ugly? The truly ugly ones are those with evil hearts. Churro chimed in. The 2 women were almost in agreement on this point. Wang Chen ignored their discussion. He walked straight towards Princess Drama. He stopped only 300 meters away. Princess Drama, Elite Commander level boss. Level, 38. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 12,000. Intelligence, 13,500. Skills, Stone Throwing, Thrashing, Dust Field, Hateful Glare. Introduction. Princess Drama, a princess of the earth and stone elemental. Following the death of her husband, the forest demigod Karta, and the curse of the demigod, she was corrupted by the evil in her despair. Despite this corruption, she relied on instinct to protect her husband Karta's body and soul in her territory. These three attributes. Wang Chen took a deep breath. He still had 4 skills. But Wang Chen knew full well that some mini-bosses, and even elite monsters had 4 skills, but their power was nothing compared to Princess Drama's. Princess Drama's health bar was completely invisible, only a densely packed health bar. She was probably the tankiest boss Wang Chen had encountered so far. Judging from the names of her skills, Princess Drama possessed 1 or 2 ranged abilities. Go ask Chu-Ro what her specific skills are. Wang Chen turned and found Chu-Ro. Do you know this boss's skills? After hearing Wang Chen's question, Chu-Ro pondered for a moment. After a long pause, she spoke, I can't explain it specifically. There's no guide for this dungeon, so I can only speak from memory. Okay. Go ahead. Wang Chen nodded. Wang Chen was worried about a tough fight later, so he needed to be more familiar with the boss's skills. After all, there was a very low-level Luo Xia here. Even Wang Chen only had 1 escape skill, but what if the boss had multiple lethal methods? So he still needed to be cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. Chu-Ro continued, Princess Drama has a skill called Stone Throw, but it's not really a stone throw. It's like a meteorite falling from the sky, with seemingly no range limit. You can use your speed to dodge it, and Princess Drama uses it quite frequently. Wang Chen frowned, thankfully asking. This Chu-Ro was truly unreliable. Wang Chen was using a machine gun for damage output, so he rarely moved. Now, there was no way to target a target. As for this skill, Junior Wang Chen, Luo Xia, and Zhang Cheng, you 3 need to be more careful, Chu-Ro said after a moment's thought. Then she realized what needed to be noted. I'm fine. I'm an assassin, so I'm naturally fast. But Wang Chen, what are you going to do? Luo Xia asked, looking at Wang Chen. She knew Wang Chen's damage output very well. I'm fine too. My agility is pretty good. I can just carry a machine gun and damage while running. But what about you guys who are slow and don't have mobility? Wang Chen wasn't worried about Luo Xia, but the others didn't have mobility skills. We 3 run fast, so it's okay. After all, we all have experience. Then, that leaves Zhang Cheng. Chu-Ro said nonchalantly. Me? What's wrong with me? Zhang Cheng was stunned. Your class is rather clumsy, and you run slowly. I'm worried you might get hit by a meteorite. This isn't your old team. There's only 1 healer. If he can't keep up, you're in danger, Chu-Ro said worriedly. This dungeon was already incredibly difficult. Even a tank class would quickly fall if their recovery wasn't up to par. I just run, Zhang Cheng said after a moment's thought. Before, he'd been enduring the meteorite damage to pull the boss. Although there was constant danger, 3 healers simultaneously healed him. He managed to recover the boss's health. TSK. Okay. Be careful. With Junior Wang Chen here, we have no shortage of damage. Chu-Ro laughed. She could imagine Zhang Cheng getting beaten up while doing the dungeon. From now on, no matter what, everyone must prioritize their own safety. If the situation isn't right, use your life-saving methods immediately, or simply find a way to leave the dungeon, Wang Chen instructed. Except for Zhang Cheng, Wang Chen was certain everyone else had their own life-saving methods. But sometimes, if you're not careful, it's easy to die without even using your life-saving methods. So, it's important to be prompt and not be complacent. The others all nodded. I stay around 800 meters away. Chu-Ro and Mage, you guys can damage if you can, otherwise stay put, Wang Chen added. It doesn't matter whether they're there or not. So just ignore them. It's better to stay idle. It's safer that way. This boss has 3 skills. Thrash, a close-range skill that deals double damage. Dust Field, a large cloud of dust, also has a long range, but I'm not sure how far. In the dust, you can't see anything. If you get too close, you take damage from the rocks. So be careful. Hateful Glare, a medium-range skill, will cause everyone in front of her to lose control of their hatred and turn on each other. Ultimately, everyone is dead. Chu-Ro continued to explain the other 3 skills. I have to say, if it were any other team, this boss would be incredibly difficult to defeat. Skills that ignore range, 2 crowd control skills, and a high-damage close-range attack. Chapter 204. It was like a nightmare. How long does the dust field last? Wang Chen asked again. About 10 seconds, Chu-ro thought for a moment. Without a strategy guide, she could only estimate the duration. Has the boss ever used a stone throwing while using the dust field? Wang Chen frowned slightly. If two skills were released simultaneously, it wouldn't just be a nightmare, it could be fatal. When the others heard Wang Chen's question, they all gasped. Imagine the scene of two skills being released simultaneously, with nothing visible, and meteorites falling from the sky. I haven't encountered that, but if it were, I'd have to activate my life-saving amulet. Chu-ro shook her head. A life-saving amulet? What is that? Wang Chen asked in surprise. Wang Chen knew almost nothing about these life-saving methods and items. It seemed he needed to study harder in school. It's a talisman crafted by their family. If they're in danger, crush it and escape the battle, teleporting directly back to the family's magic circle. Luo Xia explained. She actually has one. That's why she often goes to high-level dungeons. She has a way to stay alive. Is that so? Then we need to prepare in advance. When we fight the boss, we can't be more than 3 meters apart. Once the dust field appears, we all retreat in a straight line behind us. If we encounter both the dust field and the stone throwing at us, we should still retreat in a straight line. But we need to speed up. Wang Chen thought for a moment and said, as the eldest daughter of 2 prominent families, she must have some means of self-preservation. But this thing, I'd rather save as much as possible, not to mention the safety of others. But I have to admit, this amulet is truly extraordinary. It can actually teleport directly back to the family teleportation array. Okay. I know. Listen to junior brother Wang Chen. The crowd responded. I'm pulling the monster. Wang Chen still set up the Gatling Inferno on a horizontal bar. If Princess Drama unleashes a skill, then Wang Chen can just move. Duh. Then, a volley of bullets blazed out. Princess Drama's gaze locked directly on Wang Chen, her originally black and white eyes instantly turning blood red. No doubt influenced by an evil force. Even after just one volley of bullets, Princess Drama's health bar didn't seem to be decreasing at all. In other words, the damage wasn't significant enough. As Wang Chen had expected, Princess Drama was incredibly tanky. Wang Chen took a deep breath and continued firing. This time, they used explosive bombs, ensuring Princess Drama sustained fire damage while dealing damage. Furthermore, they used freezing bombs to freeze Princess Drama in place. Wang Chen had initially worried whether the freezing bombs would work on Princess Drama, but now it seemed they did. As the princess of the stone element, Drama's body was also stone, and many stone elements were immune to control. Perhaps the curse had affected her, causing her to lose this ability. The others all watched Wang Chen's attacks cautiously. The fire mage and Chu-ro didn't dare attack at this moment. Of course, their range didn't reach Princess Drama. For their safety, Wang Chen limited the range to 800 meters. So, besides paying attention to their own safety, they could only watch Wang Chen's damage output. Bullet after bullet lashed frantically at Princess Drama's body, causing the boss to tremble all over. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. After 2 freeze rounds of control time, Princess Drama's health finally dropped slightly. This made Wang Chen feel slightly relieved. The damage was still effective. I remember when I fought this boss before, it took 4 or 5 minutes before I saw the boss's health drop. Chu-ro exclaimed. While this little damage wasn't much for Princess Drama, she knew the terrifying frequency of Wang Chen's damage output. I'm afraid that below level 40, no one could match Wang Chen's damage output. Any team that manages to defeat this boss must have spent hours fighting. The disciplined priest sighed. I saw a team take 10 hours to clear a level, and 1 person died. The fire mage added. I want to see if Junior Wang Chen can break that record again. The disciplined priest laughed. At this rate, we definitely break it once we clear the level, Chu-ro said confidently. As she spoke, Princess Drama waved her hands in the frost. The freezing bullets only immobilized Princess Drama, but had no effect on her spell casting. Get ready to run, Wang Chen shouted, standing up. He held the Gatling Inferno in both hands, and continued his attacks. The others also tensed up, sensing a sense of pressure overhead, a sense of profound danger. Then, a cloud of gray appeared overhead. Everyone tensed as countless rocks rained down from the gray clouds overhead. Chu-ro and the others, following Wang Chen's instructions, ignored everything else and hurriedly retreated to the rear. Wang Chen stopped attacking and retreated with everyone else, dodging the meteorite impact. Thankfully, the meteorites weren't falling particularly fast, giving everyone some time to react. Anyone with an agility of 300 or above would be able to react. The worry was that those teams wouldn't retreat en masse when fighting the boss. However, melee classes struggled to escape, as Princess Drama's movement speed surpassed most melee classes. After all, she was the dungeon's main boss. So, using the stone-throwing skill would cause ranged classes to constantly move, making it highly likely that the healer class wouldn't be able to focus on the tank. This would result in the tank being left without a healer, disrupting the formation and potentially killing the tank instantly. Fortunately, Wang Qin's team had no tanks. They fought like guerrillas. Princess Drama used her stone-throwing skill, so they just had to run. For a moment, the dungeon was filled with scenes of 5 people sprinting to avoid meteorites. They looked incredibly embarrassed. Even Zhang Chungang didn't react at first, and a meteorite knocked out nearly half his health. Thankfully, Wang Qin shouted to him, prompting him to speed up, and he was able to evade the other attacks. The meteorite rained down for a full 10 seconds. Wang Qin and the others also ran for more than 10 seconds. When the meteorite rain stopped overhead, they looked back and saw a mess on the ground. Meteorites, nearly human-sized, crashed to the ground, leaving numerous craters. Wang Qin took a deep breath. This boss was indeed difficult to deal with. If he hadn't prepared with Chu Rou beforehand, Wang Chen would have been at a loss in this situation. Chapter 205. If hit, Wang Chen would likely be killed or seriously injured. Wang Chen's level was already low, and Gunner's gear was inherently fragile. Even a full set of battlefield gear would be of little use. Tank class gear often has bonus health and damage reduction properties, but Gunners don't. The battlefield gear was also tailored to Wang Chen's class. Luo Xia patted his chest, feeling a sense of survival, and took deep breaths. A nervous look of excitement crossed his lips. That's awesome. Princess Drama is still the best. Wang Chen was stunned. Perhaps this girl loves adventure. Princess Drama, having finished casting a spell, now sprinted towards the group. Due to her massive size, the ground shook with every step. Wang Chen quickly drew his Gatling Inferno and unleashed a volley of bullets, accompanied by a freezing round, pinning Princess Drama to the spot. He casually placed the Gatling Inferno on a rock, pulled the trigger with his right hand, and with his left, he retrieved a laser rifle from his storage compartment. With both guns firing, Princess Drama's health was excessively high. He needed to increase his damage output. Even if it meant saving time, it was also for safety reasons. As the saying goes, delay breeds change. If Princess Drama isn't killed as quickly as possible, there's no guarantee of what unexpected events might occur. The meteor shower had just struck everyone in a panic. It's no wonder that so few teams have cleared this dungeon. Princess Drama's strength makes it incredibly difficult for anyone other than a professional team to defeat her. Not only does it require sufficient equipment and levels, but it also requires the tacit cooperation of all team members. Otherwise, a meteor shower would have torn the team apart. This boss is indeed very difficult. I've fought this dungeon twice, once with Sister Rou, but we were always stuck with Princess Drama, the fire mage said with lingering fear. Indeed, when we failed that time, it was a good thing we saw the situation wasn't right and immediately ran away. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Chu Rou nodded. As everyone spoke, Wang Chen's dual damage was already taking effect. Princess Drama's health bar could be clearly seen decreasing with each passing second. Combined with the damage from the previous period, Princess Drama had already lost almost a quarter of her health. The effect of the dual damage was very obvious. Under the combined damage of the explosive rounds and Springfield armor-piercing rounds, combined with the control of the ice rounds, they continued to attack for another 2 minutes. Princess Drama had lost a third of her health. Princess Drama seemed unable to endure the beating and flew into a rage. 2 terrifying red rays erupted from her eyes, extending a full 300 meters. Any stone caught in the red light instantly turned to ash. Fortunately, Wang Chen and the others were far enough away that this skill couldn't reach them. This skill was Princess Drama's hateful glare. According to Chu Rou, if caught in it, not only would a significant amount of health be lost, but it would also lead to infighting. For the melee classes in the team, this skill was a nightmare. The melee classes engaged in a fierce battle, and Princess Drama continued to deliver damage. No one would stop her, and the classes ahead would be thrown into chaos. This puts immense pressure on healing classes. A single misstep could lead to a complete team wipe. Luckily, Wang Chen doesn't need melee classes here. Wang Chen, if this skill were used by a regular team, would you have a way to counter it? Chu Rou asked curiously, seeing that the crisis had passed. Not only her, but the others were also deeply curious about this question. They could sense the terrifying power of the boss's skills, but for them, it was truly unpredictable. Ranged classes typically have a casting range of over 500 meters, so this skill won't hit them. The only ones you need to be careful of are melee classes, Wang Chen said, delivering damage with both hands. The others nodded, confirming this. And the hateful gaze skill only affects the area in front of Princess Drama's eyes. Have you ever considered that melee classes could wait for the 1 second it takes for Princess Drama to charge this skill, and then run behind her? Wang Chen said slowly. As he spoke, over 300 rounds of ammunition were fired, and the laser gun's damage continued unabated. Wang Chen's damage output had become so proficient that he could speak and damage at the same time. Oh my god! Hiding behind the boss, Brother Chen, you're truly brilliant. Zhang Cheng's jaw dropped upon hearing this. This maneuver was beyond his comprehension. Chu Rou and the others were also stunned. They had never imagined such a maneuver was possible. When they had been in this dungeon, they had simply allowed the boss to use its skills to control the melee classes in their group. Then, the healers desperately healed the melee classes. Even after clearing the level, the healers consumed countless mana potions and cooldown reduction potions to persevere. Melee classes even had to take their own health potions. After all, melee classes had to withstand the dual attacks of their teammates and the boss. This was extremely draining on the entire team. And Wang Chen's words suddenly enlightened the others. It's true that this can be done. Just hide behind Princess Drama, and you escape the range of hateful gaze. When we've been in this dungeon before, whenever Princess Drama unleashed this skill, the whole team would fall apart. We fought disorganized and didn't even bother to carefully study how to dodge it. Wang Chen, if that doesn't work out, please publish a guide for the dungeon after we get out. I'm sure it'd be a hit. Chu Rou sighed. TSK. That's right, Wang Chen, you could really write a book. Breaking so many dungeon clearance records is quite convincing. Luo Xia also laughed. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the previous tense atmosphere had vanished. If you have that much time, you'd be better off playing dungeons and leveling up. Wang Chen said rather helplessly. When will I be able to write a guidebook? For now, Wang Chen still has to focus on leveling up. Everything else takes a back seat. If you don't write a guide, I'm afraid many people will die playing this dungeon. It's a great merit, don't you think? Luo Xia persisted. Yes, it truly is a great merit. It could save countless lives, and even make you a hero in people's eyes. Wang Chen, you should write a guide. Chu Rou chided him. Chapter 206. What the hell is this strategy? The princess is about to unleash her skill. Get ready to run. But Wang Chen almost cursed. Princess Drama, rapidly being riddled with bullets, stopped in her tracks. This was the precursor to a skill unleashed. Before she finished her words, Princess Drama twisted her massive body, waving her hands simultaneously. Countless gray clouds appeared, shrouding the entire cave. It's the dust field. Chu Rou recognized the skill. The casting motion was completely different from before. What do we do now? Zhang Cheng said, somewhat bewildered. I told you, everyone stay together. Don't separate. Or retreat. Wang Chen commanded. This was the first time both Luo Xia and he had seen this skill, so they needed to be extra cautious. Then, a cloud of dust seemed to envelop the entire cave, blurring the view. This meant they were tumbling through the dust, a dangerous experience. Even Wang Chen had no room to attack. He couldn't see anything, and couldn't attack at all. Wang Chen put away his Gatling Inferno, and everyone huddled together even more tightly. The 4 girls even linked arms, fearing they'd lose their friends. Through his hazy vision, Wang Chen unexpectedly noticed that Princess Drama's spellcasting motion had changed again. It was exactly the same as her first spellcasting motion. In other words, she had unleashed the stone throwing skill. Holy crap, dust field plus stone throwing! Wang Chen exclaimed. What he'd said had come true. This Princess Drama had actually unleashed these 2 skills simultaneously. Without hesitation. Run! Run! Fall is coming! They shouted simultaneously. The crowd suddenly grew even more nervous, the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Wang Chen, you're such a pessimist. Luo Xia recalled Wang Chen's pre-planned strategy. 2 skills actually happened to be released simultaneously. This was simply fatal. The others also felt immense pressure. There was no time to consider whether he was a pessimist or not. The most important thing right now was to escape. The entire cave was filled with gray smoke and dust, making it impossible to see anything more than half a meter away. There was no vision at all. If a meteorite fell overhead, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. So there was only one thing left to do. Run as fast as they could towards the direction behind them. Run! The fire maid shouted. The 4 women, holding hands, stood behind Wang Chen, while Zhang Cheng stood behind them. The 6 of them ran together, one after the other, running madly in a gray cave. The sound of meteorites crashing to the ground behind them was terrifying. Thankfully, these meteorites were targeted by the boss, and would not strike in front of Wang Chen and the others. Thus, all the meteorites landed behind them. The 6 of them ignored everything else and ran at full speed. If they had slowed down even a little, they would have been hit by the meteorites. Even Wang Chen was no exception. Although Wang Chen had an escape skill, it had a cooldown and could not be used infinitely. You could dodge it once, but you wouldn't be able to dodge it twice or 3 times. The scene was hilarious. 6 people ran side by side, dodging the meteorite impact in a gray haze. It was truly disastrous. Thankfully, the duration wasn't excessive. After more than 10 seconds, the dust slowly cleared. But the 6 people still had to run desperately. The reason was simple. The meteorite continued to fall. The difference was that now, they could clearly see the massive boulders falling from the sky, creating a feeling of overwhelming pressure. The distance between Princess Delamar and them was much closer. After running for another 4 or 5 seconds, the meteorite overhead finally stopped. Wang Chen pulled out his Gatling Inferno and unleashed a burst of freezing bullets, freezing Princess Delamar in place. The others were panting, feeling exhausted from running relentlessly in such a tense atmosphere. Oh my god, this boss is going to be tough. Even Chu Ro was beginning to lose her composure. Although she cleared the level before, this was the first time she'd encountered Princess Drama unleashing 2 skills simultaneously. Luo Xia pouted, "It's all Wang Chen's fault. Just talking nonsense. If that hadn't happened, it wouldn't have been so difficult." She simply shifted the blame onto Wang Chen. "Hey! There are always unpredictable situations in dungeons. It's not like you can just say whatever Wang Chen says." The disciplined priest defended Wang Chen. "I can only say, we were incredibly unlucky." Chu Ro shook her head. "We've made it through, anyway. Do you want to try the boss's 2 skills again? I tell you again." Wang Chen also pulled out his machine gun, set both on a nearby rock, and simultaneously engaged him. Then he looked at Luo Xia. Hearing this, Luo Xia couldn't help but wave her hands hurriedly. She didn't want to do it again. "Be careful. Don't do it again. This could be fatal," Chu Ro also said hurriedly. The others were terrified of this happening again. After all, this was a very dangerous situation. If hit by a meteorite, the slightest mistake could kill them. Duh. Wang Chen's explosive rounds, mixed with Springfield-reinforced armor-piercing rounds, rained down a barrage of bullets on Princess Drama. After using another freeze round, he turned to look at the others and asked, "So, should I finish quickly?" By this time, Princess Drama's health had already dropped by half. "Wang Chen Jr., what are you talking about? Can you finish quickly?" the fire mage asked in surprise. Could this junior have another trick up his sleeve? "Oh, you have a big move, why are you hiding it? Use it sooner," the disciplined priest said somewhat lamentably. After this life-or-death battle, she still felt a bit of a lingering fear. She didn't want to be frightened anymore. "Don't talk nonsense. Ultimates all come at a price. It's not as easy as you think." Chu Ro looked at the disciplined priest and said seriously, "My junior took her to a dungeon, and being so picky about this, and that was completely wrong. Furthermore, in Chu Ro's understanding, many classes' ultimates came at a price. For example, her demon summoner, the stronger the demon he summoned, the more precious soul fragments he consumed, and these soul fragments were extremely difficult to obtain. Even mages, who relied on magic damage, would consume a significant amount of mana to unleash their ultimates. Even 2 ultimates could deplete their health. The same was true for priests. After a few ultimates, their mana wouldn't be enough. Assassins' ultimates often required precious poisons. I was too anxious and said the wrong thing. Sorry, Junior Wang Chen." The disciplined priest realized her gaffe. Chapter 207. Wang Chen ignored her and focused on his own attacks. Wave after wave of attacks rained down upon Princess Drama. Wang Chen didn't rush to use his ultimate, which made the disciplined priest anxious, as if she had made a mistake. Then Wang Chen turned his head and glanced at the disciplined priest, seeing her face flush red, and snorted coldly. But he didn't argue with her. He put the laser rifle into storage and took out another weapon, the Dongfeng sniper. The barrel was thick, gleaming silver, large and imposing. "Wow! What a huge gun! What kind of gun is this?" Luo Xia exclaimed. "A gun that can deal damage," Wang Chen said calmly. Luo Xia was also seeing this big gun for the first time, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This big gun is even more handsome. I want to touch it." The fire mage quickly said, I can tell by the quality of this weapon. How can I touch it blindly? In her eyes, this weapon was like a sacred object, one she dared not desecrate in the slightest. The big gun she had seen before had already astounded her. She had never seen such an outrageous weapon. And Wang Chen's ultimate weapon was definitely even more powerful than the other two big guns. Those two guns, it's not like I haven't touched them before. Luo Xia pouted, recalling the satisfaction of caressing those two machine guns. Big guns are full of passion and allure for men, but for some passionate women, they're no different. Luo Xia, what do those two guns feel like? Are they cool? Chu Rou immediately piqued her interest, looking at Luo Xia with anticipation. She also wanted to know what it felt like to touch these two machine guns with explosive power. No, maybe it's because we just finished a dungeon. It's warm, but it feels so smooth. That metallic texture is so nice. Luo Xia waved her hand and continued. Wang Chen was confused. What kind of talk was this? It felt a bit like a lewd, threatening tone. Stand back. Otherwise, the recoil will be too strong and affect you, Wang Chen warned. Then one of them shouldered the Dongfeng sniper rifle and readied the EP202 micro-missiles. The others all took several steps back. Since Wang Chen had warned, the next attack was sure to be outrageous. But everyone was more excited. They wanted to see what this legendary junior's ultimate move was. What terrifying damage could this unique sniper rifle deal? Wang Chen took a deep breath. He aimed the Dongfeng sniper rifle at Princess Drama. His gaze narrowed slightly, and as his finger squeezed the trigger, a rocket-like missile shot out, tracing a perfect arc through the air. The missile was incredibly fast, heading straight for Princess Drama. Wow! Is this a missile? But what kind of gun could launch such a large missile? Chu Rou was incredibly surprised. According to their understanding, a gun couldn't launch a missile. And, relatively speaking, this missile was too large. Wang Chen's sniper rifle could easily be carried on one person's shoulder, so how could it be so lightweight? This completely overturned their expectations. It was the first time they had ever seen such a weapon. How did it fire? The fire mage asked in astonishment. The recoil of the Dongfeng sniper wasn't strong, but it still created a powerful blast, causing several of them to stumble. Oh my god, he even has such a powerful move. I wonder how many more secrets he has. Luo Xia couldn't help but exclaim. Just as they were stunned, the QN202 micro-missile had already struck Princess Drama. Boom! Then the missile exploded, sending plumes of smoke cascading out, enveloping an area of several dozen meters. It was like a small mushroom cloud. The aftermath of the explosion spread in all directions, further shattering the already devastated ground, creating even deeper craters. Most importantly, a single missile shot had reduced Princess Drama's health to a bare minimum. Only a sliver of life remained. Oh my god! That damage is terrifying. The disciplined priest's mouth dropped open in shock, as if he had been struck by something. She couldn't imagine such damage coming from a level 24 gunner. Even a level 40+ professional couldn't inflict such outrageous damage. What kind of damage is this? Could this be the true strength of junior brother Wang Chen? If that missile hit me, I'd be dead instantly, even with my life-saving measures. Chu Rou took a deep breath. Disbelief filled her face. But now she understood that the difference between her and Wang Chen was truly immense. This junior, even if she gave it her all, he was no match. In their previous duel, she hadn't even had the chance to unleash Wang Chen's ultimate move, a testament to the magnitude of the gap between them. Junior Wang Chen, you're truly stunning. Please accept my admiration. Zhang Cheng even bowed deeply. There's an instinctive respect and admiration for the strong. Princess Drama, left bloodied and battered, was furious and prepared to unleash her stone-throwing skill. But Wang Chen unleashed another barrage of bullets. The barrage never stopped, and Wang Chen ignored the shock of the people behind him. Da-da-da. The bullets flew like dragons of fire. Plop! Before Princess Drama could unleash her stone-throwing skill, she collapsed to the ground. The red energy in her eyes faded, returning to their normal black and white. A hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Although she was dead, she seemed relieved. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Princess Drama above your level, gaining 5,200,000 XP. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Earth Elemental Staff, Gold level. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Carta's wristband, Gold level. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Stone Essence +8. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Fell Stone +5. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Remains of Princess Drama, quest item, will disappear upon exiting the dungeon. Please complete the quest before leaving. Finally, Princess Drama was defeated. Everyone cheered. The 6-person team had cleared the dungeon almost solely on Wang Qin's strength. Only Churro had cleared this dungeon. The others hadn't yet, so they were particularly excited. Did you obtain the remains of Princess Drama? Luo Xia asked. Got it. I thought I'd have to drag such a massive corpse to the quest hand-in location, but thankfully it arrived directly in the storage space in the form of a quest box. That saves a lot of trouble. And everyone gets one. The disciplined priest replied. Chapter 208. After taking stock of the spoils, Wang Qin was still quite satisfied. 2 gold-level pieces of equipment, both of them gold-level. Take a look at this staff. Who wants it? Wang Qin threw out the Earth Elemental Staff again. Let everyone take a look at the Earth Elemental Staff stats. Weapon, Earth Elemental Staff, Gold level. Level requirement, Level 30. Strength, 130. Agility, 120. Intelligence, 350. Attack frequency, 2 seconds. Attributes, increases mana regeneration by 20%, reduces skill cooldown by 30%, increases critical strike chance by 10%, increases critical strike damage by 20%, and increases magic skill damage by 15%. Wang Qin couldn't help but gasp when he saw the stats of this equipment. It has to be said, this is a very powerful weapon. For magic damage classes, it's simply a magical artifact. At least, it's almost the best weapon under level 40. There are no diamond grade weapons below level 40, so it's not an exaggeration to call them the best. Of course, none of these weapons compare to Wang Qin's. Wang Qin's weapons have a certain damage bonus, but some of their damage relies on the damage boost from bullets. However, they don't have any 3-dimensional attribute boosts. But in terms of damage, they're completely out of the same league as other weapons. In Wang Qin's opinion, this staff is already a top-tier piece of equipment. However, Wang Qin doesn't care about the specific distribution. Normally, magic damage equipment is distributed by magic damage classes, whether it's given first or later, or by dice rolling, or by the recipient paying points or money to others who qualify. Generally speaking, these 3 distribution methods are the most common. Currently, the only ones who have a need for this piece of equipment are Churro and the Fire Mage. Churro's eyes were clearly burning with desire. She was also eagerly anticipating this Earth Elemental Staff. The Fire Mage was similarly eager. In fact, even the disciplined priest was very interested. Despite being a healer, she could still prepare a set of equipment specifically for damage. But her priority would definitely be lower. She would only be eligible to request magic damage equipment that no one wanted. So, after looking at it, she tactfully stepped aside. It didn't matter to her anyway. Although Zhang Cheng was surprised by the staff's attributes, it didn't concern him at all. Seeing the disciplined priest walk away, he retreated behind Wang Qin. Luo Xia curled her lips and said heartlessly, "This staff has really good stats. Sister Churro, this mage sister, it seems like both of you can use it. But there's only one piece of equipment. How are you two going to divide it? Should we have a fight, and whoever wins gets the equipment?" The disciplined priest and Zhang Cheng couldn't help but laugh, covering their mouths. They had all experienced similar things firsthand, fights for equipment, even outright enmity. Not only them, but even Wang Qin had heard of many similar incidents during his school years. Sisters fighting, brothers dueling. It's not that Wang Qin was knowledgeable, but such incidents were commonplace, a familiar story. TSK. What are you talking about? Sister Ro's weapon isn't as good as this. It was Sister Ro who asked Wang Qin to lead us this time. I don't want this equipment. Give it to Sister Ro. If you find good equipment in a dungeon next time, give it to me first. The Fire Mage laughed. She was actually quite reluctant too. She really wanted this piece of equipment. But she knew she couldn't snatch it from Churro in the first place. Not only was Churro powerful, but she also had the Chu family's eldest daughter's background, making her no pushover. Even though they usually got along well, that didn't mean he'd be polite to her. She might as well do Churro a favor. But one thing was true, no matter what, it was Churro who had called Wang Qin. If it weren't for Wang Qin, they wouldn't have planned to fight so far. At most, they would have retreated after defeating the mini-boss. Churro was so moved by her sister's words that she hugged her. Nana, I won't be polite then. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. 50,000 points. From now on, you get priority for magic damage equipment in dungeons. He also gave his sister a certain benefit. The Fire Mage was very satisfied after hearing this. Since Churro had spoken, the equipment priority must be true. Another 50,000 points. For an average student, that's an astronomical sum. One could even say that this piece of equipment is practically worth that price. It's just that the dungeon is difficult to complete, and the drop rate is still an issue. We're good sisters. It's nothing. The fire mage was still very happy. But since Wang Chen is leading us in the dungeon, shouldn't we? Luo Xia added. She didn't finish her words, so the rest is up to you. But everyone knew it was about showing some appreciation to Wang Chen. Wang Chen Jr., tell me how many points you want. Chu Rou was straightforward. As the eldest daughter of the Chu family, she didn't care about points. It was just a matter of spending a little more time grinding. Points? Never mind, I don't need them. Wang Chen shrugged, unconcerned. It was Wang Chen who had asked Chu Rou where to gain experience. Wang Chen had successfully reached level 25, but hadn't yet claimed his level 25 reward from the system. Chu Rou thought about it. Well, he'd already won quite a few points from her before. She'd even won 100,000 points at the newcomer ceremony. Why would she care about points? Then consider it a favor I owe you. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. I'd definitely help you, even if it's something you don't care about. Chu Rou said casually. The others were all envious. You have to know that when Chu Rou said she owed someone a favor, it meant the Chu family itself. The Chu family's strength was obvious to everyone. Let's talk later. Wang Chen waved his hand casually. For now, Wang Chen didn't need any help. Then Wang Chen threw out another piece of equipment, Carta's wrist guards. Weapon, Carta's wrist guards, gold level. Level requirement, level 30. Strength, 150. Agility, 180. Intelligence, 190. Attributes, increases damage by 10%, increases damage against elite monsters and bosses by 30%, increases critical strike chance by 15%, and increases critical strike damage by 25%. This is god-level equipment for dungeons, isn't it? Although the three-dimensional stats, critical strike rate, and damage increase are comparable to the second-level Warlord's gauntlets, the damage bonus against specific monsters is simply outrageous. Although the Warlord's gauntlets can be upgraded, they are definitely inferior to these wrist guards in dungeon fighting. Chapter 209. Based on its attributes, it's on the same level as the level 2 Warlord's gauntlets. But the Warlord's gauntlets have growth potential. And for Wang Chen, this growth potential isn't too difficult. All he needs to do is go to the battlefield to farm more kills, or go to the Void Front to do some dungeons, just in case he encounters another Void invasion. Carta's wristbands. Could this be the equipment Carta left behind? Even after being influenced by evil and losing her mind, Princess Drama still kept her husband's legacy. Wow! So touching. Luo Xia started gossiping again. Gossip aside, she was so moved she was almost crying. What the hell? Looking at Wang Chen, she was speechless. Just trying to impress herself for no reason? Chu Rou seemed moved as well, her eyes turning red. You can tell by the name. It must be a relic of the princess's husband. That staff must be the staff passed down from their earth elementalists, Chu Rou said in a deep voice. What Wang Chen couldn't have imagined was that this seemingly boyish character actually had such a sentimental side. I won't give you this equipment, Wang Chen said. The high agility equipment was only suitable for him and Luo Xia. But neither of them was at the right level to wear it. Wang Chen knew Luo Xia's leveling speed, so he might as well keep it for himself. Okay. No problem. In fact, it's all yours, no problem. Chu Rou finally snapped out of her trance and smiled, looking incredibly generous. The others had no objections. Alright. Let's go out on the dungeon. Wang Chen put Carta's wristband back into the storage space. You can't leave. You still have to turn in the quest. Luo Xia reminded him. Wang Chen then remembered the quest. The experience gained from this quest was only decent, but it still had to be turned in. The six of them returned to where they had just entered the dungeon. After turning in the quest, the item containing Princess Drama's remains disappeared. Not far away, two tombstones appeared, one engraved with Carta's name, the other with Princess Drama. Through the circumstances of the dungeon, everyone witnessed a touching love story. And through everyone's efforts, this love story finally came to a perfect ending. Princess Drama and Carta were buried together. After completing the quest, they not only gained 1 million experience points, but also a gold level item, also level 30. While not as good as the equipment Princess Drama had dropped, it wasn't much worse. It could definitely fetch a good price. After everyone had turned in the quest, they returned to the dungeon hall. But before returning, Zhang Cheng reluctantly bid Wang Chen adieu. Forget about asking Wang Chen to be his big brother. Wang Chen didn't care. It was just a dungeon run. It wasn't a particularly troublesome undertaking. After returning to the dungeon hall, several professionals immediately surrounded him, but they weren't looking for Wang Chen. They were looking for Chu Rou. Miss Chu, we finally got you out. How's it going? How far have you been? One of the men asked worriedly. However, what surprised Wang Chen was that this person was actually a level 40 retribution paladin. What? Are you afraid I'd die in the dungeon? Chu Rou said unhappily. No, that's not what I meant. I learned you entered the drama dungeon with level 24 and 25 professionals, and I was a little worried about your safety, so I came here right away to check on your progress. As for whether you survive or not, you're the eldest daughter of the family. How could you not have some means of survival? The man chuckled. So he was someone connected to the Chu family, and he was worried something might happen to Chu Rou. Young ladies and young masters from such a prominent family would always have family-provided bodyguards wherever they went. One look at this man, and it was clear he was in that role. But his specific identity was unknown. Humph. Stop following me. I don't need anyone's protection. What's wrong with the drama dungeon? What's wrong with level 24 and 25 professionals? I've already cleared it. Chu Rou looked very proud. Huh? Cleared the level? And with 6 people? Miss, are you sure? The man's face was filled with astonishment, completely incredulous. Even the others around him looked around, as if they had heard something incredible. Did I lie? To tell you the truth, it was this new generation level 24, no level 25, gunner, who helped me clear the level. To be more precise, he single-handedly helped us clear the level. Chu Rou's lips curled upwards, and she spoke with pride. As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Chen with bright eyes. It was as if she had cleared the drama dungeon all by herself. Huh? How is that possible? The man's mouth opened wide enough to hold an orange. He was a level 40 professional, and he had experience with the drama dungeon. Only when he was level 39, he barely cleared it with a team of 10, all equipped with top-tier equipment. But now, to hear a level 24 gunner single-handedly clear the dungeon, he wouldn't believe it. But it came from the eldest daughter of the Chu family. The eldest daughter of the Chu family wouldn't lie like that, and Chu Rou was a proud person, so how could she possibly brag about others? In other words, Chu Rou was telling the truth. But once he confirmed it was the truth, he began to puzzle over it. It was completely illogical. No matter how hard he tried to think about it, he couldn't imagine how a professional could possibly clear such a difficult dungeon. Miss, I know this guy defeated you before, but you don't have to flatter him so much just to save face. Are all your team members capable? Or did you use some special tricks? The man still didn't believe it. Chu Rou took a deep breath. He didn't even believe it. After thinking for a moment, she continued, Do I really need to lie? How about letting him duel with you? Miss, don't be ridiculous. Even though he can beat you, I'm only a level 40 professional after all. How could I possibly lose to him? Besides, telling others that I'd duel with a level 24 professional would make me a laughingstock. Chu Rou laughed heartily. You absolutely can't beat him. I'm not lying. This junior of mine really cleared the drama dungeon single-handedly. Wang Chen, however, was completely bored. If there's nothing else, I'd be leaving. What's the point of a duel? Wang Chen would only consider it if the stakes were high enough. Otherwise, it's pointless. With that, he hurried away. What's this guy's name? Chapter 210. Wang Chen. Chu Rou replied. I heard the young master talk about him. About the duel. Forget it. I admit defeat. I'm no match for him. The young lady didn't lie to me. The man frowned, as if suddenly remembering something. Why? What did the elder brother tell you about Wang Chen? Chu Rou looked curious. Did the young master never tell you about Wang Chen? I remember the young master came to see you once. The man didn't quite understand. Chu Rou pouted, discontented, and said, Humph. He did come to see me, and he wanted to introduce me to a boyfriend, saying he was much more capable than me. How could I waste time talking to him? I just left. As he spoke, his face darkened again, but then brightened again. But I really didn't expect this Wang Chen to be so skilled, capable of clearing a medium-sized dungeon by himself. My brother really didn't lie to me. The man took a deep breath. No wonder this girl was crying and demanding a duel with Wang Chen. So that's what happened. After a moment's thought, he continued, Wang Chen went to the void front just as the void rifts were experiencing problems. Void creatures were invading, and even the Dread Lord from the void side projected its shadow onto the void front. Chu Rou nodded. I know about this. All nations suffered blows, large or small. Almost all cities were attacked, and city number 5, where my brother is, was hit by a Dreadlord projection. Yes, but you certainly don't know the details. Wang Chen performed a significant role in this battle, and even repelled the Dreadlord projection. Miss, if you hadn't mentioned his name, I would have almost missed him. This gunner is truly remarkable. It must have been after this battle that your brother wanted to introduce him to you. After combining their information, the whole story became crystal clear. Humph. My brother just wanted to goad me. Well, he succeeded. I admit Wang Chen is a very skilled professional, a bit better than me. Churro snorted. But the thought of Wang Chen's face softened her tone. A bit? The man asked. Yes. A lot. Churro nodded awkwardly. The gap between them was more than a fraction. Even for someone as strong as her, it was like an insurmountable chasm. It was simply impossible to cross. Miss, please don't think I'm talking too much. This guy is actually quite strong. Your brother said he's quite humble, and has quite good character. If you're interested in him, take the initiative. He's truly a rare talent. The man whispered, covering his mouth. Oh, are you annoying me? You don't have to meddle in my affairs. No one. Churro's face immediately flushed, and she looked extremely impatient. As if someone had touched her heart, she felt extremely shy. Ah, I understand, miss. The man nodded quickly. Mind your own business. I'm fine. Don't follow me around anymore. I'm strong enough and won't be in any danger. Churro ordered again. These people were ordered to protect her, but Churro, always strong-willed, didn't need their protection at all. Yes. The man could only nod, but he still had to do his best to protect the eldest daughter of the family from the shadows. If Churro was hurt, they would be blamed. Afterwards, Churro and her two close friends swaggered away. Wang Chen, on the other hand, headed straight back to his dormitory. Just as he reached his floor, he ran into Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao had also just returned from a dungeon run and, after days of hard work, had reached level 17. When he saw Wang Chen's appearance, he quickly rushed over. Brother Chen, please accept my respects, he said excitedly. He even clasped his hands together. We're all classmates, it's not that serious. Wang Chen waved his hand and patted the other man's shoulder. This made Lu Xiao even more excited. Oh, of course it's not that serious. Brother Chen, you don't know, you're a school celebrity now. Everyone's talking about your deeds. Actually, I've even boasted about it to others. As he spoke, he became awkward. Oh, how did you brag? Wang Chen asked in surprise. I told them that Wang Chen was my roommate, but they said I was bragging. They didn't believe it. Lu Xiao scratched the back of his head. Ha ha. So that's just bragging. We were roommates after all. We have to help each other out. Wang Chen laughed. This kid is quite interesting. Huh? I can't really help Brother Chen. He's so amazing right now. He soloed the Laika Temple and defeated a level 35 demon summoner. Lu Xiao felt a little flattered. Don't underestimate yourself. You never know. You might actually be able to help me in the future. Wang Chen patted Lu Xiao's shoulder again. Wang Chen didn't know many people at school right now, so he needed to connect with a few reliable people. What if he really needed some help in the future? Besides, Wang Chen would definitely set his sights on the Void Front, and he didn't like being commanded by the military. So, it was very possible for him to train his own team to fight the Void. While Wang Chen needed to urgently level up, fight in battlefields, and complete dungeons right now, he also needed to consider the future. Brother Chen, you're so kind. From now on, I'm yours. Brother Chen, if you say so, I won't go west. Lu Xiao was immediately filled with gratitude, almost on the verge of tears. But Wang Chen's words were so awkward. Level up first. I help you level up later when I have time. Wang Chen smiled awkwardly. Aw? Really? Thank you, Brother Chen. Lu Xiao was so excited that he almost couldn't contain himself. By the way, do you beast tamers still need to catch pets? Wang Chen suddenly thought. Right. That's why our profession is so difficult. Powerful pets are hard to catch, and ordinary pets have poor stats, ugh. At the mention of pets, Lu Xiao's face was filled with resentment. When I find any special pets in the dungeon, I take you there. Wang Chen thought for a moment. For beast tamers, pets are their lifeblood and their greatest strength. Their reliance is no less than that of demon warlocks. Ah, Brother Chen, you're so kind. Lu Xiao was even more touched. Level up well first. Once you reach level 20, I might need your help. Wang Chen added. This kid is nice, and he's pretty good among the freshmen. This profession still has a high ceiling, and with continued development, it has a bright future. Most importantly, Wang Chen needed to start preparing for the rookie team competition. Chapter 211. Teammate strength is one thing, but execution is also crucial. As for Lu Zhao's profession, Wang Chen could help him improve. As for a beast tamer, catching a powerful pet increases his combat power exponentially. As long as he can reach level 20 before the international rookie competition, Wang Chen would consider taking him to the competition. Brother Chen, I'd brave the wind and the rain, Lu Zhao said with a fist pump. I go back and rest. Wang Chen waved his hand. Okay. I'm leaving, Brother Chen. However, Lu Zhao didn't return to his room. He instead retraced his steps and headed towards the stairs. Where are you going? Aren't you going back to rest? Wang Chen was slightly surprised. Why rest? I'm going to level up. Lu Zhao smiled excitedly, his tired face taking on a new look of determination. Wang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He was being provoked by himself. But Wang Chen returned to his room. Besides resting, he had something very important to do. Unlocking new bullets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the level 2 incendiary round. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the level 2 Springfield enhanced armor-piercing round. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Red Arrow 8 missile. Watching Wang Chen exclaim in delight, he exclaimed in delight. Both bullet types had been upgraded, and a new missile had been unlocked, adding another means of damage output, presumably for use with the Dongfeng sniper. Wang Chen hurriedly checked the properties of the new weapon. Bullet. Level 2 Springfield enhanced armor-piercing round. Level requirement, 25. Attributes, damage increased by 200, ignores 80% enemy defense, knockback, 10% chance to deal an additional damage. The bullet had actually started directly increasing damage, and the damage increase was almost as high as that of the G14 grenade. If the G14 grenade isn't upgraded, its overall damage won't match that of bullets. However, the G14 grenade still has its only advantage, area damage. It also ignores even more defense, making even the tankiest boss useless against Wang Chen's armor-piercing rounds. The knockback property remains, and there's a 10% chance of dealing damage. This alone is equivalent to a 10% increase in damage from a normal attack. Just thinking about it is exciting. No matter how many ways Wang Chen has to deal damage, his primary source of damage is normal fire. No matter how impressive the Dongfeng sniper's micro-missile damage is, it's limited by its cooldown. Most of the time, Wang Chen relies on armor-piercing rounds for damage. So, this time, the upgrade to armor-piercing rounds has taken Wang Chen's damage output to a new level. Wang Chen is very satisfied with this bullet upgrade. On to the next one. Ammo. Level 2 incendiary bomb. Required level, 25. Features. Transforms 30 rounds of ammo into fire attribute ammo, adding a fire explosion attack, increasing fire damage by 100 points, blast radius to 100 meters, cooldown 20 seconds. The upgrade to the incendiary bomb offers significant improvements. Previously, it simply converted damage to fire, but now it also adds 100 points of fire damage, and the explosion radius is expanded to 100 meters. The number of rounds used per cooldown has increased from 20 to 30. This significantly improves damage, range, and endurance. This will undoubtedly significantly increase Wang Chen's area damage. Next up is the Red Arrow 8 missile, which is Wang Chen's most anticipated missile, and the second type of missile he currently possesses. Missile, Red Arrow 8 missile. Required level, level 25. Features, damage increased by 1500, critical chance, bonus critical damage based on host attributes, 500 meter diameter, no damage decay within the blast radius. Cooldown, 15 seconds, damage increased by half. And no decay within the blast radius, further boosting damage output. In other words, the damage dealt by the Red Arrow 8 missile is 1,500 more than Wang Chen's own damage, plus the critical chance and bonus critical damage. In terms of overall damage, it's arguably far superior to the QN202 micro missile. The QN202 micro missile still needs to be upgraded soon. Furthermore, the Red Arrow 8 missile's cooldown has been halved to just 15 seconds. This undoubtedly increases Wang Chen's damage output. The addition of 2 bullets and the unlocked new missiles has significantly increased Wang Chen's damage. After watching Aiken and the others, I can play the drama dungeon myself and test the damage of my new weapon. Wang Chen was a little impatient. However, Wang Chen still needed to keep an eye on the rookie team competition. After all, these 3 were his friends and would be members of his future team. Wang Chen didn't rush to find Aiken, but chose to get some sleep first. After such a long busy day, he could already feel the fatigue. Regardless, rest and recuperation were necessary. Wang Chen hadn't yet reached the level of fasting for immortality. He took a shower, stripped naked, and had a good sleep. I didn't wake up until evening. I slept very deeply. I'd been so exhausted these past few days that I'd barely rested. So, it was nightfall. Let's go find Murong Shui and the others first. But Wang Chen still felt he should check on Murong Shui and the others first. Although they were all the pride of Huaqing Academy, they weren't sure they'd win the rookie team competition. Many people believe that the top universities should be determined to win such competitions. But that's not the case. While Huaqing Academy's top students certainly have greater individual abilities than those at other universities, team competitions ultimately rely on teamwork. If you're not well prepared, you're likely to fail. This is also a major reason why Huaqing Academy has performed poorly in the rookie team competition in recent years. Not taking it seriously, not preparing well in advance. After getting dressed and packing, Wang Chen set off for Murong Shui's dormitory. Since this world lacks cell phones and other communication devices, long-distance communication is extremely difficult. However, after finding Murong Shui's dorm and asking the dormitory manager, she said they hadn't returned. She offered her own guess. Murong Shui was most likely in the battlefield hall. Wang Chen thanked her. Indeed, the battlefield hall was the most likely location. These people must have been thoroughly preparing for the rookie team competition. But it must be said, these three are truly hardworking, not even returning home to rest so late. Perhaps the prizes for the rookie team competition were too tempting. Even Wang Chen had been tempted, but the school intended to use him as a trump card, barring him from participating in domestic competitions. Chapter 212. Soon, they arrived at the battlefield hall. But there was still no sign of the three of them. After asking around, he learned that they had been in the battlefield for over 10 minutes. Some people had entered almost at the same time as them, but they had all emerged, while the three of them hadn't. Wang Chen simply waited in the battlefield hall for a while. He also took a look at the course book Jing Jiayu had given him. When I have free time, I can catch up on my knowledge. I can't just focus on leveling up and become a theoretical waste. When it comes to weapon upgrades, enchantments, and other such things, Wang Chen is practically illiterate. It had been over 10 days since school started, and Wang Chen had only attended one class. But it hadn't lasted more than a few minutes before Chu Rou interrupted him. So, like a hungry wolf, Wang Chen pored over his book. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed behind him. "It's so late. Why are you still studying so hard?" It was Murong Shui's voice. Behind him were Qin Hongyan and Aiken. The three of them stood neatly behind Wang Chen. It looked like they hadn't just arrived. "It can't be that I don't understand everything." Wang Chen shrugged, expressing his frustration. Who wants to spend their free time reading? It's all due to the pressures of reality. "Brother Chen, you're really serious. We've been waiting for you back there for over 10 minutes. Chen said with a serious face. "Huh? Over 10 minutes? Wang Chen was a little surprised. "I hadn't really noticed there were people back there." "That's right. Seeing how focused you were, we didn't bother you." Murong Shui nodded. Then, walking up to Wang Chen and glancing at the title of the book in his hand, he suddenly understood. "So, you're reading about equipment upgrades and enchantments. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions." Chen quickly added, "Brother Chen, Sister Shui is incredibly fast at reading. She's always doing dungeons and stuff, but that never stops her from reading. She's truly the second best student in Nanjiang City." But as he was speaking, he realized something was amiss. The number one student in Nanjiang City was right before his eyes. The second best student had nothing to brag about. "Brother Chen, you're number one." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Hey! Actually, you can read it yourself. But if you don't have time to read, that's okay. Feel free to ask me." Murong Shui sighed, then her eyes lit up. If she could help Wang Chen in some way, she'd feel a sense of accomplishment. Besides, Wang Chen was far busier than they were. Between dungeons, battlegrounds, and the Void Front, he was never idle. Murong Shui still had time to read, but Wang Chen didn't. "Okay." Wang Chen nodded modestly. At the moment, he was indeed far behind Murong Shui in theoretical knowledge. Wang Chen might be away from school for a long time, and he probably wouldn't have time to take his university courses, even the required ones. "Why did you call us so late?" Murong Shui asked excitedly. Wang Chen agreed to ask her about theoretical knowledge, which made her overjoyed. The other two were also curious why Wang Chen called them so late. "Just to ask about your preparations for the new team competition," Wang Chen said with a smile. His broad smile didn't put any pressure on Shui and the other two. It's okay, it's okay. Aiken scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Wang Chen was slightly surprised. By the way, Wang Chen, I heard you and Chu cleared the drama temple with your single-handed output. Shui said quickly. It was obvious she was avoiding the topic. Brother Chen, you're truly amazing. Drama temple, I've heard from the teacher a long time ago that dungeon could be called abnormal, and that's not an exaggeration. It seems there's a very tragic love story in that dungeon. But the final boss, Drama Princess, is incredibly difficult to defeat. Even a professional team would have a hard time clearing it. Aiken continued, taking over Shui's words. Brother Chen, the whole school knows about your exploits now. Qin Hongyan also spoke up. Really? Wang Chen frowned slightly. Huaqing Academy may seem large, but many things spread incredibly quickly. After emerging from the dungeon, he'd only taken a nap, and the news of his clearing the drama dungeon had spread throughout the entire school. In just one nap, it was terrifying. And it wasn't the first time he'd done this. However, Wang Chen quickly came to his senses and continued, How are your preparations going? Did you get beaten so badly in the battlefield? The best way to prepare for the rookie competition is to play in the battlefield. Since he was evasive, it meant things weren't going well in the battlefield. The three of them looked around, embarrassed. After a moment, Chen said awkwardly, Actually, we've won. Win? After all this time, you only win once? Wang Chen frowned. Yes. I played 15 games, and I only won one. Shui nodded, acknowledging the fact that she had been beaten. Not bad, after all, you won a game. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh. That was the expected result, but at least I won a game. Tell me, how did you win that game? What levels were your opponents, and what were the levels of your two teammates? Wang Chen asked with interest. Wang Chen was fascinated by this. Well, one of my teammates was level 28, the other level 29, and my opponents were level 25, 24, 21, 20, 20. Shui stammered. The other two were also extremely embarrassed. So they won by relying on someone powerful, that's how it is. Wang Chen suddenly realized. This isn't relying on someone powerful, is it? After all, the three of us have pretty good damage. Aiken said awkwardly. Wang Chen still smiled. He had to admit, the three of them were unlucky. The opponents they were matched with were definitely too strong, and their levels were low to begin with. It was like weight training. But that's a good thing. Weight training yields better results. Only by facing stronger opponents can one force out stronger strengths. That's undeniable. But in normal matches, the chances of being matched with opponents of similar levels are higher, but for the three of them, that's rarely the case. Perhaps it's because few professionals around level 20 play dungeons. Winning at a battlefield at this level is indeed difficult. The chances of getting beaten are high. Who would have the time to enjoy getting beaten? Practice your teamwork and leverage your professional strengths. Wang Chen instructed. All three of them held powerful professions, possessing significant advantages. Furthermore, their ranks were among the highest among this class's newcomers. Chapter 213. The current weight training is a good thing for them. The military also hopes that through this new team competition, the new recruits will experience the charm of the battlefield as early as possible and place greater emphasis on teamwork. Most of the time, the battles faced by professionals are small scale, and due to the existence of small dungeons, most are fought in teams of 5. Even in large-scale wars between armies, many teams are composed of 5-man teams. I know. But being abused is unpleasant. Aiken took a deep breath. Thinking back to Wang Chen's abuse of the resurrection point, he couldn't help but think of himself. Although he wasn't abused as badly, he would be abused and die soon after waking up. After all, not many people enjoy being abused. That was so tragic. I've been abused so much that I'm starting to question my life. I finally understand how pitiful and helpless those you abused before were. Shui's once stubborn face was now filled with dejection. They had thought they could emulate Wang Chen's example and defeat other professionals above their level. But when they actually got to the battlefield, they found it truly difficult. TSK. Sister Shui kept mumbling about you. Qin Hongyan quipped from the side. Muttering? Why was she muttering about you? Wang Chen asked curiously. Oh, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm blaming you. It's all your fault for bringing us to this battlefield and causing us to be constantly abused. Shui said quickly. It was clear that these three had nearly suffered psychological trauma from the abuse. However, no matter who it was, being brutally slaughtered on the battlefield would feel good. Next, I take you for a stroll through the dungeon to soothe your wounded hearts," Wang Chen said with a smile. Level is also crucial in the freshman team competition. According to current information from the school, several freshmen from other schools have already reached level 20. If we have a head start in level, we have an innate advantage. Since Wang Chen wants to level up, he might as well take them along. Dungeon? Really, Brother Chen? When he heard Wang Chen wanted to take them to a dungeon, Ah Chen almost jumped for joy. Which dungeon? Brother Chen, it's a deal. Qin Hongyan became even more excited. She wouldn't give Wang Chen a chance to regret it. Will it waste your time? Murong Shui grew worried. She knew Wang Chen was racing against time, striving to improve himself. But having already led them to a battlefield once, taking them to a dungeon again seemed a bit harsh. It's okay. I only take you on once, the same drama dungeon I just fought with Chu Ro. Your level is good enough for this. After this one, I have to go on my own, Wang Chen said nonchalantly. I'd agreed with them ahead of time that I'd only take you on once. In reality, Wang Chen had a relatively easy time, and the pressure wasn't that great leveling up right now. It's just that he wasn't sure what dungeon level was best for him. If that doesn't work out, he'd better go back to the Void Front to level up. However, it would be a good idea to wait until Murong Shui and the other two start their competition, so Wang Chen can go to the Void Front. And then, if Murong Shui and the others do well, they have made it to the finals when he returns from the Void Front. Let's go! To the dungeon hall, Wang Chen shouted. Murong Shui and the other two followed closely behind, completing their team formation as they walked. Soon, the four of them arrived at the dungeon hall. Without hesitation, they entered the drama dungeon. Aiken and Qin Hongyan, entering a medium-sized dungeon for the first time, were both filled with excitement. They had assumed that a dungeon of this level would require reaching level 35 or higher. But now, under Wang Chen's guidance, they had entered this dungeon so early. Oh my god! Drama dungeon. Can we see the drama princess, known as the dungeon's most beautiful boss, with our own eyes? Qin Hongyan was filled with anticipation. I had seen information about the drama dungeon in my textbook before, but it wasn't much, just a brief summary of its origins and difficulty. But this most beautiful boss was definitely, in quotation marks, the most beautiful. The cursed daughter of the earth element had become incredibly ugly. Stop gossiping about drama and Carta's love story. If you want to talk about it, go out and chat later. Wang Chen was already tired of hearing about the background story of this dungeon. So, he didn't want to hear them ramble on about it anymore. Okay. I guess Sister Chu Ro has been talking about this topic a lot. Murong Shui immediately guessed Wang Chen's thoughts. Then you two should stop talking about this. Let's talk about the rookie team competition, Aiken said quickly. Since the boss doesn't want to listen, let's change the subject. Right. Let's figure out how to coordinate, how to play in a 5-on-5 situation, who will take the lead in a 2-on-2 situation, and how to play. Wang Chen nodded repeatedly. Then he retrieved his Gatling Inferno weapon from his storage space. Wang Chen also wanted to test the damage of his new bullets and missiles by rerunning the drama dungeon. He then unleashed a volley of bullets at the centaurs and stone elementals. Previously, these level 35 monsters required over 20 rounds to kill a single one, but now, just 10 rounds of level 2 armor-piercing rounds were enough to kill them instantly. After briefly testing the level 2 Springfield enhanced armor-piercing rounds, he switched to the level 2 incendiary rounds. Help pull the monsters, Wang Chen ordered. The three men immediately dropped their playful smiles. Wang Chen's orders were like imperial decrees to them. Aiken and Murong Shui unleashed their ranged skills in 3 directions, focusing on those with shorter cast times. This would help pull the monsters in as quickly as possible. Even Qin Hongyan used throwing weapons to help pull the monsters. The three had worked with Wang Chen before, so they knew exactly how to cooperate with him. Soon, dozens of groups of monsters were drawn. Seeing the monsters begin to gather, Wang Chen immediately prepared his level 2 incendiary bombs. This time, he only used level 2 incendiary bombs, not the level 2 Springfield enhanced armor-piercing rounds. This was specifically to test the damage of level 2 incendiary bombs. Flames erupted from the monster swarm, the exploding flames spreading and igniting large swathes of monsters. The ignited monsters lasted less than 3 seconds before being reduced to charcoal, instantly transforming into experience points. Watching the experience points soar, Wang Chen felt nothing but satisfaction. The damage of the incendiary bombs was 50% greater than before. Previously, monsters set ablaze by the incendiary bombs would take nearly 5 seconds to burn to death. Of course, Some monsters were killed by the combined damage of the incendiary bombs and armor-piercing rounds, but the damage of the incendiary bombs alone was different. Chapter 214. Wang Qin was very pleased with the upgraded damage of Springfield's enhanced armor-piercing and explosive rounds. And his terrifying output truly shocked his three companions. Oh my god! What kind of output is this? A level 35 dungeon elite monster can only last a few seconds. Aiken had never imagined Wang Qin's outrageous output speed. He had seen Wang Qin's output before, but this output was far greater than before. Most importantly, the monster he was facing now far surpassed other monsters in both health and defense. But it was completely vulnerable to Wang Qin's spear. Wang Qin has leveled up, and his output has increased significantly. Murong Shui took a deep breath, realizing that she and Wang Qin were no longer on the same page. The gap between them was widening, now like a chasm, impossible to bridge. She feared she would never catch up in her lifetime. Oh! Comparing yourself to others is frustrating. Let's just treat Wang Qin like a graduate. We can't compare ourselves to him. We need to compare ourselves to the freshman. Qin Hongyan simply changed the object of comparison, or rather the target. Wang Qin was like a star in the sky, unattainable. Right. He's a fickle creature. If we made him our target, we'd be pissed off. Murong Shui echoed. Just work hard. There's always a chance. Wang Qin consoled them while giving them a shout-out. Although they couldn't experience the life of a life without cheats, they still needed some comfort. Opportunity. I'm afraid we won't see this opportunity again in this lifetime. Ah Chen couldn't help but jokingly say. Wang Qin shook his head and stopped talking. If he continued, he'd probably make them lose confidence again. This time, the efficiency of killing monsters was much faster than before, due to both the increased damage and the increased monster pulling efficiency. Those who had fought alongside him were more experienced in monster pulling. Both factors improved monster farming efficiency. And the experience gained skyrocketed. Even though it was a 4-person team, the experience gained was about the same as before. Wang Qin reached level 25, and his experience bar increased exponentially, but this time the experience allocated was less. But for Murong Shui and the other two, it was incredibly satisfying. They were already far behind the dungeon monsters in the first place, so they gained even more experience. Just by killing all the monsters, each of them had already gained nearly a third of their experience bar. The speed of this leveling up was truly eye-opening, and they had experienced it firsthand. This leveling speed is like a roller coaster. If I could always be led like this, it would be so awesome. Aiken took a deep breath. Murong Shui, on the other hand, was quite calm. After all, she had been led by Wang Qin alone before. So, after gaining such an incredible experience, she felt much calmer. In her eyes, nothing Wang Qin did was surprising. Perhaps, he was just used to it. Another wave of monsters spawned, and all the patrolling monsters he encountered were killed along the way. He arrived at the small boss, the cursed jungle guardian. Wang Qin had warned him in advance. This boss has a spell with unlimited range. Prepare your potions. He was referring to the cursed jungle guardian's skill, root entanglement. All 4 of them were fragile, especially the 3 who hadn't yet recovered their class. So, they could only rely on potions to recover. But Wang Qin wasn't sure if they had enough. So he continued, this skill can be dodged if you react quickly. Roots emerge from the ground, entangle you, and then deal continuous damage. Qin Hongyan should be able to react, but just to be safe, prepare health vials. I have 20 here, divide them among yourselves. As combat assassins, they naturally have fast reaction times. After all, assassins are highly agile. But mages, who prioritize intelligence, find it difficult to escape. You still need health vials to defend yourself. As he spoke, he took out 20 health vials. Aiken exclaimed, as expected of a medium-sized dungeon. It's so difficult, and you even need to take drugs. Health bottles are so expensive. I've been dungeoning for so long, and I haven't even had the nerve to use one. Qin Hongyan was more concerned about the health bottle Wang Qin had given her. You know, even the most common health bottle starts at 2,000 points, which is expensive. These ordinary students simply can't afford such items frequently. Even Murong Shui rarely uses them. So how do you regenerate health while dungeoning? Aiken asked in surprise. Wait for the healer to heal me. What if she's out of mana? Then just wait. It's not like she can't regenerate. This sentence shocked everyone. To think someone was completely regenerating health through a healer, and never used a single health bottle. Normally, when encountering critical moments in a dungeon, such as when the healer class runs out of mana or can't heal enough, one needs to take potions to heal. But Qin Hongyan never used them once. Sister Yin is so strong, you're saving money, Aiken exclaimed. The main thing is, I haven't encountered a critical moment yet. Anyway, I'm used to slacking off in small dungeons, Qin Hongyan explained. Logically, the assassin class is more dangerous than ranged damage classes, and is more prone to health loss. This clearly shows how much Qin Hongyan usually slacks off. But it must be said that the assassin class is inherently dangerous in dungeons. Trying to go all out in damage puts your life at risk. There's nothing wrong with slacking off. 10 bottles each. Murong Shui interrupted Qin Hongyan and immediately distributed 20 health bottles. Qin Hongyan and Aiken didn't hesitate, and each collected 10 bottles. Everyone knew the eldest daughter of the Murong family didn't need these potions. Normally, they were generous. Thank you, Brother Chen and Sister Shui, Ah Chen said sensibly. Both of them deserve to thank you. Nothing, just be careful. These dungeons aren't like before, so you can be more casual. Both bosses in this dungeon are very tough. If you're not careful, you can easily be killed on the spot, Wang Chen said nonchalantly. Then he added another warning. If they saw princess drama, I'm afraid the three of them would go crazy. But this cursed jungle guardian was also formidable enough. One healing skill could restore more than a full bar of health. In other words, if you were to restore health from 0, at least this skill would be able to fill it up. However, it filled Wang Chen with anticipation. Using a boss to test his own damage output was perfect. Especially this cursed jungle guardian, who was already tough and had a terrifying healing skill. Chapter 215. Hearing Wang Chen's words, the other three looked at each other in surprise. They hadn't expected this dungeon to be so difficult. They had thought they could just play around, but they hadn't expected it to affect them. Remember, don't be reluctant to take your medicine. You have enough blood bottles. Even if I don't have any, we still have the eldest daughter of the Murong family, Wang Chen instructed. No matter what, life is paramount, and Murong Shui's family's ambitions don't need a few blood bottles. Ha ha. Okay, remember that, Brother Chen. Ah Chen laughed. This was the first time he'd seen Wang Chen tease Murong Shui. Murong Shui knew Wang Chen was teasing her, but she didn't take it seriously. She said readily, that's right. When these blood bottles are used up, I give you more. Then she looked at Qin Hongyan. No matter what, you should prepare a few bottles just in case. It's always better to be prepared. That's absolutely true. Even Wang Chen had several large health potions ready, just in case something unexpected happened. However, he hadn't encountered a situation where he needed to take drugs yet. Are you all ready? I'm going to attack, Wang Chen confirmed. Alright. Alright. The other three said in unison. They focused their attention on the boss. Being the first to fight such a high-level boss, they had to be extremely cautious. They knew that a single touch from a boss of this level could kill them instantly. They all stood obediently behind Wang Chen, no one daring to challenge him or get closer to him. Their breathing became rapid. This dungeon was putting immense pressure on them. Duh. Wang Chen unleashed a volley of bullets, slamming into the cursed jungle guardian. With each bullet, one could see skin slicing off. When he'd previously attacked the cursed jungle guardian, its health had been pitifully low. Now, his damage output had more than doubled. The efficiency was remarkable. After a volley of level 2 Springfield reinforced armor-piercing rounds, he followed with level 2 incendiary rounds. The cursed jungle guardian's entire body was set ablaze. The damage from the level 2 armor-piercing rounds combined with the fire damage meant that every second, a piece of health could be seen dropping from the cursed jungle guardian. This damage is truly satisfying, Wang Chen exclaimed excitedly. The combined damage was more than double compared to before. It was visible to the naked eye. After about 10 seconds, the cursed jungle guardian had been reduced to a third of its health. The cursed jungle guardian, seemingly enraged, waved its hand. Attention, the boss is unleashing a skill. Watch the ground, Wang Chen quickly warned. After hearing Wang Chen's voice, everyone's attention was focused on the ground. Before he finished speaking, a thick root burst through the soil. It was right under Qin Hongyan's feet. Nervously, Qin Hongyan sprinted, dodging the root's tentacle at breakneck speed. She avoided being controlled by the boss's skill. After dodging the skill, Qin Hongyan patted her proud chest, looking still in shock. It really is an infinite range skill, and it casts so quickly. If Brother Chen hadn't warned us ahead of time, I wouldn't have been able to dodge this skill at all. Qin Hongyan couldn't help but say. Yeah. If this boss's target was me, even if I ran, I wouldn't be able to escape. Aiken nodded in response. After all, when it comes to agility, Mages and assassins are simply incomparable. As long as you focus, dodging won't be a problem. You're not an old lady in your 70s. Wang Chen said from the side. Even if a mage's agility is in their 20s, it should be above 50. That much agility is more than enough to dodge this tentacle. Unless you're too slow to react or don't have time to dodge. Duh. As he spoke, another volley of armor-piercing rounds blazed out. The increased damage made Wang Chen's output even more satisfying. And now, with every critical hit, the boss's health could be clearly seen decreasing. Ha. Could it be that little Aiken is an old man now? Qin Hongyan took advantage of the conversation to laugh. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed considerably. I'm not an old man. Sister Yin, stop talking nonsense. I still want to be young. I still want to find a girlfriend. Aiken curled his lips. As for you, wait until the new team competition, perform well. Who knows, maybe a good girl will like you. Murong Shui laughed. This kind of large-scale national competition is a rare opportunity for them to be in the spotlight. It's a good opportunity to find a girlfriend. He's so tongue-tied, how could that be possible? Qin Hongyan scoffed. Dumb? Actually, that idiot is quite dumb too. There are girls who like him too. Even tomboys like him. Murong Shui glanced at Wang Chen and whispered. Aiken and Qin Hongyan couldn't help but smile at each other. Tomboy, isn't that you, Ro? You're talking as if he has Wang Chen's strength. Qin Hongyan whispered as well. But Wang Chen heard them all clearly. However, he didn't care what they said. Murong Shui always liked to tease herself. He instead focused his energy on dealing damage. Round after round of damage, it wasn't long before the Cursed Jungle Guardian's health was reduced to less than 1/3. The Cursed Jungle Guardian cast a spell again, using a skill. This time, it was his ultimate, Twisted Tranquility. The infected tranquility caused his health to begin to recover. Looking at Aiken and the other two, they were stunned. The boss could actually heal itself, and at a remarkable rate. The key was the continuous healing. Oh my god! If it were any other team, they'd have fought so hard until now, and the boss was replenishing its health. Wouldn't they be devastated? Aiken exclaimed. Murong Shui and Qin Hongyan exchanged bewilderment. Murong Shui added, if this keeps repeating, how long will it take us? These were things they couldn't imagine. They only knew the boss could charge past melee damage and drain health, but they'd never seen it use skills to regenerate health. As long as the damage is high enough, there's no need to worry about it regenerating. Wang Chen said leisurely. Then the firing pace quickened. Murong Shui and the other two could observe the boss's health changes by the rhythm of the gunfire. When the bullets weren't firing, the boss's health would increase slightly, but when they were firing, it would drop significantly. In other words, Wang Chen's damage output was more than 3 times the boss's health regeneration rate. If a critical hit landed, the health loss would be truly exhilarating. With such terrifying output, he really wasn't afraid of the Cursed Jungle Guardian recovering health. Chapter 216. For Wang Chen, the Cursed Jungle Guardian's health regenerating skill merely delayed his death slightly. And while it was healing, it posed no threat to Wang Chen's teammates. There was no need to even use freezing bullets. He could focus solely on dealing damage. The Cursed Jungle Guardian, still healing, was slain by Wang Chen's blast. His health regenerating speed couldn't keep up with Wang Chen's damage output. Oh my god, he's already fallen. How did he gain so much experience? Aiken felt as if in a dream after hearing the notification tone. After defeating the boss for the first time, he gained millions of experience points in one go. He was almost leveling up. It wasn't just him. Qin Hongyan and Murong Shui were also like this. That's amazing. That experience. Qin Hongyan exclaimed. Even a young lady like Murong Shui was stunned. She couldn't calm down at all. Fight a few more waves of monsters, and you can level up. Murong Shui glanced at the experience bar. That's right. Brother Chen, I love you so much. This feels so good for the first time in my life. Aiken was about to give Wang Chen a bear hug. But Wang Chen easily dodged. 2 gold level items dropped, both for mages. You and Aiken each get 1. But the level requirement is level 25, so you still need to level up a few more. Wang Chen continued. As for the other dropped materials, Wang Chen collected them all. Then he tossed the equipment to Murong Shui, letting her choose first. A gauntlet and a leggings, both very good items. Murong Shui chose the gauntlet, while the leggings went to Aiken. Thank you, Brother Chen. Ah Chen hurriedly bowed his hands in thanks. Nothing, I can't use them anyway. They're all your mage's equipment. Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Although he was helping people level up, these were his friends, so naturally he wouldn't treat them unfairly. Wang Chen added, "If you need any materials, just let me know. I've saved quite a bit from dungeons." At this, Murong Shui waved her hands and said, "How can that be? You still need to use the materials to upgrade and enchant your equipment. Upgrading and enchanting equipment is a bottomless pit. Because both upgrading and enchanting carry the risk of failure, there's a certain truth to the saying that it's a bottomless pit. If you relentlessly pursue higher level equipment and higher level enchantments, it becomes a bottomless pit. The higher the level, the greater the failure rate, and at a certain level, failure destroys the equipment. It's truly exhilarating. Of course, if successful, the equipment's attributes will be significantly enhanced, and its value will increase several times, even dozens of times. Many people even go bankrupt just to upgrade and enchant. It's no exaggeration to call it gambling. Since I know it's a bottomless pit, what do I need so few materials for? As long as I upgrade, I can enchant 2 or 3 levels." Wang Chen laughed. Now Wang Chen not only has a lot of materials, but also a lot of points. It's just that the enchantments he likes are too expensive, and the materials are hard to come by. So, he's not in a rush to enchant. As for equipment, Wang Chen currently focuses on battlefield sets, which he only needs to play in the battlefield to gain battlefield reputation. As for the weapons, the rank of Wang Chen's 2 weapons remains unknown, and the materials needed to upgrade them are even less known. But what is certain is that they are at least diamond level or above. Upgrading weapons above diamond level, however, is much more difficult to obtain. To be more precise, Wang Chen's level is too low, and he doesn't get any drops from dungeons he's run. "Thank you very much," Murong Shui said softly. Many materials are in short supply and can only be obtained through dungeon runs. This would make things much easier for her. "Thank you, Brother Chen." "Thank you." Aiken and Qin Hongyan also bowed simultaneously. After the distribution was completed, they continued on their journey. Along the way, they defeated many more waves of monsters, until they reached the place where they could see the final boss, Princess Drama. This place is a holy place for monster spawning. Even Wang Chen was very tempted by it. "Help me pull the monsters. But remember, don't pull monsters near the boss. If you lure Princess Drama into it, this dungeon will be a complete failure. Aiken and Qin Hongyan might even be in danger," Wang Chen said solemnly. Princess Drama's strength puts even those level 35 professionals under immense pressure, potentially even facing death. Not to mention these 3 guys who barely reached level 20. So I need to give them special instructions. Furthermore, Aiken and Qin Hongyan have no means of survival. Wang Chen has no life-saving equipment or items to offer them. Even Wang Chen doesn't have any. Perhaps this is the tragedy of not having a family background. Murong Shui, on the other hand, is fearless and unfazed by any danger. I'm afraid she has at least 3 life-saving methods at her disposal. "I know. Be careful." Although Ah Chen and Qin Hongyan felt a tinge of sadness, they still pulled themselves together. As children from humble backgrounds, they could only strive to improve themselves and narrow the gap between themselves and the children of wealthy families. "Let's all pull monsters. There's a lot of experience here. After you finish, I guess you can at least level up another half a level," Wang Chen said. The 3 of them were even more excited upon hearing this. The experience here was incredible. They had already been worried about leveling up. Although their leveling speed far surpassed most freshmen, it was nothing compared to Wang Chen's. Playing dungeons at level 20 or so was like walking on thin ice. But playing dungeons with Wang Chen, the experience was incredible, like a tide, flowing endlessly and surgingly. Duh. Wang Chen took the lead. Ah Chen immediately unleashed his wind elemental skill, drawing the monster's aggro as quickly as possible. As for damage, there was no need to worry about it. Murong Shui used Ai's skills to pull monsters, while Qin Hongyan simply used throwing weapons. All 3 of them pulled monsters at top speed, simply to increase Wang Chen's damage output. Wave after wave of monsters rushed towards Wang Chen, densely packed like a tide of beasts. Wang Chen immediately opened fire. Level 2 armor-piercing rounds continued uninterrupted, while level 2 incendiary rounds ignited large swathes of monsters. The blasts brightened the dark caverns like daylight. Not only bullets, but also G14 grenades, which were thrown as soon as their cooldowns were up. While clearing monsters, Murong Shui and the other 2 quickly reached level 21. Due to their professions, they could upgrade their skills with each level. Seeing that the monsters were almost pulled, the 3 began to study their skill points. Since they had many skills, they had to be extremely careful with each skill point they added, otherwise, it would be extremely costly to reload them. Chapter 217. Wang Chen continued to harvest the monsters' lives. His experience points were rising rapidly. Although this was nothing compared to Wang Chen's daunting experience bar, experience points are meant to be accumulated. The further you progress, the slower you're leveling. There was no way around it. The only solution was to run more dungeons and kill more monsters. Level 2 armor-piercing rounds continuously damaged the hordes of monsters, while Level 2 explosive rounds dealt a continuous blow to the group. Wang Chen's output had now increased exponentially, and his efficiency was much faster than before. Before Ah Chen and the other two had finished their discussion, Wang Chen had already completely wiped out the monsters. "Are you done discussing this?" Wang Chen asked, collecting the materials that had exploded. Not yet," Merong Shui said awkwardly. Because skill points required careful consideration, they needed to discuss this for a long time. They even had to calculate damage. "If you're not finished, go back and study it. Let me tell you how to defeat this boss," Wang Chen continued. "We're in a dungeon. We don't have time to discuss these issues with them." Yeah. I know." Merong Shui nodded decisively. The three of them naturally knew what was important. Wang Chen's time was scarce to begin with. Taking them on a dungeon was a rare opportunity. Princess Drama's skills are powerful, but you only need to focus on two. One is stone throwing. When I tell you to run, don't look back. Just follow me and run as fast as you can," Wang Chen explained. "Stone throwing? What kind of skill is that? Can the princess throw stones?" Aiken was surprised. Even Wang Chen had to dodge this skill, which speaks volumes about its terrifying power. But the name of the skill wasn't that scary. Meteorites drop down to hit people, and they fall based on the player's positions, Wang Chen said calmly. But it sent shockwaves through the three of them. The very thought of a meteorite dropping skill was terrifying. "How much health would be lost if we were hit?" Qin Hongyan asked curiously. "A level 35 mage would lose half their health, and a melee class would lose over a third." Wang Chen thought for a moment, and made his estimate. He could only calculate the health based on Chu Rou and her group's description. Under Wang Chen's previous leadership, no one in the team had been hit by a meteorite. "Oh my god! Doesn't that mean that if the three of us were hit, we'd be killed instantly?" Aiken exclaimed. Qin Hongyan shuddered, her figure trembling as she nervously exclaimed, "Is it really that exciting? One touch and you're dead." Only Merong Shui felt confident. She had a way to protect herself. If her life was in danger, even if she didn't have time to use it, it wouldn't matter. "So, you all need to be extra careful and focus on the dungeon. The health potion is useless now," Wang Chen continued. "Level 21 professionals are indeed quite fragile. If they're gone with just one touch, then the health potion would be useless. Wang Chen, what's another skill to watch out for?" Merong Shui continued. "A skill that would make Wang Chen so cautious must be a very formidable one. It's the dust field. When this skill is unleashed, the entire cave becomes shrouded in dust, making it nearly impossible to see anything. It's extremely dangerous," Wang Chen said. "The boss's movement speed is much faster than even us pros. If we can't see anything, we can't control the boss. Once the boss catches up, we're in trouble," Qin Hongyan analyzed. "That's right. Even a properly configured team would find it difficult to defeat. If the tanks were to fight Princess Drama head-on, the healers wouldn't be able to see the target and wouldn't be able to heal the tanks. This could lead to a complete wipe." Wang Chen nodded. The other three gasped as they listened. This skill was truly terrifying. "What should we do? We can't just sit there and wait for death," Aiken asked hurriedly. Merong Shui and Qin Hongyan also looked at Wang Chen, looking forward to Wang Chen's solution. "Actually, there's an even worse scenario. Chu Rou and I experienced it." Wang Chen didn't answer, but continued describing it. "What happened? What happened? There's an even worse scenario?" The three of them spoke almost simultaneously. All were deeply curious. Princess Drama used both her stone throwing and dust field abilities simultaneously, Wang Chen said slowly. But the very words sent a cold sweat through the three of them. The meteorite crash, coupled with a loss of vision, making it impossible to see anything. It was unimaginable, a situation that seemed certain to lead to certain death. What should we do in this situation? There's no other option but to retreat, but we must stay focused and maintain our sense of direction. So forget about everything else, just follow me and run. Run like crazy, don't stop. Growing up enough range ahead of time will ensure safety, Wang Chen said. If he could hold out for 10 seconds, the dust field would disappear. I know. This boss is truly thrilling. Even before the fight even started, Aiken was already feeling the immense excitement. A single mistake could lead to instant death. You could say this dungeon is like walking on a razor's edge. I understand Wang Chen's intention. Qin Hongyan took a deep breath. What intention? Aiken and Murong Shui both looked at Qin Hongyan. He wants us to hone our reaction skills. Whether it's the previous boss, the cursed jungle guardian, or this princess drama, they all require extremely fast reaction times. And these are life or death reactions. Only when life and death are at stake can one's potential be fully unleashed. Qin Hongyan explained. There's no need for so much trouble. Just be obedient and react quickly. Leveling up in a dungeon is inherently adventurous, and with adventure comes risk. Of course, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Wang Chen said rather speechlessly. He hadn't given it much thought. We understand. Murong Shui sighed. In reality, she still stubbornly believed that Wang Chen was training them. All right. I'm going to start, Wang Chen declared loudly. Murong Shui and the other two were on edge, not daring to slack off any further. They completely forgot their previous curiosity about Princess Drama's backstory. Duh. A volley of bullets blasted out, all hitting Princess Drama. This time, Wang Chen's damage output increased significantly, unlike the meager first time. At least after a few rounds, the drop in health was clearly noticeable. The damage increase from the level 2 armor piercing and level 2 incendiary rounds was significant. Chapter 218. Duh. Once again, they started with level 2 armor piercing rounds. Princess Drama, dragging her massive body, charged towards Wang Chen. Then came the explosive rounds, the freezing rounds, and the laser gun, all unleashing full force. With full force, Wang Chen could clearly feel the significant increase in damage. This time, the fight against Princess Drama went very smoothly. She only used her stone-throwing skill and dust field once. It posed no threat to Aiken and the other two. Furthermore, with Wang Chen's command, the three of them easily dodged these two skills. After fighting for about 10 minutes, Princess Drama was finally defeated. This time, the time saved was more than half of the previous time. However, this time, neither Carta's wrist guards nor the earth elemental staff dropped. What dropped were leggings that primarily increased agility, and a robe that primarily increased intelligence and had healing effects. Both were gold-level equipment with excellent stats. The leggings, which primarily increase agility, would definitely go to Qin Hongyan. As for the healing robe, Murong Shui generously gave it to Aiken. Although Aiken didn't want it. However, he could consider selling it to the trading house. Just hand it over at the dungeon entrance, Wang Chen said again. This time, Wang Chen didn't receive the quest item, the remains of Princess Drama. He had already completed this quest, and there wouldn't be a second chance. The three of them obediently followed Wang Chen to complete the quest. Then, they left the dungeon contentedly. Brother Chen, you're amazing. You even managed to carry us through such a challenging dungeon. After returning to the dungeon hall, Aiken said with a deeply moved expression. Murong Shui was also deeply moved and said, Wang Chen, if you can't do it, take us on more dungeons. You can handle it anyway. Qin Hongyan quickly interrupted him. Don't, they're leveling up on their own. Let's not hold Wang Chen back. Taking them on a dungeon run, when he had time, was already the most he could do. Besides, Wang Chen didn't have much free time. No matter what. I help you level up when I'm free. Wang Chen smiled. It's late, go back and rest. I clear this dungeon one more time. You've all leveled up, so I have to level up too. After this dungeon run, Wang Chen's experience level had reached nearly 2/3. One more run, and he'd likely reach level 26. They were anxious to level up, and so was Wang Chen. No! Brother Chen, if you go do the dungeon, we go to 2 battlegrounds and wait for you to come out. Then, I treat you to a late-night snack. Thank you, Chen said quickly. He gave Qin Hongyan a look, hinting for her to finish her words quickly. Yeah. We've been dungeoning for so long, I'm hungry. Why don't we have a late-night snack together when we're all done? Qin Hongyan said quickly. Wang Chen was still hesitant. Waiting for him to finish the dungeon and come out would be after 1 a.m. Murong Shui smiled at this and said, It's been a while since we've had dinner together. Consider it a get-together. Just agree to it. In fact, Murong Shui also felt that she owed Wang Chen a lot of thanks. She too had been led by Wang Chen through dungeons and battlefields. Okay then. I take about 40 minutes, Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. Then he headed back to the drama dungeon. Aiken and the other two went to the battlefield. But since there weren't many people playing the battlefield at night, the queue was very long. After Wang Chen's 2 previous experiences in the drama dungeon, He was completely familiar with the process when he returned. It didn't even take him 40 minutes to clear it. After defeating the drama princess, he successfully reached level 26. When Wang Chen emerged from the dungeon, he was surprised to find that Aiken and the other two hadn't even queued for the battlefield yet. What's more, they had cancelled their battleground queue 20 minutes after Wang Chen entered the dungeon. The waiting time was simply too long. They couldn't let Wang Chen wait for them after he emerged from the dungeon. So, they simply cancelled the queue. Out so soon. When they saw Wang Chen, Murong Shue's jaw dropped. Wang Chen had once again broken the dungeon clearance record. In just 35 minutes, they cleared the drama dungeon. You get better at it, so you can go faster. Wang Chen shrugged. We haven't even queued for the battlefield yet. Aiken said awkwardly. Here. Wang Chen tossed Aiken a gauntlet. It was a gauntlet perfect for the mage class. Aiken was stunned. Another gold-level piece of equipment. Murong Shui had a usable piece of equipment earlier, and I just happened to get another one. Take it. This piece of equipment was obtained from defeating the cursed jungle guardian. I gave one to each of the two mages. Thank you, Brother Chen. Aiken was so moved he nearly cried. Okay. Big boy, stop being so delicate. If your Brother Chen tells you to, take it. Just be a die-hard fan of Brother Chen from now on. Murong Shui smiled. She was also deeply grateful to Wang Chen. Of course, I must be a die-hard fan of Brother Chen. Aiken said firmly. Okay. Let's treat you. You pay? Wang Chen smiled. His easygoing demeanor made Aiken and Qin Hongyan admire him even more. In their hearts, Wang Chen was their boss. If he told them to go east, they would never go west. Okay. Aiken was extremely excited. Finally, he had a chance to show off. The four of them went to the cafeteria at Huaqing Academy. Because some students at Huaqing Academy often leveled up and ran dungeons day and night, the cafeteria was open 24 hours a day for everyone's convenience. And then, without hesitation, Wang Chen ordered a large table of delicious food. Murong Shui and Qin Hongyan even ordered a bottle of expensive red wine. These delicacies and wines all have a chance of increasing three-dimensional attributes after consumption. While they weren't particularly high-grade, they were still quite expensive. Although Chen felt a little pained, he felt relieved when he thought about the experience increase and the gold-level equipment. At worst, he could just clear his name and accumulate points. After a long series of words of thanks and gratitude, Chen clinked glasses, drank, and ate until everyone was slightly tipsy. Wang Chen looked at Murong Shui and asked, Murong Shui, do you know anything about the Void Frontier? After all, Murong Shui was the eldest daughter of the Murong family, and her knowledge far surpassed theirs. There were some things Wang Chen couldn't easily ask Elder Zhong about. He had a good time dining with Murong Shui to see if the Murong family had any special information about the Void Frontier. I know quite a bit. My father spent over a decade on the Void Front. I've heard him tell me some stories about it, Murong Shui said. Chapter 219. I never thought Murong Shui's father had such experience. This meant that Murong Shui's father was most likely a high-ranking military officer. So what information do you want to know about the Void Front? Murong Shui asked again. First, let's talk about the dungeon suitable for professionals below level 40. Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. Currently, Wang Chen urgently needed to level up at the Void Front. So dungeons were the most important thing to know. Well, I only know there's a 5-player dungeon called the Mutated Goblin Lair. I have a very vivid memory of this dungeon. My dad nearly died in it back then, and I kept thinking, aren't goblins quite adorable? Even if they're mutated, they're not that terrifying. But my dad said the goblins in this dungeon have been infected by some kind of unholy energy from the void creatures, becoming incredibly violent and difficult to defeat. So, after completing this dungeon, my dad came to the conclusion that even if the rewards from the Mutated Goblin Lair were great, it wouldn't happen again. Murong Shui recounted slowly. I can't believe my father has experienced something like this. I always thought goblins were creatures only for beginners to gain experience. Wang Chen laughed. Subconsciously, he also thought goblins were weak creatures. But Murong Shui's father, a prominent figure in the Murong family, usually had many life-saving tricks. Even for such an important figure, he was nearly killed in this dungeon, which clearly demonstrates its difficulty. In other words, Murong Shui's father wasn't eligible for resurrection at that time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so thrilling. Goblins aren't even that cute anymore, TSK. Qin Hongyan chuckled. That's true, but these void creatures are truly despicable. They corrupted and controlled many creatures in our world, turning them into their lackeys. Aiken retorted. Wang Chen, too, was filled with emotion. Princess Drama and Carda's nephew were examples. Perfect creatures were corrupted by evil forces. Wang Chen was certain that the evil force that corrupted them came from the void. Having once encountered the Dreadlord's mirror image on the void front, Wang Chen had sensed the presence of this power. This dungeon looks difficult, but I might consider giving it a try, Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. As long as it was within the level requirement and accessible, Wang Chen wanted to try it. Now Wang Chen needed to speed up his leveling. The challenge of the 80th floor of the Tinglong Tower also awaited him. If Wang Chen couldn't reach level 30 before challenging the Tinglong Tower, he wouldn't be confident of reaching it. If he failed to challenge the 80th floor, he would lose the opportunity to enter the Tinglong illusion, and a series of chain reactions would ensue. So Wang Chen felt a sense of urgency. Furthermore, problems frequently occurred on the Void Frontier, foreshadowing a massive invasion by Void creatures. If he wasn't strong enough by the time the Void creatures invaded, he would surely perish. Every time humans fought a war against Void creatures, countless bodies were left. Although humans had won several major battles, the price was always extremely heavy. In every major war, tens of millions, if not more, of professional players die. The stronger you are, the greater your chances of surviving such a war. Wang Chen fully understood this. This was also a key reason why Wang Chen raced against time to level up. To become stronger. Wang Chen, I know you're strong, but if this is your first time, I suggest you form a group of 5. Most dungeons in the Void Front are much more difficult than others of the same level. Better safe than sorry. Always prioritize safety. Besides, you're a fragile class. Even with powerful firepower, you could still die, Merong Shui advised. Wang Chen was quite moved by this. This young lady wasn't one to nag others easily. It seemed she was genuinely worried about Wang Chen's safety. Yes. Brother Chen, you still have to be careful. By the way, Merong Shui, what's the level limit for this dungeon? Can Brother Chen enter? Aiken asked again. This was Wang Chen's biggest concern. If you can't get in, forget about safety. It's for levels 20 to 40, but due to the extremely high mortality rate in this dungeon, it's officially not recommended for players below level 38. Some monsters in this dungeon have control methods. Once controlled, you might die without even having to use your life-saving methods. My dad said he witnessed someone being controlled by monsters and then beaten to death. And the person who died had defensive array talismans and instant return amulets, but they didn't use them and died instantly. Merong Shui continued. Aiken and Qin Hongyan gasped at this. This dungeon is so difficult. And it's just the small monsters. Chain control, unable to move, no way to save his life. Even Wang Chen's expression grew serious. If he were caught in this situation, once controlled, he would be dead. Although Wang Chen has an escape skill, if he's stunned, he can't use it at all. But he can use control skills, like bind and knockback. Just keep your mind clear. Wang Chen thought, it would be great if there was equipment or skills to remove the stun. However, it seems Merong Shui and the other 3 don't know. We can wait until tomorrow to ask Jing Jiayu. Although he didn't agree to let Jing Jiayu join the War God Academy, Jing Jiayu is a very enthusiastic teacher. He will still share everything he knows. You also face immense pressure to survive in the dungeon, Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. It wasn't just Wang Chen, it was the other 3 as well. 2 mages and 1 assassin, all squishy classes. Yeah. But there's nothing we can do. The Gear Sister Shui and I can wear is all low strength and lacks defense, Aiken said with a wry smile. Even Merong Shui was a little worried. Although she had means to survive, they were expensive, and some could only be used once. Even to avoid putting pressure on the team, she still needed to address the issue of survival. While you're leveling up, you should also play more battlefields and use your reputation to buy battlefield sets. Although the battlefield sets don't deliver as much damage in dungeons, they're still quite good for survivability. They have a well-balanced 3-dimensional stat set, and they also have other survival properties. If you can collect the entire battlefield set, that would be even better, Wang Chen reminded him. This was also based on experience. Chapter 220. Battlefield Suits. How many points would that cost? Aiken exclaimed. After their experience on the battlefield, the 3 of them were well aware of the price of battlefield equipment. We're not like you, who can corner others at the respawn point and slaughter them. Merong Shui pouted, slightly dissatisfied. However, the 3 of them truly yearned for this feeling. Pure reputation farming. When I return from the Void Front, I definitely need to farm some battlefield reputation, and it's time to upgrade my equipment. Su Chen sighed. The current stats weren't satisfactory. Su Chen wanted to focus on both strength and agility. Agility determines damage, while strength determines tankiness. Battlefield equipment has relatively balanced stats, so upgrading battlefield equipment means achieving both strength and agility. As for intelligence, it's somewhat useful, but not significant, so it doesn't matter. Brother Chen. You still need to upgrade. The damage is already terrifying. Aiken curled his lips. In his eyes, Wang Chen was already quite impressive. If he grew any stronger, the gap between them would only widen. Eventually, it would become unimaginably wide. Just level up. When your brother Chen becomes stronger, he'd be able to lead you into higher-level dungeons. Merong Shui smiled. In reality, the three of them were simply afraid of being left behind, but they also sincerely hoped that Wang Chen would become increasingly powerful. There was no conflict. Yes. I have to call Wang Chen Brother Chen too. I have to count on him to lead me in dungeons from now on. Qin Hongyan chimed in. Come on. Let's toast to Brother Chen. Merong Shui raised her glass decisively. She wore a smile, but her heart was filled with complex emotions. She worried that the gap between them would widen, and that she would become less and less worthy of Wang Chen. In her mind, Wang Chen now resembled the Jingshan mansion, mysterious and unfathomable, his strength unimaginable. Currently no one, no dungeon, could bring out Wang Chen's full potential. Wang Chen watched the three of them raise their glasses. He could only raise his glass, clink his own, and then gulp it down. They were all his future comrades. Wang Chen hoped they would grow quickly and become his right-hand men. Besides, they all had top-tier professions. If they could grow, they would all be top-tier fighters. Everyone, work hard, Wang Chen said with a smile after finishing his drink. His light-hearted words didn't put any pressure on Merong Shui and the others. The four of them chatted and laughed until dawn. Wang Chen said goodbye and returned to his dorm. After only 5 hours of sleep, he woke up. Next, Wang Chen had another important matter. That was to find Jing Jiayu. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, and Wang Chen arrived at the Ares Academy, exhausted. After some inquiries, he learned that Jing Jiayu had no classes that day and was in the teacher's dormitory. Wang Chen then headed for the female teacher's dormitory. Because Huaqing Academy's regulations regarding the female and female teachers' dormitories were less strict, male students were free to come and go. After all, here, strength had nothing to do with gender. Only class, level, and equipment determined strength. Jing Jiayu's jaw dropped when she saw Wang Chen coming to see her. She had never imagined Wang Chen would come to her on his own initiative. She had assumed that after Wang Chen refused to join the War God Academy, they would have nothing to do with each other anymore. But when she left the dormitory and laid eyes on Wang Chen for the first time, her heart began to pound. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know how. Teacher Jing, I'm sorry to bother you so early. Wang Chen spoke first. Jing Jiayu gathered her thoughts and finally said, What's the point of bothering me? I told you, if you have any questions or need my help, feel free to come and see me. But her words were fast and unnatural. Can you come in and sit down? Wang Chen glanced at the dormitory door. After all, there were so many questions to ask, so it might take a while. As long as Jing Jiayu didn't have the mindset of not allowing physical contact between men and women, that would be fine. Girls in this world weren't that conservative these days. Come in, come in. It's just a little messy, don't mind, Jing Jiayu said after a moment's hesitation. She hadn't had time to clean up. It's okay. Can it be as messy as the boys' dorm? Wang Chen laughed. That's hard to say. Actually, many girls' dorms are quite messy these days. Jing Jiayu shook her head. As a teacher, she knew what girls' dorms looked like. Plus, both boys and girls focused their attention on leveling up and completing dungeons, potentially neglecting daily matters. Jing Jiayu went in first, seemingly trying to hide something. Wang Chen followed closely behind, seeing Jing Jiayu trying her best to block her bed. She said awkwardly, Well, there's a stool over there. Sit down first. I clean up. As she spoke, she placed her hands on the bed and began to tidy up haphazardly. Wang Chen could clearly see that the bed was covered with a lot of daily clothes, both inner and outer. It wasn't anything special. Perhaps she was trying to make a good impression. Wang Chen said nonchalantly, It's nothing. It's just a little messy, everyone else is the same. Jing Jiayu quickly rolled the clothes on the bed together and tucked them under the covers. That way, no one could see them. That's different. I'm a girl, at least I have to look like I'm not a slacker, Jing Jiayu said awkwardly. Okay. Anyway, I'm done now. I have something to ask teacher Jing Jiayu. Seeing her embarrassment, Wang Chen quickly changed the subject and got back to the point. Any questions? Feel free to ask. Jing Jiayu was immediately overjoyed. I want to know if there's any equipment or skill books that can trigger a stun state, Wang Chen said. This issue not only affects Wang Chen's attack on the mutant goblin nest, but also his path to the battlefield in the future. Many assassin classes have stun abilities. Wang Chen can currently dodge assassin's abilities by relying on his reaction speed. But as he reaches higher levels, assassins' invisibility becomes significantly stronger, and their attacks become even faster. Once a stun ability is used, Wang Chen won't have any chance to use his escape skills. So it's best to prepare a defensive strategy. That's a question. There are skill books, but they're definitely not useful for your class. Only the purification skills learned by healing classes can remove stuns. Not just stuns, but any negative status can be removed. It just requires a high-level healing class to learn. The skill book itself is extremely valuable. But a gunner can't use it, and neither can I. Jing Jiayu dismissed the possibility of a skill book. Chapter 221. Then can those who possess this skill be allowed to use it on other classes? Wang Chen continued to ask. Yes. However, very few people can master this skill. Jing Jiayu nodded. But for Wang Chen, it was still of no use. As for the equipment that can solve this problem, there is one. It adds very high stats, and it's diamond level. Jing Jiayu continued to explain. Wang Chen couldn't help but stand up. What equipment is it? He was even impatient. Don't worry, I tell you about this equipment. Jing Jiayu gestured for him to sit down and not rush. Continuing, this equipment is called the Ring of Control Immunity. If I remember correctly, it increases 3 attributes by 200, plus a 5-point damage bonus, and a 10-point critical strike chance bonus. It's diamond-level equipment. The more Wang Chen listened, the more excited he became. The stat bonuses alone surpassed even the second-level warlord equipment. But Wang Chen suppressed his excitement, and looked at Jing Jiayu with a look of interest. This made Jing Jiayu blush a little, her face turning red. After taking a breath, he continued, as for the level you can wear it, there's no limit. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Right now, his biggest worry is level. Some dropped equipment is unusable simply because its level is too low. The Ring of Control Immunity actually has no level requirement. It's practically a divine artifact. It perfectly meets Wang Chen's most crucial requirement. However, this equipment, even the Chu siblings don't have it, and many high-level professionals don't have it either. Jing Jiayu sighed again. Why? Wang Chen asked quickly. His face was filled with curiosity. Because the Control Immune Ring is incredibly difficult to obtain. It requires completing 2 extremely difficult quests, and a wealth of rare materials. Furthermore, it requires finding an alchemist above level 50 with sufficient proficiency in ring crafting to create it. Jing Jiayu sighed. Of course she wanted to obtain this pinnacle of status. The 3-dimensional attributes alone were enticing enough, not to mention the life-saving control immunity. What are the quests? Can I do them at my current level? Wang Chen continued. One is to clear the mutated goblin lair, and obtain the Goblin King's head. This quest can be accepted in the intermediate dungeon quest section of the quest hall. After you complete the quest, you find information about the control immune ring, including the required materials. If nothing unexpected happens, this ring was created by the Goblin King. The other is a quest in the military district. It's about obtaining the blueprint for the control immune ring. It's related to the Void Front. If I remember correctly, it's about finding the lost blueprint for the control immune ring. Then, you gather all the necessary materials and give them, along with the blueprint, to an alchemist who can create it. Jing Jiayu said, as she poured Wang Chen a glass of water. Of course, she also poured herself a glass. How difficult are these materials to obtain? Wang Chen took the glass and took a sip. Well, I'm not sure exactly, but generally speaking, only at my level are you qualified to complete the dungeons for these materials. Jing Jiayu thought for a moment and said. This made Wang Chen take a deep breath. You have to remember that Jing Jiayu is already level 41. And only at level 41 can you have a chance to obtain it. There's a certain material that's so hard to obtain because the dungeon where it drops it only has a chance of dropping it when you're alone, which is why it's so difficult. However, that dungeon doesn't have a level limit, and is also located in the Void Front, Jing Jiayu added. It's suitable for Wang Chen to solo. But the difficulty is a bit daunting. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a level 40 dungeon. The most difficult dungeon Wang Chen has yet to complete is the Drammer dungeon, which is considered a level 35 or 36 dungeon, still within Wang Chen's control. But Wang Chen still doesn't have enough confidence in a level 40 dungeon. If he wants to complete this quest, he still needs to proceed step by step. However, Wang Chen happens to be extremely interested in the mutated goblin lair. The first step in obtaining the Ring of Control immunity begins in this dungeon. Then, I learn about the required materials and collect them one by one. As for the final alchemist, Wang Chen didn't believe an alchemist who could meet the requirements didn't exist. If this was considered difficult, then it was simply because a level 50 alchemist was very expensive. Many livelihood professions become expensive after reaching a certain level. Simply considering the alchemist profession, there's a nationwide shortage of high-level alchemists. A god-level alchemist could even craft equipment that could be used as a weapon for the nation. For all professions, as long as you study hard and strive to level up, you have a bright future. But for now, the most challenging issue isn't the alchemist, but obtaining the materials and completing the quests. I'm determined to obtain this control-free ring. If there's anything I need to pay attention to, please advise me, Teacher Jing. Don't worry, I definitely treat Teacher Jing well after I level up 2 more times. Wang Chen smiled. But these weren't empty words. He could even help Churo, who was level 35. Leading Teacher Jing through dungeons was just a matter of leveling up 2 or 3 levels. A late-stage gunner is inherently invincible, so Wang Chen was confident. Thank you in advance? Jing Jiayu was overjoyed. She firmly believed that Wang Chen had an extremely bright future. He'd only been at school for a few days, and he'd already accomplished so many feats, breaking several dungeon clearance records. And he'd become the school's hottest rising star. As long as such a talent didn't die young, he would surely become a formidable figure in the future. There's nothing special to keep in mind. Just be sure to learn more about the details when you're doing those dungeons. If you're planning a dungeon, come to me in advance and I share some strategies. Jing Jiayu continued. The first dungeon I'm going to tackle is the mutated goblin lair you mentioned. Does the teacher know anything about this dungeon? Wang Chen asked. Jing Jiayu was stunned. You really have to do this dungeon. Your level is still a bit low. Wang Chen smiled. He actually wanted to obtain the Ring of Control immunity just for this dungeon. But he hadn't imagined that he'd need to clear this dungeon to qualify for the Ring of Immunity. My damage output is decent, but the Ring of Immunity is crucial. Whether it's this dungeon, or in future battlegrounds or other dungeons, it gives me an extra way to stay alive. Wang Chen shrugged. Chapter 222. Wang Chen still had absolute confidence in his damage output, especially after the 2 types of bullets had been upgraded. Although the mutated goblin lair was difficult and dangerous, Wang Chen still had a certain degree of confidence. Moreover, this dungeon was one Wang Chen was eager to enter. Especially the Ring of Immunity, a god-level item, Wang Chen was determined to obtain. 2 rings can be equipped, and Wang Chen currently had 1 slot empty. The Ring of Immunity not only improves stats, but also provides the life-saving skills that Wang Chen lacked the most. Well, if you're going to the mutated goblin lair, I have a suggestion. Jing Jiayu hesitated. Wang Chen was stunned. What suggestion? You could bring a priest who can purify. I know one. Jing Jiayu said after a moment's thought. A priest who can purify. That's simply the standard equipment for fighting a mutated goblin lair. Without a Ring of Control immunity, having a support class like this at least guarantees a chance to avoid being controlled. Really? What level is she then? Can she play this dungeon? Wang Chen asked with interest. She's a level 40 holy priest. Can she play this dungeon? That's right. Without me, she wouldn't play the dungeon with anyone else. Jing Jiayu continued to hesitate. Not playing the dungeon with anyone else. Wang Chen felt that Jing Jiayu's words were a bit off, as if she were lying. If she's so hesitant, it would be strange if there weren't any problems. But it didn't matter. Wang Chen smiled, but she can play the mutated goblin dungeon, but you, teacher. You're already level 41. You can't enter this dungeon if you're above level 40. What should I do? Is Teacher Jing worried about my best friend and me playing the dungeon together? Jing Jiayu said, her face flushing with anxiety. After a pause, she said, what's there to worry about? Who said I can't enter at level 41? Humph. I have a quest in this dungeon that allows me to bypass the level limit and enter directly. Wang Chen still felt a little strange. But it didn't matter. A level 41 melee DPS class was still quite capable. So far, Wang Chen hadn't seen the power of a melee DPS class in his dungeon runs. Since she was trying to join him in the dungeon, he might as well bring her along. But what surprised Wang Chen was that Jing Jiayu had surpassed the dungeon's level limit and was still able to enter. Wang Chen then asked, does having a quest in this dungeon mean you can enter a dungeon that doesn't meet the level requirement? Jing Jiayu shook her head. No, it seems like a bug. I'm just lazy and haven't done the quest yet. The quest is about investigating the cause of the goblin mutation. This quest should be the only one that allows it, but once you enter the mutated goblin's lair, you can't get back in. So that's it. It's not a bug, just a minor glitch in the mechanics. Okay then. When our teacher Jing and that priest friend free? Let's go to the Void Front together, Wang Chen said. Jing Jiayu is a teacher at the War God Academy and is generally quite busy, so I need to accommodate her schedule. Jing Jiayu thought for a moment and said, tomorrow won't work. I have to take care of the rookie team competition tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to meet that priest today. She usually goes out early to level up. So, the day after tomorrow. Teachers are just so busy. Wang Chen thought for a moment. How long will you be working tomorrow? But Wang Chen was anxious and didn't want to wait that long. But he could watch the rookie team competition, which is a competition between Huaqing Academy's internal teams. Then, 4 teams would be chosen to represent the school in the national rookie team competition. It just so happened that Wang Chen had been wanting to see how Ah Chen and the other 3 performed. Besides, Wang Chen wasn't very familiar with many of the classes at the moment. It was a good opportunity to observe this kind of competition and gain some experience. But these competitions only take place during the day and end in the evening. Around 3 in the afternoon. Then everything will be fine. Jing Jiayu seemed to realize something. A sudden light flashed in his eyes. So how about we wait until you're done, and then go to the Void Front together? Wang Chen asked. Okay. Then I discuss the time with my bestie tomorrow morning, and then we go to the Void Front to fight the mutated goblin lair. Jing Jiayu agreed without hesitation. She had even forgotten how dangerous the mutated goblin lair was. After giving the order, she seemed to realize this and continued, when the time comes, let's team up with 2 more people. This dungeon is difficult and dangerous, so more people is safer. Okay. I'm not very familiar with teaming up, and since I'm still at a low level, it's difficult to do so. So let Teacher Jing take charge. It's difficult to attract talented professionals with low-level professionals. So Jing Jiayu, a 41st level Go Sword Warrior, is more suitable. Okay. Leave it to me. Jing Jiayu was straightforward. Then I take my leave. See you tomorrow. Wang Chen waved goodbye. While Jing Jiayu was lost in thought, he walked out of her dormitory. It's not good to stay in the girls' dormitory for too long, even if it's a teacher's. After leaving, Wang Chen didn't hesitate and headed straight for the dungeon hall. This time, Wang Chen prepared several dungeon cooling amulets and headed straight for the drama dungeon. Drama was the dungeon with the highest experience value of any dungeon Wang Chen had visited. And some of the equipment it dropped was exactly what Wang Chen needed. Now that Wang Chen was leveling up alone, he gained even more experience. He continued this 5 times, and Princess Drama was brutally killed 5 times. After 5 trips to the drama dungeon, Wang Chen successfully leveled up again, reaching a professional level of 27. Going solo was incredibly satisfying. He also found a nice pair of leggings, perfect for dungeons. Even for the gunner class. In addition, he found 8 gold level items, 2 of which were weapons. Weapons are more expensive than other items. After all, for any class, whether it's damage or healing, weapons provide the most tankiness. Thus, weapons are the most expensive equipment. Wang Chen thought about it. He didn't need the equipment himself, and he had plenty of points. Why not consider keeping the equipment suitable for Murong Shui and the other 2, and let them wear it? Selling it would be a waste. Thinking of this, Wang Chen found Murong Shui and the other 2, gave them 6 pieces of equipment, and then headed to the battlefield alone. He began to build up his reputation in the battlefield. Chapter 223. Thunder Fortress, wailing rang out again. Every time Wang Chen entered the battlefield, he would slaughter the respawn points. When Wang Chen entered Thunder Fortress for the 3rd time. This time, his teammates were all level 29 professionals, including a berserker, an ice mage, a holy priest, and a tamer. Before, Wang Chen would not say much after entering the battlefield. Only when his teammates saw that he could instantly kill the enemy would he ask them to minimize their control of the sentry towers to prolong the battle. Intimidated by Wang Chen's fighting prowess, his teammates would obey him obediently. But this time, upon entering, the berserker began to grumble. The opposing team is all level 29 professionals, and their lineup is pretty good: 2 mages, an armor warrior, a holy priest, and a holy paladin. All of you just follow my orders, and I guarantee you win. Warriors, go capture the center tower. The priest and I will take the left tower. The gunner and beastmaster will take the right. After the warriors capture the tower, quickly come to my side for support. The berserker kept talking. The other teammates couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. His command wasn't standard at all. Besides, they were all level 29 professionals, so why should they listen to his orders? The Berserker was just a rare class, and they weren't going to accept it. But since they joined, and didn't want to lose the battle due to infighting, no one spoke. Only the Berserker kept chattering. When it's 5-on-5, kill the armor warrior first, then the mage. Throughout, Wang Chen ignored this person. After the battlefield gate opened, Wang Chen slowly walked to a position where he could fire at the watchtowers on both sides. Gunner, you're so quick. What are you taking so long for? The Berserker said with a look of dissatisfaction, noticing Su Chen's slow pace and even stopping behind him. He secretly thought, how dare a level 27 jerk be so disobedient? If he doesn't obey again, he lash out. Get away, Wang Chen said coldly to him. Who are you talking to? The Berserker was stunned. Is he talking to him? Is he being so rude? If you keep nagging me, I don't mind letting you go back to the resurrection point and calm down. Wang Chen simply said calmly, as if he were recounting something quite ordinary. Kid, are you out of your mind? Just a level 27 gunner, why are you acting so high and mighty? The Berserker said angrily. Wang Chen glanced at him at first, but seeing he hadn't made any moves yet, he ignored him. When encountering this kind of guy, it was best to simply ignore him. If he was ready to attack, Wang Chen wouldn't mind letting his team members take a few shots first. By then, someone from the opposing team had already entered Wang Chen's range. Wang Chen glanced over and saw two mages simultaneously heading for the left watchtower. It looked like the enemy thought they had the advantage of a class combination and could easily defeat them. The two mages didn't separate, and they actually traveled together. They simply didn't take Wang Chen's team seriously. Wang Chen immediately pulled out his Gatling Inferno. However, the action didn't matter. It actually startled the Berserker nearby. What a massive gun! He exclaimed in surprise. He had never seen such a massive and imposing machine gun before. Just by looking at the sheen and texture of the metal on the barrel, he could tell it was of high caliber. He even felt the urge to touch it. Da-da-da. At that moment, the machine gun suddenly roared, startling him. And what frightened him was yet to come. A burst of bullets blasted into the two opposing mages. In a split second, the two mages fell to the ground. The Berserker froze in place, his mouth gaping. His legs gave way for a moment, and it took him a moment to realize what had just happened. This is dead already? Just a few rounds, and the two mages were dead. But he had just been thinking of teaching this gunner a lesson. But now it seemed like this gunner would only need a fraction of a second to finish him off. Too terrifying. The Berserker patted his chest, thankful he hadn't attacked the gunner, otherwise, he would have been in for a lot of trouble. He was also thankful this was a battlefield, not outside. Otherwise, with his penchant for showing off and commanding, he'd have gotten himself into serious trouble. He didn't dare make an enemy of such a formidable individual. He even began to regret provoking him in the first place. If he had made an enemy, and he'd come back and shoot him afterward, that would have been hilarious. Thinking of this, he took 2 steps back. Master, I was wrong. As he spoke, he tumbled to his knees. This startled Wang Chen. Is there something wrong with this guy? Where was that rebelliousness from earlier? Get up. Get away from me, Wang Chen said impatiently. He swung his rifle, firing straight at the watchtower on the other side. Da-da-da. In a split second, he dispatched 2 more enemy players. Not only the Berserker, but the rest of his teammates were stunned. What kind of damage output is this? Oh my god, is this an easy win? This is the damage output of a level 27 gunner? The opponents are all level 29 players, and they can't even handle 3 of his bullets. Yeah. This is the first time I've seen such terrifying damage output. If this bullet lands a critical hit, it can instantly reduce the enemy to near 0 health. This is a true master. I wonder what school he's from. He's so powerful. The other 3 teammates murmured. Wang Chen looked at the Berserker and said coldly, Get back here. The Berserker was startled, but then he heard someone calling him. Alright. His cheeks lit up immediately, and he rolled on the ground. As long as he doesn't hold a grudge, he'd do whatever he wants. Come over here. Not get out. Wang Chen was speechless again. This guy was definitely a little off-kilter. The Berserker felt even more relieved. The boss before him still had a lot of humanity. He wasn't the kind of boss who'd kill anyone if provoked. Boss! What are your orders? I was abrupt and said too much just now, but I'm trying to win this battle. Please forgive me. The Berserker said quickly after walking up to Wang Chen. Don't talk nonsense. Go tell them, don't take the tower yet. I'm going to attack the enemy respawn point to slow down the resource growth. Wang Chen waved his hand and spoke in a serious tone. Aggression, aggression at the respawn point. The berserker's jaw dropped again. What does a boss mean, and actually attacking the enemy respawn point? This was unheard of. However, this was enough to demonstrate the extraordinary strength of this young gunner. The thought of abusing the resurrection point was incredibly exciting. Chapter 224. Then, the berserker began to roar. Brothers, don't take any turrets you haven't captured yet. Let the game last a little longer. The boss is going to crush the respawn point. The other three teammates had just witnessed Wang Chen's terrifying damage, so since he said so, they certainly had no objection. Furthermore, they were also extremely interested in crushing the respawn point. They wanted to see for themselves what it was like to crush the respawn point. The other team members faintly heard this voice. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Crushing the respawn point? What was going on? Were they going to be the lambs to be slaughtered endlessly? The four people at the respawn point looked at each other in bewilderment, and then their faces turned ashen. They naturally knew the range and damage of the opposing gunners. It would only take 2 or 3 bullets to crush them. I want to escape. Can we just surrender with the white pieces? I don't want to be beaten. It looks like that gunner is just trying to gain reputation, and we're being sacrificed. What should I do? Even though I can't die, the brutal slaughter is excruciating. It hurts. I'm scared. I can't bear it. Brothers, if we run into this guy, we just have to accept defeat. Surrendering is useless. His range is too long, and the sound from inside the respawn point can't be heard outside. The 4 men looked ashen. The next few moments were about to be a hellish experience for them. However, they were helpless. They could only hope that time would pass quickly, and the enemy's resources would be gathered quickly. That would alleviate their pain and allow them to escape this nightmare as soon as possible. Next, it was time for a bloodbath. 5 people were just revived when they were mowed down by bullets again. There was no chance of fighting back. Wang Chen's 4 teammates, on the other hand, watched with growing excitement. Who wouldn't want to experience the thrill of slaughtering people at the resurrection point? Is this absolute strength? The berserker exclaimed. He had watched the enemy being slaughtered 5 or 6 times, his heart pounding with each blow. He felt a sense of admiration for the strong. I remember thinking there was a freshman at Huaqing Academy, a gunner, who once brutally defeated a level 35 demon summoner and single-handedly cleared the Temple of Laika and the drama dungeon. Could it be the same person? The tamer said thoughtfully. If this is true, then it must be the same person. Gunner is Shi Shao's hidden class, and this master's damage output is so outrageous. It can't be 2 people. The Ice Mage said with certainty. Oh my god, Huaqing Academy is always producing monsters. I never thought they'd produce such an outrageous pervert. The disciplined priest gasped. It's indeed outrageous, but it has nothing to do with Huaqing Academy. This is the first time such an outrageous monster has appeared at Huaqing Academy. There's never been such an outrageous freshman before. A level 29 professional is like paper in front of him, unable to withstand even 3 rounds of bullets. The berserker retorted. Yeah. This is the first time I've heard of a freshman being so outrageous. The beast tamer shouted. For the next moment, there was no suspense, only slaughter. It took a full 12 minutes to finally stop the seemingly unstoppable battle on the battlefield. Wang Chen had earned over 110 reputation points. Not bad. However, after leaving the battlefield, Wang Chen didn't leave. He cleared the battlefield 3 more times until nightfall, then retreated to his dorm. There was still much to do the next day, so Wang Chen took a break to rest. But not long after Wang Chen returned, his peace was broken. There were Murong Shui and Qin Hongyan again. But this time, Chen wasn't there. So late. Why are you here? Wang Chen asked in surprise after welcoming them into the room. Aren't we going to try out for the school's freshman team competition tomorrow? I wasn't sure, so I came to learn from you. I figured you wouldn't be in the dorm. But I never expected to see you. Qin Hongyan explained. It was understandable how they felt. After all, it was their first time at university, and they were participating in such a large-scale competition. Most people would be extremely nervous. Where did Aiken go? Wang Chen asked curiously. Aiken had always enjoyed hanging out with these 2 sisters, whether they were playing dungeons or battlegrounds, knowing each other and being able to look out for each other. But when I came looking for Wang Chen and didn't see him, it felt a bit strange. He went to the battleground with those 2 teammates. He wanted to bond with them. We didn't want to be beaten, so we didn't go. Murong Shui explained. It was just that they were 2 cunning men. At their current levels, going to the battlefield would mean being beaten. What about your teammates? Wang Chen asked again. One is a level 19 ice mage. Just as you said, we need to find a class with strong control. We asked teacher Jing Jiayu to find this ice mage for us. She's quite a pretty girl too. Jin Hongyan smiled. Why? Want to introduce her to me? Wang Chen asked with a slight smile. Murong Shui pursed her lips and quickly said, forget it. Let's focus on tomorrow's affairs. The other one is your neighbor, the beast tamer in the dormitory next to yours. Wang Chen was stunned. Beast tamer? From the dormitory next to yours? That's Lu Xiao. Originally, Wang Chen hoped that the boy would reach level 20 during this period, and then consider taking him to the national competition. But he didn't expect these guys to hook up with each other first. What level is he? When I saw him last, he was only level 17. Wang Chen frowned and asked. He's already level 19. In 2 days. Without a single break, he went from level 17 to 19, just to team up with us. I saw how hard he worked, so I agreed. Of course, our team's instructor Jing Jiayu also thought he was a good person. Murong Shui said. Jing Jiayu. She must have deliberately chosen to be in charge of this team. Wang Chen could see that. After a moment's thought, he said, this kid is quite resolute. I'm sure he paid a lot to level up. For an ordinary professional like this, getting from level 17 to 19 takes a considerable amount of time. 2 days is simply impossible. So he must have spent a lot of effort in between, like finding someone to help him level up. Or perhaps, he took some other shortcut to achieve it. It seems neither. He said he found a high-level team that played all night. He didn't want anything but experience, so he just joined and played for nearly 40 hours straight. That's how he finally reached level 19. Murong Shui explained. Chapter 225. However, these 3 people were truly obedient. They really didn't recruit any healing classes. Such a class combination is actually too aggressive. With only one melee class, it's still very dangerous. After all, the thing that magic classes fear most is being entangled by the enemy melee class. With many magic classes, this situation is very easy to happen. How to deal with it specifically depends on their operation and their respective skills. There's nothing much to say. The battlefield situation changes rapidly. Remember to concentrate your firepower and kill the most threatening person first. If you have enough firepower to instantly kill the enemy's damage, then kill the damage first, then kill the healing class, and finally the tank. Well, it sounds simple, but in practice, it depends on your emergency response and command judgment. Who among you will be in charge? Wang Chen explained, then looked at Murong Shui again. It definitely wasn't her job to give orders. Murong Shui, always known for her aloof image, would never shout at the top of her lungs. It would be a loss of her elegance. Aiken? Who else could it be? He's the talkative one. Jin Hongyan pouted. In terms of overall strength, Aiken wasn't the strongest of the 3. But girls tended to be reluctant to give orders, and were less talkative, so this task had to fall to Aiken. That's fine. He's quite smart. But don't just follow his orders. Sometimes you need to be able to think independently, and remind him when appropriate. Wang Chen thought for a moment and said, okay. I think it's okay. We can't just listen to him. Jin Hongyan nodded repeatedly. Murong Shui also nodded in support. How long will it take them to finish the battlefield? Wang Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Jin Hongyan paused, then said, we've been there for over an hour. We probably have to fight for a while. How about this? Let's go to the battlefield, and wait for them to come out. Then I take you on a dungeon, get Lu Xiao to level 20, and help him catch a pet. That way, your team's combat effectiveness will improve. Wang Chen nodded. Murong Shui and Jin Hongyan both beamed with joy. They were finally able to see Wang Chen's true strength. Furthermore, if Lu Xiao reached level 20, the team would benefit significantly. Add a powerful pet to the mix. If a tamer's pet is strong, it's equivalent to a full-time professional. A tamer also possesses sufficient combat effectiveness, and can deal damage through archery. Wang Chen had done them another big favor. That's great. Wang Chen, I don't know how to thank you. Jin Hongyan said excitedly. I'm so indebted to you. What's the proper way to repay you? Wang Chen joked. Well, how about I let Shui repay you with her own body? Shui, you're so well behaved now, and you even take care of me. How's that? Jin Hongyan blushed, but she knew it was impossible. Besides, her best friend Murong Shui already had feelings for Wang Chen. How could she possibly steal someone else's love? Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm a decent person. Murong Shui pinched Qin Hongyan shyly, her speech becoming incoherent. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts. Don't be so reserved in front of Brother Chen, okay? Qin Hongyan grimaced. What greeted her was a sharp pinch on her waist. Ouch. My fault, Sister Shui. I shouldn't have said such nonsense. Our Sister Shui would never give herself to anyone, let alone use her beauty to please anyone. Qin Hongyan wailed. This only made Murong Shui blush. Wang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. What a joke. Let's go! He then waved to them. To avoid further embarrassment. Let's go, let's go! Murong Shui's face flushed. She took Qin Hongyan's hand and headed out the door. On the way, Wang Chen talked a little more about the rookie team competition. Only then did Murong Shui recover from her earlier embarrassment. Soon, they arrived at the battlefield hall. Not long after, Aiken, accompanied by Lu Xiao and a female ice mage, teleported out, looking disheveled. Brother Chen. Aiken greeted them enthusiastically upon meeting them. Lu Xiao was particularly excited. Brother Chen. I'm only half a level away from being able to join you. The other ice mage also said excitedly, Brother Chen, you're my idol. Finally, I get to see you up close. This mage is Pu Bai, a level 20 ice mage. Brother Chen, don't mention it. This guy keeps talking about you whenever he can on the battlefield. I'm almost getting calluses from hearing you. After introducing them, Aiken looked helpless. Brother Chen is already so powerful and majestic, so his achievements are certainly worthy of our admiration and learning. Pu Bai smiled. Alright. You've almost gotten used to each other. All that's left is for me to take you to the Leica Temple, and get Lu Xiao to level 20. If you want to join the 8 Great Academies, you can complete the Leica Temple quest. After that, after completing a few Academy-specific quests, you'll be able to join the 8 Great Academies. Of course, if your goal is the Super God Academy, that's another matter. Wang Chen waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Just enough praise, don't be so corny. Really? Just for me to get to level 20, Brother Chen, you're so kind. Lu Xiao was so moved that he almost cried. I have my own goal. You must win first place in this national rookie team competition, or I be beheaded. Wang Chen said firmly. But actually, I beheaded was an exaggeration. Wang Chen wasn't that violent. Okay. Brother Chen, don't worry. I risk my life to complete your mission. Lu Xiao said firmly. I'm not old yet. Wang Chen was speechless. This wasn't some battle, so why issue a military order? What Wang Chen cared about most was the future international rookie team competition. Now it was just about training his teammates. After all, in the rookie team competition, individual strength alone wasn't enough. Collective strength was needed. There's even more good news. Qin Hongyan chuckled. Hearing Lu Xiao, Chen was stunned. Brother Chen, I'm planning to help you catch a baby. Seeing they were confused, Qin Hongyan continued. Baby. Brother Chen, Lu Xiao was moved to tears. A baby is the lifeblood of a tamer. Tell me first, what you want from your baby. Tell me your highest expectations so I can find a dungeon that can accommodate it. Wang Chen shook his head. The tamer's babies all have different skills and attributes, and need to be selected based on their own attributes, advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 226. The requirements are high tankiness, high damage output, and crowd control skills. At least 2 or 3 crowd control skills. Then, the ability to heal others. Finally, strong growth potential. Lu Xiao said after a moment's thought. Wang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Are you dreaming? This isn't looking for a baby. It's clearly looking for a father. Where in the world can you find a baby this good, with all the advantages? Lu Xiao, are you kidding me? With such a well-rounded baby, what's the point of a professional like you? Chen couldn't help but scold. TSK. Indeed, if there were a baby this powerful, there'd be no need for a professional. Just watch the baby fight on its own. Where can you find a baby like that? I want one, no matter the price. Murong Shui chuckled. As someone from a wealthy family, she wasn't short of money. Babies like that aren't easy to find, but you can have one, raise it well, and your wish will be fulfilled. Wang Chen glared at Murong Shui unhappily. Ha ha. Sure, we can have one. If we raise her well, she might even be more amazing than Sister Shui. Aiken laughed, laughing so hard that he rolled over. That's hilarious. I didn't expect Brother Chen to be so humorous. Brother Chen, having a baby isn't just a one-person job. Why don't you go help Sister Shui? Qin Hongyan started to tease. Even Lu Xiao, who was being scolded, covered his mouth and laughed secretly. You? Stop talking nonsense. Murong Shue's face flushed like a ripe apple, completely unable to contain herself. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This was too embarrassing. But if she really wanted to be with Wang Chen, it wasn't impossible. As for your pet, I can only say I try to pick the best for you. Tank and control requirements are easy to come by, but damage isn't quite there. The book says that after taming a beast, its own combat power is significantly reduced, and you need to level up the beast to increase the pet's combat power. But as for tankiness and skills, we can choose pets with more tanky attributes and control skills. Whether your pet will become stronger later depends on you, Wang Chen said, turning away from the screen and looking at Lu Xiao. The strength of a tamer's pet is certainly related to its innate attributes, but the biggest factor still depends on the tamer himself. A tamer's pet needs to be leveled up and fed, gaining more skills and three-dimensional attributes through leveling. Unlike a demon warlock, the pet's skills and attributes are solely determined by the class's skill level. Okay. I get it, Brother Chen. I really was overthinking it just now. If my level isn't high enough, how can I possibly make my pet stronger? Lu Xiao scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. I was really overthinking it just now. It's not that easy. If they could find such an invincible baby right from the start, wouldn't that mean the tamer would be invincible? That's good to know. Let's go! Let's go to the Leica temple. After we finish there, I catch a baby for you. It's getting late now. We need to finish quickly and rest. You have a match tomorrow. Su Qing glanced at the time. Now wasn't the time for a long night. The five of them needed to rest up and be in top form for the daytime match. Okay. Then let's go! Aiken and the others responded in unison. After regrouping, they headed straight for the dungeon hall. Next, they cleared the Leica temple. With his damage greatly increased, Wang Chen returned to the Leica temple, and his output was off the charts. Minor monsters were almost instantly destroyed, and even bosses took less than half a minute. Lu Xiao and Pu Bai were completely stunned. They had never seen such a perverted output. It could even be said that Wang Chen's output completely surpassed their expectations. In just over 20 minutes, they cleared the Leica temple, once again breaking the record for the fastest time to clear it. However, Wang Chen had broken this record no less than 20 times, without receiving any rewards. After emerging from the dungeon, Lu Xiao and Pu Bai felt as if they were in a dream. They had never dreamed they could clear the Leica temple so quickly. It felt so good to be led by someone. And it was a large-scale dungeon, the Leica temple. If I told anyone, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Clearing the Leica temple at just level 20, this was beyond the comprehension of most professionals. They simply couldn't imagine how it was done. Next, it's the pets. There are a lot of beast monsters in the Leica temple. Do you have any that you like? Wang Chen looked at Lu Xiao and asked. Lu Xiao finally recovered from his momentary reverie. Yes, that white tiger is good. It has taunt and claws, and its tankiness is pretty good. After a moment's thought, Lu Xiao pondered. There were so many monsters during the dungeon run, and many of the beast monsters were his picks. Are you sure? Do you want to check in other dungeons? Wang Chen frowned. Aiken also spoke up. Since you've chosen it, why didn't you tell me earlier? I just collected it for you in the dungeon. If he had collected the pet just now, he wouldn't have had to make another trip. Sorry. By the time I finished looking at the beast's combat power, Brother Chen had already killed most of them. There was no time to collect them, Lu Xiao said awkwardly. But that was essentially putting the blame on Wang Chen. TSK. So this is Brother Chen's fault. It's all because he killed monsters so quickly, Murong Shui joked. After the awkwardness of the previous joke, Murong Shui's mood brightened. For some reason, a sweet feeling welled up in her heart, making her yearn for it. So that's the monster, right? Wang Chen coughed lightly. Yeah, that's it. Now that we're done, Brother Chen can rest early. Lu Xiao nodded repeatedly. This white tiger beast already met all his inner desires. However, this beast is over 10 levels higher than mine. I'm not sure if I can tame it successfully. Lu Xiao then expressed his concerns. The higher the beast's level is compared to the tamer, the lower the chance of taming it. After taming, the beast's level will become the same as the tamer's. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, try another dungeon. Wang Chen thought for a moment and said, There's nothing else he can do. Yes. Lu Xiao nodded repeatedly. Then, the group returned to the Leica temple. After killing several waves of monsters, they finally reached the white tiger monster. They just needed to kill the other white tiger monsters until only one remained, and then Lu Xiao would tame it. It took a full half hour, and Wang Chen was about to give up, but fortunately, he finally succeeded. Chapter 227. After finishing, everyone went home and had a good sleep. Wang Chen didn't get up until the next morning. Today was the first match for Murong Shui, Qin Hongyan, and Aiken. Wang Chen needed to pay extra attention. Of course, there was still much Wang Chen wanted to know about this match. After breakfast, Murong Shui, Qin Hongyan, and the other four approached Wang Chen. In their minds, Wang Chen was like their spiritual leader. "Brother Chen, please coach us for a day," Aiken said hopefully. Just yesterday, Wang Chen had told them he would watch their matches for a day. After watching, he left them alone and went about his own business. So, they decided to ask Wang Chen to be their coach for a day. In fact, he was more than just a coach. He was there to give them courage. Aiken said yesterday that as long as Brother Chen was with him, he'd feel secure. "Wang Chen, you've almost become his soul's home," Murong Shui joked. "That's right. I feel like if Brother Chen wasn't around, he probably wouldn't even play much." Qin Hongyan chuckled. I'm not that hopeless. I'm sure I can do it." Aiken pouted and retorted. "Brother Chen is quite strong. In a one-on-one, we really rely on him." Lu Xiao laughed. Wang Chen was stunned when he heard this. A storm mage in a one-on-one? While this class is quite good, it's far inferior to an ice mage or an elemental mage in a one-on-one fight. An ice mage has strong control and an ice shield, which adds a certain amount of tankiness. While its damage isn't as good as other mages, its overall capabilities in single combat are quite impressive. The elemental mage, while slightly inferior in overall capabilities, possesses a distinct class advantage as a hidden class. This class's use of various elements rivals that of similar mages. Its fire damage rivals that of a fire mage, its ice control skills rival those of an ice mage, and its movement speed rivals that of a storm mage. It's truly an all-around capable character. This is the inherent advantage of a hidden class. In a one-on-one duel, you should choose who to send into battle based on the opponent's class. Of course, the order of players is usually reported directly, and you need to prioritize your team based on the opponent's likely order. That depends on your wisdom. I have a suggestion. Eliminate the 5-on-5 situation, and each player can only play twice. If you face a strong team in a one-on-one, they will definitely send their strongest player. You can have Aiken deal with their strongest opponent. Wang Chen said slowly. "Why? Are you asking me to take on the most powerful challenge?" "Of course. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. If there's anyone too powerful, I take care of them." Aiken patted his chest confidently. And Murong Shui immediately understood the situation and laughed. "Do you know Tianji's horse racing? Inferior horses are usually used against superior horses." "Ha ha. That's hilarious. I think it work. Let you, the inferior horse, help wear down the enemy's inferior horses. Then I take care of their inferior horses, and Sister Shui will take care of their superior horses." Qin Hongyan laughed heartily. "Be alert when the fight begins. Assassins shouldn't face ice mages and warriors, and ice mages shouldn't face regeneration classes. Choose flexibly when deciding who to send into a one-on-one match, and don't act rashly," Wang Chen said solemnly. 2 one-on-ones, 2 2-on-2s, and 1 5-on-5. Any player selection requires considerable thought. Of course, this doesn't apply when the power disparity between the two teams is significant. When faced with absolute power, strategy is unnecessary. Even Tianji's horse racing game is useless. If the opponent's inferior horse is more powerful than your superior horse, you have no chance. However, everyone could hear Wang Chen's affirmation of the ice mage class from this conversation. Pu Bai's eyes lit up. Is an ice mage really that powerful in a one-on-one duel? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Wang Chen and said, "Brother Chen, do you think I can go one-on-one?" Wang Chen nodded. "Your class is well suited for one-on-one duels. You have good control, a shield, and your damage, while not incredibly bursty, is still stable. If you encounter assassins, damage-dealing warriors, or similar classes of your level, you can go in." Pu Bai's confidence suddenly soared. This was a testament from a master. Of course, this testament came more from his class. In a 2-on-2, you can team up with Murong Shui. You both have control, and Murong Shui can make up for your lack of damage. Qin Hongyan can be paired with Aiken and Lu Xiao. Melee damage and a tamer are also a great combination. They have control, a 3-on-1 advantage, and high damage. Aiken. He's quite fast, perfect for teaming up with a tamer. You two can pull together, and the baby can carry it. Wang Chen offered another suggestion. As the 6 of them chatted, they entered Huaqing Academy's largest duel arena. Jing Jiayu had been preparing for a long time. Seeing Wang Chen leading the team in, a bright smile spread across her face. She felt even more at ease. With Wang Chen here, it was all right. In their hearts, Wang Chen was their anchor, even though he wasn't playing. Wang Chen, are you leading the team? Jing Jiayu greeted Wang Chen enthusiastically. Wang Chen nodded. I guess so. It's their first fight, and I'm here to cheer them up. You really don't take me, the team leader, seriously. It's not enough to have me leading the team. Jing Jiayu put her hands on her waist, feigning dissatisfaction. Teacher, having you here is even better. Last night, Brother Chen brought Lu Xiao to level 20, and even caught a baby. Aiken smiled. But she still said that Wang Chen's role in their lives was more direct and effective. Jing Jiayu examined Lu Xiao's information, and saw that he was indeed level 20. She pouted and said dissatisfiedly, just because I'm helping you level up, you're not even recognizing your teacher? After these few days of interaction, Jing Jiayu had become close friends with these students. Furthermore, Aiken and Qin Hongyan were already students at their War God Academy, and it was very likely that they would be under her direct supervision from now on. So, she paid special attention to these outstanding newcomers. No, it's simply that Brother Chen has given him so much. Lu Xiao couldn't help but say. From helping him level up to helping him catch pets, Wang Chen was the most important person in his heart. Even future teachers had to step back a bit. Wang Chen, our first match is against Wushuang Academy's second team. They have a level 18 Berserker, a level 19 Holy Priest, a level 20 Fire Mage, a level 20 Shadow Assassin, and a level 20 Exorcist. Jing Jiayu briefly introduced the upcoming opponents. Chapter 228. In other words, many of the freshmen have already reached level 20. Aiken and the others don't have much of an advantage in terms of level. Their equipment advantage is only average. However, fortunately, all 5 of them have reached level 20, and have some experience working together. 5 level 20 teams against 3 level 20 teams. Do we need any strategy? Wang Chen looked at the 3 of them and asked. I don't think so. We should be fine. Qin Hongyan thought for a moment and answered first. No problem. We have a clear advantage in team configuration. Aiken said confidently. Don't let them play Tianji's horse race. Wang Chen shrugged, still worried. If they can still lose, then these 5 people definitely don't have enough brains. In the future international freshman team competition, Murong Shui will be the only one left. No way. Absolutely not. We're not that stupid. Several people expressed their impossibility. But you can't be careless. The other teams have all received help and training from the teachers. To attract new students, the 8 major colleges will do whatever it takes to curry favor with outstanding freshmen. Jing Jiayu warned. This was also her experience. She had done something similar before, and fortunately, she ultimately gained 2 powerful generals, Aiken and Qin Hongyan. Yes. Better safe than sorry. We won't let our guard down. Murong Shui nodded seriously. Compared to Aiken and Qin Hongyan, Murong Shui was more sober and rational. Let's take our seats first. Each team had its own seating area. 16 teams were selected from across the school, and 4 were chosen to represent Huaqing Academy. The venue was already packed. Both freshmen and seniors, and even teachers, had come to watch. The freshman team competition allowed everyone to see the performances of more professionals, and provided a stage for freshmen to showcase themselves. Of course, ordinary academies, the A-grade academies, and even the Super God Academy, all strive to select outstanding freshmen through these competitions. Every outstanding freshman held a crucial stake in the future of their respective academies. The A-grade academies aspired to surpass the Super God Academy, and the other ordinary academies even more so, striving to surpass the A-grade academies. The entire school was locked in a constant battle. It was this competition that fueled the continuous improvement of students throughout the school. Wang Chen, Jing Jiayu, and their 5 team members were ready to watch the game. Their team would have to wait for 2 matches before officially appearing. After introductions by the school host, the 2 teams for the first match took the stage. The team organized by the teachers of the Holy Law Academy, also their second seed, faced off against a team recruited from another ordinary academy. The 8 major academies had 2 teams, divided equally into first and second seeds according to their level, while the ordinary academies only recruited 1 team. A large-scale selection process was still needed to select the 8 teams. The levels of these 2 teams ranged from 18 to 20. The Holy Law Academy team had a level 18 Heavy Warrior, a level 19 Fire Mage, a level 19 Discipline Priest, a level 20 Ice Mage, and a level 20 Storm Mage. This ordinary Academy's team consisted of a level 18 Berserker, a level 19 Heavy Warrior, a level 20 Combat Assassin, a level 20 Holy Paladin, and a level 20 Retribution Paladin. One team had 3 mages, 1 tank, and 1 healer, while the other had 1 healer and 4 melee fighters. This Guantian Academy actually managed to find 3 level 20 pros. They're quite the swindler. Jing Jiayu couldn't help but grumble. It's as if your Warrior Academy hasn't managed to find any level 20 pros. Our team is only your Academy's second best team, so how ridiculously high must the level of the first team be? Wang Chen laughed. An all-level 20 team was an exaggeration. Looking at the 2 teams already in play, their apparent strength was clearly inferior to Aiken and his team. 2 level 21. Jing Jiayu thought for a moment, and shook her head. She spoke in a low voice, fearing she would dampen her team's morale. You're such a shill. And there are even 2 at level 21. But I have to admit, these newcomers are truly remarkable. I thought level 20 was already high, but I didn't expect there were 2 at level 21. Wang Chen laughed. But this statement immediately drew scorn from everyone. As if you're not a newcomer, and level 20 is high? Are you just praising yourself in disguise? Murong Shui couldn't help but grumble. He's just praising himself. He's already 27, and I've never seen a freshman this perverted, leveling up at such a terrifying speed. Jing Jiayu chimed in. TSK. But Brother Chen is certainly qualified to say that. Don't treat him like a freshman. We don't have that kind of guy among our freshmen. Aiken immediately expelled Wang Chen from the freshman class. But Wang Chen, which of these 2 teams do you think will win? One is mostly mages, and the other is a higher level, but a melee team, all melee. Jing Jiayu looked at Wang Chen and asked. Let them decide first. Wang Chen smiled. I think the Holy Law Academy will win. After all, mages are powerful. I think the Guantian Academy will win. The melee team is powerful. A random attack can kill a master, not to mention they have a level advantage. The mages have strong control, and with the healers and the heavy warriors, I think the Holy Law Academy will win. Aiken and Murong Shui both thought the Holy Law Academy would win, while Qin Hongyan thought the Guantian Academy would win. For a moment, the 2 sides argued. Each had their own opinions, but neither could win. After all, each side had its strengths and weaknesses. Wang Chen, so which side do you think will win? Murong Shui looked at Wang Chen expectantly and asked. In their eyes, Wang Chen was the most authoritative. In the 2-on-1 matches, the Holy Mage Academy has a good chance of winning. As long as the Ice Mage and the Fire Mage are on the field, and the Fire Mage shouldn't run into the night. In the 2-on-2 matches, I think the Guantian Academy has a better chance of winning. The mages are more powerful in 1-on-1 fights, but in a 2-on-2 match, there's always a melee fighter who can get close to them. Once they get close, it's a sure win. In a 5-on-5 match, the Holy Mage Academy has 2 group control and group damage. I think the Holy Mage Academy has a better chance of winning. Overall, I think the Holy Mage Academy will win. Wang Chen made a detailed analysis. While the Chopper team was powerful, they couldn't withstand the Mage's control and the Veil damage. Of course, this kind of match wasn't just a test of strength, but also a test of intelligence. How you arrange your players depends on both luck and intelligence. If you can predict the opponent's strategy, you can completely defeat them. Soon, the 2 sides engaged in the first 1-on-1 match. Chapter 229. First came the first 1-on-1 match. This 1-on-1 match had nothing to do with tanks or healers. Tanks had almost no damage, and healers had pitifully low damage as well. Both sides quickly finalized their players, and submitted their rosters to the tournament management. The first match pitted the level 19 Fire Mage from the Holy Law Academy against the level 20 Combat Assassin from the Observation Academy. In this matchup, the Fire Mage was known as the pinnacle of ranged damage. With the exception of a few hidden classes, no one could rival him given the same level, equipment, and skills. Combat Assassins also boasted impressive damage output among melee classes. It was clear that both teams were highly motivated, both appearing as damage classes from the outset. The Combat Assassin had the advantage of going first, cloaking himself in stealth and preparing for a sneak attack. In the duel arena, items like flares could not be used, so the Fire Mage could only randomly unleash his area of effect skills, hoping to encounter this Combat Assassin and bring him to his true form. However, the Combat Assassin was quite experienced, maintaining a safe distance and patiently watching for his chance. After all, the Fire Mage couldn't keep casting skills constantly, or he'd run out of mana. Sure enough, after just half a minute, the Fire Mage stopped casting skills. As he surveyed his surroundings, the combat assassin suddenly appeared behind him, striking him with a club, knocking him unconscious. Then, using a combination of skills, interspersed with crowd control, the fire mage couldn't even move. He was beaten down to less than a quarter of his health. Wang Chen took a deep breath after witnessing this scene. If he were to encounter a skilled combat assassin, he'd be incredibly difficult to deal with. Once controlled, he'd be completely unable to move. If the opponent had high damage output, a single skill combo could easily kill him instantly. Even if the opponent's damage output was lower, as long as they used their skills skillfully, they'd still be reduced to a meager amount of health. So Wang Chen became even more determined to quickly create a control-free ring. But the battlefield shifted rapidly. The fire mage, whose health was already low, suddenly waved his hand, sending streams of flames emanating from the combat assassin's body. The fire mage retreated backward, unleashing skills with both hands. The fact that he could cast spells while moving dazzled everyone. Then, a massive fireball nearly a meter in diameter erupted, like a miniature sun. It slammed heavily into the combat assassin. The combat assassin was instantly knocked back several steps, his health reduced to half. Holy crap! Is the fire mage's damage this high? Aiken exclaimed. He was also a mage, but Aiken knew his burst wasn't even on the same level as the fire mage's. However, in terms of sustained damage, he was far superior to the fire mage. After these two abilities, the fire mage's mana had dropped by nearly half, especially the subsequent fireball, which was practically his ultimate. Crucially, this fireball also had a knockback effect. Taking advantage of the knockback, the fire mage quickly distanced himself, running while unleashing other abilities. More smaller fireballs, more rain of fire, and more burning damage over time. Before the combat assassin could catch up to the fire mage, his health had already dropped, and he was immediately overwhelmed by the defense amulet. Combat assassin wins. The referee shouted the final result. Brother Chen has good judgment. The fire mage has high burst damage, while the chopper team still feels a bit clumsy. Pu Bai said admiringly. But Qin Hongyan rolled her eyes at him. Who is he calling clumsy? Wang Chen smiled. This fire mage isn't that impressive either. It's just that this combat assassin's damage is a bit lacking, and his defense isn't good enough. Qin Hongyan laughed at this. Then, Brother Chen, I probably have better damage than this combat assassin, and I'm a bit more skilled, but what if I run into a fire mage with better equipment? Wang Chen thought for a moment, and it seemed a bit hopeless. When this class encounters a squishy class, they can easily rely on their burst damage to take them out with just a few skills. Surrender. This answer froze Qin Hongyan's smile. Ha ha. What to do? Just surrender if you encounter a fire mage. Aiken laughed. Is there really no solution? Qin Hongyan remained unyielding. Yes, there is. You can only work through skill linkage and equipment. An assassin can't reduce their own damage output, but you can consider reducing the cooldown of your skills. With a shorter cooldown, and through your skill mastery, you can immobilize the opponent and then kill them with a combo. But this kind of mage. Let a half-damage warrior fight him. He'd be in tears. Wang Chen explained. Huh? A half-damage warrior can really do it? Murong Shui asked in surprise. Why not? A fire mage can't kill instantly, and his control is so weak. How can he fight against a half-damage warrior? Wang Chen shrugged. Of course, that's when both sides are equally skilled. I understand. Indeed, I've encountered Ghost Sword warriors and Sword Soul warriors on the battlefield before. They annoyed me to death. They didn't hurt, and their control didn't last long. But once they got me, the health loss was unbearable. Aiken took a deep breath. He recalled the scene of being abused on the battlefield. But with these classes, seeing those two is unbearable. Ice mages are warriors, assassins nightmares. Elemental mages and ice mages are similar. Wang Chen glanced at Murong Shui and Pu Bai. After these words, Aiken felt like a loser. He couldn't do anything. The next match was a 2-on-2. The second-seeded team from the Holy Law Academy fielded an ice mage and a storm mage. The Guantian Academy sent out 2 knights, a holy knight and a retribution knight. One could heal, the other could deal damage, and both were incredibly tanky. While not as good as tanks, they were still better than other classes. The dual mages versus the dual knights was a truly spectacular match. After a fierce battle, the dual knights triumphed with difficulty. The dual knights could heal, resist, and deal decent damage. While the dual mages possessed considerable control, their damage output wasn't enough to instantly destroy the opposing team. After the control period expired, they faced the dual knights' relentless attack. The dual knights also coordinated well, with whoever had less health retreating and waiting to recover. The dual mages' control skills were somewhat flawed, often resulting in overlapping control. In the end, they were defeated by the dual knights. However, the battle was a thrilling one. The dual mages' skills were incredibly impressive, and the storm mage, a rare class, was also quite eye-catching. The dual knight combination was also quite rare. Chapter 230. The battle was spectacular. Afterwards, it was another one-on-one match. The Holy Mage Academy sent out storm mages. The opposing team, the Heavenly Observation Academy, sent out Retribution Paladins. In the end, the Storm Mage was defeated by the Retribution Paladin, leaving little room for suspense. The Storm Mage was well balanced in every aspect, but precisely because of this balance, none of them stood out. After being stunned by the Retribution Paladin's hammer, the suspense was completely lost. In the second 2-on-2 match, the Holy Mage Academy sent out Fire Mages and Disciplined Priests, while the Heavenly Observation Academy sent out Berserkers and Combat Assassins. The two members of the Chopper team ultimately secured victory by focusing their fire on the Fire Mage. It was with this victory that the score between the two teams reached 2-2. The final victory would be decided in the thrilling 5-on-5 round. The 5-on-5 round was the most exciting part of the team competition. However, a 5-on-5 team match was different from a battlefield. It was a free-for-all. If health reached 0, the opponent was eliminated. The team whose members remained standing until the end would win. In the football field-sized duel arena, a fierce battle was about to ignite. The Holy Law Academy's second team launched the attack, their range advantage allowing them to strike first. The 5 members of the Guantian Academy were no pushovers either, all sprinting at full speed. The Armored Warrior and the Disciplinary Paladin stood at the front, trying their best to help their teammates absorb the damage. The Combat Assassin went invisible, preparing for a sneak attack. By the time the 5 Guantian Academy members reached the mages, their health had already been reduced by half. The Berserker had even lost more than half. As they charged forward, the Battle Assassin appeared. Thankfully, the opposing mage was prepared. The Storm Mage had deliberately saved a control skill for him, and with a gust of wind, he blew the Battle Assassin away. The Ice Mage's control skills were all on cooldown, and they could only retreat under the damage. The Disciplined Priest frantically stood back, healing his companions. The mages and heavy armored warriors all moved forward, solely to protect the Disciplined Priest. After a fierce struggle, the 5 members of the Holy School of Mage, leveraging their damage advantage, finally secured a hard-fought victory. Their extreme fighting was truly impressive. They fought and retreated at the same time. Even the heavy armored warriors coordinated their retreat with the mages. Furthermore, under the control of the 2 mages, the sniper team was in great difficulty. In the end, only the Disciplined Priest and the Storm Mage remained victorious. Aiken was overjoyed at the outcome. See? The Storm Mage held on to the end. Brother Chun, the Storm Mage is still very powerful. He seized the opportunity to show off. Indeed, it's impressive. The fastest runner in the arena. Wang Chun nodded. Ha ha. Indeed, they were really fast at escaping. They and the Disciplined Priest at the rear held on to the end. Qin Hongyan laughed heartily. Aiken scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, the Storm Mage has a wind attribute bonus and moves very fast. Alright. Get ready. It's your turn. Wang Chun patted Aiken on the shoulder as an encouragement. Although the Storm Mage has some shortcomings, overall it's still quite good. Okay. I definitely vindicate the Storm Mage. Aiken suddenly felt confident. He knew Wang Chun's teasing was just a joke. Brother Chun, how do we arrange our appearance order? We need to give them the list first, Qin Hongyan asked. Ahem. Shouldn't you ask me? I'm your instructor, Jing Jiayu said with dissatisfaction. Well, Teacher Jing, how do we arrange it then? Qin Hongyan scratched the back of her head awkwardly. She really couldn't forget about this instructor. Just arrange it any way you want. We have the level advantage anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? Jing Jiayu immediately beamed with excitement. Everyone was speechless. So casual? All 5 team members looked at Wang Chun for help. This competition was a competition they couldn't afford to lose. Even with a level advantage, they couldn't afford to take it lightly. As long as the 2-on-2 pairings aren't too outrageous, there's no problem. In a 1-on-1, you have to figure it out on your own. No one knows who the opponent will be. It doesn't matter if it's a 1-on-1, even if we both lose. We can just fight back in a 5-on-5. Wang Chun thought for a moment and said, Okay. Then Sister Shui, you take care of the arranging. Sister Shui, you take care of it. Qin Hongyan and Aiken quickly passed the task to Murong Shui. Among the 5 of them, Murong Shui was undoubtedly the strongest. Okay. I give it a try. If anything seems off, let me know. Murong Shui nodded, speaking cautiously. Taking the pen and list from Qin Hongyan, she began to ponder. At the same time, she glanced at the people from Wushuang Academy not far away. She sorted the players based on their levels and professions. The order of players was quickly written down. The first one-on-one match was played by Aiken. The second 2-on-2 match was played by Pu Bai and Murong Shui. The third one-on-one match was played by Murong Shui. The fourth 2-on-2 match was played by Aiken and Qin Hongyan. However, Lu Xiao was not allowed to participate in either the 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 rounds. Murong Shui still didn't quite understand the advantages of a tamer. Of course, Lu Xiao's pet wasn't high enough at the moment, so it was perfectly normal not to let him participate in a 1-on-2 fight. But the person most dissatisfied with this order was Qin Hongyan. Why don't you let me participate in the 1-on-1 duel, Sister Shui? Brother Chen said the Storm Mage class is useless, and you let him go first in the 1-on-2 duel. Qin Hongyan complained. Aiken immediately complained. When did Brother Chen say the Storm Mage was useless? I'm very strong. Murong Shui scoffed. Hongyan, why are you so excited? Doesn't he want to prove himself? Let him do it. We just wait and see him humiliated. With the 4 of us here, it doesn't matter if he loses. It was as if she was teasing Aiken. However, Aiken said firmly, I must vindicate the Storm Mage. I will win the duel. Do you dare to make a bet? Murong Shui thought for a moment and asked, what do you want to bet on? 5,000 points. Do you two dare? Aiken made the number 5 with his fingers. Okay. Okay. I bet you. If you win, I treat you to a nice meal. Murong Shui readily agreed. Winning or losing was indifferent to her. 5,000 points, I bet too. Qin Hongyan chimed in. Jing Jiayu looked at Wang Chen and asked, shall we make a bet? You bet on Aiken to win, and I bet on him to lose? Wang Chen was slightly surprised. Even Jing Jiayu was so pessimistic about Aiken. Actually, the Storm Mage is still a pretty good class. Okay. I bet on Aiken to win. If you lose, you be responsible for cleaning my dorm. If I lose, I take you on 5 dungeon runs. Wang Chen smiled and nodded. Chapter 231. Such a bet wasn't excessive. Between cleaning the house and clearing 5 dungeons, the experience gained from clearing 5 dungeons was definitely more cost-effective. Jing Jiayu was stunned for a moment, then said with a look of dissatisfaction, after all, I'm only a level 41 professional. Why do I need you to guide me? But it's just cleaning the house. Even if I lose, I haven't lost anything. Wang Chen smiled. Then when I level up, you won't need me to guide you either? And what do you mean by not losing anything? Teacher Jing is a young lady after all. Can she really clean the house and do housework? Jing Jiayu thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Wang Chen's damage output was enough to clear dungeons above his level, and his current combat power was enough to clear all dungeons below level 40 solo. If he leveled up a few more, wouldn't he be able to clear dungeons above level 40? Luckily, most dungeons have level limits. Otherwise, he would have to clear dungeons between levels 40 and 50 as well. Let's make a bet. Even if I can't clean up, I still have those students. Jing Jiayu said bluntly, pouting. In other words, even if she loses, it's not her job. The students under her are often her laborers anyway. Wang Chen felt truly sorry for these students. But as long as someone cleans up, it's fine. Who does it doesn't matter. Wang Chen is busy every day and doesn't have time to deal with such matters. I just need someone to help me clean up. Sure. Aiken, you better do your best. I've invested a lot of money, Wang Chen said with a smile. Aiken pouted. That's a huge loss? But he still said gratefully, okay. I do my best. I have to live up to Brother Chen's trust in me. That's good to know. If I lose, you have to clean up my dorm. Wang Chen continued. Aiken was stunned. There was actually a penalty for losing. Don't worry. I won't lose. Then he spoke confidently. If you win and I lose, you have to clean up for me. Jing Jiayu added. This completely confused Aiken. So, win or lose, he was responsible for cleaning up Wang Chen's dorm. Before he could say anything, a teacher reminded him it was time to go into the match. This time, he was facing the other team Shadow Assassin. Brother Chen, any suggestions for beating him? Aiken asked quietly. For now, only Wang Chen was optimistic about him. As for advice, Shadow Assassins are different from Combat Assassins. Combat Assassins have strong control, while Shadow Assassins excel in stealth and burst. Burst, of course. but his control is weak. You can use your speed advantage to kite him. Wang Chen thought for a moment and said. Wang Chen was quite familiar with shadow assassins. Luo Xia was a shadow assassin. This class has strong burst and excellent stealth, but in a one-on-one duel, stealth is essentially useless. No matter how good your stealth is, the enemy can't see you. Kite? Aiken was stunned. What kind of term was that? However, hanging out with Wang Chen did teach him a lot of new things. It's about running and fighting. Once you're at a distance, use your skills. If you're not, just keep running. Anyway, you're fast, and that advantage can be used both for escaping and attacking, Wang Chen explained. Oh. I see. I see. Thanks, Brother Chen. Aiken suddenly understood. The Storm Mage's greatest strength isn't burst or control, but speed. Only by following Wang Chen's instructions and kiting the enemy can one maximize their speed advantage. After Wang Chen's guidance, Aiken's confidence grew. Soon, both competitors arrived at the duel arena, and the battle was about to begin. After both sides were ready, they immediately began fighting. In this battle, both players were level 20 professionals, both of whom were rare. Although they were newcomers, the rarity of their professions fueled the audience's anticipation, eager to witness the skills and strengths and weaknesses of these two classes. From the outset, the Shadow Assassin entered stealth mode. The time it took to enter stealth mode was much faster than that of Qin Hongyan, the combat assassin. Seeing this, Aiken sensed the opponent's pace, trying to gauge when he would appear near him. After 3 seconds, he unleashed a whirlwind around him. He then paced back and forth around the whirlwind. He strained his hearing, sensing changes in nearby sounds. He hoped to determine the opponent's position through sound. But the Shadow Assassin was so experienced, and his professional stealth abilities were so strong, he couldn't hear a single sound. Although Aiken was wary of sneak attacks, his efforts were in vain. Just as he was trying to locate the opponent, the Shadow Assassin suddenly appeared behind him. With one dagger strike, Aiken instantly slashed through nearly a fifth of his health. Then he used a crippling skill on Aiken, severely slowing his movement speed. Taking advantage of the slowdown, he combined a few basic attacks with his skills. He instantly slashed away nearly half of Aiken's health. While enduring the enemy's damage, Aiken continuously charged up his Hurricane, a crowd-controlling skill. After enduring so much damage, he finally unleashed his skill. The Shadow Assassin was swept into the air by the Hurricane, unable to move. Aiken quickly retreated, and as he retreated, the damage effect finally wore off, returning him to normal speed. Then Aiken applied a wind buff to himself, increasing his movement speed even further. He felt as if he were suddenly enveloped in wind. After gaining distance, he began unleashing various wind-based skills. After the Shadow Assassin released the crowd control, the distance between them was nearly 100 meters, forcing him to desperately chase. Because of Aiken's constant stream of skills, the Shadow Assassin had no time to re-enter his invisibility mode. Aiken ran, unleashing skills at the same time. His speed was more than twice that of his opponent. Although his damage wasn't as explosive, it still tortured the Shadow Assassin to the point of exhaustion. He couldn't catch up, and could only passively take the beating. Even though the Storm Mage stopped and started, he was still faster than him. Moreover, Aiken was running all around the entire arena. The Shadow Assassin was tortured to death by Aiken, his health almost reaching the bottom. Aiken understood the essence of Wang Chen's words. Even if the damage was low, it didn't matter, but the distance between them must be maintained. And so, in 5 minutes, he tortured the Shadow Assassin to the point of exhaustion, and Aiken finally won. Aiken returned to the bench, his face filled with excitement. Brother Chen, I finally vindicated the Storm Mage. So, there's this way to play the Storm Mage. It's so exciting. For the first time, he experienced the thrill of playing the Storm Mage. Chapter 232. You're so shameless. You're wearing them down to death. Murong Shui couldn't help but exclaim. This style of fighting is enough to get you killed. The enemy can hit you, but you can't even touch them. If you can't achieve an instant kill, you're just at their mercy. If you want to win, you can only rely on the opponent's mistakes. But in such a tense one-on-one situation, how could there be any mistakes? How am I being shameless? I'm not cheating, and I'm not breaking the rules. Besides, there are basically no rules in a one-on-one fight. Aiken said unconvinced. Ha. You're really shameless. That Shadow Assassin must be cursing you 1,000 times in his heart. If it were me, I'd be so angry I'd vomit blood. Qin Hongyan laughed. No one else could handle the feeling of being tossed around like a kite. It's truly infuriating. Hey! Actually, this is called leveraging your strengths. How else can you fight? You can't just go into melee combat with an assassin. Jing Jiayu sighed. That's nothing to go overboard with. Mages against melee classes have to run and unleash their skills. As a teacher, Jing Jiayu was well versed in the strengths and weaknesses of each class. That's right, don't laugh at me, Aiken. When you face an assassin, if you can, just stand there and fight him. Wang Chen looked at Murong Shui and said. Murong Shui curled her lips. I'm not stupid. How could I possibly fight an assassin in melee combat? Alright. The next round is about to start. Let's figure out how to fight. Wang Chen waved his hand, and victory in the first round was secured. The rest of the match still depended on their performance. In terms of strength, Murong Shui's side was slightly stronger, but they still needed to be cautious. Then, they learned the opposing team's lineup, a fire mage and a holy priest, both level 20 professionals. On this side, Pu Bai and Murong Shui formed a dual mage duo. Brother Chen, you've already given Brother Chen some advice, so why not offer us some too? Pu Bai asked hopefully. Murong Shui, with a proud expression on her face, didn't say anything, but she pricked up her ears, waiting for Wang Chen to offer some advice. It's simple. Control the priest, kill the mage. You all have control skills, and your control chain is very strong, which can prevent the priest from using many skills. And concentrate all your firepower on the fire mage. The fire mage has high damage, but no matter how high it is, it can't be as high as the two of you. But it's important to ensure that the control of the priest is well connected, and try to prevent her from using any skills. The combined control skills of the two of you can control her for at least 10 seconds. 10 seconds of damage exchange is enough to kill the fire mage. Wang Chen said solemnly, holding his chin. Murong Shui's eyes lit up at this. She was a little confused at first. She didn't know where to start. Don't worry about it. Your combination can basically defeat any opponent's combination. Wang Chen added. Both mages have powerful control skills, and the elemental mage's damage is not low. This combination is basically invincible in a 2-on-2 situation. Hee hee. I will perform well. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Pu Bai was overjoyed. This was a sign of approval from a leader, and the pressure in her heart instantly disappeared. Follow my command. Fight well. If we lose, it would be a disgrace. Murong Shui looked at Pu Bai and said seriously. She was aware of the strength of this team, but it was better to be safe than sorry. If they really lost, it would be more than just humiliating. She was afraid she would feel ashamed the moment she saw Wang Chen. Even though she wasn't a talkative person, she took on the leadership role. Yes, Sister Shui. I will cooperate with you throughout. Pu Bai replied seriously. The two exchanged skills. Soon, both sides arrived at the duel arena. At the teacher's command, the match officially began. Since there were no stealth classes, the two sides engaged in a head-on exchange. Even the holy priest took the lead, applying a damaging skill that continuously damaged Murong Shui. The opponent also had its own strategy, to instantly eliminate the elemental mage. The holy priest coordinated with the magic and fire elements, replenishing their damage whenever possible, and immediately restoring the fire mage's health if he lost. According to Wang Chen's advice, Murong Shui first unleashed a skill similar to the ice mage's, Thrust Bolt. This instantly pinned the holy priest to the spot. Afterward, she bombarded the fire mage with fireballs. The two engaged in a fierce fireball battle. Pu Bai assisted Murong Shui in frantically attacking the opposing fire mage. For a moment, the two sides engaged in a dazzling display of devastating combat. Fireballs, ice bolts, even wind elemental and arcane skills, bombarded each other relentlessly. The fire mage's damage was terrifying. With just a few skills, Murong Shui's health was significantly reduced. While Murong Shui and Pu Bai were engaging the fire mage, they were also constantly using their control skills on the holy priest. The holy priest was either frozen or blown away by the gusts of wind. He was completely unable to use any skills. And no matter how terrifying the fire mage's damage was, it couldn't withstand the combined attacks of the ice mage and elemental mage. When Murong Shui's health reached its lowest point, he was completely depleted, and defensive talismans appeared around him. This immediately declared his defeat, and he was teleported off the field. The only remaining holy priest was finally able to move. But what good was it? His damage output was completely negligible. The lowly mage Murong Shui cast 2 skills and retreated. A fierce tug-of-war ensued. The holy mage healed herself while trying to pursue Murong Shui. But she still had to withstand the damage and control from the ice mage. She couldn't touch Murong Shui at all. When she was controlled by the ice mage, Murong Shui turned around and unleashed 2 skills. After breaking free, Murong Shui took off without a backward glance. Murong Shui's health was nearly depleted, and if she had truly endured the Holy Mage's damaging abilities, she wouldn't have been able to withstand them. With such low health, even the slightest touch would have eliminated her instantly. Thankfully, she had mastered the art of tackling. She and Pu Bai worked together quite well. Although the Holy Mage could constantly replenish his health, she couldn't touch Murong Shui, nor could she damage Pu Bai, the Ice Mage. She was completely toyed with by the two. After another 2 minutes, the Holy Mage could no longer endure the torture. With her health almost depleted, she abandoned her attack and surrendered. Unbearable humiliation. Oh my god! You're really good at tackling. After Murong Shui and Pu Bai returned, Aiken couldn't help but exclaim. Their battle with Aiken astonished the students in the audience. So, professional combat can be played this way. It's all about coordination and brainpower. It was like teaching them a lesson. Chapter 233. Principal Nia Hongba, sitting on the dais, gasped upon witnessing this scene. He sighed with deep emotion. The students this kid has trained are all so formidable. Their combat IQ is incredible. In reality, the combat power of both sides was roughly comparable. Murong Shui's class had a slight advantage at best. But this slight advantage wasn't enough to secure victory. In fact, with the opponent possessing a holy priest, victory would have been difficult. The holy priest's healing capacity was impressive, especially in a short period of time. The downside was that the sustained healing wasn't ideal, and their mana pool was limited. However, precisely because of her class's advantages, she countered high-burst classes. As long as she didn't instantly kill her comrades, she could quickly heal them back. Old Nia, you have to thank me dearly. Bringing Wang Qin to your school has not only made him powerful, but he's also taught your students a lesson. Old Zhong, sitting next to Nia Hongba, said with a look of satisfaction. Ah! Running and fighting at the same time. They're so good at it. If the strength difference was similar, the melee classes would be completely outmatched by those mages. Nia Hongba sighed. You have to calculate the casting time and understand the range card. It looks easy, but in practice, it's not that easy. Besides, some melee classes are also very fast, and mages with insufficient control are powerless against them. Zhong Lao analyzed. Yes. But honestly, this rookie tryout was really eye-opening. Even for us seasoned warriors, this kind of tactic is new to us. Wang Qin is truly a genius, Elder Zhong. You could really find a way to capture him, and bring him to your military district to command battles and such. He's not only incredibly powerful, but his tactical prowess is also top-notch. Nia Hongba continued. You think I don't want to? That kid is very smart. He won't say he's dead, and he won't agree. In one word, he just drag it out. Well, we just have to wait, and see after he's been at your school for a while. I guess there's still much for him to learn and room for growth, Elder Zhong said helplessly. But he could also understand Wang Qin's choice. After all, Wang Qin had only been at Huaqing Academy for a short time. How could he be heading off to the military district to fight and kill so soon? This kid, even though he might seem a bit jumpy in dungeons and battlefields, he's actually very steady in his dealings. Nia Hongboy nodded. Then, his eyes fixed on Wang Chun and Jing Jiayu, he continued, by the way, I heard he's very close to teacher Jing Jiayu now, and it seems like Jing Jiayu has some feelings for Wang Qin. Old Zhong was stunned, but quickly figured out what he meant and asked knowingly. It means he's attracted to her. Nia Hongba said unhappily. That's perfectly normal. This kid has excellent skills and character, and he's handsome. It's not surprising that a teacher likes him. Besides, Jing Jiayu isn't that old. But I heard she's been engaged since she was a child. If that's the case, I'm afraid there's trouble. Old Zhong's brows suddenly furrowed. This seems to be true. This kid, the Murong family's daughter, is interested in him. The Luo family's daughter is too, and now even the Jing family has started to act. Nia Hongba sighed deeply. And then, there's the Chu family. Now it depends on which of them can capture this kid's heart first. Old Zhong laughed. I don't care about his personal affairs. I just hope he can help our school win the international rookie team competition. This international competition is being given special attention, and the rewards are particularly generous. I suspect it's related to the recent international situation. Several countries have been acting rashly lately, restless and dishonest. We must use this international competition to warn them. This is the only international competition in the last 2 months. Nia Hongba began to analyze. Don't worry. I believe this kid. He can even solo a level 30+ dungeon. He's a complete pervert, not a freshman at all. Old Zhong said sarcastically. As Old Zhong and Ye Hongbao chatted, the competition continued, entering the next one-on-one round. In this one-on-one round, Murong Shui faced the opposing exorcist. This class cultivates both physical and magical skills. They can use various demon-breaking talismans to control and injure enemies. Their weapons are usually scythes or battle axes, and their physical damage relies on swinging. Murong Shui frowned when she realized her opponent. She had never seen this class before. She had only read about it in books. This class, cultivating both physical and magical skills, seems quite powerful. The books say that powerful exorcists can use spells and summon monsters to keep people under control, then attack with their weapons. But the books don't mention any drawbacks or how to overcome them. Murong Shui frowned. She unconsciously glanced at Wang Chen, wanting to ask for advice, but was too embarrassed to speak out. How could Wang Chen not understand her? He smiled and said, "If he doesn't control you, will he still have any damage? Can he do anything to you? His class is very powerful. Tank-like, with high damage and strong control. But he's also very clumsy and foolish. As for how to fight him, you should be able to guess. Having come to this point, if there's no way to defeat the exorcist, then just bang your head against a wall and die." Murong Shui thought for a moment and said, "Keep running and fighting? Kite him? Smart, that's the only way." Wang Chen nodded. "I think defeating this exorcist is pretty easy." "No suspense," Chen said confidently. "Once you're controlled by him, you won't say that. Remember one thing, never let him control you. Once you're controlled by him, you're practically defeated," Wang Chen said solemnly. Murong Shui nodded solemnly. Even Aiken had won the duel, and being a strong-willed woman, she took this duel very seriously. She could accept not being able to surpass Wang Chen, but she couldn't accept being outperformed by other newcomers. "Keep going, Sister Shui." Qin Hongyan walked over to offer encouragement. The two of them were close, so Qin Hongyan was particularly concerned about Murong Shui. "Yes." Murong Shui nodded, then strode towards the duel. The opposing exorcist was already in position. As the strongest and most powerful member of the team, the exorcist was brimming with confidence. "Elemental Mage, a rare class. I heard it's quite powerful. However, I'm also a rare class. I advise you to surrender. I don't like bullying women," the exorcist said loudly. "Humph. There's no distinction between men and women on the battlefield. You want me to surrender? Do you think exorcists are invincible?" Murong Shui snorted, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Chapter 234. She had always been strong-willed, so she had never faced such a provocation. Instantly, her fighting spirit ignited. "I'm certainly not invincible, but among the newcomers, aside from Wang Chen, I'm unbeatable," the exorcist said calmly. "Then let me see your true strength," Murong Shui said coldly. As he spoke, he retreated, rubbing his hands together, preparing to cast a spell. The battle officially began. The exorcist naturally understood that Murong Shui was trying to distance herself from him. He pulled out a sickle, almost as tall as a man, and slashed it into the ground, granting himself a buff. Then, holding the sickle, he quickly rushed towards Murong Shui. He was only halfway through when Murong Shui's ice arrows ran out, freezing him in place. He then continued to retreat, rubbing his other skill, arcane missiles. This skill cast incredibly quickly. In less than half a second, 5 purple missiles launched towards the exorcist. Although his health was low, the exorcist's tankiness was limited to that of a tank class. He could still see his health drop. After unleashing the skill, he retreated without hesitation. After gaining distance, he activated his skill again. The exorcist had now broken free from the freezing grip. Through gritted teeth he roared, "I didn't expect elemental mages to be as annoying as ice mages. I wonder how many skills you have." Then he swung his scythe in place, creating a powerful gust of wind, his movement speed noticeably increasing. As he ran, he began a 36-degree spin, like a windmill. His speed increased as he sprinted towards Murong Shui. Murong Shui's eyes narrowed at this. What kind of skill was this? How could he move so fast? However, Murong Shui firmly believed that this was the exorcist's only skill for surviving. She rubbed her hands together again, unleashing another skill. It was the wind elemental skill, Wind Fury. Just as the exorcist was about to catch up, a small tornado appeared in front of him. It swept the exorcist into the air. The exorcist, unable to stop his skill release, could only spin in midair. "Damn! Why is there a wind elemental skill?" the exorcist cursed. "An elemental mage must be able to cast spells from multiple elements," Murong Shui said as she rubbed the fireball. After rubbing the fireball, she broke into a run again. When the exorcist landed, he had already been hit by 3 or 4 of Murong Shue's skills. The difference in their health was widening. She had tortured him to the point of sapping a third of his health. Murong Shue gasped. If she hadn't had her crowd control skills at hand, the Exorcist would have caught up. Just as the Exorcist's skills went on cooldown, Murong Shue's ice arrows were back on cooldown, frozen him in place once again. The Exorcist gnashed his teeth in frustration. He simply couldn't catch up to Murong Shue. Furthermore, Murong Shue's movement speed wasn't fast enough, but she possessed multiple crowd control skills, and her duration was second only to that of an ice mage. Furious, he waited until the crowd control was lifted, waved his hands, and summoned a sinister hound, the Hellhound. Bite her! The Exorcist roared. This was his only summon, and it had a limited duration. If it didn't work, he'd have to wait for the 3-minute cooldown. He hadn't imagined being pushed to this point by an elemental mage. Sure enough, there's a summon. But aside from being controllable, this dog is a bit fragile. Murong Shue knew the Exorcist had this skill. However, this Hellhound needed to be controlled by the Exorcist, who then dealt damage to it. Relying on just one Hellhound to deal with him was impossible. This Hellhound didn't have much damage, and it was also very fragile. Murong Shue directly used her damage skills on the Hellhound, then retreated even after using them. Sure enough, with just 3 damage skills, the Hellhound was killed. None of the Exorcist's advantages were utilized. And so, he was completely controlled and damaged, completely unable to do anything to the elemental mage. Unable to catch up, it was so frustrating. Finally, after 3 minutes of fighting, with most of Murong Shue's mana gone, he finally won. Even after being defeated, the Exorcist still looked defiant. If you're brave enough, confront me head on like a man, will you? Murong Shue laughed. Sorry, I'm not a man. I don't need to act like one. You, on the other hand, could use some more brains. You? Humph. Wait until it's 5-on-5, and I tell you I get back at you. Then, I see where you and that storm mage can run. The aggrieved Exorcist said coldly. Whether he won or lost this match, he wanted to vent his anger. Losing was truly humiliating. From beginning to end, he never even touched his opponent. Ha ha. You're no match for me in a one-on-one fight, but you be in a group fight? Murong Shue asked back with a smile. The Exorcist clenched his fists, turned, and left the arena, unable to bear the humiliation. And Murong Shue returned to the waiting area. Senior, it's fine. This Exorcist is furious. I feel for him. Qin Hongyan stepped forward and said. As a melee damage-dealing class, she could truly feel the despair of being manipulated. It was so frustrating. I feel like these mages are the natural enemies of melee classes. Melee classes can't even beat them. Lu Xiao sighed. But if they encounter a melee class that's more agile than a mage, that's a different story. Wang Chen interrupted. There's no such thing as an invincible class. It's just a matter of class opposition. Yes. Besides, our current opponents are relatively easy to deal with. If we were to face a more powerful class, who knows what would happen? Besides, there are always people above you. There's a ceiling, but we're still a long way from that. Aiken nodded. Who's that ceiling? Murong Shue asked expectantly. Of course, it's Brother Chen. Who else but Brother Chen could be the ceiling? Aiken shrugged. The others nodded in agreement. Next, as long as we win, we secure victory. Qin Hongyan said. A 5-on-5 match wins are worth 3 points. Winning the first 4 games will determine the winner. This is our first match, and we can't lose any of them. Hongyan, you and Aiken must both play well. I take you seriously. Murong Shue instructed. It's not going to be easy. The opponent has an Exorcist and a Shadow Assassin, both melee. Hongyan is also a melee, so I can't pull her away even if I try. Aiken scratched his forehead, feeling a headache after seeing the opposing players. If I can't pull her away, I can only engage in melee. But the Exorcist class has control, damage, and is tanky. Chapter 235. Combined with the Shadow Assassin's high burst damage, it's truly terrifying. Wang Chen had no good solution. What else could he do besides melee combat? You couldn't just let the combat assassin run around with the storm mage. That scene would be ridiculous. You've been working together for a long time now. Now it's time to test your coordination. The matchup between these two duos is clearly a test of coordination, Wang Chen said. Both the storm mage and the combat assassin lack burst damage, but their sustained damage output is quite good. The storm mage has decent control, while the combat assassin has strong control. And the Exorcist and the Shadow Assassin both have excellent burst damage. The Exorcist also has tankiness and ample close-range control, making them a nightmare for other melee classes. This battle isn't completely hopeless. It all depends on whether Aiken and Qin Hongyan can come up with a plan. Aiken and Qin Hongyan discussed strategy on the side. This time, it was completely up to them to play their own game. Neither Wang Chen nor Jing Jiayu offered any suggestions. After a brief discussion, the battle quickly began. This time, the exorcist was pent up, eager to vent his frustration at being pranked. From the outset, Aiken and Qin Hongyan ignored the shadow assassin. After Qin Hongyan entered stealth mode, Aiken rushed directly towards the exorcist. Before the shadow assassin could reveal himself, Aiken used a whirlwind to pin the exorcist to his spot. Then, Qin Hongyan took small, slow steps backward. She ignored the exorcist, yet feigned to continue the attack. She waited until the shadow assassin appeared, then retreated without stopping. Qin Hongyan's stun skill had a long hold time, keeping the exorcist in a state of control for over 10 seconds as long as no one touched him. Then, their target was the same, the now appearing shadow assassin. They had been waiting for the shadow assassin to appear, only then could they control the exorcist. Otherwise, the shadow assassin would have a chance to wake the exorcist. But once he appeared, they could focus their fire on him, leaving him no chance to escape. Aiken used his remaining control skills to hold the shadow assassin in place, casting spells while retreating. Qin Hongyan, on the other hand, ran desperately, heading straight for the shadow assassin. Attacked from both sides, both possessing control skills, the exorcist was reduced to a sliver of health before he could recover from the stun skill. The shadow assassin only managed to catch up with Aiken, slashing away nearly a third of his health. But how could he defeat the combined power of these two? Coupled with their control skills, there was no way he could outmaneuver two. It was a truly humiliating death. But even more humiliating was the exorcist. He watched helplessly as his comrades were defeated, powerless to do anything. Despite his resistance, he remained controlled for over 10 seconds. Furious, he finally broke free and stormed towards Aiken and Qin Hongyan. But the combined power of the two, one at a distance, the other close, both possessing control skills, was no match for them. The exorcist was completely manipulated, helpless. Even though he tried his best, using spells and weapons, he was no match for them. In just half a minute, the exorcist was utterly defeated. Losing this round, he was practically livid. He'd been toyed with in countless ways, unable to fully display his true strength. First, he was kite-fed, then controlled in various ways. But the outcome was already decided, and he couldn't get angry. He could only strive to crush the 5 opponents in the final round and vent his anger. TSK. Not bad, huh? Returning to the bench, Qin Hongyan smiled triumphantly. Seeing these mages toy with the opponents, as a melee class, she was the easiest target for a breakthrough. Thankfully, she and Aiken had a good strategy, leveraging their control skills to crush the opponents. That's quite good. From now on, it's up to the 5 of us to work together. Merong Shui smiled. She had great confidence in her friend. Yes. If we're going to win, we have to win perfectly. Even if it's 5 on 5, we have to win. Qin Hongyan nodded. They also had immense confidence in the upcoming matches. Then, the 5 of them clapped their hands in unison, encouraging each other. Before the match, they had already practiced teamwork extensively, and were well prepared. In the upcoming matches, they simply needed to give it their all. Wang Chen didn't offer any advice. Winning was winning, and losing would be just another test. In any case, victory was already secured. Soon, both sides were ready, and the battle began. The 5 players on each side formed their formations. The opposing berserker and exorcist stood at the front, the shadow assassin to one side, and the mage and priest at the back. On Merong Shui's side, all 5 of them stood in a row, even Lu Zhao's pet. From the start, the exorcist and berserker charged forward like crazy. Shadow assassin, after cloaking, followed them. The fire mage began to directly attack. On Merong Shui's side, following Aiken's glance, she immediately launched an attack. With more ranged classes, they had a certain advantage in the initiative. Combat assassin Qin Hongyan went invisible, and began to control the exorcist again as planned. This was Aiken's tactic: control the exorcist first, then the shadow assassin, leaving the berserker alone, and then focusing on the fire mage. All 5 followed Aiken's strategy exactly. However, the opponent was also clever, and had learned the combat assassin's stun skill. Thus, the berserker stayed by his side to prevent him from being stunned. If he was stunned, he would immediately hit him to break the stun. The battle raged on. The first wave of ranged attacks collided. On Merong Shui's side, 3 mages and the beast tamer converged on the fire mage. At the same time, the beast tamer's pet white tiger charged directly at the opposing berserker. 3 mages faced 1, and with the beast tamer's bow and arrows, a dazzling display of spells could be seen in the air. Combat assassin Qin Hongyan also appeared in front of the opposing exorcist and, following the plan, struck him with a club. But the berserker woke the exorcist immediately. "Damn it! I knew you were going to pull that trick." The exorcist raged. Qin Hongyan was stunned. They actually knew how to break it. She thought quickly of how to break it. But the exorcist's scythe was about to fly over, and a talisman appeared in one of his hands. If she fell under the spell, she would be doomed. Chapter 236. In a panic, a streak of green liquid appeared on the blade of the one-handed sword in her hand. With a swift strike, the exorcist, who had just finished speaking, was once again frozen in place. This time, the control over the exorcist was unbreakable, though the duration was much shorter than a stun. The berserker beside her was momentarily bewildered, perhaps due to his low level and lack of confidence. Faced with such an unexpected situation, he didn't know what to do. In a panic, Qin Hongyan engaged the berserker in a fierce battle. Qin Hongyan didn't intend to fight the berserker, but mainly wanted to keep an eye on the exorcist. If the exorcist broke free of the control, she would need to replenish it. Once all the control skills were on cooldown, she could withdraw. But now, with nothing else to do, she might as well engage the berserker. At the same time, as the two sides exchanged blows from a distance, the shadow assassin appeared in front of Murong Shui. Little did they know, Murong Shui had been holding back her control skills, waiting for the shadow assassin to appear. She immediately pinned the shadow assassin to the spot. Thus, Murong Shui's team directed all their control at the exorcist and shadow assassin. The damage was directed at the opposing fire mage. Even Lu Zhao's pet helped control the exorcist. The fire mage's health quickly ran low, and despite their holy priest's frantic healing, it was still insufficient. After all, he was bearing the combined fire of 3.5 people. The tamer's own damage wasn't high, so it wasn't too much of a stretch to consider him half a person. By the time the exorcist had broken free from all the combat assassin's control, his fire mage had already been eliminated. Furious, he charged forward, intent on rushing over to the 3 mages and unleashing furious attacks. 2 of the mages were stunningly beautiful, and the other, though a man, was also a rather handsome young man. But even these 3 mages began to control him. No longer did he need the combat assassin to help control him. 1. Murong Shui shouted, first using Ice Arrow to pin him in place. 2. Just as the exorcist was about to move, Aiken shouted, using Whirlwind to control him again. 3. Pu Bai took over Aiken's control, rendering the exorcist unable to control him. The 3 of them, following a specific sequence, controlled each other repeatedly. All their attacks were directed at the shadow assassin. Lu Zhao continued to assist with the attacks, occasionally commanding his pet to control the shadow assassin. Although the shadow assassin was a bit more tanky than the mage, he still couldn't withstand the combined fire of 5 people. Even Qin Hongyan turned and attacked the shadow assassin. With just 2 rounds of skills, a combination of melee attacks and bow fire, she dispatched the shadow assassin. Then she switched her target to the holy priest. Despite the berserker's frantic help against Qin Hongyan, the 2 sides' damage output was completely disproportionate. After all, the opponent's strongest mage had been eliminated. When the exorcist was able to move, he discovered that all his companions were gone. From the entire battle to the end, he hadn't dealt a single blow. He was completely controlled. Puff! The exorcist spat out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't being beaten, but rather being enraged. His rage was overwhelming, and he couldn't bear the humiliation. But no matter how he reacted, it wouldn't change the outcome. The teacher in charge of judging announced the result directly. A complete victory, no suspense at all. After Aiken and the other 4 returned to their bench, Aiken jumped for joy. Wang Chen rolled his eyes at him, then calmed down. It's just a victory. There's nothing to get excited about. Our goal is the final victory. Right now, it's just the first step. Jing Jiayu reminded him. Murong Shui smiled, that's right. Easy wins should be our norm. There's nothing to be excited about. But after the game is over, I treat you to dinner. We still had to celebrate. Go ahead. You're teacher Jing, and I have things to do. Wang Chen waved his hand. He didn't have time to eat with them. Time was already tight. Wang Chen, this is our first win, and the first time we've all gathered here. You can leave after dinner, okay? Murong Shui urged. This time, she was planning to spend the big bucks on a feast for everyone. So they didn't want to miss the ski roll. Even though the ski roll didn't play. Brother Chun, I've been so generous, please do me a favor. Aiken pleaded. The other team members all looked at him expectantly. How about we go to the void front after dinner? Jing Jiayu sensed the enthusiasm and looked at Wang Chen. Okay. Wang Chen thought for a moment, then nodded. It would be a shame to spoil everyone's fun. While they were discussing the meal, the students present were buzzing with discussion about the battle. This team battle had broadened their horizons, allowing them to see many new strategies. They also gained a new understanding of one-on-one and two-on-two matchups. Damn, control classes are so powerful in 5-on-5 situations. With enough control, they can completely crush their opponents, even without recovery. This match was fantastic. The team organized by the Ares Academy has such a novel playstyle. It's truly eye-opening. Especially those mages. Casting spells while running, they're a nightmare for melee classes. I really want to know which melee class would dare challenge those mages. It seems like they're completely outmatched, so unstoppable. That's so shameless. The way mages play, they make melee classes sick to death. Look, that exorcist is so disgusted he's vomiting blood. Ha ha. I'm almost dying of laughter. That exorcist was so badly beaten. If it were me, I'd want to bang my head against a wall. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Even Ye Hongbo praised him. These 5 little guys played beautifully. That kind of coordination is pretty good in your military district, isn't it? Old Joan pondered for a moment, then nodded. This was a fact, irrefutable. Those guys in the military district are still too rigid in their play. Did you record this match with the mapping orb? Old Joan asked. Are you going to use this match's material and show it to the people below? Ye Hongbo asked in surprise. Let them see how flexible their play is. Wang Chen is truly a master. It just so happens that the material from this match is perfect for small-scale skirmishes. Old Zhong nodded. Our school also plans to use this match as a teaching material, starting with the 2nd and 3rd graders. Extreme tackling, perfect coordination, clear thinking, even we have something to learn from. Ye Hongbo exclaimed. Chapter 237. This was the affirmation from the president of the nation's top university. Even Elder Zhong couldn't refute it. Indeed, in the current world, neither the military nor individual professionals possess such excellent small-scale coordination capabilities. Of course, the military still performs quite well in large-scale battles. It's just that they lack coordination in small-scale group battles. Wang Chen's strategies are definitely worth learning from. Oh my! When will this kid come to our military region? I'm so anxious. Even Elder Zhong complained. Ha ha. Take your time. Ye Hongbo laughed. After a moment's thought, he added, I guess this kid is used to his freedom and doesn't want to be controlled. You need to find a good opportunity to offer him a good reward. Elder Zhong couldn't help but scratch his head. After a moment he said, what about a reward? I gave him a set of warlord's armor before, and now I'm being scolded by the higher-ups. I don't have that much power. Ye Hongbo laughed, then why rush? Just think of it as an investment. When Wang Chen wears this warlord's armor and wins first place in the World Freshman Competition, you have made a great contribution. Besides, if Wang Chen wins on the Void Front, he have already done you a great favor. Old Joan pondered for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, I hope he wins. He certainly did me a great favor. However, if you win the World Freshman Competition, it seems like you be the one who gets the most honor. Your Huaqing Academy hasn't taken first place in years, not even the national competition. These words pierced Ye Hongbo's heart. After taking a deep breath he said, I didn't take it seriously. Mainly, these past few years, all the freshmen have been focusing on leveling up dungeons. This year, the higher-ups have set a hard target, first place. I had the teachers in those academies force the freshmen to participate, and even give them generous rewards. I just can't believe that Dragon Country's top university can easily win such a competition. He was also simmering with anger. But due to the higher-ups' demands, they had to win the national and even world competitions. Then why don't you let Wang Chen participate in the national competition? Old Zhong asked in surprise. He's so strong, how could he participate? They clearly stated that Wang Chen is not allowed to participate in the national competition, but they can give him some rewards. I guess they want to use Wang Chen as a trump card, so they're keeping him out for now, Ye Hongbo analyzed. True. If he were to play, it would probably dampen the confidence of many of the country's outstanding newcomers. Why not just let him compete in the global competition? Let other newcomers take on the national stage, so they can get some experience. Old Zhong nodded. Yeah, that's right. This kid is too perverted. We can't make this stage his own. Otherwise, how will others enjoy it? Nie Honghua chimed in. Their opinions coincided. At this moment, Wang Chen and Jing Jiayu had already left the arena with their 5 teammates. There were 2 more matches to go, both in the afternoon. After they finished, they could take a lunch break. Murong Shui, having won her first match, was particularly excited. This time, she was going all out, hoping to bleed profusely. They even went to the cafeteria and requested a private room. Originally, these rooms were only open to teachers, but with Jing Jiayu's intervention, they were able to secure one. They ordered a table full of delicious dishes. And all of these delicacies, when consumed, have a chance to increase one's stats. You could say, within level 50, they were all top-tier ingredients. Brother Chen, this competition is all thanks to you. It was my first time competing, and I was incredibly nervous. Thankfully, you reminded me and encouraged me, otherwise. Aiken excitedly poured Wang Chen a glass of wine. Otherwise, my pants would have gotten wet, right? Qin Hongyan joked. Aiken rolled his eyes at Qin Hongyan and continued, otherwise, my performance would have been very poor. The Storm Mage class lacks burst damage and isn't particularly powerful in terms of control, but it does have a very fast movement speed. This requires the ability to calculate skill cooldowns, as well as movement speed and distance. It requires a very high level of skill. But if you're nervous, it's difficult to fully utilize this class's unique strengths. You played very well. Even without me, you can still win in a one-on-one duel. Wang Chen gave a positive assessment. Aiken was ranked top 5 in the province, so naturally he had his own strengths. Even among the freshmen at Huaqing Academy, he was one of the best. Wang Chen, how did I do? Murong Shui looked at Wang Chen with great interest. Her eyes were full of stars, as if she was expecting something. You're an elemental mage, a rare and powerful class. A good performance is normal, but if you're average, you be scolded. Wang Chen shrugged. At the same time, they picked up a piece of meat from an unknown animal. Holy crap. All 3 dimensions increased by 1. What a surprise. As soon as they heard Wang Chen's voice, they understood what was going on. They'd won a prize by eating delicious food. However, Murong Shui pouted, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. As if I'm using my profession to bully people. Isn't it? Wang Chen smiled. However, this world is inherently realistic, and one's profession determines the future of many people. It's a natural advantage, so to speak. Awakening a powerful profession means a lifetime of no bad luck. As for the upper limit, that depends on personal hard work and luck. Luck refers to opportunities, stats dropped during dungeons, and luck with equipment upgrades and enchantments. If you're lucky, you don't have to worry about equipment, level, or enchantments. You make it sound like I'm completely worthless. Murong Shui sighed deeply. Don't say that. I'm also a rare class. They say class awakening is closely tied to perseverance and character. Being able to awaken rare and hidden classes simply means we're naturally good, and that's why we've been blessed by heaven. Jing Jiayu counseled. As she spoke, Pu Bai and Lu Xiao both sighed. Because they were the only 2 in the room who didn't have rare or hidden classes. Don't be discouraged. Ordinary classes, if they develop well in the later stages, can also become outstanding, surpassing rare or hidden classes. Jing Jiayu didn't forget to encourage Pu Bai and Lu Xiao. As a teacher, she knew how to encourage her students. And without hurting their pride. That's right. In the later stages, ice mages can summon clouds of ice and snow, even destroying cities. They're incredibly powerful. Aiken quickly chimed in. Chapter 238. No matter which class reaches the late or extreme late stages, they undergo tremendous changes. However, the late and extreme late stage skills of mages are the most dazzling, and their area of effect damage is devastating. A mage can engulf a city in flames, an ice mage can blast it with icy force, and a storm mage can even whip up a tornado. No matter what class it is, it requires luck and hard work. Rare classes may be powerful in the early stages, but in the late stages, they may not be able to withstand the weight of more common classes. Wang Chen spoke. Listening to Wang Chen and Jing Jiayu's words, Pu Bai and Lu Xiao's confidence grew. They still needed to work hard. Pu Bai, the ice mage, could also excel in the late stages, while Lu Xiao wanted to tame a dragon as his own. Having a high-level dragon would greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. Cheers to our extreme late stages. Chen raised his glass and shouted. He was the most lively of the group, so naturally, the task of arranging the drinks fell to him. Great. Cheers to our upcoming championship in the rookie team competition. Lu Xiao stood up and spoke excitedly. This was his first time competing, and with Wang Chen as his coach, he was already incredibly excited. So, he was determined to win the championship. Cheers! Cheers! The others, on the other hand, remained calm. Aiken and Qin Hongyan had known Wang Chen for a long time, so they already had confidence in him. After a few drinks, Jing Jiayu looked at Wang Chen and got down to business. I've already asked that teammate to meet us at the teleportation formation this afternoon. However, we still need to be very careful when heading to the mutant goblin lair. I haven't even played this dungeon before, but I know it's extremely dangerous. I've heard from others that those seemingly harmless goblins are acting like crazy. Jing Jiayu said solemnly. Wang Chen nodded. He never took any dungeon lightly. Although Wang Chen had one chance to revive on the void front, Wang Chen didn't want to use it so easily. No matter what, he had to be extremely cautious. Mutant Goblin Lair, Brother Chen, are you going with Teacher Jing? Aiken asked in surprise. Wang Chen had asked Murong Shui about this dungeon before, but he had never imagined that he would be going with Jing Jiayu. Wang Chen nodded. Let's go to this dungeon to level up and complete some quests. This dungeon. I've heard of it. My brother almost died in it. I heard the monsters there are a lot of controllable. Even the minions have controllable methods. There are also 3 bosses, all of which are extremely difficult to deal with. One mini-boss can summon hundreds of goblins, making it incredibly difficult to defeat. The boss itself is incredibly powerful, and there are so many minions. It's terrifying just thinking about it. My brother almost died at the hands of that boss. Luckily, he ran away quickly and escaped the dungeon. Of the 5 of us in the team, 3 died in the end. Pu Bai said quickly upon hearing this. This clearly illustrates how terrifying this dungeon is. What level is your brother? What's his class? Aiken asked. Level 38, Berserker. Pu Bai replied. Level 38. And still able to escape? Your brother's lucky. Jing Jiayu couldn't help but exclaim. In her opinion, this dungeon required all 5 players to be level 40 to have a chance of clearing it. A player in their 30s, without any means of survival, would almost certainly die. Of course, Wang Chen was an exception. My brother told me he ran for his life, even using his berserk skill to increase his movement speed, just to get away. Pu Bai sighed. Other berserkers use berserk for damage, but your brother uses it to escape. That's pretty impressive. Aiken grumbled. Huh? It seems like you, a storm mage, can use your wind element to increase your escape speed. Didn't you do that today? Qin Hongyan also laughed and grumbled. This helped Pu Bai regain some face. Pu Bai wasn't that familiar with everyone to begin with, so he needed to experience the team's warm side. TSK. Yeah, Aiken really ran pretty fast today, really pissing off that exorcist. Murong Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Actually, Aiken's running was for damage, which is pretty good. But I believe that when faced with danger in a dungeon, he'd also run for his life at full speed. Lu Xiao said with a smile. When it comes to that kind of situation, you're talking as if you're different, right? In that situation, what's it called? Everyone runs for their lives when disaster strikes. Everyone has to run for their lives. Aiken said unconvinced. How did he become the target of ridicule? But escaping from a crushing defeat in this dungeon is truly remarkable. Jing Jiayu chuckled, then said with a smile. Teacher, this time Wang Chen goes with you on this dungeon, you must remember one thing. Aiken looked at Jing Jiayu and said. He quickly changed the subject. To avoid embarrassing himself. What's that? Jing Jiayu asked. Just remember how Brother Chen fought. Record every detail, the more detail the better. Aiken said seriously. Huh? What? Jing Jiayu was stunned, completely confused by what Aiken was trying to say. What's the point of recording all this? Later, you can write it up as a guide to the mutated goblin lair, and you can even sell it. It's sure to fetch a good price. Aiken continued. That's possible. You can even sell a guide. Jing Jiayu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we regret not writing down a guide for the drama dungeon. When Brother Chen led us there, it was packed with details. Of course, that only applies to the bosses. The smaller monsters were all instantly killed, no suspense at all. Aiken shrugged, speaking with considerable pride. Jing Jiayu was speechless. How could it be that? Packed with details. How many details would that be? Wang Chen smiled. Don't listen to his nonsense. He was just teaching them how to dodge Princess Drama's abilities. If Brother Chen hadn't warned us, we would have died in there. Aiken's words were still full of exaggeration. Okay. I remember. I definitely record his dungeon progress. If possible, I even write it down. Jing Jiayu nodded. Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. You still have notes? Aren't you afraid of failing in the dungeon? That dungeon is incredibly difficult. I have no experience, and neither do you. All the information about this dungeon is hearsay. Why would I have the energy to do such useless things? Chapter 239. This was truly a consideration for Jing Jiayu. The difficulty of the mutated goblin lair was undeniable. For her, there was no time for anything else. Jing Jiayu curled her lips. Indeed, that was true. Furthermore, one person's carelessness could lead to the entire team's defeat, or even death. Let's see if we can take it down first. If we can, I consider the strategy based on my memory. Jing Jiayu still knew what was important. No matter what, safety came first. Just be extremely alert during the dungeon. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if anything goes wrong. Wang Chen reminded him. Even if something goes wrong, I won't hold you responsible. Jing Jiayu muttered, pouting. What was this about being responsible or not? Everyone was confused. After everyone drank some more wine, Wang Chen took Jing Jiayu and said goodbye. Murong Shui, Aiken, and the other 5 had to go watch the battle that afternoon. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Furthermore, they still have a long way to go. One school match is enough, but in the official freshman team competition, at least 8 matches will be played, round after round. Of course, if they don't win the championship, they won't have to play so many matches. Jing Jiayu didn't forget to give them a few instructions, since, as the team leader, she wouldn't be there. Jing Jiayu promised that she would be there for the official competition. Wang Chen said he would wait until the national finals and hoped to see them on the stage. Soon, he led Jing Jiayu to the teleportation array leading to the void front. A woman wearing a white miniskirt, a V-neck shorts, and a light blue top had been waiting for a while. This is my good friend, Zhang Min, a level 40 holy priest. Jing Jiayu introduced her friend enthusiastically upon seeing her. This is... She was about to introduce Wang Chen to her friend, but was interrupted by Zhang Min. Wang Chen. Hello, I've heard your name so many times. Everyone's talking about your exploits. Your friends did a great job this morning. You've taught us, level 40, self-righteous professionals, a good lesson. It turns out there are so many tactics for small-scale conflicts. Zhang Min said enthusiastically. She extended a slender hand. Wang Chen shook it gently, politely. You're too kind. I was just summarizing the experiences of others. Everyone says Wang Chen is quite domineering, but I didn't expect him to be so humble and polite. No wonder so many people like him. Zhang Min said with a smile. Okay. This next dungeon will require us to work together. Jing Jiayu interrupted quickly. This friend of hers never stopped talking. Especially when it came to Wang Chen. Yes. Yes. I do my best to heal Wang Chen. My healing is quite effective. Zhang Min nodded repeatedly. When the time comes, don't just focus on Wang Chen. Keep an eye on me too. I'm a warrior after all. Jing Jiayu reminded her. Zhang Min glanced at her. Okay. I do my best to heal you. She looked a little disdainful. Jing Jiayu complained, don't just forget about your sisters now that you have a handsome guy. It was obvious that the two of them often played dungeons together. They spoke with a familiarity. No. It's just that sisters come after handsome guys, TSK. Zhang Min scoffed. Watching them chatting and laughing, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Wang Chen smiled and said, handsome guys and sisters should be equally important. Otherwise, people would accuse you of prioritizing love over friendship. Jing Jiayu pouted. Then I prioritize love over friendship too, Wang Chen. I fend off all the enemies for you. Alright. Let's get to the dungeon first, then you can. Wang Chen smiled. The two girls followed Wang Chen to the teleportation array. After earning points, they experienced a time-space warp together. When they reappeared, they were already at the outpost on the void front. It was still desolate, permeated by the sinister aura of the void. It gave off a creepy vibe. Actually, I don't like this place very much, but the void frontier has the most upgraded dungeons right now, and there's no direct teleportation array to those dungeons. Zhang Min frowned as he sensed the atmosphere here. He even covered his nose with his hand. So you can't go to the military district. After graduation, you have to be a teacher in a school. Jing Jiayu laughed. Indeed. After arriving at the military district, you have to face those disgusting scenes every day. A misophobia like me is simply unbearable. Zhang Min sighed, a look of deep disgust on his face. But when the void barrier is broken and the void invades, you be confronted with disgusting scenes every day. What will you do then? Wang Chen said. Zhang Min was stunned by what she heard. She hadn't considered such a thing. We talk about it later. Zhang Min shook her head. Actually, this world is already very unsafe. I suggest you adapt to its cruelty beforehand, otherwise, one day you die miserably. Wang Chen said solemnly. Although Wang Chen was a student, he now acted like a teacher, teaching them in turn. Mr. Wang Chen is quite mature for his age. What he said does make a lot of sense. Don't just talk about the void. Many countries are constantly provoking conflicts and waging war. Indeed, if you don't adapt to the cruelty of this world beforehand, you won't succeed. Zhang Min paused, knowing that Wang Chen's words made sense. It's just that there are many things she simply doesn't want to accept. Do you have a map? Wang Chen didn't dwell on the question any further, but focused on the real business. Since the dungeons Wang Chen had previously visited were not difficult to find, he hadn't prepared a map. I have a map here that shows most of the dungeons, but some parts of the void front aren't marked at all. Those areas haven't been explored yet, and I hear they're particularly dangerous. Don't even look at those places, Jing Jiayu said. As she spoke, she pulled a cowhide map from her storage space. Although the markings on the map were crude, they were clear, and some areas were painted with skulls, signifying extreme danger. Are you looking for the location of the mutant goblin's lair? Zhang Min asked. Wang Chen nodded. I need to figure out the route first, to avoid any danger along the way. The void front is incredibly dangerous, fraught with danger. We need to guard against void creatures, infected creatures, and even humans. So we have to be cautious. This is a lesson learned from our last trip to the void front. Safety must come first. Chapter 240. After reviewing the map, Wang Chen pondered for a moment. The void frontier is vast, encompassing both forests and deserts, but dangers abound wherever they occur. Let's take the main road. Relatively speaking, it's safer, Jing Jiayu suggested. She hadn't been to this dungeon before, so she could only draw her judgment based on her experience in other dungeons. If we take the main road, we pass through a forest. Areas with dense trees are prone to ambush attacks. But it doesn't matter. Let's take the main road. It's wider. Wang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Ambush attacks are usually favored by humans. Monsters below level 40, outside the void frontier, don't have that much intelligence. Wang Chen might be wary of humans, but if there's a challenge, let them have it. Okay. Wherever Wang Chen goes, I follow, even to the ends of the earth. Zhang Min chimed in without hesitation. Jing Jiayu couldn't bear to watch and rolled her eyes. Watch out, you're showing off. Zhang Min, however, shrugged. Such a great guy, anyone would be attracted to him. Don't you? Wang Chen took a deep breath. This guy was even more unruly than Churro. Let's go! With that, he strode forward. Zhang Min and Jing Jiayu followed closely behind. As they walked, they came upon a patrol of soldiers and encountered them. Zhang Min and Jing Jiayu took a look at them, and Zhang Min exclaimed, Wow, they're all level 40+ soldiers. Their equipment looks incredibly powerful, and most importantly, they're all so handsome. A look of infatuation on her face. Jing Jiayu couldn't help but pat her on the back of the head. Stop being infatuated. What's wrong with being infatuated? Zhang Min was unconvinced. Wang Chen. Just as they were talking, the entire group of soldiers stopped and saluted Wang Chen. Then, the leading officer relaxed and asked with a smile, Why are you here? Zhang Min and Jing Jiayu were both stunned by this scene. They couldn't understand what kind of treatment this was. Normally, these soldiers would salute only when they saw their superiors, but they still did this to Wang Chen. And it was clear that these soldiers had great respect for Wang Chen. Come over and level up. Wang Chen didn't actually know them. But since they were so enthusiastic, he naturally responded enthusiastically. Hey sir, do you know Wang Chen? Zhang Min asked in surprise. I don't know him. But Wang Chen has become a well-known figure in our fortress number 3. The last time the void barrier loosened, Wang Chen played a significant role. So all the soldiers in fortress number 3 know him, the officer said with a smile. At the same time, he whispered to Wang Chen, Are these two your girlfriends? They both have great figures. Keep up the good work. Wang Chen was speechless. They're both my teachers. Wow, you can even handle teachers. You're quite capable. You're worthy of being the strongest person under level 30. But these two teachers look so young. Wang Chen, you're so lucky. The officer laughed in surprise. Wang Chen didn't bother explaining and quickly asked, Has the void barrier loosened again recently? Once the void barrier loosens, void creatures will burst forth from the void, threatening the human world. No. But the people of Ria have been acting rogue lately. Ninjas and onmyoges are always appearing on the Void Frontier, and they're very secretive. However, we still manage to spot them, and we don't know what they're up to. Be careful of them when you go to the Void Frontier, the officer warned. Ria. Wang Chen frowned. I'd had 2 previous encounters with people from Ria, and I was afraid I was on their blacklist. I'd killed many of their outstanding newcomers. At the mere thought of this, Wang Chen took a deep breath. Are they here to assassinate me? Wang Chen closed his eyes, recalling past events. He had killed too many Ria professionals before, and recently there was the global rookie team competition. He would undoubtedly be the most important player in this competition. Ria had also attempted to assassinate him before, but Wang Chen had defeated them all. Then it was certain that these Ria professionals were here just for him. Humph. Sneaking around like a slum rat. Thinking of this, Wang Chen snorted coldly. Wang Chen, what are you talking about? The officer was stunned, bewildered. Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min were also baffled. Nothing, we be leaving. Wang Chen smiled and waved his hand. The officer was even more bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had looked solemn, as if he were contemplating something, but now he looked relaxed. Wang Chen ignored their surprise and strode forward. After leaving Fort Number 3, the 3 of them set off directly onto the main road to the Void Frontier. Wang Chen, what exactly happened, or did you come up with something? Zhang Min asked curiously. There might be a fierce battle ahead. You'd better be prepared for battle at any time. Wang Chen spoke directly, without hiding anything. Right now, their safety is the most important thing. Ah? Are you talking about the people from the Ria Kingdom? Jing Jiayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she quickly realized the problem. Yes. I suspect they're targeting me. Wang Chen nodded. Targeting you? Why? Targeting a level 27 professional for no reason? They must be crazy. Zhang Min didn't quite understand. Have you forgotten that he killed over 200 professionals from the Kingdom of Ria? That incident caused a strong protest from the Kingdom of Ria, but since they took action first and Daka came forward to prove it, the matter was never resolved. But to my surprise, these damn people still can't forget it. They still remember it. Jing Jiayu explained. I remember now. Those Ria guys are damned. Classmate Wang Chen, if I really run into them this time, I tear them to pieces. Zhang Min, remembering this, looked indignant. Tear them to pieces? Aren't you a misophobe? What? Aren't you disgusted now? Wang Chen laughed. For you, I can hold back. Actually, it's mainly because these Ria people are so despicable. We've been attacked by them many times before. Jiayu and I have encountered them before. Let's just consider it revenge. Zhang Min was not afraid at all. Instead, their fighting spirit was high. Get in shape first, and be extremely cautious. The ninjas of the Ria Kingdom are extremely cunning, and their specialty is sneak attacks. Wang Chen instructed. Chapter 241. Currently, the 3 most distinctive professions in the Kingdom of Ria are the ninja, the onmyoji, and the mutant. The ninja focuses on sneak attacks, the onmyoji controls ghosts, and the mutant itself is no different from a monster. They're all things that are meant to be hidden from the public. Okay. I apply the status stats first. Zhang Min nodded repeatedly, and then a golden glow appeared on his hands. He pushed towards Wang Chen, and the golden light merged into his body, increasing his toughness by 10%, his health by 20%, and his health regeneration by 50%. Then it was time to apply the status stats to Jing Jiayu. As a Ghost Blade warrior, Jing Jiayu also applied the status stats, but her buffs couldn't be applied to others. Let's go! Wang Chen waved his hand and walked quickly ahead. Jing Jiayu was stunned. She was the warrior, so why was she walking in front of him? It seemed as if Wang Chen wanted to protect them both. You take the lead? Gunners are a fragile class after all. Zhang Min, sensing this, quickly said. Just as the battle was about to begin, Zhang Min also became serious. Yeah. Jing Jiayu nodded and quickly ran to Wang Chen's side. Although she was a damage-focused fighter, in the absence of a tank, she was a tank. Wang Chen didn't say much. He pulled out the Gatling Purgatory from his storage space, ready for battle at any moment. Even without the threat of the Ria professional, he still needed to be extremely cautious. The void front was rife with danger. Duh. Wang Chen's rifle suddenly rang out. This startled Jing Jiayu. What's wrong? Just as he finished speaking, he realized his experience had increased. It turned out they killed a few void creatures along the roadside. Could you have warned me before you started shooting? I was so scared. Jing Jiayu patted her chest, a look of terror on her face. If someone suddenly attacks you, shouldn't I have warned you too? Wang Chen said with a smile. Of course, he was just teasing her. This girl was quite alert. In places like this, one must be constantly on edge. When faced with danger, if you can act immediately you should. The sooner you act, the safer you are? Zhang Min added. I see. I thought I'd encountered an enemy, but I ended up killing a few void creatures. Jing Jiayu said somewhat disappointedly. Let's go! Don't be so nervous. If there's any danger, I warn you. Wang Chen advised. As they advanced, the surroundings became increasingly eerie, and the sinister aura grew thicker. There was a suffocating feeling. As they walked, they arrived at a forest. Although it was a forest, there wasn't a single living tree. It was simply a vast expanse of bare, dead trees, stretching as far as the eye could see. Crows flew by from time to time, emitting their distinctive humming sounds. This made the scene even more eerie and creepy. I bet those guys from the kingdom of Riya are waiting for us here. Wang Chen suddenly spoke in earnest. Jing Jiayu frowned. Indeed, this is a perfect place for an ambush. But how can you be so sure they're here? Not only her, but Zhang Min was also puzzled. Yes. There are many suitable places nearby. Who knows, there might be even more suitable areas within. Besides, the people of Riya don't know we're coming here. Zhang Min asked, puzzled. Wang Chen smiled. After this withered forest, there's a crossroads. This crossroads leads to almost all level 30 to 40 dungeons. Plus, this place is perfect for ambushes, so it's undoubtedly the best choice. In reality, Wang Chen was just speculating. If the people of Riya weren't planning on attacking him, but were instead carrying out other missions, all his speculation would be in vain. Then what should we do? Zhang Min asked worriedly. Will our leveling be affected by some scoundrels? Wang Chen asked back. If the people of Riya kept ambushing here, Wang Chen couldn't just stop leveling. Wang Chen didn't take these scoundrels seriously. No. Then kill them, Zhang Min said without hesitation. Duh. Suddenly, Wang Chen's Gatling Inferno opened fire. The target wasn't any void creature, but the crows in the sky. Ah. A few bullets fired, knocking the crow to the ground. Why are you shooting a crow? Are you venting your anger? Jing Jiayu asked in surprise. Wang Chen said calmly, I'm not that bored. Haven't you noticed this crow has been circling here for a while? Yeah. You mean, this crow isn't just any crow? Jing Jiayu frowned. Some ninjas can control crows for surveillance, and sometimes even aid in combat. Wang Chen nodded. The fact that some ninjas can use crows reminded Wang Chen of Sure Sui. This crow must be connected to those ninjas. After thinking it over, Wang Chen was almost certain. This crow was truly bizarre, completely out of character. This meant they had been discovered. Wang Chen frowned and quickly warned, be careful. We've been spotted. At the same time, Wang Chen raised his Gatling Inferno, and used the scope on the gun to survey the scene within the withered forest. Even if the ninjas from Riya could conceal themselves, they would be exposed if caught in the scope. Besides, the professionals sent by Riya couldn't just be ninjas. They had to include other professions as well. As expected, from 1,000 meters away in the withered forest, the scope revealed the Onmyoji, his Shikigami, and 2 mutants. And on the dead tree, 2 ninjas stood, arms folded, conversing indistinctly. Wang Chen's gaze narrowed slightly, thinking it was likely they had discovered the crow's death and were discussing it. But they were fully armed, indicating that the crows had already passed on the message, indicating that Wang Chen and his companions had been discovered. It was just that they were currently out of Wang Chen's range. One of the ninjas seemed to sense danger and glanced in the direction of Wang Chen's scope. He moved his mouth, and the entire team of 5 professionals simultaneously sprang into action. They sprinted towards Wang Chen. At the same time, someone on the dead tree released a firework. It was clearly the contact information for the professionals from the kingdom of Riya. Get ready, Wang Chen shouted loudly. Zhang Min and Jing Jiayu also spotted the dark figure sprinting through the dead woods. Just as Wang Chen was about to fire, something unexpected happened. A crow swooped over 200 meters in front of Wang Chen. Immediately after landing, it transformed into the shape of a human. Chapter 242. It was the ninja Wang Chen had just seen. This ninja could use crows to transform. However, he didn't make a move. He simply stood there, speaking in a very broken dragon language. Wang Chen, we've been waiting for you for over 10 days. Oh! Then I'm so glad. Wang Chen smiled, still holding the Gatling Inferno. Jing Jiayu tightly grasped a sharp black-bladed sword, gazing intently at the ninja, preventing him from making any move that might threaten Wang Chen. Humph. You've killed so many of us, we won't let you go. The crow ninja snorted. Wang Chen glanced at his information. He was actually a level 41 water ninja, meaning his companions were all over level 40. It must be said that the Rya Kingdom was quite generous. For their own lives, they actually sent 5 level 40 ninjas. Level 40 ninjas are often elite soldiers, just like their Jonin counterparts. But they don't dare send out professionals of too high a level, fearing a major disturbance. As a small nation, everything must be done covertly, never openly. If the Dragon Nation were truly angered, it would be a disaster for the nation. In this era of awakened professionals, the population base often determines the upper limit of a country, which of course also depends on a certain population quality. But if the base is large enough, the number of high-quality professionals will increase. Really? So you've been waiting for me on the void front? Waiting for me to fall into your trap? Wang Chen smiled, his face relaxed, as if he hadn't been ambushed. At this moment, the other ninjas, Onmyoji, and mutants all rushed over. They formed a line, still poised for a fight. We're not ambushing you, but giving you a chance. The water ninja smiled. Though he tried his best to convey goodwill, he still looked terrifying. The other ninjas simply put their weapons away, seemingly showing a kind of respect for Wang Chen. Opportunity? What opportunity? Wang Chen asked in surprise. But he vaguely suspected something. We in the Rya Kingdom have always revered the strong, especially talents like you with unlimited potential. So, our military would like to convey to you our sincere invitation to join our Rya military. Of course, we will grant you supreme power and status. As he spoke, the water ninja even knelt on one knee, lowering his proud head. They say the people of Rya are quite mean, and that's absolutely true. If you can convince them, they treat you with respect and awe. At this, Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min exchanged glances. So these Rya people are trying to recruit Wang Chen. Jing Jiayu quickly tugged at Wang Chen's clothes. Don't agree. They're no good. Wang Chen patted Jing Jiayu's arm, turned around, smiled, and nodded, reassuring her. Miss, we in Rya will absolutely treat you with the utmost sincerity. If you're willing to join us, we warmly welcome you. The water ninja said enthusiastically. He had heard Jing Jiayu's voice, and knew that the Dragon Nation professionals didn't have a favorable impression of him. Dream on! Jing Jiayu sobbed softly. But the water ninja ignored her. Although Jing Jiayu was a level 41 Go Sword warrior, they knew who was stronger and had greater potential. The fact that Wang Chen had killed over 200 Rya professionals was enough to prove that he was a future star. Furthermore, he would undoubtedly grow into an extremely formidable professional. Who knows, he might even be able to unlock weapons, like nuclear bombs. Naturally, Rya wouldn't want to miss out on such an outstanding professional. You can go back and tell your superiors, it's impossible. I'm not interested. Wang Chen looked at the water ninja and said calmly. You? Wang Chen, please think carefully. If you come to our Rya, you will be the future king, and we will absolutely treat you with the highest respect. The water ninja's face turned cold, but he still tried to control his emotions. Wang Chen saw the change in his expression. His eyes grew fierce. He said calmly, no need to talk anymore. Go back. We have one more mission. If you refuse, I kill you. The water ninja stopped hiding. The dagger is revealed. For the kingdom of Rya, if they couldn't acquire Wang Chen, this potential talent, they had no choice but to completely destroy him, leaving him no chance of survival. Otherwise, it would inevitably pose a great danger to the kingdom of Rya in the future. And what greeted him was indeed a barrage of bullets. However, the water ninja was also constantly monitoring Wang Chen's every move. He had already considered every possible scenario. The two sides were already enemies, and if negotiations failed, a major battle was inevitable. The water ninja immediately formed hand seals, water-style, Teidaboshi. A large amount of water appeared around him, forming a massive water monster that blocked his path. All of Wang Chen's bullets struck the water monster. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless. The water ninja said coldly. Wang Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected this water-style ninjutsu to block damage. Furthermore, it blocked a full 5 rounds of bullets. Each of Wang Chen's bullets was incredibly powerful, yet he still managed to block 5. Let's see how much damage your water monster can block. Wang Chen, unconvinced, fired another volley of bullets. At the same time, Jing Jiayu, armed with her black-bladed great sword, stood beside Wang Chen. If any of these Rya professionals dared to charge, she would immediately stop them. Another burst of bullets reduced the water monster to a cloud of mist. Sure enough, The damage is impressive. The water ninja was stunned by this. Although they had heard of Wang Qin's impressive damage, this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. The damage was truly terrifying. He was a level 41 water ninja. For any other level 40 professional, destroying his water monster would have taken a long time. But for Wang Qin, it was just 2 bursts of bullets. Go! Leave no one alive, the water ninja shouted. For them, once they had taken action, they had to do it cleanly and decisively, leaving no one alive. Otherwise, they would give the Dragon Nation a handle, something their countries could not bear. It could even lead to conflict between the 2 countries. With the Void invasion imminent, the country that first provoked the conflict would face immense public pressure. If the Dragon Nation sent troops to attack, they would be completely unable to resist. Chapter 243. The battle has officially begun. Another Earth-type ninja immediately formed hand seals with both hands. Duh. But what greeted him was a barrage of bullets. He was unable to quickly form hand seals, and his body twisted and turned. The Onmyoji directly controlled his Shikigami and ran towards Wang Qin. His Shikigami was called a Kakage Yudohime, dressed in white, with long hair, and holding a large sword in her hand, over a meter long. The Shikigami is the foundation of the Onmyoji, and the strength of the Shikigami determines the Onmyoji's combat effectiveness. Humph! Let these Dragon Nation people see the power of my Kakage Yudohime's flame blade. The Onmyoji snorted coldly. He had great confidence in his Shikigami. Kakage Yudohime was an extremely powerful Shikigami, even ranking among the top Shikigami. So he had reason to be proud. Jing Jiayu was always ready to block any approaching Rya professionals. The moment Jing Jiayu saw the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess, she felt incredibly nervous. She could see the Shikigami's health bar was dwindling, and that flaming sword emanated a powerful sense of oppression. The other 2 mutants weren't idle either. One was a mutant warrior, handless, with chainsaws implanted in his arms. His face was ferocious, his eyes completely red, and fist-sized tumors sprouted from his legs, making him look incredibly sickening. The other mutant warrior was even more outrageous. Although he looked human, his arms were covered in fish scales, and his back had over a dozen squid-like claws. He was a complete mutant. One might even think they had nothing to do with humans, but the long sword in his hand revealed he was a melee fighter. In other words, these 5 Rya professionals comprised 2 melee mutants, 2 ranged ninjas, and a summonable Onmyoji. This combination was undoubtedly formidable. Most crucially, there were 3 level 40 professionals, and 2 level 41 professionals. The level advantage was simply too great. Jing Jiayu, hold on to the 2 mutants. Zhang Min, just focus on nursing Jing Jiayu. Don't worry about me. Wang Qin quickly commanded. Okay. Jing Jiayu charged forward without hesitation, though he didn't rush too far to ensure the 2 mutants wouldn't sneak up on Wang Qin. No matter what, Wang Qin's safety was paramount, even if he couldn't be killed. These Rya professionals were well aware of this. Although they intended to kill Wang Qin, they had to first cripple him. Then, they would capture him alive, and then consider how to kill him, and what methods would be used to eliminate his life-saving measures. Wang Qin first used a freezing bullet to freeze the Onmyoji Shikigami, Kakage Yudohime, in place. Then, while attacking the Earth-style ninja, he threw a G-14 grenade at the Water-style ninja. The Earth-style and Water-style ninjas could only withstand Wang Qin's terrifying damage. He forced his ninjutsu to release. Finally, the 2 were able to unleash their respective ninjutsu and successfully form hand seals. Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A water dragon, formed from a stream of water, erupted from the mouth of the Water-style ninja and began to attack Wang Qin. Wang Qin was well aware that the seemingly harmless water dragon could actually cause him immense damage. Not only the water dragon, but also an earth dragon head, formed from the earth element, shot towards Wang Qin. Facing the 2's damaging ninjutsu, Wang Qin didn't hesitate. He instantly escaped, moving to the side. Both the water dragon bomb and the earth dragon bomb missed, creating a massive crater in the ground. The water dragon bomb transformed into water and filled the crater. However, none of them harmed Wang Qin in the slightest. The Shikigami were also busy, casting spells at Wang Qin. Their tactics were clear, to kill Wang Qin with all their might. As for Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min, they chose to ignore them. As long as Wang Qin was crippled, the others wouldn't be a problem. For a moment, it became a duel between Wang Qin and his 3 ranged ninjas. After dodging their abilities, Wang Qin unleashed both his level 2 armor-piercing and level 2 flaming rounds. He ensured that the 3 ranged ninjas continued to lose health, constantly interrupting their hand seals and ninjutsu releases. After several more bursts of bullets, the health of both the water and earth ninjas had dropped by only a third. Onmyoji, because he hides farther away, loses less health. It must be said that the tankiness of these level 40 and 41 players far exceeds that of level 30 players. Each 10th level represents a watershed, a fundamental difference from the previous one. When players reach levels 10, 20, 30, 40, and even higher, their growth potential is extremely high. Not only can they unlock and upgrade more skills, but they also gain many additional basic attributes, and even some powerful passive skills. They can also equip higher level equipment, with the equipment level requirement usually being around level 10. Therefore, these level 40 and 41 professionals are more difficult to deal with than before. Even fragile classes like water ninjas still possess impressive tankiness, and even defensive capabilities. The tankiness of water-style ninjas has been demonstrated before. And earth-style ninjas also have their own shield abilities. This makes them extremely difficult to deal with. In the long-range attack confrontation, Jing Jiayu firmly held off the two mutants. Zhang Min also obediently healed Jing Jiayu. When she saw Wang Chen clashing with the two ninjas, she was extremely worried and kept a close eye on his health. If Wang Chen took any damage, she would have immediately healed him. But Wang Chen, with a barely visible dodge, dodged both ninjas' abilities. She was truly surprised. Furthermore, the battle with the two ninjas and the Onmyoji wasn't really a duel. It was simply a one-sided attack. Wang Chen's freezing bullets were constantly freezing them, practically tormenting them. The enemy posed no threat to Wang Chen at all. Although the health loss wasn't particularly noticeable, given Wang Chen's constant distribution of attacks, the combined health loss of the three Rya Kingdom members was actually quite alarming. The damage was particularly significant. Soon, Red Shadow Sword Princess escaped the control of the freezing bullet, and Wang Chen fired another freezing bullet at her. The damage from the Shikigami was terrifying, and even if Jing Jiayu tried to withstand Red Shadow Sword Princess's damage, it would be extremely dangerous. While Wang Chen wanted to test his own output, he prioritized safety. He wouldn't do anything risky. The Red Shadow Sword Princess being constantly frozen practically crippled the Onmyoji profession. It's true that freezing bullets are quite effective in small-scale conflicts. Chapter 244. Fortunately, Jing Jiayu's tankiness was enough to withstand the two mutants. And behind them, Zhang Min provided continuous healing. However, although the two mutants were engaging Jing Jiayu, they were moving towards Wang Chen. Jing Jiayu was well aware of this, and did her utmost to stop them. After several rounds of blasts, Wang Chen's ice bullets entered their cooldown period. This meant that there was no longer any way to control the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess. Wang Chen then pulled out his laser gun. Laying down the Purgatory Gatling gun, he sought a suitable firing angle. He aimed directly at the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess, the Water Ninja, and the Onmyoji, all in a line. ZZ. A beam of white laser shot out, catching everyone's eye in the dim sky, dazzling with an exceptional brilliance. The Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess, the Water Ninja, and the Onmyoji were all blinded. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? Why can't I see anything? The Water Ninja screamed. This was his first time being blinded, so he had no idea how to handle it. The Onmyoji was even more timid. When faced with the unknown, one is filled with fear about everything outside. Especially when they were in the middle of a battle. The only one who felt nothing was the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess. After all, she was just a Shikigami. But in her heart, she was Genji's weapon, her ambition to carve a scarlet blood shadow on the battlefield for her master. But she also questioned why her colleagues always told her they were her master's weapons, and that she should just kill. She always felt that she was different from other swords. However, facing the blinding effect, her nature as a Shikigami rendered her completely incapable of perception. Wang Chen's attacks continued to strike the two ninjas. The two ninjas, upon seeing this, quickly formed hand seals. Despite being blinded, they could still attack based on their memorized positions. The Water Ninja shouted, "Water Cannon Jutsu Sweep!" He began forming hand seals frequently, firing a barrage of liquid bullets at the previous position. Little did he know, Wang Chen had already swiftly moved away, his laser rifle in hand. The water cannons converged on the ground, leaving craters in the earth. The Earth Ninja's jutsu also roared in. Earth Escape, Heaven's Cover. A pot lid made of earth element descended from the sky, slamming heavily onto the ground. But all of it missed. Wang Chen, taking advantage of the blinding period, was not idle, unleashing a volley of bullets upon the Water Ninjas. The Water Ninjas' health plummeted. After breaking free of the blinding effect, he collapsed to the ground. The first Ria professional fell. Jing Jiayu grew increasingly excited upon seeing this. "You're good, Wang Chen. Well done." She hadn't expected Wang Chen to have so many tricks up his sleeve, and such incredible damage. He could take out a ninja so quickly. So, she began to fend off the mutants' attacks with all her might. However, after the water ninja fell, the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess and the Earth Ninja also broke free of the blinding effect. Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess attempted to attack Wang Chen, but Jing Jiayu stood in her way. Under the Onmyoji's command, the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess's target was no longer Wang Chen, but the intercepted Jing Jiayu. They knew that with Jing Jiayu around, entanglement with the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess would only delay the fight for a long time. Now that the water ninja was dead, they needed to change their previous strategy. The mutant had been entangled with Jing Jiayu for a long time, so it would be better to eliminate Jing Jiayu first. The Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess locked her sights on Jing Jiayu. Wang Chen saw this, and the three melee fighters attacked Jing Jiayu together. If the fight wasn't resolved quickly, Jing Jiayu would be in danger. "So let's go for some brute force." Wang Chen immediately retracted the laser gun. The laser gun couldn't form a line now, so if they wanted to blind someone, they could only blind one person at most. Besides, the laser gun's damage wasn't very high. This weapon was useful against dark attributes, void, and undead creatures, and of course, it also had control capabilities. This time, Wang Chen directly pulled out his ultimate weapon, the Dongfeng Sniper. "What is that?" Zhang Min, who was constantly replenishing his health, was stunned upon seeing Wang Chen's weapon. The mere sight of this weapon gave off a sense of oppression. Its rank was likely no less than that of a diamond-grade weapon. Furthermore, a level 40 professional could already wield diamond-grade weapons. Thus, whether it was Zhang Min, Jing Jiayu, or even the professionals of Ria, they could all see the extraordinary nature of this weapon. Wang Chen's two previous weapons were enough to astound them, but now they had seen something even more terrifying. Wang Chen had taken out the Dongfeng Sniper, firstly to help Jing Jiayu out, and secondly to test the damage and effectiveness of the new missile. Jing Jiayu maintained a sufficient distance from the enemy's ranged targets. The new missiles wouldn't reach her, and even if they did, it would only be in the outer area. The damage in the outer area would be significantly reduced. It wouldn't be enough to reduce their health to a minimum. "Not good," the Earth-type ninja exclaimed. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals with his hands. Earth Escape, hardening technique. Instantly, his entire body was enveloped in earth elements, absorbing them and becoming harder than rock. This ninjutsu significantly reduced the damage of physical attacks. He could only form hand seals to defend himself, but the Onmyoji didn't have such a method. His Shikigami was still being controlled in front, and he was a fragile target. Without waiting for them to react, Wang Chen loaded the Red Arrow 8 missile and attached it to the Dongfeng Sniper. He locked onto the area near the two of them and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The Red Arrow 8 missile flew out with a swift blast, its immense recoil forcing Wang Chen back several steps. It had to be said that missiles this powerful always had immense recoil. The Red Arrow 8 missile traced a perfect arc through the air, also possessing the ability to track its target. Once locked onto, there was no escape. Of course, this only applied to professionals whose strength wasn't excessively exaggerated. If facing professionals above level 60, the current missiles would have no effect at all. Professionals with higher levels, however, had their own methods. Run! The Onmyoji looked at the incoming missiles and, without hesitation, retreated. The Earth Ninja hesitated, but followed the Onmyoji's lead. Escape first. Although he believed he could withstand the damage, the less damage he could take, the better. After all, he would soon have to engage in further combat with Wang Chen. He had to conserve as much health as possible. Chapter 245. Little did they know they had been locked onto by a Red Arrow 8 missile. The Red Arrow 8 missile also had an automatic tracking function. After tracing a perfect arc through the air, it headed straight for the Onmyoji and the Earth-type ninja. Boom! Then, an explosion erupted right in their midst. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Already low on health, they were instantly reduced to a pile of shredded flesh. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere, the scene a scene of unparalleled cruelty. What kind of missile is this? Terrifying. Jing Jiayu took a deep breath after witnessing the missile's explosion. Even the two mutants paused their attack. Seeing the explosion, they all felt a sense of foreboding, their hearts gripped by fear. It was the first time they had ever seen such a terrifying missile. A single small missile could blast an Earth-type ninja, half healthy and enchanted with Earth-release hardening technique, to pieces, leaving no remains intact. One could only imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength truly was. Furthermore, they were only level 27, while they were all over 10 levels higher than Wang Chen. If Wang Chen reached level 40, he could crush them with a single finger. Thinking of the level issue, a chill ran down his spine, and even a cold sweat broke out. After the Onmyoji was killed in the explosion, the Shikigami, Akage Yudohime, lost her master and was now ownerless. My master is dead. Akage Yudohime was immediately lost in confusion. She had once been filled with doubt about her master's orders and, moreover, about the entire world. But when her master died, she was even more bewildered. She didn't know what to do, let alone where to go. The battle continued, and Wang Chen ignored the lost Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess. He locked his sights on the other two mutants. They were so terrified that they dared not attack again, and even considered fleeing. 3 of the 5-man team were now dead. The mutants' tankiness was decent, but their damage was average. With the team's strongest damage dealt, how could they continue the fight? Though their mutations had made them bloodthirsty and brutal, they were not fools, and did not intend to die. The two realized that Wang Chen had already raised the golden Gatling Purgatory. Instantly, they felt a sense of danger. They exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus, and subconsciously knelt on the ground, hands raised. Don't kill us. We surrender. One of the mutants spoke in a broken Dragon Nation dialect. Wang Chen's face was filled with disdain when he saw the two kneeling men. Is that all they have? Surrender when they can't win? This made Wang Chen despise them even more. Duh. Even though the two mutants had surrendered, they were still met with volley after volley of bullets. Without a trace of suspense, the two mutants were killed in seconds. The two men died with eyes filled with confusion and shock. They couldn't understand why this gunner could be so cruel. Aren't Dragon Country professionals usually said to be merciful? As long as they surrendered, they wouldn't be killed or persecuted. They would even be given a good care of these prisoners. Although surrendering would inevitably result in death upon returning to Rhea, at least during their captivity, they would be safe from any danger. Well done. When dealing with these Rhea guys, you have to scare them to death. No mercy. Zhang Min applauded. At this point, her obsession with cleanliness had vanished, and she had even become more ruthless. Jing Jiayu felt relieved. This fierce battle was finally over. She had been filled with worry. While she recognized Wang Chen's strength, the enemy had more men and a higher level. But now, Wang Chen had practically single-handedly defeated them all. This was something Jing Jiayu had never expected. She had expected to defeat them, but she hadn't imagined it would be so easy. Wang Chen's firepower was simply too strong. Too much. Her? What should we do? Jing Jiayu frowned at the sight of the only remaining Shikigami, Red Shadow Sword Princess. No matter what, she had to let Wang Chen handle it. After killing the two mutants, he stopped shooting, surely having his own agenda. Wang Chen sheathed his Purgatory Gatling gun and slowly walked over to the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess. He said calmly, "You didn't originally belong to this world. Your master is dead. I offer you 2 choices. Return to your original underworld, or follow me back to Dragon Nation. I find you a master with psychic abilities and a commitment to protecting humanity. Of course, you can choose neither, but if you attempt to harm humanity or harm the professionals of Dragon Nation, I will destroy you." At this point, the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess hadn't yet matured. If the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess could grow up, she would be a formidable fighter. However, taming the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess was extremely difficult. Wang Chen had read about her in books. This Shikigami possesses an instinctive drive to conquer the battlefield. With their crimson blades, they attack every enemy with speed and precision, making them a formidable weapon in war. However, her mind is easily distorted. Before becoming a Shikigami, or even a weapon, she was essentially a human. She rejected her instinct to kill. The Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess was torn, unsure of what to do. If her master died in battle, she would still face death, though the manner of death would differ from that of a normal professional. I know you don't want to kill, and killing isn't in your nature. Before becoming a Shikigami like you were human, just like them. But as humans, you have a responsibility to protect your family, your loved ones, and this world. I believe that through your understanding of this world, you should understand humanity, and what is good and what is evil. Of course, I'm not against killing. In today's chaotic world, killing is to protect others and yourself, but I'm against the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent people, the murder of those who don't deserve to die. Wang Chen said slowly. Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess is a good Shikigami, and originally, she was a ghost residing in a weapon, with no sense of belonging to the nation. However, after becoming a Shikigami, her master trained her to be a sharp weapon of slaughter. Many Shikigami are like this. The fact that Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess can be lost in thought and struggle is enough to prove that she doesn't want to be called a killing machine. She wants to be her true self, not someone else's weapon. I understand this world, but I don't want to be a weapon. I just want to be a normal person. Chapter 246. Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess spoke with difficulty. Every word of the level 27 professional before her deeply moved her. Indeed, her master had never considered her a human being. She was merely a killing machine. Nothing more. All he taught her was killing, and how to kill efficiently. She deeply resented this. What she couldn't understand was how this young man knew all her thoughts, and how, so clearly. Yes, before, she was a human being, not a weapon or a Shikigami. She didn't want to be a killing machine either. But to truly be a human, she needed to know a lot about humanity. So, she was tormented and struggling. Your previous life was a human, but your true self is a ghost, or, as the Rya people say, a spirit. So, there are no national boundaries for you. The choice is yours. Wang Chen continued. In fact, Wang Chen intended to keep this promising Shikigami for as long as possible. If such powerful combat power could be left to a professional in Dragon Country capable of controlling ghosts, this would undoubtedly be the best option. Wang Chen even wondered if Lu Xiao, the beast tamer, had a chance of taming the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess. The probability was low, however. Beast tamers didn't know spells like psychic communication. Unless one encountered the even rarer class, the corpse driver. The chance of awakening this class was even lower than Wang Chen's hidden class. The Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess fell into deep thought. As a Shikigami, she had no idea what to choose. Jing Jiayu couldn't help but speak up. Shikigami are ghosts and gods, but they're also essentially human. If you're willing to be a truly kind and righteous human, we're willing to take you in. We can also find you a professional who can form a contract with you, making you even stronger and safer. Of course, even with a contract, we guarantee you relative freedom, provided you don't commit evil or kill people. She also saw Wang Chen's intentions, so she hurried to help. She hoped to help Wang Chen capture this powerful Shikigami. Such a powerful Shikigami could certainly be killed, but after that, Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess would return to the underworld. However, if she did return to the underworld, the people of Rya still had a chance to bring her back to the human world. The best option now was to subdue Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess, and have her serve the Dragon Kingdom. Even if she didn't serve the Dragon Kingdom, she was absolutely forbidden from causing trouble in the human world. Alright. I can be your weapon. But I have one request. You must find me a powerful human, a so-called psychic. Most humans cannot withstand my demonic power. However, while powerful, I hope not to be a bloodthirsty person. I can contribute to protecting humanity, but I absolutely do not want to be a weapon that slaughters innocent people, nor will I be an accomplice to such a person. Akagich Yadoji said slowly. Every time she was commanded to wield her blade to kill, the feeling of despair deepened before the blade fell. So she constantly hoped to shake off this feeling, and she didn't want to become an accomplice to the killer. You haven't found a professional strong enough to withstand your own demonic power in Rhea country. Do you think we can? This is unrealistic, Jing Jiayu said, puzzled. The Scarlet Shadow Demon Blade Princess pondered for a moment, her gaze fixed on Wang Chen. She murmured, Dragon Country is full of talented individuals. He will definitely be able to help me find her. I seem to sense a powerful aura in him that I've never felt before. Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min were stunned upon hearing this. Powerful aura? What is this? However, upon closer inspection, only beings like ghosts and gods could sense such an ethereal thing. Since the Scarlet Shadow Demon Blade Princess said so, they also believed that Wang Chen might indeed be someone with powerful aura. Then follow me first. I do my best to help you find her. If that doesn't work, just follow me as you are now, Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. It seemed that the only option for the Scarlet Shadow Demon Blade Princess was to contact Elder Zhong. If even the southern military region couldn't find a psychic profession, it would be even harder to find someone elsewhere. Yes, sir. The Scarlet Shadow Demon Blade Princess bowed respectfully to Wang Chen. Perhaps due to years of indoctrination into Rhea culture, they instinctively show respect to those who are powerful, even addressing them as sir. Follow me. But remember, You can be brutal and bloodthirsty towards void creatures. Void creatures have killed countless humans. You were once a member of the human race, so you should know what you owe to humanity. To those murderous Rhea professionals, you must also be brutal and bloodthirsty. You should know that if such people are killed, they deserve it. Wang Chen gave the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess 2 requests. Now that she had awakened, she was reluctant to engage in excessive killing and unwilling to obey orders to kill. But what difference did it make whether a useless Shikigami was wanted or not? Yes. As you say, I know the viciousness and cruelty of the creatures of the void. I am willing to protect humanity, like a true human, and restore my killing instinct for the righteous master. The Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess nodded. Her expression was serious. Okay. Wang Chen nodded. Then he ignored the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess. Instead, he walked over to the mutant's corpse and proceeded to kill and rob him in one go. This had become Wang Chen's habit. Often, the rewards from killing and robbing were much faster than from dungeons. He found 4 pieces of gold-level equipment and 6 pieces of silver-level equipment, along with materials, medicine, and gold. However, these guys were relatively poor, so the value of materials, medicine, and gold coins was pitifully low. As for their equipment, compared to ordinary professionals, it was quite good. This showed that they had spent all their financial resources on it. Then, they searched the corpses of Onmyoji, Water Ninja, and Earth Ninja, and the harvest was quite good. However, none of the equipment was platinum or diamond, which disappointed Wang Chen. Gold-level equipment was completely useless to Wang Chen. The same was true for Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min. Although their own equipment was all gold-level, it was top-tier gold. It was simply not comparable to this equipment. In other words, Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min were doing quite well. While Wang Chen was robbing the goods, the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess followed closely behind him, following him closely. Now, in her heart, Wang Chen was half her master. Chapter 247. Overall, the harvest was quite good. Not only did they gain equipment and materials, but they also gained a Shikigami with great growth potential. Let's go! You two will have company, Wang Chen said. Yes, this is my first time seeing a Shikigami. Jing Jiayu nodded. She looked at the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess with curiosity. Before, she had been quite wary of this sinister creature. But after hearing the conversation between Wang Chen and the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess, combined with her own understanding of Shikigami, she began to feel a sense of pity for her. Now, the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess has become one of them again, able to fight alongside them. What's your name? Jing Jiayu asked curiously. Just this question plunged Scarlet Shadow Demon Blade Princess into deep thought again. Following Wang Chen's steps, she slowly said, Name? The Shikigami's name is Scarlet Shadow Demon Blade Princess, but I don't know my human name. I was once just a weapon. Then she recalled the painful inner struggle she'd endured. Her former master had only given her a Shikigami name, not a human one. Then we call you Scarlet Shadow. It's simple and pleasant, Jing Jiayu said after a moment's thought. Let's just simplify it based on her Shikigami's name. Okay. My name is Scarlet Shadow. Does that count as my human name? Scarlet Shadow Demon Blade Princess smiled a long-lost smile. She wanted to escape her fate as a sword, so she longed for a human name. Of course it counts. Remember, even if you have a contract with us Dragon Country professionals, you're still partners. You're no one's weapon. I hope we can be friends, Jing Jiayu said quickly. As she spoke, her eyes softened. She could clearly sense Akage Yudaji's emotions and hopes. Akage Yudaji was completely different from the Shikigami in the books. She wanted to escape her fate as a Shikigami. Thank you. It's just that I don't know your name. Akage Yudaji pursed her lips and spoke softly. Jing Jiayu, her name is Zhang Min, and she's also my friend. This one's Wang Chen. You should know him. Jing Jiayu introduced him quickly. However, Akage Yudaji would undoubtedly have learned about Wang Chen from the ninjas of Rya. Yes. Wang Chen. Akage Yudaji nodded gently. But her expression grew increasingly solemn, as if after saying Wang Chen's name, something had occurred to her. Wang Chen, they want to deal with you. Many professionals have arrived at the Void Front, even level 50 ninjas. If they can't bring you back alive, they have to kill you. What you just encountered was just one of the teams. Let's leave the Void Front. It's dangerous here, said Akage Yudoheim worriedly. As a Shikigami, she knew more about the Ryak Kingdom. Having already defected to Wang Chen, she naturally shared this information with him. What? Even level 50 professionals are here. Are they crazy? Jing Jiayu exclaimed in horror. It's safe to say that the Rya Kingdom would stop at nothing to destroy Wangchen. Aren't they afraid of causing conflict between the two countries? How abhorrent. Letting level 50 professionals bully a level 227 gunner? If anyone gets to know about it, they'd be laughed at. Zhang Min said indignantly. Wang Chen, however, remained calm, his expression rather relaxed. They don't dare to go too far, and they don't even dare to show their faces. There's no need to hide from them, just proceed with the dungeon normally. They're just a bunch of despicable rats. We can't let them affect our normal schedule. Although the Rya Kingdom's professionals were very capable of sneak attacks, Wang Chen didn't care. Furthermore, Wang Chen believed that even a level 50 professional they sent wouldn't dare to show their faces easily. If the Dragon Kingdom discovered that they had deployed such high-level professionals to deal with Wang Chen, the military wouldn't let them off easily. If it were a level 20, 30, or even level 40 professional, the military could turn a blind eye. But if even a level 50 professional showed up, the situation would change. If it weren't for the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess, Wang Chen wouldn't have known this news. However, Wang Chen kept thinking about how to kill this level 50 professional. Since they dared to come to the Void Front to confront him, Wang Chen would certainly make them pay a heavy price. The Void Front was originally a public area shared by all nations. People from any nation could enter any part of the Void Front except for the castle. However, the military stationed by each nation would protect their respective nation's professionals. If professionals from another nation provoked or harmed professionals from their own nation, the military had the right to intervene to protect or even retaliate. This had become an unspoken rule. Almost all nations acted in accordance with it, with the exception of a few nations like the Kingdom of Rhea, which frequently violated the rules. That's right. We can't let these shameful things affect us. But Qieying, do you know the exact locations of these Rya professionals? Jing Jiayu asked. I know a little. That level 50 professional was searching for Wang Chen while he was doing a dungeon. He hit his level and was a wood-type ninja, but there are many dungeons in the area around Dragon Kingdom's Fortress number 3. Rya also sent many wood-type ninjas, so it's hard to tell which one is the level 51. Qieying Yadoji nodded and explained. She tried her best to tell Wang Chen all the information she knew. If you want to solve this problem, it's very simple. Wang Chen smiled. Simple? How so? Jing Jiayu asked curiously. Zhao Min also looked at Wang Chen, eager for an answer. Finding a level 50 wood ninja is easy? Wang Chen smiled and shook his head. If we really want to find him, why not have the military kill all the wood ninjas in this area? Ha ha. That's too cruel. But since they can sneak attack us, why can't we sneak attack them too? Zhang Min laughed. We can indiscriminately kill all the wood ninjas who come our way. That's right. Since they're shameless, we can do that, but the details still depend on the military. Wang Chen nodded. However, they've sent at least 50 professionals, including several in their 40s. It's just that this level 50 wood ninja prefers to be alone, even for dungeons. And the other level 40 professionals are all in teams of 5. Akagami Demon Sword Princess explained. Chapter 248. It must be said, these Rya professionals are truly cunning. They've dispatched so many teams just to deal with a single level 27 professional. Furthermore, they've gone out of their way to disguise themselves as a 5-man team heading into a dungeon. Wang Chen had to be cautious in this regard. Some Rya professionals would undoubtedly use concealing metals, making it impossible for dragon professionals to discern their identities. They might even pretend to be dragon professionals, making it impossible to defend against them. After all, the two nations' appearances are so similar. Damn, they're truly despicable. Jing Jiayu couldn't help but exclaim. Hate for the Rya ninjas intensified. Let's go! After we finish the dungeon, we consider dealing with those Rya ninjas. I wouldn't mind targeting them then. Wang Chen pondered. There was no rush to deal with these clowns. For now, the priority was leveling up and completing the dungeon. Anyway, these Rya ninjas, while extremely hateful, wouldn't pose any significant threat to the Dragon Nation. The only person they could affect was Wang Chen. Of course, if I encounter them along the way, I wouldn't mind taking action. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He was no merciful man. Since these Rya professionals were determined to kill him, Wang Chen would kill them if he had the chance. Qieying, do you know of any other Rya professionals nearby? There can't be just one team on this route. Zhang Min pondered for a moment before speaking. Qieying Yadoji thought for a moment and said, there are indeed 3 teams blocking this forest, but they take turns clearing dungeons. Those who have nothing else to do will continue to wait. Wang Chen. When mentioning Wang Chen, she hesitated for a moment, her heart still wanting to call him master. But she knew full well that Wang Chen wasn't actually her master. She even thought, how wonderful it would be if Wang Chen were her master. Wang Chen was righteous, powerful, and understanding. Unlike her previous master, who was bloodthirsty and murderous, he didn't even consider her a partner. In his eyes, she was just a weapon. Having gradually awakened, she had long wanted to break free from this feeling and state. Today, after meeting Wang Chen, it was the first time she had felt respect, sympathy, and even a kind of pity from a human. Respect, it was something all intelligent creatures yearn for. Of course, pity also moved her. Do you know the approximate location? Jing Jiayu asked quickly. Wang Chen, on the other hand, remained nonchalant, uninterested in these matters. Even if ambushed, Wang Chen didn't believe the current methods of the RIA professionals could successfully ambush him. Before that, On My OG encountered one team near a large dead tree up ahead, but I haven't seen the other team. This team consists entirely of level 41 professionals, an earth-type ninja, a mutant, a heavy warrior, a water-type ninja, and a holy priest. Akagiju Daiji tried her best to recall the events that had occurred. Try to think things through more clearly. A large dead tree. There are so many large dead trees here. Could you describe it in more detail? Jing Jiayu didn't frown. Wang Chen said, she definitely couldn't have seen the whole story. Besides, her language skills aren't very strong to begin with. She's already done her best to describe it. As he spoke, he looked at Qiang Yadoji again. He spoke softly, Qiang, if we get anywhere near the place you remember, tell us in advance so we can protect them from a surprise attack. This tone of voice warmed Qiang Yadoji like never before, and her stubborn heart gradually softened. Yes. I know. Don't worry. Qiang Yadoji nodded quickly. It must be said that Qiang Yadoji was very familiar with the Dragon Kingdom language and spoke it fluently. Let's go! Wang Chen nodded. Wang Chen, you still have to be careful. These people from RIA are very treacherous. I'm worried the situation might change. Jing Jiayu warned. No matter what, we must move forward, not backward. We need to be careful, but not fearful. Wang Chen said solemnly. It was clear that Jing Jiayu was constantly worried about her safety. Although Wang Chen understood her good intentions, he had never been afraid of such danger. I understand. I'm worried about you. Jing Jiayu pursed her lips, feigning grievance. TSK. Classmate Wang Chen is the most composed. Even with dozens of RIA professionals preparing to attack him, he remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Min chuckled. The seemingly joking remark was actually filled with admiration for this freshman. It was the first time she had ever met such a talented and promising student. Wang Chen ignored them, and walked straight ahead. Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess followed closely behind. Zhang Min and Jing Jiayu stopped laughing, and remained on guard. Jing Jiayu was ready to help Wang Chen fend off any enemies, while Zhang Min was ready to help him. They walked forward like this for about 5 minutes. But no void creatures were found. The already eerie deadwood forest became even more terrifying. Why aren't there any void creatures here? Normally, there should be quite a few here. Did they all get killed? Jing Jiayu asked cautiously. After a void creature dies, its body remains for over 10 minutes before sinking into the earth. It would take at least 2 hours for it to respawn. In other words, someone had cleared out all the void creatures here within 2 hours. But since the bodies of the void creatures had disappeared, it was impossible to tell who had done it. In this area, the probability of seeing dragon and RIA professionals is highest. Professionals from other countries have to travel a long way to reach this place, and only the Dragon and RIA fortresses are relatively close. Of course, Dragon Fortress number 3 is the closest. Let's go! Whoever you want. If they're RIA professionals, kill them. Wang Chen said calmly. Yeah. Okay. Jing Jiayu also became much more obedient. But as they were walking, they discovered a human corpse. From his clothes, it turned out to be a dragon professional, a level 35 berserker. And there was a kunai in his neck. The kunai pierced his neck directly, and he died after his health was depleted. Damn ninja, since you're seeking death, I grant your wish. Chapter 249. Not only was Wang Chen nearby, but he was also indiscriminately harming Dragon Nation professionals. Wang Chen's rage immediately flared. These damn bastards, Wang Chen. Kill them! This is unbearable. Seeing his compatriots die, Zhang Min couldn't stand it anymore. They must be killed. Jing Jiayu, usually good-tempered, was now filled with murderous intent. She completely unleashed the fierceness of her ghost sword warrior. This was truly her demeanor in battle. Chiang, tell me their location. I'm going to kill them. Jing Jiayu then looked at Chiang Yadoji. Okay. Chiang Yadoji nodded decisively. The three of them and their Shikigami continued on their way. After walking for another 5 or 6 minutes, Chiang Yadoji quickly said, "It's just ahead. I saw them there before." After hearing this, Wang Qin took out his Gatling Inferno and aimed ahead. He used the scope on his gun to get a clear view of the situation ahead. But then, they discovered a startling scene. 2 Dragon Nation professionals were facing the relentless advance of 5 Ria Nation professionals. They were already at a complete disadvantage, covered in blood, and slowly retreating towards Wang Qin. The 5 Ria Nation professionals, however, pressed forward with a playful air, as if teasing their prey. 2 Dragon Nation professionals could also be seen lying motionless on the ground, most likely dead. Their injuries indicated they had been ambushed by the Ria Nation professionals. It must be said that Ria Nation professionals were indeed highly skilled at sneak attacks. Based on the professions of these 5 Ria Nation professionals, they were the team that Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess had described. What should we do? These damn guys are so insidious. An Ice Mage, one of the Dragon Nation professionals under attack, gritted his teeth. At this moment, his mana had reached its lowest point. Even after a fierce battle, he was completely depleted. The other Dragon Nation professional, a heavy warrior, had lost most of his health. Without the healing power of a healing profession, he had completely lost his combat effectiveness and could not withstand too much damage. Fight them and try to kill that mutant. On the count of 3, you go all out, and then I go all out. All we can do now is trade our lives, the heavy warrior said in a deep voice. They knew very well that if they fell into the hands of the Ria Nation professionals, they would be in a fate worse than death. Might as well fight to the death, and win by saving one. Humph. These Dragon Nation professionals are so stupid. They have no sense of defense at all. It's so easy to sneak attack them. The Earth Ninja snorted. With a look of disdain on his face, he completely disregarded the Dragon Nation professionals. The 2 now surrounded were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Let's kill them. I wonder if Yoshino and the others have caught Wang Qin. So far, these Dragon Nation professionals seem too easy to kill. I'm afraid Wang Qin will be just as easy, the Water Ninja said calmly. If we kill Wang Qin, we can go back to see the cherry blossoms. My wife is waiting for me. The mutant said leisurely, dragging its enormous tail. Killing Wang Qin was their sole mission this time. Killing the other Dragon Nation professionals would simply be a matter of convenience. Go! The Earth Ninja immediately formed hand seals, preparing to kill the Ice Mage. Go! The Dragon Nation's heavily armored warrior immediately swapped his shield for a long sword. Although the longsword was only silver-level equipment, it was his only damage-dealing weapon. He couldn't just go into a desperate fight with his shield. The Ice Mage cast a spell swiftly, preparing to make a desperate move. Duh. Just as the Earth Ninja was about to form a hand seal, a volley of bullets shot out like a flaming dragon, instantly destroying his hand seal. His health instantly dropped by 1/3. Everyone present was stunned. The Ria Nation's professionals all looked in the direction of the bullets, their faces filled with surprise. However, they quickly went on alert. The damage these bullets inflicted was beyond their expectations. Just over 10 rounds had already reduced an Earth Ninja's health by 1/3. And the firing rate was incredibly fast, only about a second. In their minds, this was utterly impossible. Even a level 50 professional couldn't possibly deliver such rapid damage and output. The Dragon Nation heavy armored warrior, about to charge, was stunned. What was going on? A surprise attack from the heavens? The Ice Mage saw hope. It's Wang Qin, it has to be him. Based on the damage from the bullets, the Ice Mage determined the identity of the attacker. Yes, it's definitely him. Only a gunner like him could inflict such outrageous damage, the heavy armored warrior said with sudden realization. On the Void front, Wang Qin's name had long been known throughout Fortress No. 3. He was arguably the most famous figure in Fortress No. 3. They both took a deep breath. They were saved. Wang Qin stopped the Earth-type ninjutsu and didn't fire any further. He instead gave Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min a look, urging them to follow. Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess followed closely behind. The 5 Ria professionals didn't dare move. Seeing that the enemy had stopped firing, they waited quietly. They had no idea what Wang Qin was going to do. Normally, if they were hostile, they should have continued firing. Why did he suddenly stop firing? Wang Qin stopped when he was over 100 meters away from the Ria professionals. The Ria professionals finally confirmed Wang Qin's identity. So, this was their target. Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess? Why is she following him? Has she betrayed him? The mutant exclaimed. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Wang Chen. He killed everyone in Yoshino's team. He even recruited Yoshino's Shikigami. That must be it. Their holy priest gritted his teeth. The loss of his companions made him feel uneasy. Yoshino's team was so strong. How did he do it? How is it possible? Just the three of them? Wang Chen is only level 27. Those two women aren't very strong at all. The Rhea heavy armored warriors were also extremely puzzled. I heard you were going to ambush me. Wang Chen shouted, his eyes like knives. Since you knew that, why don't you just accept death? You actually killed our Rhea professional, Wang Chen. You're really tired of living. The Earth-type ninja, whose health had been fully replenished by the holy priest, spoke with an extremely cold voice. Although the mission given was mainly to recruit people to surrender, he wanted to kill Wang Chen even more. Who made Wang Chen kill his friend? Chapter 250. Little did they know, Wang Chen had already mentally sentenced them to death. Zhang Min, heal them later, Wang Chen whispered. Then he looked at the Rhea professionals. Didn't you say you wanted to surrender? Why are you going to kill me? Wang Chen said quietly. At the same time, he pulled out his laser rifle. With incredible speed, before the Rhea professionals could say anything, the laser rifle unleashed a beam of white light, instantly blinding them. Come here, Wang Chen shouted. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Kingdom's heavy armored warriors and ice mages sprinted towards Wang Chen. Zhang Min quickly stepped forward, frantically healing the heavy armored warriors. Soon, the two of them were behind Wang Chen. They were both panting, their condition indicating a long battle. So, their physical strength was severely depleted. You two take a break, Wang Chen instructed, then looked at Akage Yadaoji and Jing Jiayu. Destroy them. The two women nodded simultaneously. Just as they were about to charge, Wang Chen threw a G-14 grenade. While they were still blinded, he'd first consume them. Next, he'd unleash his Gatling Inferno on them. Wang Chen even planned to let Jing Jiayu deal with a single Rhea professional, so she could vent her anger. Wang Chen's freezing rounds landed accurately on the opposing holy priest. His level 2 armor-piercing rounds dealt damage to the opposing Earth-type ninja. Since he was clamoring to kill him, Wang Chen naturally had to finish him off first. The other Rhea professionals quickly recovered from their blinding and began to attack. The water ninja was restrained, while the earth ninja, enduring the damage from the bullets, forcibly formed hand seals and released ninjutsu, casting an earth-based shield. This technique was similar to the earth-based ninja skills Wang Chen had seen before. Jing Jiayu engaged in a fierce battle with the mutant. Wielding a black magic sword, she emitted bursts of black light with every strike, even using these black blades as a ranged weapon. After Zhang Min finished healing her own heavy armored warrior, her next target was Jing Jiayu, constantly healing her. As for the enemy heavy armored warrior, she engaged in a fierce battle with the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess. As an Onmyoji Shikigami, the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess possessed immense power, but without a master, she was at a disadvantage in the battle against the heavy armored warrior. She was unable to harm the enemy, but fortunately, the heavy armored warrior's damage output was low to begin with, posing no threat to her. Wang Chen only needed her to hold one of them back. In the chaotic situation, Wang Chen couldn't use his micro-missiles, as this could easily cause accidental injuries. With Jing Jiayu and Akage Yudeji holding their respective opponents, Wang Chen could concentrate his firepower on the two opposing ninjas. Although the two ninjas were able to quickly form hand seals and unleash ninjutsu, Wang Chen's escape technique easily dodged them all. Some ninjutsu could even be avoided with just their impromptu reactions. Furthermore, their hand seals needed constant interruption. Their success rate was pitifully low. After just a minute, the Earth-type ninja was the first to fall under Wang Chen's damage. The Water-type ninja held out for another half a minute before collapsing. The deaths of the two ninjas immediately destroyed all the fighting spirit of the other Rhea professionals. They all stopped their attacks and knelt on the ground. Wang Chen. We surrender. The mutants knelt on the ground, hands raised. Their holy priests and armored warriors also knelt and begged for mercy. We surrender, don't kill us. There was no trace of their previous arrogance left. Surrender? Wang Chen frowned, thought for a moment, and waved his hand. Go! At this moment, their health was less than half. Wang Chen. We can't let them go. They've killed so many of us. They killed 3 of our teammates. The armored warriors shouted hurriedly. They wanted to kill these Rhea professionals immediately. Even Jing Jiayu was surprised. When had Wang Chen become so merciful? He was even willing to give them a chance to live. But she had a feeling that things were not as simple as she had imagined, so she kept silent. The ice mage nearly burst into tears upon hearing this. Brother Wang Chun, you can't let them go. They've killed at least 10 of our Dragon Nation professionals. Wang Chun, however, acted as if he hadn't heard them. Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. The ice mage and the heavy warrior were completely stunned. How could he let them go? But since they had been saved by Wang Chun, it was difficult to demand anything from him. After hearing Wang Chun's words, the 3 Rayon Nation professionals couldn't care less. They quickly stood up and fled in opposite directions without looking back. Oh! How can we let these beasts go? The ice mage gnashed his teeth, stamping his feet in anger. My good brother, I can't avenge you. The heavy warrior shed tears of grievance. Wang Chun glanced at them and said calmly, Can you be more ambitious? As he spoke, he pulled out another weapon, the Dongfeng sniper. He then aimed the Dongfeng sniper at the 3 professionals from the Rhea Kingdom, but didn't rush to pull the trigger. He waited quietly for them to escape. The heavy warrior and the ice mage suddenly woke up. Wang Chun had no intention of letting them go. He wanted to toy with them, just as he had toyed with them before. First, give them hope of survival, then dash their hopes. Little did they know, Wang Chun simply didn't want to waste time killing them. He wanted to make them run away first, then finish them off with a single micro-missile. But if he got too close, he could easily injure his own men. Only when the men were about 500 meters away did the micro-missiles fire. It traced a perfect arc through the air. Boom! A moment later, a massive explosion erupted ahead, sending a small mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The 3 Rhea professionals were shattered to smithereens, their flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Watching the heavy armored warrior and ice mage disintegrate into dust, thank you, brother Wang Chun. Without you, we'd be dead. The heavy armored warrior bowed directly to Wang Chun in gratitude. Much. The ice mage also offered his thanks. He was interrupted by Wang Chun. Go gather up the remains of your companions, and find a place to bury them. We talk later. The deceased dragon professionals had also fought a desperate battle with the Rhea professionals. So, their affairs needed to be properly handled. After hearing this, the 2 men immediately dragged the remains of their 3 companions together, sorted their belongings, and buried them in a nearby pile of rocks. Chapter 251. Simultaneously, the 2 of them retrieved wine from their respective storage spaces and poured it onto the ground. Their eyes were filled with sorrow. When we arrived, the 5 of us were still planning to clear the mutated goblin lair. Back then, we were full of ambition and high spirits, but now, there are only 2 of us left. The ice mage wept bitterly. The death of a companion was unacceptable even to the most tender-hearted men. And not much time had passed. No one could believe that someone so vibrant just a moment ago could be gone so suddenly, and in such a tragic way. This scene moved Jing Jiaoyu and the others. Even Akiji, a Shikigami, was moved. Since becoming a Shikigami, she had felt the true love and touching emotions of the human world for the first time. It took over 10 minutes for the 2 of them to vent their sorrow. The wine spilled on the ground had long since vanished, swallowed by the earth, just like their friendship, leaving only fragments of memories. Brother Chun, thank you so much for this time. If it weren't for you, we'd both be dead here. The heavily armored warrior wiped the snot from the corner of his mouth and walked over to Wang Chun, saying with gratitude, We're all professionals from Dragon Country. What's there to thank us for? It's all part of our job. Wang Chun, however, shrugged it off, dismissing it as a major issue. He also noticed their courage to fight the professionals from Rhea Country to the bitter end. It had to be said that both of them were truly men of character. At the last moment, when they were almost out of ammunition and food, they actually chose to exchange with the professionals from Rhea Country. It wouldn't be a loss to trade them for someone else. Looking at those cowardly fellows, they only felt hatred and disgust. No matter what, you are our savior, brother Wang Chun. From now on, if you need us, just tell me. My Wu Zhan's life is yours. The heavy armored warrior clasped his fists. My Qin Yong too. The ice mage quickly clasped his fists. For having survived by chance, they were deeply grateful to Wang Chun. They had thought they were doomed, but Wang Chun, like a god, rescued them and slew all the Rhea professionals. And in doing so, he avenged their fallen companions. Are you going to the mutant goblin's lair? Wang Chun ignored their words of gratitude and asked another question. He gestured to Jing Jiaoyu to pick up the bodies. 5 more Rhea professionals, all at level 41. They were sure to have some valuables. After interacting with Jing Jiaoyu, she had learned to follow Wang Chun's lead. Killing and robbing. are essential tasks when traveling. They're both essential and inseparable. Jing Jiayu had seen Wang Chen demonstrate this before and learned quickly. She began collecting all the items dropped by the Ria professionals. As for how to divide them, there was no rush. Upon hearing this, the heavy-armored warrior looked at Wang Chen and said, "That's right. I originally wanted to challenge this extremely difficult dungeon, but I never expected to be ambushed by those damn Ria professionals less than a kilometer ahead. We were originally strong enough not to be afraid of them, but we were too careless. The priest was ambushed and killed by their ninjas. Without our health boost, we couldn't defeat them." Wang Chen frowned as he listened to the armored warrior's explanations. Although he wanted to know the truth, he'd already jumped to the conclusion before he'd even asked. But it was understandable that he was eager to express his hatred for the Ria professionals. "Yes, I get it. You said earlier that Ria professionals had ambushed many of our Dragon Nation's people. What's going on?" Wang Chen nodded and continued. "It's been spreading around this area lately. Ria professionals are active, and they frequently attack us. I've heard some even pretend to be Dragon Nation members." The Ice Mage replied. It was just as Chiang had said. These Ria professionals are truly despicable. They're capable of any cunning trick. "Can you tell when a Ria professional is impersonating you?" Wang Chen asked, looking at Chiang Yadoji. After a moment of contemplation, the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess said, "Except for the level 50 professional, I can recognize almost everyone else." "Who is she?" After seeing the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess, Wu Zhan and Qin Yong realized there was another Shikigami here. Instantly startled, they took a defensive stance. "Yes, she is a Shikigami, but she's now my subordinate and no longer loyal to the Onmyoji." Wang Chen laughed. "However, currently, only the kingdom of Ria has Onmyoges. No other kingdoms have awakened them. The awakening of some professions is also related to the environment of their respective nations." "Ah, Brother Wang Chen, you're incredible. You can even subdue such a creature. Remarkable, truly remarkable." Wu Zhan gave a thumbs up. The two of them were filled with admiration. "You know, Shikigami are extremely powerful beings in the kingdom of Ria. And they have a very high ceiling." But the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess glared at them fiercely, as if she wanted to eat them. This frightened the two of them. Wang Chen quickly laughed and said, "This isn't some evil creature. I've given her a name, Red Shadow. She protects our compatriots just like us humans, specifically dealing with those evildoers and void creatures. Of course, the so-called evildoers currently oppress the people of Ria." The Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess was well aware of this. She was well aware of the cruelty of the professionals in Ria. That's why she awakened early, unwilling to become a weapon for these beasts' evil deeds. "Ha ha. Brother Wang Chen, you're even more powerful now. You've even gained a very promising helper." Qin Yong's admiration deepened. "You two, join the team and go kill the Ria people with me first. Once we've finished killing them, I take you to a dungeon," Wang Chen said solemnly. Just this one sentence completely unnerved Qin Yong and Wu Zhan. Killing Ria professionals was their biggest wish, bar none. As for dungeons, aside from the mutated goblin lair, they had no interest in them. "Alright. I kill a few more of those Ria beasts." Qin Yong rolled up his sleeves. "Thank you, Brother Wang Chen, for giving us a chance to avenge our grievances," Wu Zhan said gratefully. "About the dungeon, Brother Wang Chen, which dungeon are you taking us to?" Qin Yong asked again. "The mutated goblin lair," Wang Chen said slowly. "Really? Are you planning to do that dungeon too?" Chapter 252. The two of them said almost in unison. "Alright. After we kill them, let's go into the dungeon together." Wang Chen nodded. So their destination was the same. "We can form a 5-person team, including her. If we go into the dungeon later, what will happen to Chiang?" Jing Jiayu thought of Chiang Yadoji. Currently, she had no connection with the professionals present, so she couldn't enter the dungeon. "When we enter the dungeon, we can have her find a safe place to hide outside, and then we can find her when we come out." Wang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "It seems this is the only way. There's no other way. Chiang can't go into the dungeon with us." Zhang Min sighed. "Wouldn't it be dangerous to leave her alone on this void front?" Zhang Min was worried about Chiang Yadoji's safety. Wang Chen frowned. He hadn't considered this issue before. He then turned to Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess and asked, "Do Onmyoji have any unique methods for discovering Shikigami?" Wang Chen didn't know much about the Onmyoji profession. But the beast tamer profession possessed special methods for discovering wild beasts over a wider range. So Wang Chen became curious about this question. "Yes." Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess nodded. She looked a little embarrassed, feeling like she was a burden to Wang Chen. Then things will be easy. Just kill all the Onmyoji in this area, and Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess will be safe. As for those void creatures, you can handle them yourself, right? Wang Chen said with a smile. As long as all the Onmyoji in this area were eliminated, Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess would be largely safe. Of course, there was a chance they might encounter Dragon Kingdom professionals. But Dragon Kingdom professionals didn't have the special means to detect Shikigami, so as long as Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess was a little careful, she wouldn't be found. Wang Chen wasn't worried about that. Ha. Brother Wang Chen, you're so domineering. I'm liking your personality more and more. That's a great idea. Then kill all those Onmyoji. Kill them, and Red Shadow will be relatively safe. Wu Zhan laughed heartily upon hearing this, feeling incredibly happy. Let's go! Let's get going. Wang Chen didn't waste any time and waved his hand. He and Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess walked in front, with the others following behind. With Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess leading the way, they could spot the Rhea Kingdom professionals earlier. Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess was also very helpful. In just 3 minutes, she helped Wang Chen and the others spot a group of Rhea Kingdom professionals. Even without Wang Chen, their strength was comparable to the enemies. Wu Zhan and Qin Yong were both level 41, Jing Jiayu was also level 41, and Zhang Min was level 40. Only Wang Chen lowered the team's level, but that wasn't important. If Wang Chen were a level 40 professional, they could still be on par with the enemy team. But with Wang Chen, their strength was even greater. This time, the enemy team also had an Onmyoji, but this Onmyoji Shikigami was a male. Without hesitation, they were instantly dispatched by Wang Chen. After facing this team, they were completely destroyed in less than 2 minutes. This time, Wang Chen didn't use a killing move, but instead had the rest of his teammates join in the fight. This was partly to let them vent their anger, and partly to give them a chance to practice. This was especially true for the two teachers, Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min. They were constantly busy leveling, grinding dungeons, and attending classes, so they rarely had to engage in combat. Of the two, Jing Jiayu was the one who needed the most practice. As a damage-focused warrior, if she didn't hone her dueling and piking skills, she would suffer greatly in the future. Unlike Zhang Min, the cleric, who didn't need much practice at all, simply needing to maintain health and run fast, the skill required was quite low. Jing Jiayu was still in charge of scavenging. She was practically a professional scavenger. After defeating the Borea professional, Wang Chen divided the spoils equally among the entire team. After all, they had contributed, so Wang Chen wouldn't treat them unfairly. Despite Wu Zhan and Qin Yong's evasion, Wang Chen still forced their share. From their conversations, Wang Chen knew they had already graduated, but no faction had yet accepted them. They were like independent cultivators, leveling up on their own and forming teams to complete dungeons, living on the edge of a knife every day. Life was extremely tight. To obtain more resources, they had to fight tooth and nail. They even risked their lives to raid the mutated goblin lair, hoping for better equipment. That's why they gathered a few close friends. When raiding a dungeon, if the 5 of them were close friends, it would be easier to share equipment. But if they teamed up with strangers, fighting over equipment could result in fatalities, and such incidents were not uncommon. This distribution made Wu Zhan and Qin Yong even more grateful. No one had ever treated them so well. Therefore, they had to work even harder to protect Wang Chen. Although Wang Chen had high damage output, he was fragile and needed extra protection. Little did they know, Wang Chen had his own means of survival, and didn't need anyone to protect him. After killing this group of Rhea professionals, they continued on their journey. Once they encountered a fight between Dragon professionals and Rhea professionals, they didn't hesitate. The entire team attacked, killing all the Rhea professionals. Along the way, under Chiang's guidance, they had killed 5 teams of Rhea professionals. But what worried Wang Chen the most was the level 50 Rhea professional. Where was this person? Chiang Yadaoji had no idea where he was, nor where he had been, or even what he looked like. This was the biggest threat. At the moment, Wang Chen didn't have the strength to go head-to-head with a level 50 professional. He could only try hard. Or perhaps someone could help hold the enemy back, allowing Wang Chen to go all out, and then he'd have a chance. According to Chiang, this professional was acting alone. Could this person have infiltrated the Dragon Nation professional team? Everything was unknown, but precisely because of the unknown came the danger. Remember, if you encounter someone hiding their level, be extremely cautious. Even if they're from Dragon Nation, stay away, Wang Chen warned. Okay. Is this to guard against that level 50 Ria Nation professional? Jing Jiayu asked. Level 50. Wu Zhan's mouth dropped open upon hearing this. How terrifying. These Ria Nation soldiers had even sent out level 50 players. It seemed they were targeting Wang Chen alone. Such a large-scale move was a bit over the top. However, it also indirectly reflected the extraordinary importance Ria Nation placed on Wang Chen. Chapter 253. No matter what, we must first consider how to guard against this level 50 Ria professional. Qi Ying still didn't know enough. He hadn't even figured out this person's profession. Oh my god, these damn guys. Just to deal with brother Wang Chen, they even sent a level 50 guy. Qin Yong exclaimed. They had never imagined the Ria Kingdom would be so despicable. Not only assassinations and sneak attacks, but they also sent such a high-level professional. They were completely out to kill them. Don't worry about him for now. He's here anyway. Since he's in Dragon Kingdom territory, don't let him leave alive. Wang Chen said in a deep voice. Since the Ria Kingdom was so generous, Wang Chen would definitely make them suffer. However, Wang Chen still had no idea how to deal with him. If all else fails, should we send someone back to tell the people at the fortress? Jing Jiayu reminded him. This place is too far from the fortress. It'd take a long time to get there and back. By the time the military sends someone, I'm afraid countless people will have died. Besides, we might not even be able to find him. Zhang Min shook her head. She disagreed with Jing Jiayu's suggestion. Let's go! If we really meet him, just go for it. Try to control him. As long as I can control him enough, I believe my damage output will kill him. Wang Chen waved his hand. There's no point in overthinking it. I wait until I see him. Wang Chen had considered retreating anyway. After all, Wang Chen had a chance to resurrect. So he wasn't afraid of him at all. Besides, a level 27 professional challenging a level 50 professional wouldn't be shameful even if he lost. Most importantly, Wang Chen still wanted to see if he could kill such a high-level professional with his damage output. Alright. As long as you, little brother Wang Chen, aren't afraid, we follow you even if it means sacrificing our lives. Wu Zhan declared loudly. He looked full of blood and passion, even fearless of life and death. Wang Chen had already given him a life, and if he followed Wang Chen to fight the Ria professionals, he would be willing to give his own. I don't want you to die. You all need to be well. Only by staying alive can we kill more Ria people, Wang Chen said with a smile. Furthermore, Wang Chen wanted to kill the level 50 professional while ensuring everyone's safety. Little brother Wang Chen, you're so kind. Qin Yong almost cried after hearing this. In his eyes, Wang Chen was simply the perfect person. He was both powerful and broad-minded. In terms of his broad mindset, he had never met anyone as broad-minded as Wang Chen. Let's go! Let's head towards the mutated goblin dungeon first. Wang Chen took a deep breath. We still need to be extra careful along the way, to avoid sneak attacks. These Ria professionals are too despicable. We need to be on guard against them at all times. Especially since Wang Chen has been targeted and has become their target. Okay. Jing Jiayu and the others nodded. They all followed closely behind Wang Chen, except for the two warriors, Wu Zhan and Jing Jiayu, who remained ready to charge at any moment. Ready to protect Wang Chen at all times. Holy Priest Zhang Min did the same, preparing to use his healing skills on Wang Chen. Fighting has broken out again up ahead. As Wang Chen walked, his gaze fixed. He could see a team of Dragon Nation professionals, also consisting of 5, engaged in a fierce 5-on-5 battle with Ria Nation professionals. Both sides had heavy armored warriors and healing classes, their damage output differing slightly, though they were also very similar. The Dragon Nation professionals had ice mages and fire mages, while the Ria Nation side had water ninjas and fire ninjas. They also had a melee damage class, a berserker and a mutant. The two melee classes engaged in a fierce battle, their blades flashing everywhere. The mages and ninjas began exchanging spells and ninjutsu, their skills displaying dazzling effects. What intrigued Wang Chen most was that both teams were at level 42. Among the professionals Wang Chen had encountered so far, this was one of the highest. Furthermore, their combat power was quite impressive. Even Jing Jiayu couldn't compare to them. Although they were only one level apart, the difference in overall combat power was far greater. Not everyone was Wang Chen, unmatched at their level. Even if they were superior, more than 10 levels wouldn't be a problem. Comparison truly kills. Brother Wang Chen, should we go help them? Qin Yong asked excitedly. No rush. Let's see how they fight. If anyone is in danger, I intervene. Wang Chen simultaneously pulled out his Gatling Inferno gun and locked the muzzle on a ninja. Watch them fight. What's so interesting about that? Qin Yong asked in surprise. You need to understand how others attack, or rather, just watch the fun, Wang Chen said with a smile. In reality, Wang Chen didn't want to ruin the Dragon Nation professionals' training opportunity. This small-scale conflict was a perfect opportunity to hone their coordination and individual strengths. In any case, Wang Chen wouldn't put their lives in danger. If their health ever got too low, Wang Chen would open fire. Besides, now was almost Wang Chen's maximum attack range, and the people of Riyadh couldn't sense his presence. Wang Chen hadn't spotted any crows nearby, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. Actually, Wang Chen's intention was clear. I want you to learn how they fight, and what good tactics these professionals have. Learning is the right thing to do, Jing Jiayu said loudly. As a teacher, she naturally understood Wang Chen's intention. The saying learn until you die, live until you die was absolutely true. As expected of our teacher, Wang Chen laughed. But I haven't even taken teacher Jing Jiayu's class yet. Seeing that there wasn't any danger ahead, and both sides were equally matched, both at level 42, neither could do anything to the other for a while. So Wang Chen felt like playing a little joke on his own. Humph. Just as I was saying, your first class was ruined by Chu Rou. So I didn't get to teach you a lesson properly. Jing Jiayu snorted. But thinking of Wang Chen at that time left a lasting impression. She had never seen a boy so calm. Even after Chu Rou's words, he remained neither humble nor overbearing. In the end, he convinced Chu Rou to become one of Wang Chen's fans. Teacher Jing Jiayu, please give me some good lessons when you have time. I'm still not very clear on a lot of common sense. So life is a journey of learning. Wang Chen laughed. Chapter 254. Humph. I have to teach you a lesson when I have time. To keep you from joining our War God Academy. Jing Jiayu snorted again. War God Academy. Jing Jiayu, I have to tell you this. You know Wang Chen has lofty ambitions, so how could he possibly be interested in your War God Academy? If you were Wang Chen, would you make such a choice? Zhang Min said indignantly on Wang Chen's behalf. Everyone knows that the most powerful academy in Huaqing Academy is the Super God Academy, so every powerful person will do anything to get into it. Wang Chen is no exception. However, back then, Wang Chen was fiercely sought after by all 8 academies, including the Super God Academy. Wang Chen thought for a moment and said, it's mainly because I can't split my time between them. How about I spend half of my time teaching at your academy? The implication was that his goal was still the Super God Academy. Humph. We don't care. But Wang Chen, since you rejected me, you have to take me on more dungeon runs in the future. Jing Jiayu changed the subject. This was her main purpose. Qin Yong and Wu Zhan finally realized that these were teachers and students from Huaqing Academy. What surprised them most was that Wang Chen was a student, while the 2 women were teachers. You could tell by their age. Okay. No problem. Wang Chen nodded. So this girl was planning on having him take her on dungeon runs. Brother Wang Chen, I didn't expect you were a student at Huaqing Academy. How old are you? A student can be so impressive. That's impressive, Qin Yong said with admiration. He had never imagined that a student, only level 27, could have such combat power that completely surpassed those of them, professionals at levels 40 and 41. Furthermore, it was still unknown how high Wang Chen's ceiling could be. It was also unknown whether anyone could force Wang Chen to reveal his limit. He's a freshman, Jing Jiayu said with a smile. Freshman? So, he's already level 27 after just over a month of school? Wu Zhan said in horror. He had been to school before, so he naturally understood what it meant to be level 27 just a month into the semester. Just his level alone was far behind the other freshmen. They seemed both gifted, but in reality, Wang Chen was the clear leader, leading the way. Brother Wang Chen, you're incredible. How many more miracles do you have? Qin Yong said with admiration. So many miracles, I'm afraid I couldn't finish talking about them all night long. Jing Jiayu said with a smile. Whenever she talked about Wang Chen's deeds with others, she was filled with joy. If you want to watch this fight, just move forward. It won't matter if they find you anyway. Wang Chen changed the subject. Why keep bringing up his own past? It's all in the past. Jing Jiayu understood Wang Chen's reason for changing the subject and said with a smile, Okay. I go learn how they fight small-scale group battles. Then she quickly grabbed Zhang Min and ran forward. Not only her, but Qin Yong and Wu Zhan did the same. Although they had experienced many battles, since Wang Chen said this one was worth watching, they naturally wouldn't miss it. The 4 of them watched the battle intently. The 2 teams fought back and forth, but the presence of healing classes ensured that neither side suffered any casualties. Wang Chen took a deep breath and said, "Actually, these wild groups out there are no worse than those professional teams." Of course, Wang Chen was referring specifically to coordination. Originally, this Dragon Country team had a disadvantage in equipment, but their coordination made up for it. As for how to tell if they had an equipment disadvantage, although Wang Chen couldn't see their equipment information, he could tell by their damage output. Many times, wild groups are formed by friends who know each other well, so they have close relationships and are much easier to work with. Unlike school teams, where everyone is less familiar with each other. The two sides fought fiercely. Jing Jiayu also observed the coordination between the two teams, which was something she needed to learn. Once she had mastered this, she could teach her students in the future. The two sides fought fiercely until the priest's mana was completely depleted. As the fierce battle entered its final stages, even the priests could only rely on their staffs for damage. As for recovery? Not a drop at all. Duh. Just as they were locked in a fierce struggle, the sound of machine gun fire rang out. Amidst billowing smoke and dust, the priest on the Rya side collapsed. Her health was already low to begin with, and she couldn't withstand the damage from Wang Chen's 5 rounds. He finished her off without firing a single round. Frightened, the 9 people engaged in the battle retreated, all looking in the direction of the bullets. Wang Chen made no secret of his presence, wielding his Gatling gun and firing his inferno towards them. Jing Jiayu and the others ahead also revealed their true forms and slowly advanced. The Dragon Nation side now had the advantage in numbers, making them no match for the Rhea Nation professionals. Duh. As Wang Chen advanced, he used his Gatling Inferno to kill another Rhea Nation professional, a water ninja. His calm demeanor made the other Rhea Nation professionals afraid to move. It was as if they had seen a monster. The appearance of a Dragon Nation professional with such terrifying damage at this moment was like a death sentence for them. They had no chance of resisting. Furthermore, the Dragon Nation professionals were already numerous, and their mana was running low. Even the professions that didn't use mana had pitiful health. Oh my god! Isn't that Wang Chen? Why did he show up? 5 guns for 1 person. That's outrageous. We've put so much effort into defeating these Rhea professionals. We even risked casualties. Wang Chen. Why is he here? And even helping us? The 5 Dragon Nation professionals all looked at Wang Chen in surprise. Everyone was stunned by Wang Chen's terrifying output. Duh. Wang Chen used the Gatling Inferno to eliminate 2 more Rhea professionals. Only the remaining fire ninja put away his machine gun. Frightened, his pants soaked, he fell to his knees with a thud. Wang Chen, spare me. He spoke in the broken dragon ninja language. From Wang Chen's bullets, he had already determined Wang Chen's identity. He was the very target of their mission. Brother Wang Chen, I'm here to kill him. Wu Zhan, thinking of his fallen brothers, was furious. He wanted to kill this guy alive. Wang Chen waved his hand, don't kill him. He's still very useful. Chapter 255. Everyone suddenly realized that Wang Chen had his own plan. Wang Chen glanced back at Jing Jiayu, who immediately understood. He pulled a rope from his storage space and tied up the fire ninja. Sir, spare my life. The fire ninja cried out. Want to live? Wang Chen leisurely walked up to him, producing a dagger. He placed it directly against the fire ninja's neck. Then you be obedient. Answer whatever I ask. Of course you can lie, but if I catch you lying in the slightest, you meet your teammates in the underworld. The fire ninja trembled with fear, even falling to his knees. Sir, I won't lie. He spoke in the broken dragon ninja language, his body huddled together. What surprised him most was that he could tell the woman behind Wang Chen was clearly a Onmyoji Shikigami. Even the Onmyoji Shikigami had rebelled. This was completely his imagination. Normally, the Shikigami of the Rhea Kingdom were loyal to their masters, but why had this Shikigami betrayed their master and defected to a Dragon Kingdom professional? The most important thing was, with this Shikigami around, if he tried to lie, he'd be discovered quickly. In other words, trying to get away with it was extremely unlikely, and it would be a risk to his life. Who knew how many secrets this Shikigami had about the professionals sent by the Rhea Kingdom this time? Excellent. Then let me ask you, how many professionals did you send out this time? Wang Chen nodded and asked. 5. 51. The fire ninja's eyes rolled. Despite his fear, he still wondered if he should lie. If the other party gained access to information about the Rhea Kingdom, they might cause considerable harm to their people. So, if there was a chance to lie without being discovered, he would definitely do so. Wang Chen nodded. He hadn't lied about the question, but the fire ninja was rather dishonest, and Wang Chen noticed every shift in his expression. So roughly how many levels are there? Wang Chen continued. The fire ninja pondered for a moment before speaking. 40 between levels 40 and 42, 10 between 43 and 44, and 1 at level 45. Because Ryot Kingdom had sent so many ninjas, counting them was a bit difficult. He might not know all of them. But that last one, level 45, brought a cruel smile to Wang Chen's lips. Bang! A fierce kick landed on the fire ninja's crotch. Ah! The fire ninja howled in pain, the intense pain making it impossible for him to stand. Still trying to fool me? Wang Chen said with a smile. He looked at the fire ninja with amusement. He had known for a while that this guy was lying, so he deliberately asked him a question that would confuse the number. And he had said a level 45 professional, not a level 50 professional. The level 50 professional remained silent. If he hadn't known about this level 50 professional, he would never have mentioned a level 45 professional. He simply wanted to misrepresent this person's level to mislead Wang Chen. This kind of misrepresentation could cost Wang Chen his life. Luckily, Wang Chen knew about it after he mentioned it. Why? I didn't lie. The fire ninja struggled to utter these words. He was puzzled. Why was he hit? Had he been caught lying? How? Could this Shikigami know they had deployed a level 50 professional? You little bastard, you dare to lie. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhan quickly kicked him hard in the butt. Not only him, but Qin Yong also followed up with a few more kicks. The fire ninja screamed in pain, and he quickly said, I tell you, isn't that enough? Then tell the truth. If you don't, I chop you to death. Wu Zhan said fiercely. He raised his sword. Although he wouldn't strike, the threat still served as a threat. There's a level 50 wood-type ninja. He's acting alone. The fire-type ninja clutched his crotch, saying in agony. At this point, he dared not tell any more lies. If he were discovered again, he wouldn't die, but he would surely be subjected to inhuman torture. That was undeniable. These Ryot-type professionals had frequently ambushed Dragon-type professionals. This had incurred widespread outrage, and now that he was their captive, he was sure of a beating. But he didn't want to die yet. He didn't fully understand the will of fire. He only knew the instinct of life, to survive, no matter what. A wood-type ninja? Wang Chen fell into deep thought. It had to be said that wood-type ninjas were the most difficult class to defeat among all the ninjas. They had extremely strong control, crowd control abilities, high damage output, and would release to protect themselves. While their tankiness wasn't as strong as those of specialized tank classes, it was still slightly stronger than the others. Wang Chen then looked at the fire-type ninja and said coldly, what class is he impersonating? Just this question stunned him. How could he even know about wood-type ninjas impersonating other classes? However, the fire-type ninja wasn't completely foolish and quickly realized that the Shikigami must have revealed everything he knew. Go Sword Warrior. The fire-type ninja said slowly. When you're on the chopping block, you have to say something. TSK. The same class as you. Zhang Min smiled and looked at Jing Jiayu. Jing Jiayu wasn't quite understanding. Why would he pretend to be my profession? Wang Chen thought for a moment and said, he definitely knows how to use a sword. If he uses wood ninjutsu on a sword, it can also produce the same effect as a sword technique, but it's just not the same aura as a Go sword. But Go Sword Warriors are rare, and not many people can identify them, so he can pass for the real thing in most teams. This is the only possibility. How much do you know about him? He then turned to the fire ninja and asked coldly. The fire ninja didn't know what to say, and trembled all over. He knew that if he couldn't reveal anything useful, he would probably die right here. I can tell you. But you have to promise me that after I tell you, you let me live. The fire ninja said with difficulty. But relying on his instinctive desire to survive, he said it all at once. Okay. I let you live. Chapter 256. Wang Chen said calmly. The fire ninja didn't understand the underlying meaning. After a moment's thought, he quickly said, he has a wife, no children, and is a jonin. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chen slapped him hard. The slap knocked out 3 of his teeth, and his mouth was filled with blood. But the fire ninja didn't know what had happened. He had tried his best to tell everything he knew. Why was he slapped again? Say it's useful. Wang Chen said coldly. The fire ninja struggled to think about what was useful and what wasn't. After a long pause, he finally spoke. He usually has 4 methods of attack. He summons tree roots from the ground to bind his enemies, then uses trees to smash them, And finally, he traps his enemies in a pile of trees, which then transform into tree men and attack them. In his eyes, this was already quite useful. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, Wang Chen knew full well that this was merely the wood ninja's general tactic, not necessarily his ultimate move. Every professional hides their ultimate move, never deploying it until absolutely necessary, to better protect themselves. One's best-kept secrets should never be casually brought out. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, the fire ninja felt a sense of relief. So, this was exactly what the other party wanted to know. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Besides that, I've heard he can mobilize the power of the forest, but I don't know exactly how. What kind of equipment is he wearing? What does he look like?" Wang Chen glanced at him and continued. 2 pieces of diamond-level equipment, and the rest are all gold-level. As for his appearance, long face, aquiline nose, a scar between his eyebrows, and he likes to wear a hat, but I don't know if he wears one when pretending to be a ghost blade warrior. The fire ninja spoke quickly. He was eager to blurt out everything he knew. "Oh!" Wang Chen nodded. It had to be said that this wood ninja's equipment was indeed quite good. Diamond-level equipment was extremely difficult to obtain, even for a level 50 professional. The drop rate in dungeons was pitifully low. So most level 40 and 50 professionals wore silver and gold level equipment. Only a few could obtain diamond level equipment. "Very well done. I promised you, I'd let you go." Wang Chen smiled, patted the fire ninja's shoulder, and then untied the ropes from his body. "Let's go!" As he spoke, he glanced at Jing Jiayu and the others, then took a final look at the 5-man team he had just helped. The 5 of them were still in a state of confusion, only knowing that Wang Chen had led his men to help them. But they had asked a lot of questions about the level 50 Raya professional. Could it be that Wang Chen was going to attack this level 50 Raya professional? This was something they couldn't imagine at all. The level gap was simply too vast, like a chasm. No matter how powerful Wang Chen was, or how explosive his output was, he couldn't possibly handle a level 50 professional. However, they were clear on Wang Chen's gaze. This was to leave this person alive for them. "Thank you. Thank you, sir." The fire ninja hurriedly bowed. After thanking him, he tried to flee as quickly as possible. Little did he know that the 5-man team he had just fought had already surrounded him. What are you going to do?" The fire ninja trembled. "Of course I'm going to kill you," the leading heavy armored warrior said coldly. "But, Sir, Wang Chen just said he'd let me go," the fire ninja hurriedly said. He wanted to use Wang Chen as a shield, giving himself a chance to survive. "He did, but we didn't say we'd let you go." The heavy armored warrior's tone remained icy. "Despicable. You're so dishonest." The fire ninja immediately became furious. "You talk as if you have any credibility? All you can do is sneak attacks and ambushes. You despicable bastards." The heavy armored warrior cursed. "You?" The fire ninja was unconvinced. But he couldn't think of a rebuttal. Indeed, they primarily relied on sneak attacks and ambushes. "Stop talking nonsense and just kill him. These beasts have harmed many of our Dragon Nation's people." An ice mage said coldly. "Right. How can we maintain trust with such a beast? Besides, we haven't broken our promise. Wang Chen promised to let him go, but we didn't." "That's right." The priest quickly chimed in. "Ah." Then, after a tremendous roar, the fire ninja was beaten to death by the 5 of them. It was a horrific death. TSK. "Wang Chen, I've discovered you're truly wicked," Jing Jiayu said with a smile after hearing the agonizing sound. "You did promise to release him, but the others didn't. What a tactic." Zhang Min couldn't help but sigh. "We've been merciful enough, not even torturing him properly." Wang Chen smiled and shook his head. Wang Chen had no interest in torturing people yet. But anyone who angered Wang Chen would be killed, no other options. "You just don't want to waste time. If I had more time, I'd really like to torture these beasts, and make them so despicable." Jing Jiayu sighed. Seeing so many people killed by ambushing real professionals along the way, she was already filled with righteous indignation. She wished she could kill all of them. Don't worry about how to torture them first. You should think about making yourself stronger. Only when you're strong can you kill them easily. Wang Chen changed the subject. As a teacher, Jing Jiayu had little interest in leveling up, clearing dungeons, or even fighting in battlefields, which was why her level remained low. Teachers of her age were all 4 or 5 levels higher than her. "I know." Jing Jiayu nodded awkwardly. She was well aware that she wasn't working hard. She came to Huaqing Academy as a teacher simply to live a more relaxed life. "If you know, then I do more dungeons. If that doesn't work out, I quit teaching and focus on leveling up and improving myself. Wang Chen continued. This world is inherently dangerous. Improving one's own strength is paramount. As for the teacher profession, it's pretty useless. Finding a few professionals of moderate skill to serve as teachers is just fine. As for Jing Jiayu, a rare ghost sword warrior, being a teacher is somewhat of a waste of her profession. It's not an exaggeration to say she's wasting her talent. In the later stages of a ghost sword warrior's career, its damage output is truly incredible, and its mysterious and unpredictable nature on the battlefield makes it extremely useful. Chapter 257. Even as good as the elemental mages. It's just that there are too few of them. Resigning? You're really imaginative. If I don't teach, many Su students won't be able to attend. Jing Jiayu said unconvincedly. But it must be said that many students do enjoy Jing Jiayu's classes. Practically every class is packed. This is partly due to her beauty, and partly because her lectures are truly captivating. TSK. So I'm asking a popular teacher to resign for my own sake. Wang Chen laughed. That's not true. So Wang Chen, let's not just think about ourselves. Jing Jiayu said quickly. She sounded so selfless. The group chatted and laughed as they soon arrived at the entrance of the mutant goblin's lair. The 5-person team was already in formation. But their mere appearance stunned everyone around them. How could there still be a level 27 professional? In this area, dragon professionals have formed an unwritten rule to guard against Rhea professionals. No one is allowed to wear a concealing badge. This prevents some Rhea professionals from infiltrating the dragon professionals' ranks. After all, Rhea professionals include 3 unique professions: ninja, onmyoji, and mutant. A quick search of their information will reveal their nationality. Of course, traditional professions like warrior, mage, and priest cannot be identified. But to a certain extent, Rhea professionals can be detected in advance. And Wang Chen, without the concealing badge, had his level fully revealed to others. Wang Chen ignored their questions and ridicule. I'm afraid there are still many professionals who don't recognize me. Wang Chen is only well known within the military district, but these professionals who spend their days out leveling up are unaware of this. Thus, they were extremely surprised. Why would this level 27 professional come here? And judging by the situation, he was going to attack the mutated goblin lair. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly a suicide mission. What kind of team is this? Why did they bring a level 27 player? They're crazy. Aren't they afraid this level 27 player will drag the team down and kill the whole team? I don't think this level 27 professional will survive more than 10 minutes. The mutated goblin lair is no joke. They're so impatient that they even dare to bring someone so low level. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Wang Chen ignored them, scanning the surroundings. Now they needed to determine where the Rhea people might be. Thankfully, everyone here had revealed their information, making it easier to identify them. After a quick glance, they didn't see a single Rhea professional. These people probably knew about the consensus issue among dragon professionals, and wouldn't dare to show up and launch a surprise attack. Have you spotted any Rhea people? Zhang Min asked curiously. No, Wang Chen said flatly. Then what about us? Zhang Min continued to ask curiously. Wang Chen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, let's go in. Since they hadn't encountered any, they'd let those Rhea people show off for a while. After leveling up, they'd deal with them later. Soon, the 5 of them formed a team and entered the dungeon. The entire dungeon was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, tinged with a strong smell of blood. A monster over 2 meters tall appeared before them, and they happened to encounter it passing through the doorway. Wang Chen glanced at the monster's information. Mutated Goblin Guard, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 35. Strength, 18,000. Agility, 19,000. Intelligence, 20,000. Skills, Double Attack, Stun, Roar. It must be said that this monster's 3-dimensional attributes are truly high. And it even has 3 skills. However, for a goblin, its size is enormous, completely different from a normal goblin. One could even say it felt quite out of place. Just as Wang Chen was examining the mutant goblin guard's information, Wu Zhan, a tank class, without hesitation, rushed to the mutant goblin guard and began taunting the enemy with all his might. Wang Chen took a deep breath. He had to admit, Wu Zhan's professionalism was truly remarkable. He knew how to hold off the monsters without anyone's command, silently contributing to the others' well-being. Just this action stunned Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min. Wang Chen always preferred to deal damage on his own, never using a tank class. In fact, using a tank class would slow down monster farming. Mainly because if the tank class and the monsters were engaged, Wang Chen could easily get killed if he intervened. Back off! Wang Chen shouted. Qin Yong was completely stunned. What did this mean? He wasn't the only one confused. Why did he dislike them? Wang Chen saw the strange looks from several people and guessed what they meant. But it's easy to accidentally injure them. But realistically, Wu Zhan wasn't at fault. He was simply doing his job. As for the rest, he hadn't considered it yet. Wu Zhan obediently stepped back a few steps. Duh. Wang Chen picked up the Gatling Inferno and fiercely fired at the monster. Among the protection of the second-level armor-piercing rounds, there were also freezing rounds. Instantly, the monster was completely frozen. But it was no match for Wang Chen. A single burst of bullets completely killed it. The others were all stunned. What kind of speed was this? The battle was resolved so quickly, not giving them a chance to attack at all. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the mutated Goblin Guardian above your level. Gain 20,000 experience points and 5 amethysts. Seeing the experience increase made Wang Chen quite excited. As long as he kept grinding, his level would also increase rapidly. The experience gained from a single elite monster here is several times higher than outside. And they're not enough to fill Wang Chen's teeth. This experience is amazing! Zhang Min exclaimed. She had never dungeoned with Wang Chen before, so she wasn't sure how easily he gained experience. Duh. Wang Chen turned his gun again, aiming at another group of mutant goblins. 3 bursts of bullets instantly killed them all. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a mutant goblin guard above your level, gaining 20,000 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining Goblin Bones *2. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a mutant goblin guard above your level, gaining 20,000 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining high-level fur *2. More and more materials were being dropped, and there was so much experience. Everyone exclaimed in delight. Didn't they say this dungeon was difficult? It seems so simple now, Wang Chen said with a smile. Chapter 258. Just this sentence immediately irritated Jing Jiayu. Jing Jiayu said, "This is just the beginning. The more difficult monsters are yet to come." Wang Chen was naturally aware of this. The current monsters were only of average difficulty. It was just the beginning. Wang Chen was extremely cautious when killing the mutated goblins. None of these goblins were too low level, and Jing Jiayu had long since told him that some had a stun effect, making them difficult to defend against. Wang Chen, who focused on long-range damage, also needed to be careful. If he was accidentally ambushed by a monster, he would likely die on the spot. Wang Chen didn't think these mutated goblins were anything to be desired. The monsters in the dungeon were all incredibly ferocious. Don't charge in. I do my best to deal damage, Wang Chen instructed. Duh. Another burst of bullets pelted a group of mutant goblins. What surprised Wang Chen was that part of this burst of bullets vanished into thin air, as if they had landed somewhere else. This meant there were indeed invisible monsters. Even with Wang Chen's vigilance, he couldn't see them at all. I can only kill them as I go. These monsters are incredibly stupid, Wang Chen said gravely. The invisible monsters truly baffled Wang Chen. But for now, he could only fire indiscriminately. What surprised Wang Chen most was that he had actually killed a mutant goblin out of thin air. This meant that the mutant goblin had been invisible the entire time, and now, Wang Chen had killed it with a single shot. I have to say, this guy was incredibly well hidden. However, this further solidified Wang Chen's resolve to fire indiscriminately. For these invisible monsters, indiscriminate shooting was currently the best approach. Monsters, whether invisible or not, all shared a common trait. Once they spotted a human, they would charge fearlessly at them. Thus, Wang Chen's gunfire could attract many invisible goblins. Wu Zhan and Qin Yong were stunned. This was the legendary mutant goblin lair, but for Wang Chen, it was a feast of experience. These powerful mutant goblins were nothing compared to him. Remember, even for our team of 5, killing a single mutant goblin was difficult. But Wang Chen has already killed over 20. These goblins simply couldn't withstand the damage from my bullets, Wu Zhan exclaimed. And there were several invisible goblins, all of whom were killed by Wang Chen, Qin Yong added. The constant increase in experience made them exclaim with delight. But Wang Chen didn't let his guard down. Even after killing the mutant goblin in front of him, he'd still fire 2 more volleys into the air. After all, there were invisible monsters, and Wang Chen didn't care about wasting bullets. Just fire, and it was over. The deeper he went, the more mutant goblins there were. And with Wang Chen's indiscriminate group damage, all of these mutant goblins turned into experience points. In just 5 minutes in this dungeon, Wang Chen's experience points had increased by a quarter. If he kept grinding, he'd be getting closer and closer to level 30. Most importantly, he was now a 5-person team. Although his experience points were significantly reduced, Wang Chen was still very satisfied. After getting familiar with this dungeon, it would be fun to solo it again. After a while of fighting, Wang Chen realized that the dungeon area they were in currently consisted of 8 avenues, each connected to the others. But if you look at it as a whole, it's like a maze. Thankfully, they all converged in the end. With Jing Jiayu and the others, they slaughtered a whole circle, not wasting a single monster. Experience points surged like a tide, drawing closer to level 28. If Wang Chen's level had increased by the time he left, it would give him more confidence in dealing with the level 50 professionals from the Rhea Kingdom. Each level up for a gunner brings a significant improvement. I wonder if new weapons will be unlocked after each level up. But based on past experience, new weapons are unlocked every 5 levels. But Wang Chen was anxious. But he could only wait until level 28. After Wang Chen's killing spree, everyone emerged from the passage. The corpses of mutated goblins were scattered everywhere. Experience had reached 50%, with only half left to level up. Wang Chen's killing efficiency was now very high. After passing through this maze-like area, he arrived at the territory of a small boss. A vast passageway over 1,000 meters long was visible, surrounded by rooms that looked no different from prisons. From each room, the constant barking of dogs could be heard. And these barks were all like mad dogs, as if they were about to devour everything in the world. And in the middle of this vast passage, an even larger monster stood, blocking the road beneath its body. It felt as if I had planted this tree myself. This boss is incredibly difficult to deal with. I've heard many teams have lost their lives to this mini-boss, Jing Jiayu explained. Looking at this monster, it resembled both a wolf and a tiger, reaching a height of 2 meters even when lying on the ground. If it stood up, it would probably be a meter taller than Wang Chen. It was as wide as 10 people holding hands. Wang Chen glanced at the boss's information. Goblin Pet, enhanced elite boss. Strength, 20,000. Agility, 19,000. Intelligence, 19,500. Skills, Roar, Corpse Poison Explosion, Frenzy Bite. Luckily, it had 3 skills. Still, these stats were already quite intimidating. And it had 3 skills, each one sounded quite powerful. Be careful. His corpse poison explodes. If there's a corpse on the ground, he unleashed this skill. So, if a companion dies, drag them away. Don't give the boss a chance to unleash this skill. Jing Jiayu continued. For Wang Chen's safety, she had to explain her situation. In case Wang Chen miscalculated the boss's tactics. That's right. So you must protect yourselves. Wang Chen nodded. The goblin corpses had disappeared. Now, if he wanted to keep the mini-boss in check, he had to take precautions. This mini-lord level boss also had powerful skills. So, for Wang Chen, it was imperative not to let its corpse explode, lest his companions be harmed by the explosion. And Wang Chen couldn't unleash his full firepower. It would be disastrous if his companions were injured. After reading the mini-boss's information, Wang Chen retreated several hundred meters. No matter what, he had to leverage his range advantage. Otherwise, it is easy to encounter dangerous problems. Chapter 259. As a gunner, besides high burst damage, the greatest advantage is range. Just as Wang Chen was about to retreat, he had already alerted the monster, and the goblin's pet suddenly awakened from its slumber. In other words, Wang Chen had disturbed it when he checked its information. It's unclear whether all level 45 commander level elite monsters have this trait, or if the goblin's pet possesses it uniquely. But it must be said that the mutated goblin is truly perverted, raising such an unsightly animal as a pet. Has their aesthetic sense changed after mutation? The goblin's pet slowly stood up, its body over 5 meters long, resembling a colossus. Humans looked dwarfed in front of it, not even as tall as its legs. The goblin's pet's gaze was fixed on Wang Chen. A bloodthirsty aura emanated from its mouth, and waves of pressure erupted. Fortunately, while the goblin's pet was watching Wang Chen had gained over 100 meters. But now, he was less than 300 meters away from the goblin's pet. That wasn't safe enough. Many ranged classes had a range of over 300 meters. Judging from the names of the goblin's pet's 3 skills, it was certain that Crazy Bite was a short-range skill. The other ranged skills were what he needed to guard against. I just have to improvise. Wang Chen took a deep breath. There was very little information available about this dungeon, so if he wanted to clear it, he had to rely on his own reflexes. Wang Chen was responsible not only for his single resurrection attempt, but also for his 4 teammates. Brother Wang Chen, How should we fight? Shall I charge in and hold the line? Wu Zhan asked hurriedly. As a heavily armored warrior, charging at the front seemed like an instinctive reaction. No, too dangerous. Don't charge unless absolutely necessary. Just follow my command, Wang Chen said in a deep voice. No matter what, Wang Chen didn't intend to put his teammates in danger. If you can deal damage from range, do so. Why let the tanks just sit there and take the fight? Roar! The goblin's pet roared angrily, and the entire area shook violently. It seemed filled with rage at these intruders. Wang Chen couldn't help but tease him, but he didn't make any provocative gestures. Why was he so angry? But what surprised Wang Chen most was that the goblin's pet didn't charge at him. It didn't attack anyone else. It roared again. This time, the roar was a roar, and the intense sound waves spread out in all directions. A swirling wave of sound could be clearly seen emanating from its mouth. In other words, it was unleashing its skill, roar. This was a group action skill, and a ranged one at that. Stones fell in all directions, and even large trees fell. Even Wang Chen, over 200 meters away, felt a wave of surprise. Most importantly, he and his 4 companions were sent flying backward by this roar. Wang Chen felt his blood surge, and a sharp pain shot through his body. Damn! I'm losing health. Wang Chen was surprised to discover that he had lost a third of his health. This was the first time, since his debut, that he had lost health. This was a terrifying event, indicating that the limit of Wang Chen's solo dungeon was currently the mutant goblin's lair. Even in a higher-level dungeon, Wang Chen would be in grave danger. Not only Wang Chen, but also the other 4 teammates were knocked back. They flew a full 20 to 30 meters before falling to the ground. But even after falling to the ground, Jing Jiayu showed no sign of pain or solemnity, but burst into laughter. Sister, we've been beaten, and you're still laughing, the heavy armored warrior asked in surprise. Even Zhang Min was puzzled. Who are you with? Are you gloating? Jing Jiayu patted her heaving heart and said with a smile, I finally got to see him lose health. This is the first time ever. Wu Zhan and Qin Yong were stunned. First time seeing Wang Chen lose health? You must be kidding. Wu Zhan quickly asked, Brother Wang Chen, is this your first time losing health? Wang Chen nodded awkwardly. Wu Zhan excitedly said, when you walk by the river, you're bound to get your feet wet. Brother Wang Chen's invincible body has also been broken. Hearing Wang Chen's speechless words, he thought, it's just a drop of health. What's the big deal? Any professional will experience health loss while completing a dungeon. Stop laughing. That guy's coming. Wang Chen quickly stopped himself. Losing health for the first time was depressing enough, and being mocked by these people. It seemed as if his own health loss was less important than the crisis they were currently facing. Jing Jiayu then covered her mouth, daring not to continue laughing. The others did the same, their attention focused on the goblin's pet. After releasing a skill, the goblin's pet seemed to be observing its effects. But he was very dissatisfied with the results, and a furious expression immediately erupted. His 4 hooves began to claw at the ground, and he charged forward. On Wang Chen's side, Zhang Min, the holy priest, began to continuously heal his teammates. Of course, Wang Chen was the first to heal, followed by the heavy warrior, then Jing Jiayu, and finally the ice mage. Normally, healing ranged classes is the least urgent, with melee classes, especially tanks, being prioritized. However, Wang Chen was an exception. His priority surpassed the tanks. Fight while retreating. It's best to stay at least 800 meters away from it, Wang Chen shouted. At the same time, he was enjoying his first healing. A golden light enveloped him, and his wounds healed rapidly. His health continued to rise, a feeling like bathing in a spring breeze, a very comfortable one. However, as comfortable as it was, Wang Chen didn't want to experience it again. The price of healing was getting beaten. Everyone hurriedly followed Wang Chen's steps, retreating to the rear. Now they couldn't deal damage, and could only retreat. Zhang Min needed to heal his teammates while retreating. Wang Chen, on the other hand, fired his Gatling Inferno. Duh. While releasing explosive and armor-piercing rounds, he also interspersed them with a freezing round. The goblin's pet was frozen in place. Thankfully, the freezing effect was quite good, and the freezing rounds didn't miss, firmly holding it in place. While the goblin's pet was controlled, everyone retreated at an accelerated pace, retreating over 100 meters in a matter of seconds. Thanks to Wang Chen's 2 freezing rounds, they were able to successfully retreat. Because they were all professionals, their agility had increased significantly, so their running speed far exceeded that of a normal person. Chapter 260. After gaining distance, Wang Chen could unleash his full power. He set up his Gatling Inferno and fired frantically. Duh. The bullets flew like fire dragons, emitting a series of thuds as they landed on the goblin's pet. This creature's hide was incredibly thick. It was impossible to penetrate. Over 100 bullets had been fired into it during this time, yet they had only chipped away at a fraction of its health. The boss Wang Qin was facing was far superior to his own level, so his damage output was still far less efficient. Thankfully, each freezing bullet held the goblin's control for 4 or 5 seconds. Wang Qin knew that if he encountered a higher level monster, the control time would likely be even shorter. The greater the level difference, the greater the reduction in control time. With just 10 freezing bullets, he had completely destroyed a third of the goblin's pet's health. This made Wang Qin take a deep breath. His damage output was truly too low. After completely freeing itself from the freezing effect, the goblin's pet immediately bared its claws. As if in a state of exasperation, it began waving its claws relentlessly. A series of bloody claw marks appeared, but they were all scratched into the air. Wang Qin could clearly see that the air seemed to be distorted. This clearly demonstrated the terrifying force of the goblin's pet's scratches. Wang Qin wasn't idle either, and began to try to use the laser gun to control the next wave, blinding it. However, the blinding effect was very limited. The goblin's pet was much smarter than the boss he had encountered before. Even without seeing anything, it ran forward instinctively, unlike some monsters that would spin in circles. The goblin's pet hesitated for a moment, but soon resumed its advance. After the laser gun's initial blinding effect, it took at least 5 seconds to activate a second blinding effect on the same monster. And the effect was still so subtle. In other words, the laser gun wasn't very useful against this goblin's pet. We could only rely on armor-piercing and incendiary rounds for damage. As for the Dongfeng sniper's missiles, Wang Qin thought we'd have to wait. However, the goblin's pet had already used 2 skills. For now, we only needed to guard against the third skill. The monsters and bosses in dungeons have very long cooldowns, often several times longer than those of professional players. Otherwise, the dungeon bosses would unleash a new skill so frequently that professional players would simply not be able to handle it. Exceptions do exist, but they are rare. Wang Qin wanted to see how many seconds he could sustain damage, taking advantage of the distance between him and the goblin's pet. This would help him assess how to deal with this boss in the future. After all, Wang Qin's secondary armor-piercing rounds had knockback, so if the goblin's pet rushed forward, it would still require a series of knockbacks and damage. You knock me back, so I knock you back, Wang Qin said calmly. The goblin's pet's first skill, Roar, had a very good knockback effect, but the damage was a bit lackluster. The second skill, Bite, was a frenzied bite, but it had no discernible effect, as it was just scratching the air. Now, the thing to guard against was its third skill. Next, it was Wang Qin's frantic attack. Row after round of bullets pelted the goblin's pet, the incendiary rounds inflicting continuous damage without stopping. To Wang Qin's satisfaction, the knockback effect was better than expected. Roughly every 3 rounds triggered another knockback, forcing the goblin's pet back 2 steps. For every 10 meters the goblin's pet advanced, it would retreat 3 meters. And so, the goblin's pet stumbled forward, braving the hail of bullets. But the rage on its face remained unshaken, as if it wanted to devour Wang Qin. Wang Qin remained focused on his shooting. After 10 rounds, the goblin's pet had only advanced a little over 200 meters. The distance between them was still over 600 meters. Wang Qin worried that the goblin's pet would unleash its third skill, Corpse Poison Explosion. No one was sure whether this skill was ranged or short range, whether it required the explosion of a corpse or could simply explode out of thin air. Wang Qin was also unsure. To be cautious, he waited until the goblin's pet was 400 meters away. Wang Qin immediately took out his Dongfeng sniper and readied his QN202 micro-missile. First, a single micro-missile to test its damage. Then the QN202 micro-missile soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc as it headed straight for the goblin's pet. Boom! Although the goblin's pet dodged the micro-missile, it unexpectedly discovered that it had a tracking function. It might not seem particularly fast, but its tracking function was incredibly powerful. It didn't even give it a chance to escape. The violent explosion shook the area again, making it even more devastated. And a single QN202 micro-missile slashed off a full third of the goblin's pet's health. Another critical hit. Wang Qin clenched his fist in secret delight. The critical damage of a micro-missile was truly incredible, arguably Wang Qin's highest damage ever. He exclaimed, "This guy won't use his skills. Then die." Excited, Wang Qin pronounced the goblin's pet's death sentence. Wang Qin now had 2 micro-missiles unlocked, so after firing one, he could fire the other. Wang Qin had never experienced the full power of both micro-missiles. Since this goblin's pet had caused him to lose health for the first time, he decided to make it the first monster to take both micro-missiles. Without hesitation, he launched the Red Arrow 8 missile. After preparing, he suddenly pulled the trigger. The Red Arrow 8 missile was faster than the EP202 micro-missile, but its tracking performance was slightly inferior. The tracking performance was irrelevant, but its wider explosion range made up for it. Boom! Just as it approached the goblin's pet, a huge explosion occurred. A small mushroom cloud rose, and the smoke from the explosion engulfed a wider area. The entire instance seemed to shake, and the ground trembled. Just from the explosion reaction, the Red Arrow 8 missile was indeed much more powerful than the EP202 micro-missile. If the EP202 micro-missile wanted to surpass the Red Arrow 8 in power, it would need to be upgraded. Some of Wang Qin's missiles, bullets, and weapons could be upgraded or unlock new functions through self-upgrades. After 2 micro-missiles were launched, the entire instance seemed to be about to collapse. Chapter 261. The terrifying damage instantly reduced the goblin's pet to near 0 health. Duh. Another burst of bullets. The goblin's pet finally collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on killing the commander-level elite goblin's pet. Experience added, 6 million. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the wolf chainmail, gold level. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the goblin scepter, gold level. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the wolf dagger, gold level. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 3 green phantom stones. Watching the experience increase and the large amount of equipment and materials that dropped, Wang Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the most difficult boss Wang Qin had encountered so far. It also caused Wang Qin to lose health for the first time. Of course, this was partly due to Wang Qin's negligence. While collecting the spoils, Wang Qin reflected on the battle. There wasn't really any good solution. After all, I had no idea of the boss's abilities at first. I hadn't expected it to be awakened at such a short distance. Perhaps this had a lot to do with the level difference between the two. The greater the level difference, the shorter the range of the monster's aggro. But everyone else just stood there, staring at the boss's corpse on the ground for a long time, unable to recover from the shock. Brother Chen. You're amazing. What kind of missile was that? The damage is outrageous. Wu Zhan exclaimed. He even changed his address. He stared at Wang Qin intently, as if he had seen a monster. He had never seen such horrific damage before. 2 missiles slashed at least half the boss's health. If a professional were to use them, wouldn't a single missile be enough to take out a whole group? Before, Wang Qin's performance against those Riyadh professionals had already impressed him. But he had never imagined that that wasn't even Wang Qin's true strength. Now, Wang Qin's 2 missiles were his ultimate weapon. The bosses in the dungeon already had ridiculously high health points, but against Wang Qin, high health points were nothing compared to the terrifying damage. I can't believe you have a new missile. This one seems to do even more terrifying damage. Jing Jiayu exclaimed. Jing Jiayu had seen Wang Qin's missiles before, but not this newly unlocked one. So even she was utterly astonished. Wang Qin always managed to bring her incredible miracles. Brother Chen. From now on, I'm not your teacher, you're my teacher. You're so amazing. Please accept my humble obeisance. Zhang Min was even more exaggerated, bowing directly. But this was also her heartfelt thought. Judging from what happened today, if she said Wang Qin was a student, no one would believe her. Teacher Zhang Min, please. You're still my teacher. I haven't even taken your class yet. Wang Qin quickly waved his hand. I feel like I have nothing to teach you. Whether it's dungeons or battlefields, you're so amazing. Not only do you have excellent tactics and ideas, but your own strength is also terrifying. Zhang Min sighed. She had heard a lot about Wang Qin, and she was even familiar with his battlefield battles. But the clearer it became, the more frightened he became. Indeed, we don't have anything to teach you. Unless you need to learn common sense like cooking. Jing Jiayu nodded in agreement. Besides that, she really couldn't think of anything else to teach Wang Qin. Why bother going to school, brother Wang Qin? I think you better go out and level up by yourself by doing dungeons. What's the point of being in school? There aren't many dungeons, and not many challenges. Qin Yong said quickly. I still have to go to school. I still need to learn a lot of useful theoretical knowledge. As for going out and exploring, I do dungeons when I have time. Wang Qin said after a moment's thought. Wang Qin believed both learning and leveling up were important. Having combat prowess alone without theory wouldn't work. The reverse also doesn't work. Wang Chen is really smart. Indeed, both practical and theoretical development are necessary to become a truly powerful professional, Jing Jiayu said with admiration. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Chen. Although you haven't come to our War God Academy, if there's anything you'd like to learn, feel free to contact me. I give you private lessons. Zhang Min smirked. It's more than just knowledge. One-on-one lessons. Wow. Just thinking about it is exciting. Zhang Min's imaginations were swirling around Jing Jiayu's words. This made Jing Jiayu blush. What's so exciting about that? It's just a simple class. What are you imagining? Jing Jiayu quickly retorted. Look at how all this equipment is divided up. I can't even use it. Wang Chen quickly changed the subject. Zhang Min is a veteran. Whether he has any real experience or not is unknown, but theoretically, he's definitely formidable. 3 pieces of gold equipment. He then placed the 3 pieces of equipment in front of everyone. As for how to divide them, Wang Chen didn't care. Let them figure it out on their own. But as soon as he said this, Wu Zhan and Qin Yong quickly evaded the offer. Wu Zhan was the first to say, I'm just here to mess around. I don't want the equipment. Qin Yong added, we already owe brother Wang Chen our lives. How can we still take your things? Give them to these two. In other words, give them to Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min. Wang Chen smiled and said, you guys also contributed to the dungeon, and I won't be using any of this equipment. In this dungeon, Wang Chen's main concern was completing the quest for the Control Immune Ring. On the way there, Jing Jiayu and Wang Chen had mentioned that they could first claim the quest item, then accept and turn it in. There was also a material for the Control Immune Ring that dropped in this dungeon, but the chance of finding it was after defeating the final boss. Wu Zhan and Qin Yong exchanged bewildered glances. The chainmail could only be worn by Wu Zhan, so naturally, it belonged to him. The scepter and dagger were both equipment for casters, and the dagger's stats increased spell damage and reduced cooldown. So, both Qin Yong and Zhang Min wanted it. How about this? Give this link to brother Wu Zhan. This equipment only increases tankiness, not damage, so it's useless to me. Then, you two will each get one of this scepter and dagger. Discuss how to divide them. Jing Jiayu made a quick decision. She knew Wang Chen didn't want to be involved in the distribution, so she had to act as his subordinate, helping him make his decision. This was the fairest way to divide it, but neither she nor Wang Chen would get anything. Chapter 262. Okay. Brother Wu Zhan, take it. Just remember Wang Chen's kindness from now on, Zhang Min said quickly. As a heavily armored warrior, Wu Zhan was completely impressed by this distribution. You have to remember that he hadn't dealt any damage in this dungeon, nor had he even taken any damage for Wang Chen. His contribution was practically zero. As the saying goes, no reward without merit. This made Wu Zhan feel very embarrassed. But having said that, if he didn't want the equipment anymore, he would seem hypocritical. Then I won't hold back, Wu Zhan said excitedly. The stats of this chainmail far surpassed those of his equipment. His breastplate was only silver level. Instantly, he had upgraded his equipment. However, he felt even more grateful to Wang Chen, and he was determined to do something for him in the future. This dagger has a damage-boosting effect. Take it. I want this scepter. Zhang Min weighed the stats of the other 2 items, and made his decision. Qin Yong was too embarrassed to suggest a distribution plan, so he decided to allocate it based on his own needs. Priests don't have the slightest need for damage-boosting effects. Since the other stats of the 2 pieces of equipment are similar, it's better to give the damage-boosting one to the mage. That way, they can maximize their use. Thank you. Thank you. Qin Yong immediately thanked him profusely with gratitude. His weapon was also silver level, and while its stats were decent, it was nothing compared to this high-quality gold-level equipment. Let's divide the materials after we finish the battle, Wang Chen announced loudly, seeing that they had already distributed the materials. Well, brother Wang Chen, if you're going to share the materials, split it with them. We don't want any. We don't do quests or make equipment anyway. Wu Zhan waved his hand quickly, indicating they didn't need them. In reality, Wang Chen knew full well that materials were a necessity. Even if they didn't do quests, they could still make equipment and sell it for a good price. This dungeon is especially difficult, so the materials dropped are even more expensive. We don't want any either. Wang Chen, you did all the damage, so you keep them. Even Jing Jiayu expressed his opinion. Of course, this also represented Zhang Min's decision. The two of them had a good relationship, so Jing Jiayu could easily make the decision for Zhang Min. That's what I mean. Whoever does the damage gets the materials. Why should we, who contribute nothing, take any? Wang Chen, keep them for yourself. If you can help us clear the dungeon, I'd be very grateful. Zhang Min chimed in. That's right. If I beat the mutated goblin lair, I have something to brag about. Wu Zhan laughed. As a professional who's been working away from home for years, he often drinks and chats with friends. So, he needs a lot of powerful material. And so, Wang Chen provided him with a very powerful one. Even if he doesn't beat the game, just the scene of killing the goblin's pet is enough for him to talk about all day and all night. 2 micro-missiles, the airtight machine gun fire, and the control of the freezing bullets, just thinking about it makes him feel extremely satisfied. Ha. Brother Wang Chen, don't be so formal. We're all rough around the edges, often drinking and bragging with others, so we use our personal experiences as material. Qin Yong explained. Wang Chen smiled and nodded. Your lives are quite interesting. This was Wang Chen's sincere thought. Chasing dungeons with friends, drinking and chatting when we have nothing to do, this kind of life is incredibly comfortable. Unlike Wang Chen, who is constantly leveling up and fighting in battles, rarely has time for such interesting things. It's not so bad. Living on the edge of a knife all day, constantly falling into danger. It seems comfortable, but it's really hard. Wu Zhan took a deep breath, exhaling all the hardships of the past. They were no different from so-called independent cultivators. Without any support from any faction, they were their own masters, feeling a bit adrift. But it was quite comfortable. Wang Chen actually yearned for this kind of life. Then why don't you join the military? Fighting the void creatures would be pretty exciting, wouldn't it? Besides, joining the military would provide for your livelihood. Zhang Min asked in surprise. The military? Forget it. I've considered it, but people like us are used to being laid back and don't like being restricted. Even as unemployed professionals, we can still fight the void creatures. It's like making a contribution to Dragon Nation. Wu Zhan shook his head and smiled wryly. Wang Chen understood his thinking. It was just that Wang Chen would eventually help the military, but the military couldn't try to control or command him. He was also one of those laid-back professionals. Everyone's choices are different, but knowing what to do and what not to do is great. Wang Chen patted Wu Zhan on the shoulder. The burly man immediately became excited. Brother Wang Chen, thank you for your understanding. We've been ridiculed by those professionals with connections for years. They think professionals like us shouldn't exist. Jing Jiayu and Zhang Min exchanged glances at each other. As teachers, they were well aware of this. Many of their students were like this, relying on their status as professionals from prestigious universities to discriminate against those who hadn't attended. Don't bother with them. Just be yourself. Jing Jiayu soothed. Faced with this kind of situation, she had no other options. The world was cruel and real, even within the academy. Students from the Super God Academy looked down on students from the A-grade academies, and students from the A-grade academies looked down on students from ordinary academies. And after leaving the academy, these things became even more blatant. To overcome this discrimination, the only thing we can do is to be strong, Wang Chen said solemnly. Strength is the fundamental solution to this discrimination. Only with strength can we conquer those who look down on us. I know. I will strive to improve myself. Wu Zhan nodded firmly. Wang Chen took a deep breath. Actually, these people are already working very hard to level up and play dungeons, constantly improving themselves. But without any resources or a team, dungeon players have to find a team on their own, and they have to slowly make friends. Equipment can be purchased piecemeal, or earned through playing more dungeons. Tank classes have better equipment, after all, they're more popular. But ice mages like Qin Yong face a harder time. There are far more mage classes than tanks. And mages have to compete with many other magic classes for equipment. So Qin Yong's life is even worse than Wu Zhan's. Chapter 263. However, classes like Assassin are relatively easy to obtain equipment for. There aren't many conflicts with this class's equipment, and there aren't many Assassin class players. Alright. The equipment has been distributed, so let's get on with it. Wang Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue working. We've only defeated the goblin pets. We haven't even reached the actual goblin boss yet. Hee hee. I'm just too happy. Wu Zhan patted the back of his head awkwardly. So far, he's been the one to reap the most. Besides, no one will come to snatch the equipment he needs. No one else needs it. Let's go! Wang Chen glanced ahead. Ahead was a large passageway, filled with swarms of mutated goblin monsters. All of them were over level 40. Goblin's skin was originally green or gray, but these were blood red, some dark brown. Completely different from normal goblins. As expected of mutated goblins. Even their skin has changed color. This forced Wang Chen to be even more cautious. I'm afraid these goblins will be difficult to deal with. Both their level and their stance indicate they're far more challenging than the previous monsters. The crowd followed Wang Chen and quickly advanced until he could clearly see the monster's attributes. Mutated Goblin Axeman. Level 43. Strength 12,000. Agility 11,000. Intelligence 10,000. Skill Whirlwind Axe. Each of these mutated Goblin Axemen stood over 2 meters tall, wielding an axe in one hand and a knife in the other. Both the knife and the axe were shimmering green. I'm afraid their weapons are poisoned. However, Wang Chen couldn't care less about these poisoning methods. Without hesitation, he unleashed his Gatling Inferno. He fiercely fired at the mutated Goblin Axemen. Help me suck the monsters in. With Wang Chen's shout, everyone suddenly realized what was happening and began using their own methods to deal damage to the monsters. However, their damage output was limited. The goal was simply to attract the monsters. Jing Jiayu had heard about Wang Chen's monster-pulling techniques before, so for her, it wasn't a problem. Zhang Min, imitating Jing Jiayu, used her staff to deal damage, striking a monster once before switching to another wave. Brother Qingyong, you just need to lure the monsters in as quickly as possible. Let Wang Chen handle the monster killing himself. Jing Jiayu informed Qingyong. After all, Qingyong wasn't quite familiar with Wang Chen's monster hunting habits. What about me? What can I do? Wu Zhan shouted, bewildered. Everyone else was busy, so was he supposed to just rush in and pull the monsters? Or what? Wu Zhan was completely confused. Brother Wu Zhan, just use your ranged weapons and hit the monsters. Let them aggro on you, and then you can leave them alone. Jing Jiayu explained again. Okay, Wu Zhan said casually. Then, he used his throwing weapons, like rocks, to lob at the monsters. The damage was 0, but it still attracted the monsters. Wang Chen kept an eye on the monsters. When they gathered together, he threw a G14 grenade directly into the group. Boom! Accompanied by a massive explosion. A large number of mutated Goblin Axemen were instantly blasted to within a third of their health. What surprised Wang Chen was, the current grenade damage wasn't enough to reduce the dungeon's minions to near 0 health. It looked like it would take more time to clear out this many monsters. Duh. Wang Chen raised his Gatling Inferno again, firing off 2-level incendiary rounds and 2-level armor-piercing rounds, dealing a furious blow. Thankfully, the sustained damage from the 2-level incendiary rounds was significant, and the 2-level armor-piercing rounds provided additional damage. The mutated Goblin Axemen had barely taken a few steps when Wang Chen's frenzied attack decimated a large number of them. However, as the group's monster-pulling speed increased, Wang Chen's current output was a bit insufficient. Seeing this, Wang Chen threw a freezing bomb, freezing all the monsters in place. Since the output wasn't sufficient, he decided to use control measures first. Control them, then attack. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the mutated Goblin Axeman, plus 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Red Flame Stone. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the mutated Goblin Axeman, plus 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 2 Red Flame Stones. As his experience points continued to soar, Wang Chen felt a sense of secret satisfaction. While the monsters here weren't easy to deal with, the experience points were considerable. As Qingyong and the others became more and more adept at pulling monsters, more and more monsters appeared. Wang Chen's G14 grenade and level 2 incendiary bomb would occasionally enter cooldown. Goblin debris littered the ground, and experience piled high. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Chen's experience increased by about 10%. Awesome! After reaching level 27, Wang Chen had always felt that leveling up was incredibly slow. But he hadn't expected it to increase so quickly. In all the dungeons Wang Chen had recently run, none had given him such a satisfying experience. When Qingyong and Wu Zhan witnessed this scene, their jaws dropped. Is it really possible to level up by killing monsters like this? For others, killing a single monster would be exhausting, but for Wang Chen, it was a matter of a few hits. Experience was pouring in like raindrops. If he could kill monsters endlessly, wouldn't that mean Wang Chen could level up forever? Awesome! This, Qingyong exclaimed. Although he was an ice mage, his greatest strength was area damage, especially in dungeon kills. But when it comes to monster killing skills, compared to Wang Chen, the difference is worlds apart. My experience points haven't increased this fast in ages, Jing Jiayu exclaimed. She was amazed at how quickly her experience points were increasing. Yeah, Wang Chen is incredible. Is he really taking us on a whirlwind? Zhang Min nodded in agreement. This was the first time they had experienced such a refreshing leveling journey. Without doing anything, experience points poured in like raindrops. Of course. If I get out there and tell anyone about this, I'm afraid no one will believe me. Who would believe a level 27 pro leading 4 of us level 40 plus pros through a dungeon? If someone else told me that, I absolutely wouldn't believe it. Wu Zhan vowed. His eyes were filled with admiration for Wang Chen. Chapter 264. After killing this batch of monsters, Wang Chen's experience points increased by a full 15%. The others also saw significant improvements. However, due to their higher levels, they gained less experience points than Wang Chen. Brother Wang Chen, this dungeon run with you has not only broadened my horizons, but I've also gotten so much goodies along with you, both equipment and experience. Wu Zhan said excitedly. This dungeon run had truly opened his eyes. Wang Chen was like a god descending from heaven, repeatedly refreshing his understanding of dungeon running. This wasn't just dungeon running, it was clearly dungeon grinding. And at level 27, he was grinding a super difficult dungeon that even level 40 plus wouldn't dare to tackle. Just tag along, the dungeon isn't finished yet. Jing Jiayu said excitedly. She was even more curious to know if Wang Chen had what it took to complete the dungeon. Based on the current trend, it shouldn't be a problem. Why don't you hurry up? Wang Chen said loudly after gathering up the materials that had fallen to the ground. For Wang Chen, speed was paramount in dungeon raids. He didn't want to waste any time. Jing Jiayu and the others quickly caught up with Wang Chen. Ahead lay a waterway, which they had to navigate. It was the only path forward. On either side of the waterway stood 1 or 2 mutated goblins, seemingly few in number. But beneath each mutated goblin lay a cluster of oasis crocodiles, seemingly tamed by the mutated goblins. They followed them obediently, some in the water, some on land. There were also oasis crocodiles hiding among the rocks, as if waiting for prey. But they would definitely not attack the mutated goblins. And their numbers were so vast that Wang Chen could clearly see how densely packed they were. Most importantly, these oasis crocodiles and mutated goblins were between level 42 and 43. They were even higher levels than the previous monsters. If a normal team encountered such monsters, it would likely take a considerable amount of time to eliminate them. And they had to clear all the monsters along the way. Wang Chen carefully examined the monster's information. Oasis crocodile, enhanced elite monster. Level, 42. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 12,000. Intelligence, 11,000. Skill, violent bite. The three-dimensional stats of these monsters were terrifying. A single monster had three-dimensional stats exceeding 10,000. And they were so densely packed, a massive mass of them. This waterway is narrow, so crossing it requires a decisive battle, a battle of the brave against these densely packed monsters to see who proves the bravest. Duh. A burst of bullets immediately drew 2 waves of crocodiles and their mutated goblin masters, who rushed towards Wang Chen. But they were no match for Su Chen's barrage of bullets. Explosive and armor-piercing rounds instantly dispatched them all. Ding! Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill the Oasis crocodile. XP added, 400,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Giant Crocodile Tooth *1. Ding! Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill the mutated Goblin Tamer. XP added, 500,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Goblin Club *3. Experience is rising again. Seeing this, the others also joined in, tactfully helping Wang Chen pull the monsters. With their previous experience, this time, pulling the monsters was a breeze. Furthermore, the path was narrow, making the monsters very easy to pull. This ease of pulling made Wang Chen even more comfortable. The narrower the path, the better for area of effect damage. Whether it was the explosive bombs or the freezing bombs, both the damage and freezing effects were maximized. From time to time, Wang Chen even used the laser gun as a means of area of effect damage. The combination of these 2 types of area of effect damage, combined with the terrifying crowd control, gave Wang Chen a truly satisfying kill. The freezing bombs not only froze large swathes of monsters, but also blocked the path for those behind them. For a moment, crocodiles and mutated goblins rushed forward, densely packed. Almost all of Wang Chen's armor-piercing rounds were used without wasting any, hitting the monsters with solid impact. The terrifying upgrade efficiency made everyone exclaim in amazement. This dungeon was incredibly exciting. It took another 8 minutes to finally kill all the monsters in this passage. Before this waterway, Wang Chen spotted a small lake, not too large, just over 1,000 meters long and wide. He didn't see any mutated goblins, but he could see a dense population of crocodiles within the lake. The mere sight of them gave him a tingling sensation. The sheer number was truly terrifying. Why are there so many crocodiles? These damn goblins are so cunning, Jing Jiayu exclaimed in amazement. It was clear that these oasis crocodiles were all bred by the mutated goblins. It's just that there are too many. Don't worry. Kill them, Wang Chen said bluntly. Duh. Boom. First, he used grenades and machine gun fire to kill a group of crocodiles. Ding. Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill an oasis crocodile. 3 million XP added. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 3 crocodile skins. Ding. Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill an oasis crocodile. 3 million XP added. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 3 crocodile teeth. Oh my god, this is a leveling paradise. Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Wave after wave of densely packed crocodiles, all of them worth experience. And these monsters were so densely packed, it undoubtedly gave Wang Chen an excellent opportunity to attack. Wang Chen never tired of this. He even started bombing the hull again. Using red arrow micro-missiles, he blasted directly into the small lake. Boom! Then, the lake water surged, splashing everywhere. A large number of oasis crocodiles were reduced to near zero health. A single micro-missile could hit nearly 1/3 of the oasis crocodiles in the lake. The crowd control damage instantly reached its maximum. The denser the monsters, the more effective these micro-missiles were. Even Qin Yong couldn't help but start his own show, raining hailstones onto the lake. While the damage wasn't significant, the visual effect was quite striking. If you consider the overall damage, the hailstone's damage was certainly significant. After all, a single hailstone strike would hit at least 100 oasis crocodiles. Thankfully, Wang Chen's damage range was wide, preventing the oasis crocodiles Qin Yong damaged from attacking him. If Qin Yong's skills hit an oasis crocodile that Wang Chen hadn't damaged, it would target Qin Yong. The target of the hate would shift. Chapter 265. Random attacks can easily lead to a complete annihilation. However, fortunately, Wang Chen is strong enough and has a wide attack range. Otherwise, the outcome would be hard to predict. Boom! Duh. Grenade after grenade, dense bullets, and the continuous damage of incendiary bombs. The explosive damage was truly exhilarating to watch. Brother Wang Chen, you're truly amazing. Wu Zhan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The experience of their friends on the team skyrocketed. But this was only the beginning. Wang Chen's devastating actions continued. The freezing bombs were highly effective, and their firepower was terrifying enough, so there was no need to worry about the monsters charging at him. As long as the monsters didn't rush Wang Chen, there was nothing to worry about. The only thing that disappointed Wang Chen was that the oasis crocodiles in this small lake weren't enough for him to kill for a long time. In just 20 minutes, all the oasis crocodiles were completely wiped out. As the class best at killing monsters, the Ice Mage. I'm ashamed of myself. It turns out the Gunner is the most powerful class for killing dungeon monsters. Qin Yong exclaimed. It's not the Gunner as a class that's so powerful, it's clearly Brother Wang Chen himself. If the Gunner class is so powerful, why has only Brother Wang Chen risen to prominence? Wu Zhan retorted. The quality of a class is determined more by the person who practices it, rather than the class itself. That's true. There are a few Gunners, but it's true that if Brother Wang Chen continues to develop at his current pace, he will definitely become the strongest Gunner, even surpassing any other class of his level. Qin Yong nodded. Ha. He's actually surpassed many professions of the same level. Even the Elemental Mage is so powerful, yet he still just follows him. Jing Jiayu laughed. She knew all about Murong Shui and the other 5. The Elemental Mage, Murong Shui, was Wang Chen's current crush. It wasn't an exaggeration to say she was hanging out with him. Listening to Qin Yong, Wu Zhan looked at each other in bewilderment. To them, the Elemental Mage was just a profession they had heard of. But in front of Wang Chen, he was like a crush. This was enough to demonstrate just how formidable Wang Chen's current status was. Fishing done. Let's continue, Wang Chen said with a carefree expression. The group continued forward, only to come across a dark forest, its location clearly separated from their own. On one side was the darkness of night, on the other the twilight of sunset. However, it was clear to see quite a few goblin monsters, but these goblins were all mutated. These mutated goblins, with their dark green skin, wielding broadswords and wielding arms, patrolled the forest. Wang Chen checked their information. Mutated goblin warrior, enhanced elite monster. Level 44. Strength 15,000. Agility 13,000. Intelligence 12,000. Skill Whirlwind ignores all control when casting. The stats were incredibly powerful, even comparable to those of the bosses, and their skills were truly incredible, capable of ignoring all control abilities. If you encounter a team that relies solely on control abilities to complete a dungeon, coming here would be like a nightmare. Some teams consist of 2, 3, or even 4 ice mages, relying entirely on the mage's crowd control to control monsters, while the 4 mages unleash blizzards for damage. This team combination has a significant advantage: safety. However, its damage efficiency is pitiful. If such a team encounters a monster that ignores control, it can even be wiped out. After encountering powerful damage, these monsters were instantly blasted to half their health in just 2 or 3 seconds. Even as they began to spin in place, they couldn't reach Wang Chen and his companions. Before they could reach Wang Chen, they were already killed and fell to the ground. Continuing forward, every encounter with these goblin monsters that ignored control became Wang Chen's experience points. Wang Chen's experience points increased by about 10% again. With this leveling speed, Wang Chen saw hope for level 30. At level 30, he would unlock new equipment, and it would be a qualitative improvement. As we continued to advance, we finally saw the final boss. The final boss of the dungeon, the mutated Goblin King, sat atop a bald mountain, his mouth wide open, breathing in and out continuously. The sound of his breath was as loud as thunder, echoing throughout the dungeon. Most importantly, this breathing was accompanied by a hurricane-like force, nearly knocking everyone to the ground. As expected of the dungeon's final boss, even his breathing caused such a commotion, it was terrifying. Wang Chen approached the boss cautiously this time, preparing his escape skills, ready to flee at any moment. Fortunately, when I was over 200 meters away from the boss, I just happened to see its information. I didn't wake it up. Mutated Goblin King, Elite Commander level monster. Level 45. Strength 21,000. Agility 20,000. Intelligence 20,000. Skills Flame Burst, Sweep, Knockback, Bloodthirsty Rage. All 3 measurements were over 20,000. Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. This was the highest status monster Wang Chen had ever seen. And the names of its 4 skills alone suggested they were incredibly formidable. Luckily, the mutated Goblin King wasn't immediately awakened by Wang Chen. Instead, just as Wang Chen was about to retreat, he suddenly opened his eyes. Not good. Be careful. Jing Jiayu and the others shouted in unison. If anything happened to Wang Chen, Jing Jiayu's life-saving methods would have to be deployed. Without any means of survival, Wu Zhan and Qin Yong would undoubtedly perish. Thus, they were all extremely concerned for Wang Chen's safety. Indeed, Wang Chen's life and death depended on every one of them. Just as everyone was shouting, the mutated Goblin King slashed out with a fierce blade, a blade of black light that descended directly towards Wang Chen. A squishy class would have been instantly killed by this blow, with no chance of retaliation. Thankfully, Wang Chen had already prepared for every eventuality, including being caught off guard by the boss's thunder attack. He instantly used his escape skill, leaping back almost 100 meters, easily dodging the mutated Goblin King's sudden attack. He suffered no harm at all. Jing Jiayu and the others finally felt relieved. The mutated Goblin King's attack had truly frightened them. Chapter 266. Oh my god! If I'd been hit by that, I'd have died instantly, no doubt about it. Qin Yong exclaimed. With his extensive dungeon experience, he had a pretty good sense of damage. So he knew he couldn't withstand this sudden attack. That's right. Among the level 40+ professionals, only the heavy warrior could have withstood it. Luckily, Wang Chen had a way to escape, otherwise, he'd have been killed by the mutated Goblin King's sneak attack. Jing Jiayu exclaimed. I was scared to death. This boss is really good at sneak attacks. With just that one strike. If it were me, I wouldn't have had any time to react. Even Zhang Min looked terrified. For a priest with low agility to begin with, he was completely unable to react to such a sudden attack. Even if it were me, I'd probably lose more than half my health after taking that damage. Wu Zhan couldn't help but speak. Even as a heavily armored warrior, he lacked confidence in his ability to withstand the sudden attack of the mutated Goblin King. Retreat quickly. Keep it under control while retreating. Wang Chen, however, remained calm and began to command. Thankfully, the team members were quite trusting of Wang Chen, so upon hearing his command, they retreated without a glance back, fearing that even the slightest delay would endanger their lives. Wang Chun unleashed a second-level incendiary bomb, while also using a freezing bomb to hold it in place. Then, he used a second-level armor-piercing round for a significant blow. What surprised Wang Chun was that the mutated Goblin King could only be controlled by the freezing bullet for about 3 seconds. After that, it could move freely. Ah! The level difference is huge. Wang Chun took a deep breath. It had to be said that this mutated Goblin King was a full 18 levels higher than him. So many control effects would definitely be reduced. In fact, they would become less and less noticeable. This made it extremely difficult to play a dungeon against a higher level. The mere fact that control effects would be reduced made many classes fearful. Ouch! The mutated Goblin King immediately let out a loud roar, like a wolf. As Wang Chun retreated, he pondered, what's the difference between this sound and a wolf's? It just seems furious. The mutated Goblin King's eyes instantly turned red, and his entire body exuded a bloody aura, as if he were about to be slaughtered. Furious? Wang Chun asked in surprise. It was clear that the mutated Goblin King was different from the previous one, and its overall health had increased considerably. In other words, the mutated Goblin King had buffed himself. If I was not mistaken, it was the Goblin's bloodthirst fury. Not only had his health increased, but his attack power had probably also increased exponentially. Thinking of this, Wang Chun quickly shouted, "Retreat, quickly!" Wang Chun didn't have a thorough understanding of the mutated Goblin King's combat power, but he could conclude that a buff skill had significantly increased his own strength. The health and visual effects were enough to demonstrate the terrifying nature of this skill. Visually, the mutated Goblin King, with its bloody bonus, would likely see a qualitative leap in combat power. If only I could remove the boss's buffs. Wang Chun thought to himself. Some classes truly possess the ability to remove local buffs. Warlocks, for example, can do that, but Wang Chun has no way to do that. He can only confront the boss head-on, there's no other way. Just a brief encounter, Jing Jiayu witnessed the boss's ultimate, which truly overwhelmed her. Typically, a boss's ultimate is released when its health drops below 1/3. But this time, right after seeing the mutated Goblin King, she saw it. The ultimate was released way too soon. From this, it seemed the mutated Goblin King's intelligence had already surpassed that of other dungeon bosses. What's the point of hiding the ultimate? It's better to use it sooner, before it enters its cooldown. But despite the dire situation, Wang Chun didn't give up on his damage. Gatling Inferno in his left hand, G14 Grenade in his right, he began to attack simultaneously. No matter what, Wang Chun still had over 30 seconds of performance time. The freezing rounds could help Wang Chun freeze the boss for nearly 30 seconds. So, during those 30 seconds, Wang Chun's damage output never stopped. The level 2 armor-piercing rounds, combined with the sustained damage from the level 2 incendiary rounds, delivered a significant amount of damage. Level 2 armor-piercing rounds were completely unheard of. The mutated Goblin King, who had been under constant control, was instantly enraged. Even though it used its bloodthirsty rage skill, it was helpless. After all, its skill range was relatively short, preventing it from venting its wrath on the distant Wang Chun. In a fit of rage, the mutated Goblin King began to lash out at the air, his blows growing more and more frantic. Based on the strength of the mutated Goblin King's swings, Wang Chun believed that those level 40 professionals would be unable to withstand it, so it was best not to come to this dungeon unless they had relevant information and experience. Bullets pelted the mutated Goblin King's body, creating the illusion of lacerations. But the mutated Goblin King, in his rage, could only slash at the air. However, all his rage was channeled into his usual damaging skills, but they all fell flat on their faces. It had to be said that increasing the distance was truly satisfying. The monsters used many powerful tactics, but due to the distance, they couldn't even touch Wang Chun. This monster seems to be a bit off-kilter. Why is it just punching the air for no reason? Wu Zhan sighed. The boss's intelligence after becoming bloodthirsty is truly worrying. It doesn't even realize it missed. Jing Jiayu nodded in agreement. If I weren't there, if you have a melee class in your team, try again, Wang Chun said calmly. It's undeniable that the mutated Goblin King's intelligence has decreased significantly after becoming bloodthirsty, making it unable to pose a substantial threat to Wang Chun for a long time. The final boss is now nothing more than a target for Wang Chun's shooting. But if you have a melee class, you have to take on the mutated Goblin King's 2 skills, sweep and knockback. I'm afraid melee classes simply can't withstand the damage of the mutated Goblin King's skills, and knockback is a skill that melee classes are extremely afraid of. Chapter 267. Once repelled by a boss, it can easily change its target and attack other classes. If the target were a ranged class, the consequences would be disastrous. Tanks are the first and only line of defense against all bosses. Even classes like Ghost Blade Warriors and Berserkers are still very fragile against top-tier bosses like these. At most, they can withstand 1 or 2 more hits than ranged damage classes like mages and priests. The difference lies in whether they're instantly killed. If a priest is killed instantly, the subsequent healing won't keep up, and the entire team will collapse instantly. That's for sure. Thankfully, the mutated Goblin King's IQ isn't very high. Simply using skills frantically in one spot. What good would that do? However, the mutated Goblin King's tankiness is remarkable. It took a full half-hour of control and damage control to defeat him. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the mutated Goblin King above your level. 10 million XP added. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Goblin King's Ring, Platinum. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Bone Whispering Staff, Gold. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Emperor's Wrist Guards, Gold. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Emperor's Leggings, Gold. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Source of Mutation, Quest Item. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 3 Ash Grasses. Looking at the vast array of rewards, Wang Chen immediately became intrigued. There was actually platinum level equipment. This was the first time Wang Chen had seen it. He didn't even have any. Although Wang Chen didn't care about quality, a piece of equipment like this would be worth tens of millions of dragon coins. The value was truly terrifying. Most importantly, this piece of equipment had 500 bonuses to all 3 attributes, plus a 20% damage bonus, 15% critical strike chance, 50% mana regeneration, 30% resistance, and 20% damage reduction. It was practically a ring suitable for any class. Currently, Wang Chen only had 1 ring from the Warlord set, which allowed him to wear 2 rings, and he was missing 1. And then 1 just happened to drop. It was perfect. Oh my god! Platinum level equipment. I've been on the Void front for so long, and this is the first time I've seen equipment of this caliber drop. Wu Zhan exclaimed. His face was filled with disbelief. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned. After all, platinum level equipment is incredibly rare. Even someone of Chu Xiong's caliber only has 3 or 4 platinum level pieces. The key is, this equipment has no level restrictions. Anyone wearing it will receive a significant boost, Jing Jiayu said with deep emotion. This remark reminded Wang Chen that there was no level restriction, meaning he could wear it right now. Even more perfect. Brother Chen, don't even think about giving this equipment to us. Keep it for yourself. If we had this kind of equipment, it could easily lead to fatal consequences, Wu Zhan warned. He was worried that Wang Chen would give this divine treasure to them again. Fatal consequences? Wang Chen was stunned. But he quickly realized that possessing a treasure is a crime. I take it. I'm just short of a ring. You can divide the rest of the equipment among yourselves, Wang Chen explained. Possessing platinum level equipment without sufficient strength will become a target once others learn of it. Especially for professionals like Wu Zhan and Qin Yong, who lack a powerful backing. If they wore the Goblin King's ring, they would inevitably be targeted. Even professionals from the Kingdom of Ria would definitely not let them go. Okay. Thank you, Brother Wang Chen, Wu Zhan said with a cheerful bow. He was already content to run dungeons with Wang Chen, but sharing a few more pieces of equipment with him was even more heartbreaking. Quest item, quest item. Jing Jiayu only briefly glanced at the Goblin King's ring, but she was more interested in the source of mutation. You mean? This source of mutation is one of the quest items for the Control Immune Ring? Wang Chen asked in surprise. Yes. This is the most important and hardest to get quest item. According to previous professional records, the chance of getting one when defeating the mutated Goblin King isn't 100%, it's about a 30% chance. But this dungeon is inherently difficult. If you weren't able to leverage your ranged and control abilities, it would have been incredibly difficult. I never expected it to drop right away, Jing Jiayu said in surprise. There's only 1 quest item, which means it can only be obtained by 1 person. Next, Teacher Jing, can I give you a quest? Wang Chen asked. Jing Jiayu's eyebrows furrowed, and after a moment of shock, her face lit up with surprise. This was a legendary figure. A man capable of soloing a mutated goblin lair. She actually had a mission? Without waiting for Wang Chen to elaborate, she nodded and said yes, yes. Wang Chen glared at her. Aren't you afraid it's some rude request? Zhang Min chimed in. Yeah, aren't you afraid it's something like asking you to marry me? A smirk spread across her face as she spoke. Jing Jiayu, always the innocent type, couldn't handle such a joke. She blushed immediately, not daring to even look at Wang Chen. Here's the mission. You know the materials needed for the immunity ring. I give you enough money or points to get them for me. My time is limited, so there are some things I can't do alone. Wang Chen quickly explained. That's it. Upon hearing this, Jing Jiayu's eyes flickered with disappointment, and she shrugged. Leave it to me. She thought it would be something difficult, or perhaps one of those things Zhang Min was alluding to. I prepare the money and points for you when we get back to school. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Jing Jiayu had deep connections with the War God Academy's leadership, so entrusting her with things would be much more efficient. Consulting Elder Zhong would have been much more efficient, but Wang Chen also wanted to use this opportunity to trouble Jing Jiayu, to build a good relationship with War God Academy. After all, two of his good friends were going to be at War God Academy. Studying at any academy, resource allocation is crucial. Qin Hongyan and Aiken didn't have any family connections. Aiken had the support of a guild, but Qin Hongyan had no connections at all. And the guild could only provide assistance outside of the school. So, they both needed War God Academy's resources. Okay. But it seems like you don't have anything except the source of mutation. Chapter 268. Jing Jiayu finally realized what was happening. If she had to buy all the quest items except the source of mutation, regardless of the price, many of them would be hard to find on the market. Even if she used her connections at the War God Academy, she might not be able to do it. That's right. However, if there are materials you can't buy, tell me and I find a way. Wang Chen, hearing Jing Jiayu's concerns, spoke up. The so-called solution was simply to contact Elder Zhong, or to go hunting on her own. Okay. No longer concerned, Jing Jiayu calmly agreed. Next, it was a matter of distributing the 3 pieces of equipment. Gold rank was extremely important for professionals at their current level. After all, they could only access dungeons up to level 45. Even if they could enter higher dungeons, they wouldn't be able to complete them. It could even be said that it would be a suicide mission. The distribution was quite easy, without any arguments. Everyone except Wu Zhan received 1 piece. There was no equipment for the heavy warriors, so they had to distribute it to the other 3. Let's go! Let's leave the dungeon. Wang Chen shouted without a moment's delay. Soon, all 5 of them teleported out of the dungeon together. The outside world remained shrouded in a gloomy darkness. What surprised Wang Chen was that he saw a familiar face, Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong and 4 of his teammates were standing at the dungeon entrance, staring solemnly at the teleportation exit. And all around, Wang Chen saw the bodies of more than a dozen Riyadh professional warriors. Chu Xiong. Is that Chu Xiong? Wu Zhan saw the man looked familiar, and quickly realized who he was. Yes. It's him, the Golden Paladin, in charge of Fortress No. 3's security. I heard he's a major general, and the eldest son of the Chu family. Qin Yong excitedly chimed in. But before they could finish, Chu Xiong hurried towards Wang Chen. This made Wu Zhan and Qin Yong incredibly excited. What was such a prominent figure doing here? Wang Chen. I've been waiting so long for you. As Chu Xiong approached, a smile broke across his once solemn face, and he patted Wang Chen on the shoulder. This scene left Wu Zhan and Qin Yong even more stunned. Wang Chen actually recognized a legendary figure like Chu Xiong. What's wrong? Brother Chu Xiong, even you've been dispatched. Wang Chen was also quite surprised. But judging by the bodies of the Ria professionals on the ground, it seemed they were connected to them. It's all for you. Chu Xiong gave a wry laugh. Me? What's wrong with me? Wang Chen asked in surprise. The Riyadh Kingdom sent over 10 troops to ambush you. The military has learned of this. Old Zhong ordered me to send someone to find you personally to prevent you from being ambushed by the Riyadh Kingdom. And it was a death order. I had no choice but to obey. Chu Xiong explained. So it was really for Wang Chen, and it was old Zhong who gave the order. I've already killed over 30 Riyadh Kingdom professionals. That's not possible, Wang Chen said in surprise. While he understood old Zhong's good intentions, he wouldn't have sent someone like Chu Xiong out. It's a bit of a waste of manpower. I know. But the Ria Kingdom sent out a level 50 professional. I sent people to search for him, but we didn't find any. Mr. Zhong was worried you'd run into him. And since several Dragon Kingdom professionals were ambushed, I'm also going to purge the Ria Kingdom professionals. Damn it! How dare you come to my territory and be so brazen? You're courting death. Chu Xiong nodded. Even the usually polite Chu Xiong started cursing. This shows just how despicable these Ria Kingdom professionals are. Do you have any information on the whereabouts of that level 50 professional? Wang Chen asked. No. I know he's a ninja, but I don't have any other information. I guess I caused too much noise, and he learned of the operation in advance. Chu Xiong shook his head. If you, brother Chu Xiong, want to know the whereabouts of this ninja, I can give you a beautiful woman. Wang Chen thought for a moment, and said with a smile. Ah? A beauty? Where's she still? Brother Wang Chen, don't be kidding me. Business matters first. We need to find this ninja as quickly as possible, or else more people will be ambushed. Chu Xiong said quickly. Don't worry. Am I kidding? Having this beauty help you find the ninja should be twice as effective. However, if she helps you, I hope brother Chu Xiong will be responsible for her. Wang Chen smiled and nodded. Just listening to Chu Xiong was bewildered. Responsible? I don't want to get married just yet. Chu Xiong waved his hand quickly. Brother Chu Xiong, he didn't mean it. Jing Jiayu, standing nearby, quickly explained with a smile. Who is this? Chu Xiong was slightly surprised, thinking the woman looked familiar. But he couldn't place her. I'm Jing Jiayu, a teacher at Huaqing Academy. I visited your house last year. How could I have forgotten so quickly? Jing Jiayu explained. Chu Xiong then realized, it's the daughter of the Jing family. My apologies. Chu Xiong didn't dare to be rude to this woman with a connection to his family. But, what's wrong with you? Chu Xiong was surprised, but also worried for his sister. If Churo didn't hurry up, his dream brother-in-law would be snatched away. Several daughters of prominent families had already shown a keen interest in Wang Chen duo. He led us to the mutant goblin lair. Jing Jiayu continued to explain. Just listening to it, Chu Xiong was stunned. A level 27 professional with 4 level 40-somethings. What a joke. However, Chu Xiong recalled the scene when Wang Chen blasted away the Dreadlord's projection with a single volley, and it no longer seemed so surprising. Wang Chen could create countless possibilities. Amazing. Amazing. I cleared that dungeon with a team when I was still level 50. I can't believe brother Wang Chen, and you guys cleared it so early. But what about that woman brother Wang Chen was talking about? Chu Xiong quickly changed the subject. Finding the level 50 Ria professional was crucial right now. He captured a Shikigami, and that Shikigami gave us a lot of information. If we can get that Shikigami to cooperate with you, finding that ninja shouldn't be a problem. Jing Jiayu explained. Shikigami. I heard Shikigami are very loyal to Onmyoji. How could you have captured them? Chu Xiong was once again confused. However, he didn't dare dwell on the question, so he continued, what about the responsibility? Are you trying to get me to marry a Shikigami? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 269. Not only are Shikigami unique to the kingdom of Rya, they also all possess the form of ghosts. Ha ha. How is that possible? I subdued this Shikigami after killing an Onmyoji. Seeing that his Shikigami didn't want to become an accomplice in the slaughter of innocent people, I subdued it. As for this Shikigami, I want you to find a professional like a corpse carrier to take it as a partner. Of course, I hope the professional you find can treat this Shikigami well. This Shikigami has enormous potential. Wang Chen explained with a smile. Most importantly, Wang Chen didn't want to lose such a powerful fighting force. This matter. I need to discuss it with my family. The profession you describe is incredibly rare. I haven't encountered it yet, I've only heard of it. Even rarer than a gunner like you. Chu Xiong said seriously, his chin resting on his hand. Anyway, I leave her to you for now. As for what happens next, that's up to you. Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. Since he didn't have many connections anyway, he might as well hand the Red Shadow Demon Blade Princess over to Chu Xiong. With the Chu family's resources, he could find a home for her. Chu Xiong pondered for a moment and nodded, okay. He understood Wang Chen's intentions. This was a sign of trust in him. We'd be leaving first, brother Wu Zhan, brother Qin Yong. If you find it difficult to level up on the Void Front in the future, you can consider joining the military. I'm sure brother Chu Xiong will accept you. Wang Chen looked at Wu Zhan, and Qin Yong said goodbye. Okay. This is brother Wang Chen's recommendation. Joining the military. I consider it. Thank you very much, brother Wang Chen. Wu Zhan said, bowing. He had never expected that Wang Chen would not only save his life, but also lead him through an incredibly difficult dungeon, obtaining equipment. Finally, he even pointed him in the right direction. It was like a rebirth. A level 41 heavy warrior, a level 41 ice mage. They're all promising talents. He looked at Chu Xiong with a bit of envy. The military typically focuses on group combat, and heavy warriors and ice mages play a crucial role in group combat, One provides frontline support, the other provides area damage and crowd control. So, Chu Xiong unilaterally wanted to recruit these types of classes into the army. We're used to being laid back, and we're worried we won't fit in if we join the military. Wu Zhan scratched his head awkwardly. That's okay. Whenever you want to join the military, come find me at the 3rd fortress. Chu Xiong fully understood the sentiments of these people. However, as their levels rise, these people realize the importance of joining the military. Okay. Wu Zhan and Qin Yong nodded simultaneously. With moved eyes, they watched Wang Chen, Chu Xiong, Jing Jiayu, and Zhang Min leave. No matter what, all good things must come to an end. They could only repay Wang Chen's kindness by leveling up and striving to improve themselves. Soon, Wang Chen led Chu Xiong to find the Red Shadow Demon Sword Princess. After explaining everything to her, he had her accompany Chu Xiong back to Fortress Number 3. Wang Chen and the other two also prepared to take the teleportation array from Fortress Number 3. Okay, I take care of Red Shadow. When you get back, go find your principal. Elder Zhong is with your principal. Ever since they learned about the assassination attempt on you by the Ria Kingdom, they've been incredibly anxious. Go back and report your safety. By the way, I think I have something else to ask you. Chu Xiong began. He was already busy, so he didn't try to keep Wang Chen, nor did he exchange pleasantries. Wang Chen, Jing Jiayu, and Zhang Min quickly returned to Huaqing Academy. Since Wang Chen had spent 2 days on the Void Front, it was the afternoon of the 3rd day when he returned. Back at the academy, Murong Shui and her 5 companions, having secured the top seed, had successfully advanced to the rookie team competition. The national rookie team competition had already begun, and Murong Shui and her 5 companions had already completed the first round. Wang Chen learned about this from Jing Jiayu's colleagues, whom he met along the way. Afterward, Wang Chen made no move and headed straight for the principal's office. As expected, Principal Nie Honghua and Elder Zhong were chatting in the office, their expressions grim. Principal, Elder Zhong. Wang Chen greeted them with a smile upon entering. The two glanced at each other, their solemn expressions quickly transforming into relieved smiles. You worried me to death, kid. If such a promising young talent were ruined so early, I'd regret it forever. Old Zhong sighed and said with a smile. It was clear that Old Zhong was genuinely worried about Wang Chen's safety. Look, I'm back safely. Wang Chen smiled. If you don't come back soon, Old Zhong will grab his rocket launcher and go to the Void Front to find you. Nie Honghua jokingly smiled. But they all knew that Old Zhong was definitely capable of such a thing. Old Zhong took a deep breath. He had dragged Wang Chen to the Void Front. If anything went wrong, he would be the primary person responsible. Although Wang Chen was given a chance to revive on the Void Front, this opportunity was extremely valuable and couldn't be used up so soon. Not really, not really. Wang Chen looked flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. Hey kid. You'd better avoid the Void Front. The Ria Kingdom sees you as a thorn in their side now, and I'm worried they do something harmful to you. This time, Chu Xiong should be able to eliminate those Ria people, but there's no guarantee they won't attack you again. Old Zhong shook his head. The Void Front is vast. While people from each country will be responsible for defending certain areas via teleportation arrays, much of the area is beyond the control of each nation. To put it bluntly, the area surrounding each nation's fortress is within their territory, but the rest of the area is a free zone. In a free zone, no one can guarantee that their own professionals won't be ambushed or attacked. This time, Ria went too far, so Old Zhong dared to order Chu Xiong to mobilize troops to kill the Ria ninjas in the free zone. They were the ones who made the first move. So now that you're back, stay at school for a few days. The next national professional competition has started early. You should form a team and compete. Nie Honghua explained. Early? Aren't we having the rookie team competition right now? Is it because I started it early? Wang Chen was stunned. You can't just say that the two competitions are going to be held back to back. That's a nice thought. The Void has been a bit unstable lately, and we need to unearth more outstanding talent, so we're starting the competition early. After the rookie team competition, the national professional competition will begin. You can sign up for the national professional competition. Nie Honghua said with a look of disdain. Chapter 270. Is the principal afraid I go to the Void Front, so he's asking me to sign up for the national professional competition? Wang Chen asked in surprise. No matter how he thought about it, it felt like he was just looking for something to do. I guess so. But not entirely. However, the prize for the champion of this national professional competition is 2 level 5 enchanting materials, which can be used to enchant weapons directly. Barring any human error, there's a 100% success rate. Ye Hongbo nodded and explained. Okay. I participate. Without waiting for Nye Hongbo to say anything else, Wang Chen agreed. Double level 5 enchanting materials. Such a reward is too tempting. Wang Chen hasn't even enchanted his main weapon yet. Level 3 and 4 enchanting materials are difficult to obtain, and the enchantment properties of level 1 and 2 are too low. In fact, level 3 and 4 enchantments are just average for Wang Chen. But level 5 enchantments are different. On the current market, level 5 enchantments are already the top tier enchantments. A single level 5 enchanting material alone could fetch tens of millions of dragon coins, and even then, it was still unavailable. But the reward was actually 2 complete sets of level 5 enchanting materials. Such a reward was simply too tempting. A perfect enchanting material likely contains at least 5 ingredients. Haha. This kid, if the reward wasn't tempting enough, he'd probably just ignore it. Old Zhong laughed, stroking his beard. You're truly moved. Fine, then, don't go to the Void Front anytime soon. If you want to level up, fight in the school dungeons, or even just go to the battlefield. Nye Hongbo gave his instructions directly. Both he and Elder Zhong worried that the Ryak Kingdom would do something shameless. Alright. For the sake of the 2 elders, let's spare those Ryak Kingdom beasts. Wang Chen thought for a moment, and feigned resignation. After all, going to the Void Front wouldn't guarantee encountering that level 50 wood ninja. Besides, Wang Chen wasn't fully prepared. It would be better to wait until the Ryak Kingdom professional competition was over before returning to the Void Front to deal with him. Hopefully, he could survive until then. I'm afraid Chu Xiong will continue to slaughter Ryak Kingdom professionals. He's no pushover. Ryak Kingdom professionals have killed so many Dragon Kingdom professionals. How could Chu Xiong let it go? You kid. You're pretty confident. Take it easy. Professionals above level 50 aren't as easy as you think. I know you can now rival those in the 40s. But don't be too confident. After level 50, every professional will undergo a dramatic change, their strength greatly enhanced, Elder Zhong warned. This was also a subtle reminder to Wang Chen. Don't be complacent, for there are always people better than you. I know. Wang Chen nodded. He also wanted to reach level 50. Once he reached level 50, unlocking a Star Destroyer or something would be so cool. The gunner can unlock so many weapons, and each level of advancement filled Wang Chen with anticipation. And level 50 was the biggest anticipation. I've said everything I need to say. I've taken care of your business. It's time to return to the military district. There's still a lot of things to deal with. Elder Zhong stood up and said, Alright. Elder Zhong, there's no need to worry about me. Don't I have a chance to revive? Besides, I have a way to escape. Wang Chen said helplessly. After all, Elder Zhong was the second in command of the southern military region. Wang Chen was quite touched that he had personally stepped forward for him again. But this was completely unnecessary. If you weren't so excited, I wouldn't be so worried. Elder Zhong smiled and shook his head. Let's go! Without waiting for Wang Chen to say anything else, he walked out of the principal's office. He looked old, but his steps were brisk. Wang Chen, you should form your own team for this national professional competition. I know you don't like interacting with strangers. If you want to bring your friends, then go ahead. As long as you win the championship, anything is fine. Nye Hongbo said, looking at Wang Chen. I'd like to ask, how does this national professional competition work? Wang Chen asked. At the moment, Wang Chen knew very little about these competitions. It's similar to the newbie team competition. You can ask Jing Jiayu later. However, the important thing to note is the level. There will be competitions every 10 levels. Nye Hongbo said after a moment's thought. He didn't want to go into the details. As the principal, his time was precious. Okay. Wang Chen simply left the principal's office. According to Nye Hongbo, there's a level between 20th and 30th, and another between 30th and 40th. It's not easy to figure out. I know quite a few people between 20th and 30th levels. Who to team up with is a big problem. Murong Shui already has a 5-person team, but it's a bit of a headache, even though it's quite impressive in the newbie competition. But a professional competition wouldn't be a possibility. After all, their level was too low. If they were teamed up with them, they'd be sure to lose in any match without Wang Chen. Thinking of this, Wang Chen returned to his dorm, but he hadn't expected that the news of his return to school would spread. Several people who knew Wang Chen came over. Murong Shui, Qin Hongyan, Aiken, Chu Rou, and Luo Xiao. Why are you here? Wang Chen asked in surprise. We won our first national rookie team competition today, so of course we came to celebrate with Brother Chen. Aiken said quickly. Murong Shui nodded. Rookie team competitions are nothing special. The 5 of us basically crushed them. After all this time together, the 5 of them had become increasingly proficient in their coordination. Aiken, Murong Shui, and Qin Hongyan also showed exceptional individual strength. So, facing those rookie teams was becoming increasingly easier. Then let me congratulate you in advance on your victory. Wang Chen smiled. That's hard to say. After all, the game isn't over yet. Aiken curled his lips, worried about a halftime champagne scene. So he didn't dare to say anything too confident. Then how did you get here? Wang Chen looked at Luo Xia and Chu Rou again. Luo Xia curled her lips, disapprovingly. I've worked so hard to level up and returned, and instead of coming to greet me, you asked me why I got here? Pretending to be a ladylike figure. Then you can leave. Wang Chen waved his hand. What are you talking about? You heartless man, you're ignoring me. Luo Xia said with a look of dissatisfaction. But her attitude filled Murong Shui and Chu Rou with a sense of crisis. I was wondering if you'd sign up for the professional competition. If you're short on people, I can help you find them. Chu Rou quickly changed the subject and offered. Chapter 271. Do you think he's ever lacked people? Especially women. Luo Xia said irritably. She didn't forget to glance at Murong Shui and Chu Rou. Her tone was filled with hostility. That seems to make sense. I heard he even managed to get teacher Jing Jiayu from the God of War Academy. Chu Rou, far from being angry, looked as if she had suddenly realized something. Don't talk nonsense. Teacher Jing Jiayu is a virgin. Don't let your nonsense keep her from getting married. Wang Chen said hurriedly. This girl is really a gossip monger. It's just a dungeon run with Jing Jiayu. How can she be considered a success? While Wang Chen still admired Jing Jiayu's figure and personality, he couldn't let them talk nonsense about something that hadn't happened. Brother Wang Chen, teacher Jing Jiayu's figure is so amazing. Don't you say you should seize the opportunity? Chen said, somewhat puzzled. Shut up. Shut up. But as soon as Aiken opened his mouth, he was met with a joint attack from Luo Xia and Chu Rou. Wang Chen could tease, he could explain, but he couldn't. Hearing the two women's voices, Aiken quickly shut up and stood aside, feeling aggrieved. Both Luo Xia and Chu Rou were far superior to him in rank, not someone he could afford to offend. Besides, he had to act a bit more gentlemanly. Are you participating in this professional tournament? Wang Chen changed the subject. He couldn't keep discussing women, or else, these people wouldn't be easy to deal with. As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Rou. Chu Rou nodded yes. As a demon summoner, I absolutely can't miss such a grand event. Chu Rou was naturally very bellicose, and with a rare class like demon summoner, she had enough pride and capital to fight in the arena. It would be great if I could team up with you, Wang Chen said softly. Chu Rou was stunned. Are you sincere? No lie. Wang Chen shrugged. TSK. You're framing me again, kid. You're not even level 30 yet. You can't even team up with me. Chu Rou laughed. Level 27 players can only team up with players between levels 20 and 30. He must have done it on purpose. Have you considered teaming up with me? Luo Xia had already reached level 26, so as a shadow assassin, she was eligible to team up with Wang Chen. Wang Chen didn't agree immediately, but instead looked at Murong Shui. These 5 newcomers had already qualified for the professional competition. Murong Shui immediately understood and said, Don't worry about us. We're barely level 20. Even if we participate in the professional competition, we'd just be there for show. Winning the rookie team championship would already satisfy me. Let's sign up for the professional competition together, and you can team up with someone else. Aiken and the others nodded. We're still rookies, so we don't want to be a burden, nor do we want to miss out on the opportunity to compete. We definitely participate, but we won't team up with a higher level team. Qin Hongyan also explained. The 5 of them were clear. Participation was the priority, not leadership. Hey! I know you're close, but you need to level up quickly. Once you're level 25 or above, he'd be able to lead you. Luo Xia saw the relationship between Wang Chen and Murong Shui and the others, so she could only offer some comfort. After all, Wang Chen's current teammate was primarily herself. Chu Rou and Jing Jiayu were too high level to form a team. Murong Shui and the other 5 were too low level to form a team. Okay. I hope you achieve good results, Murong Shui said generously. In reality, Murong Shui saw Luo Xia and Chu Rou's attitudes, but she also knew that someone like Wang Chen was hard to pin down. It would be better to be more open-minded. Thank you, and I hope you win the rookie team competition, Luo Xia said readily. Then you should also give me your blessing. Chu Ro, standing beside her, said quickly. Like a spoiled little princess. Okay. 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 Then how should I bless you? Miss Chu's level is too awkward. Wishing you the 30th level championship in the professional competition is a bit unrealistic. Luo Xia was stumped. At level 35, Chu Ro was neither too high nor too low for her level. While she had some class advantages, winning the championship wasn't easy. There were even more rare classes than hers. You're still so picky. Chu Ro pouted in dissatisfaction. But since both of them were the eldest daughters of their respective families, Chu Ro couldn't be too harsh. TSK. Just be honest. But Sister Chu Ro's class is quite impressive. If you can team up with a few strong players, you definitely win the championship. Luo Xia smiled, noticing Chu Ro's soft attitude. Wang Chen knew her personality well. As long as he showed her favor, she would be playful, but if he went against her, her big brotherly nature would come out, and she would do whatever she wanted. No one gets spoiled. But you have to please him. Only if you please him can he lead you to the championship. Chu Ro glanced at Wang Chen and said with a smile. Luo Xia's bright eyes twinkled, and she asked hopefully, Brother Wang Chen, can you? Her voice was incredibly sweet. Listening to it, Wang Chen felt his scalp tingle. Yes, Wang Chen said impatiently. Luo Xia's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as Wang Chen was there, the championship of this competition was guaranteed. Chu Ro cast an envious glance. She too wanted to team up with Wang Chen, but due to their level they couldn't. Not only Chu Ro, but Murong Shui and the others were also quite envious. However, because they were completely encumbered, they didn't want to embarrass themselves. As the pride of Huaqing Academy, they also had their own pride. Being an encumbered person was not something they could do. By the way, should we bring that girl Wu Mingyu? She's already level 28 and has decent gear. Although I dislike her, she is still quite capable as a holy priest. Luo Xia mentioned another old friend. Wang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. This girl had always been at odds with Wu Mingyu. Wu Mingyu's level always outshone her, and she wasn't afraid of her in a one-on-one duel. That's why they bickered constantly, even threatening to fight. But unexpectedly, when something important came up, Luo Xia still thought of Wu Mingyu. This goes to show that Luo Xia is a man of loyalty and righteousness, even though she usually appears a bit aloof. No problem. Her gear is indeed good. She shouldn't be a problem in a one-on-one duel now, right? Wang Chen directly addressed Luo Xia's pain point. Wu Mingyu's gear focused on mana regeneration, which perfectly compensated for the holy priest's lower mana pool than the disciplined priest's. Chapter 272. If she wasn't a level higher than me, I could beat her to tears, beat her to her knees, and call me mom. Luo Xia became increasingly unconvinced. And she even went so far as to find an objective reason. Everyone around them understood the situation. It was simply because they couldn't beat her. If her equipment were even slightly inferior to yours, you could still easily defeat her, right? Chu Ro asked with a smile. Yes, that's right. Luo Xia put her hands on her hips, looking righteously confident. Really? When did Miss Luo become so powerful? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Wang Chen had already noticed its source. It was Wu Mingyu, one of the people involved. Sister Wu, why are you here? Luo Xia said awkwardly. If I hadn't come, you'd have blown me out of proportion. Even if we were on the same level, you'd be my opponent? Wu Mingyu said with disdain. TSK, Sister Wu, if we were really on the same level, you'd be no match for me. Every time we duel, you're always able to heal back your lost health. If my damage output was just a little higher, and your recovery was just a little lower, wouldn't I be able to instantly kill you? Luo Xia chuckled. At this moment, confidence returned. Every time she dueled Wu Mingyu, she'd almost finish her off, only for her to recover full health again after a few healings. And so it went on and on. Although Wu Mingyu's damage output was low, she couldn't hold up, grinding Luo Xia down until she lost. You're overthinking it. The outcome will be the same. At most, it just take a little longer, Wu Mingyu said with disdain. Without waiting for Luo Xia to say anything else, she looked directly at Wang Chen, her expression becoming ambiguous. Brother Wang Chen, since you're already participating in the professional competition, can you take me with you? Looking at Luo Xia's expression change, she couldn't help but say, you vixen. Just like you during the PK, you only know how to annoy me. Wu Mingyu turned around and snorted, none of your business. If you don't agree, challenge me. At the mention of the word challenge, Luo Xia instantly shrank. He wanted to retort, but couldn't think of any words. Form a team. There are still 2 spots. You two can each find one. I handle everything, Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. Since it was a 5-person team, it would be better to leave the task of finding the team members to them. After all, they were old students and each had their own connections. Of course, Luo Xia's connections were far inferior to Wu Mingyu's. Luo Xia, why are you here? I've been looking for you for ages. At this moment, a man's voice rang out. Wang Chen was stunned. Could it be Luo Xia's friend? But Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu both looked at him warily. Luo Xia even clenched her fists. Luo Xia, I've told you all along not to hang out with these questionable people. You just won't listen. Aren't you afraid of running into some bad guys? The man only had eyes for Luo Xia, not even glancing at anyone else. What are you talking about, kid? Who's the questionable one? Chu Rou immediately became furious. Huh? It's the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Except for you then. The rest are all questionable. The man then looked up and saw Chu Rou. Only after seeing Chu Rou did his expression soften. But it was only a slight mellowness, indicating that his status was no less than Chu Rou's. Oh Yang Jian. Are you sure I'm also a dude? Even Murong Shui couldn't help but ask. Oh! Murong Shui? How did you 3 young ladies get together? None of your business. I came to see my fiancé. I finally have a day to relax. I'm almost vomiting blood from playing dungeons all day. The man named Ouyang Jian said with a smile. Fiancé? Wang Chen's eyes fixed. What was this guy up to? Wu Mingyu whispered in Wang Chen's ear. He's the grandson of the dean of the Holy Law Academy, and the second son of the Ouyang family. He's used to being arrogant and domineering. In their eyes, only disciples from aristocratic families are their equals. I heard he's always had a crush on Luo Xia, but Luo Xia doesn't care to talk to him. Wang Chen nodded. So, another man who lost his composure over a woman. Fiancé? Ouyang Jian, are you crazy? When you came to propose, I rejected you. I told you clearly, it's impossible. Impossible? Do you hear me? Luo Xia went berserk. Luo Xia, our family has already agreed to our relationship. This isn't something you can just do as you please. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Ouyang Jian remained unyielding. Get out, get out, get out. I'm in charge of my own affairs. I haven't agreed to anything. If you bother me again, I attack you. Luo Xia shouted angrily. He even drew his dagger, ready to strike. Ouyang Jian smiled. You're only level 27. You're no match for me right now. At least no one here can. He seemed to possess absolute confidence and arrogance in his strength. Wang Chen couldn't discern his rank, but he was certain that for him to have such confidence, he must be at least level 35 or above. He even disregarded Chu Rou. Chu Rou's words weren't particularly forceful, which spoke volumes. You want to use force? Luo Xia said anxiously. As he spoke, he involuntarily moved behind Wang Chen. Ouyang Jian had long noticed that Luo Xia's expression, as he looked at Wang Chen, was unnatural. Even in such a dangerous moment, he had actually hidden behind this man. Ouyang Jian couldn't stand it. He immediately erupted in anger. Is it because of him that you rejected me? Tell me, is it? Is it? His tone had been more than acceptable before, but now he erupted in fury, like a madman on the verge of a beating. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Save some dignity for yourself, don't be so shameless. Wang Chen said calmly. He didn't take this man seriously at all. Who cares what level he is? As long as he gets involved, Wang Chen wouldn't mind letting him experience the power of missiles. Not only Wang Chen, but even Wu Mingyu was ready for battle. Seeing this, Murong Shui, Aiken, and the other 5 all followed suit, ready to attack at any moment. As long as someone challenged Wang Chen, no matter what level the opponent was, they would fight without hesitation. Chu Rou frowned, hesitated for a moment, then summoned her demon. This also represented her stance. Of the people present, only she and Luo Xia knew Ouyang Jian's level. Do you know who you're talking to? You're courting death. Ouyang Jian's eyes were icy cold, as he unsheathed a massive purple sword, ready to strike Wang Chen and the others. Boy, what are you talking about? Who's courting death? At this moment, a cold voice echoed from behind. Chapter 273. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was Elder Zhong. A terrifying aura erupted, a murderous aura that made people tremble. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jian felt a suffocating sensation, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The sheer aura was too much for him to bear. When he met Elder Zhong's icy gaze, his entire body went numb, and he nearly fell to his knees. Zhong. Elder Zhong. Yang Jian spoke with difficulty. He was even more surprised to have run into Elder Zhong. Because of his status, he was well aware of these top figures. Who was Elder Zhong? The nation's top gunner, a pillar of the military region. Even the patriarch of their clan had to be polite when meeting Elder Zhong. It wasn't that their clan's patriarch was less powerful than Elder Zhong, but rather that Elder Zhong represented the entire southern military region, with a powerful influence behind him that even their clan couldn't compete with. No matter how powerful a clan was, it couldn't outstrip the military region. The 4 major military regions were no joke. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how such a small-time figure at level 27 could be connected to Elder Zhong. How could he possibly be connected to Elder Zhong? You want to kill someone? This is a school, Yang boy. I think you're tired of living, aren't you? Old Zhong's tone remained icy. Luo Xia's eyes rolled at this, and her expression turned fawning. Walking up to Elder Zhong, she said, Grandpa Zhong, do you remember me? I'm the Luo family's granddaughter. My grandfather told me you held me in your arms when I was little. Seeing her sly look, Wang Chen knew she was trying to get close to him. While Elder Zhong knew the Luo family, he certainly wasn't that familiar with them. Otherwise, there'd be no need to be so cozy. Old Zhong pondered for a moment, then smiled kindly. Luo Xia. I did hold you when I visited your house back then. I can't believe how time flies, and you've grown so big. Luo Xia smiled slyly at this, then said delicately, my grandfather always mentions you, saying you saved his life with a cannon, and I've always wanted to invite you to our house. Sure enough, this girl was just trying to get close. They weren't that close at all. Talk later. Old Zhong waved his hand. He didn't intend to pay any more attention to this girl. As a seasoned expert, how could he not know what she meant? Then he looked at Yang Jian and said coldly, Yang boy, who do you want to kill? Yang Jian trembled with fear, not daring to meet his gaze. He quickly shook his head and said, Master Zhong, I didn't say anything. I wouldn't dare kill anyone. Get out of here. If I see you running wild in school again, let your grandfather come and collect your body. Master Zhong said coldly. Even the Yang family wouldn't dare to provoke Master Zhong. No matter how foolish Yang Jian was, he knew he couldn't bring trouble to the family. If he offended Master Zhong, his grandfather would probably give him his head. Even the leaders of the general military region held Master Zhong in awe, a level not even the Yang family could match. I was wrong, I was wrong. Yang Jian retreated repeatedly, and after saying these 2 words, he fled in panic. He didn't dare stay here any longer. You kid, you're such a troublemaker. How long has it been? And you've already caused another trouble. If I hadn't shown up, you would have provoked a force you shouldn't have. Old Zhong took a deep breath, looking at Wang Chen speechlessly. This kid's level of troublemaking far surpassed any young professional he had ever met. It doesn't matter. But if he wants to kill me, be prepared to be killed. Wang Chen said calmly. He wasn't one to cause trouble, but he certainly wasn't one to fear it. You'd better keep a low profile. The head of the Yang family is now a top-tier professional at level 80. Even I wouldn't easily provoke him. The Yang family is only afraid of the military region I oversee. Old Zhong shook his head. It doesn't matter. At worst, after I kill him, I just keep escaping the void front. Wang Chen had already prepared for the worst. At worst, he could just wander around and survive, leveling up in the various dungeons of the void front. When you don't have absolute power, you have to keep a low profile. But sometimes, you're quite courageous. For example, you killed so many professionals from the Rhea Kingdom, and then you killed so many more, and the Rhea Kingdom didn't dare to even fart. You can only endure it silently, but in our Dragon Kingdom, you still have to be careful about the disciples of the aristocratic families. Not just anyone can mess with them. I'm worried if you get into trouble, even I won't be able to protect you. Old Zhong said with a look of worry on his face. While he admired Wang Chen's courage and his relentlessness, which helped Wang Chen reach his upper limit, it also increased his chances of encountering danger. Who knows when he provoked those protected aristocratic family members? I know, but there are some things I won't tolerate. Wang Chen persisted. For someone like Yang Jian, it was absolutely impossible to get Wang Chen to yield or give in. You have to participate in the national professional competition in a few days, but I've been busy for the past 2 days. Go and complete a mission. Go to castle number 4, and collect all the 5 elements cores for me. Old Zhong said after a moment's thought. To prevent Wang Chen from causing further trouble, he assigned him a mission. What is this mission? How do I accept it? Wang Chen asked, puzzled. Wang Chen was still very interested in Old Zhong's mission. Given Old Zhong's temper, the rewards for his missions would definitely be good. But the difficulty of the missions was unknown. Accept the mission at Castle Number 4, then go to the 5 Elements land to complete it. There are many monsters derived from the 5 elements. Old Zhong explained, you have to find out the details yourself. After saying this, he turned and left. The rest of the matter was left to Wang Chen to handle. Oh my god, the 5 Elements land mission. I heard it's incredibly difficult. But I haven't even taken it yet. Chu Rou exclaimed. Luo Xiao was also brimming with interest. I'd love to take it too. I just don't know if I can. Why? Are you too interested? Wang Chen asked. Of course there is. But we don't know what the mission is, how to take it, or what the restrictions are. Chu Rou said quickly. You find out once you get there. Just a short break, and then we be on it. Wang Chen said nonchalantly. Okay then. Whether I can do the mission or not doesn't matter. The main thing is, I want to go see the world with you. I haven't even been to the 5 Elements land yet. Chu Rou was brimming with interest. Luo Xia said with equal interest, add me in, add me in. Wu Mingyu sighed. Go ahead. Don't forget, Wang Chen still needs 2 teammates. Chapter 274. That means one person still needs to find teammates. Finding teammates isn't difficult, but finding strong and reliable teammates is a bit more challenging. Wu Mingyu knew Luo Xia would definitely follow Wang Chen to the 5 Elements land, and this matter would definitely fall on her shoulders. Okay. I find you after we get back. This time, if Wang Chen can't lead us to victory Luo Xia said quickly. What? Wang Chen's eyes flickered. Luo Xia waved her hands repeatedly. No, nothing. She needed Wang Chen to take her to the 5 Elements land, and she also needed Wang Chen to take her to the professional competition. She didn't dare say anything more. Afterward, Wang Chen said goodbye to Murong Shui, Chu Rou, and the others, and returned to the teleportation array with Luo Xia and Chu Rou. Murong Shui, Aiken, and the other 4 still had to prepare for the upcoming matches and the professional competition. Chu Rou had already found teammates for the professional competition, so she had more freedom. Soon, they stepped into the Void Frontier again. This time, however, they weren't heading to Castle Number 3, but the more distant Castle Number 4. Wang Chen took a deep breath, fully aware of the Void's aura, which grew stronger the deeper he went into the Void Frontier. This is my first time here at Castle Number 4. Chu Rou sighed, taking in the surroundings. Sister Rou, you're already level 35, and you haven't even been here? That's unusual. Luo Xia asked in surprise. Even Wang Chen was puzzled. Chu Rou explained, actually, this area is generally for leveling up from level 30 to 35. Of course, there are even more difficult dungeons here, even level 50. I've always been playing the dungeons in school that allow teleportation, and rarely come to the Void Front. The Void Front is too depressing, I don't really like it. It's not true that the deeper you go in the Void Front, the harder the dungeons. Some high-level dungeons actually exist in the front dungeons. Wang Chen had always been curious why Elder Zhong didn't send him to Castle 1 or Castle 2, but instead went straight to Castle 3. As for the quest he was given this time, he went straight to Castle 4, skipping Castles 1 and 2. Could it be that Castles 1 and 2 hold some secrets? However, Wang Chen didn't delve into the matter further, letting things take their course. But what was certain was that the monsters on Castle 4's side were definitely far more difficult than those on Castle 3. Wang Chen immediately checked the quest hall. But after looking through it, he was very surprised. This 5 Elements core quest wasn't open to everyone. It required a private level of 5 or higher, and Wang Chen happened to have reached that level. In other words, Elder Zhong had given him this quest specifically for him. Seeing Chu Rou, he couldn't help but grumble, Grandpa Zhong is such a jerk. Can't he just give everyone a mission they can take on? But he quickly recovered, but it doesn't matter. As long as I get to see the 5 Elements land, nothing else matters. Yeah, I just want to see what it's like here and whether it's easy to fight. Luo Xia chimed in. So, do you know anything about the 5 Elements land? Wang Chen asked. At least those with family backgrounds knew more than Wang Chen. The land of the 5 elements. There are many elemental monsters, like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Monsters of the 5 elements. However, around Castle Number 4, elemental monsters are predominant, like wind and lightning. Chu Rou said after a moment's thought. Elemental monsters. It seems elemental monsters can drop enchanting materials. Wang Chen nodded, pondering for a moment. Many enchanting materials require elemental crystal cores. Indeed, enchanters are very active here. Many of them hang out here, looking for opportunities to buy enchanting materials. Chu Rou said with a smile. As the saying goes, the closer they are to the places with the highest drop rates for these materials, the greater their chances of buying better materials. Wang Chen looked up and saw an area not far away that resembled a small market. Many enchanters were squatting there, setting up stalls. They seemed to be waiting for someone to sell them materials like crystal cores. Beyond this area, a large 5-story building could be seen. Inscribed on the doorway were the words Enchanter Alliance. In other words, there's a building here for the Enchanter organization. After Wang Chen wins the professional competition, he have to deal with enchanters. Even if Wang Chen obtains all the materials, he still need a high-level enchanter to perform the enchantment. High-level enchantment is no longer something that can be achieved by machines. It requires an enchanter. Do you want to enchant? Wang Chen asked. No. I have this piece of equipment that I can't use anymore, so I need to replace it. Once I do, all the enchantments I've enchanted will be wasted. Luo Xia shook her head. The real problem with enchantment is changing the equipment. Once the equipment is replaced, all the previous enchantments and enhancements will be wasted. I think so too. Enchanting isn't necessary unless you find a weapon you like. Churo chimed in. The two women seemed indifferent to enchanting. However, they did have a particular interest in the level of their equipment. Then let's go out, Wang Chen said, seeing that they didn't need enchantments. But as soon as the three of them reached the door, they were stopped by soldiers. Huh? 2 level 27. 1 level 35? You can't go out. It's too dangerous out there. The soldier snapped. Even though Wang Chen was wearing the shielding metal, his level information was still visible. You can go out, but forget about you two. Something's wrong. How did you two get here? The weakest monster in Castle 4 is level 35, and you two are only level 27. Are you tired of living? He was openly disdainful of Wang Chen and Luo Xia's level. Chu Rou had been stifling a laugh. If the soldier knew Wang Chen was even more formidable than those level 35 professionals, he wondered what his expression would be. So do privates of level 5 qualify to leave? Wang Chen held out his badge. The soldier, upon seeing the stars on it, was stunned for a moment, then scratched the back of his head. After a moment, he realized, although you hold a high military rank, you still can't leave. Very stubborn, very responsible. What's going on? At this moment, an officer approached. Seeing that the men had been lingering for a moment, he approached and asked, Sir, 2 of these 3 are level 27 and want to leave, but I didn't approve. The soldier hurriedly explained. That's ridiculous. 2 level 27s want to leave. Who sent you to castle number 4? Are you so irresponsible about your lives? The officer was equally responsible. Chapter 275. As he spoke, he sounded more like a senior caring for his juniors. Regardless, both soldiers and officers were driven by a sense of responsibility towards the Dragon Nation professionals. Don't worry. I was recommended by Elder Zhong, Wang Chen said with a smile. Elder Zhong, your name is Wang Chen? Could you be the gunner? The officer, upon hearing Elder Zhong, suddenly realized something. The name Wang Chen sounded very familiar. Maybe. Wang Chen nodded awkwardly. Wang Chen. Sir, are you talking about the Wang Chen who killed the Ria Nation professional? The soldier also seemed to suddenly realize something. And a gunner. I'm sure he's right. In other words, Wang Chen's name was well known even in the distant castle number 4. Then I can go? Wang Chen asked. Let's go! Let's go! Just protect that little guy. The officer waved his hand quickly. Just this one sentence made Luo Xia pout, seeming unconvinced. But she couldn't refute it. Indeed, her strength wasn't high enough to be upgraded here. Wang Chen, Chu Rou and Luo Xia in tow, quickly left castle number 4 and entered the outside world. Although this was the Void Frontier, the aura was distinct from that of castle number 3. Besides the aura emanating from the void, there was also a mingling of elemental auras. Elemental monsters could be seen stalking the roads everywhere, though these rarely appeared in groups. Most moved alone. Wang Chen pulled out his Gatling Purgatory, and, holding it, maintained a vigilant stance. This scene was witnessed by the officers and soldiers at the door. The soldier exclaimed, Is this the machine gun they're talking about? I heard the damage is incredibly exaggerated. The officer nodded, Yes, it's this gun. It's killed hundreds of void creatures. But this guy has another weapon. He even injured the Dreadlord's mirror image. The soldier gasped at the sight. The damage was truly outrageous. Everyone knew that even the mirror images of the major Void Lords were between level 50 and 60. Of course, there were variations in the strength of the mirror images. But even so, they were still no match for professionals like them. Duh. Then, the sound of a burst of bullets could be heard, followed by puffs of smoke. With only 4 or 5 rounds, a water elemental monster was blasted into a cloud of steam. It took barely a second to kill it. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a water elemental spirit above your level. 200,000 XP added. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining water elemental essence *. When the soldiers and officers watching this scene were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. What kind of damage output was this? A level 32 water elemental spirit was instantly killed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. We're all too worried. They're stronger than us. The officer took a deep breath. Although they were at a high level, he was well aware of the damage difference. If it were him, he would have taken at least 5 or 6 seconds to defeat a water elemental monster like this. But they kill instantly. The efficiency and damage are completely on a different level. Wang Chen continued forward. But he could sense the changes in the air around him. With the atmosphere of the void as the background, he could sometimes feel a wave of heat, a hurricane-like surge, and the caress of lightning. Oh, this crappy place is so uncomfortable. It's hot, cold, and crackling. Luo Xia complained. They could fully feel the changes in the air. But these different sensations were very uncomfortable. Just get used to it. There are many places on the void frontier with even harsher environments. Chu Rou, however, was much calmer. Chu Rou's level was already high, and she knew more, so in many ways, she was much more mature than Luo Xia. Ah! This is the only way, Luo Xia said helplessly. She simply pulled out a mask from her storage space and put it on. But he discovered it had absolutely no effect at all. The air, mingled with elements, continued to rage. Wang Chen, however, remained calm and retrieved a more advanced mask and thick glasses from his storage compartment, leaving only his nose exposed. What are these? Luo Xia asked hurriedly. Wang Chen explained, these high-quality masks and glasses, designed to block elemental forces, were found earlier. I thought they were reserved for focused shooting, but I never imagined they'd be used now. Wang Chen had previously considered the possibility of sustained fire in adverse conditions. As a gunner, Wang Chen often needs to stay in one place, firing constantly, so he might face harsh conditions. So, when this equipment dropped, Wang Chen kept it. While it didn't increase any stats, it could be used as an accessory. It didn't take up any space in the equipment slot anyway. Just take it out when needed. Do you have any more? Luo Xia asked hopefully. Yes. Wang Chen immediately handed her a mask and glasses, and also gave one to Chu Rou. Luo Xia said somewhat dissatisfiedly, you have such good stuff. Why didn't you take it out sooner? I'm almost embarrassed. If you don't need it, you can take it back, Wang Chen said calmly. Use it or not. Luo Xia pouted, no longer arguing. After all, she had it on, so why would she take it off? Many of the monsters here are elemental. But where is the 5 elements land? Wang Chen ignored Luo Xia and looked at Chu Rou and asked. Chu Rou pulled out a map. It's quite far. The monsters in the 5 elements land are more difficult, and there are several dungeons. We can just follow this route. It must be said that Chu Rou is more meticulous and can handle many things on her own. Aside from her tomboyish personality, everything else is good. Luo Xia, on the other hand, has a pure, ladylike personality, though she can be quite adorable when she gets frustrated. Okay. We do as you say. The 5 elements land. I'm afraid there are 5 dungeons. Wang Chen also carefully examined the map, his brow furrowed. The 5 elements. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This area has many elemental monsters, but the 5 are predominant. According to Wang Chen's deduction, to obtain the quest item, one must clear the 5 dungeons. That's logically what should be done, but why are the dungeons marked on the map, but not their names? Chapter 276. This point plunged Wang Chen into deep thought. After a moment, Wang Chen raised his head and slowly said, could it be that these dungeons are changing? They might be different dungeons at different times. Beyond this, Wang Chen could come up with no other hypothesis. Since these dungeons had been discovered, they must have names, even if it meant giving them names. Let's go there first. There's no point in overthinking, Chu Rou said. Wang Chen nodded. Right now, the most important thing was to get to the first dungeon. Ahead, a wind elemental spirit swung in the air, its claws and fangs bared. It seemed to have spotted Wang Chen and was about to attack him. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This wind elemental spirit had a wider range of alertness for human professionals than other monsters. So, without hesitation, He fired at the wind elemental spirit. However, the wind elemental spirit reacted very quickly, using its immense speed to dodge most of the bullets, with only one hitting its body. Wang Chen had to re-examine the monster and carefully examine its information. Wind elemental spirit, elite monster. Level, 35. Strength, 7,000. Agility, 14,000. Intelligence, 10,000. Skills, wind shadow, storm attack. The three attributes are decent, but the agility alone is incredibly exaggerated. However, relying solely on agility to dodge Wang Chen's bullets is practically impossible. An agility value of 14,000 isn't enough to support such incredible speed and evasion. Having just dodged Wang Chen's bullet, it must have used its skill, Wind Shadow. Then I see how long your skill lasts, Wang Chen said calmly. He pulled the trigger again, blasting towards the Wind Elemental Spirit. Over 20 more bullets were dodged by the Wind Elemental Spirit, with only one hitting it. However, after those 20 or so, the Wind Elemental Spirit lost its previous agility. Every bullet perfectly hit its body. After only 6 or 7 shots, the Wind Elemental Spirit collapsed to the ground in a puff of smoke. However, these elemental monsters don't have corpses. Even when killed, they simply transform into their original elemental form, leaving behind dropped materials or equipment. Ding! Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill the Wind Elemental Spirit. XP bonus 1,300,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Wind Essence. * 2 elemental monsters have a higher evasion rate than other creatures. Overall, they're a bit more difficult to deal with. Wow! These elemental monsters are so beautiful. After narrowly avoiding danger, Luo Xia explained in amazement. More elemental monsters could be seen ahead, in blue, red, gray, white, purple, and other colors. Their vibrant colors didn't look as ferocious as those wild beasts or void creatures. You could also see professionals teaming up to hunt elemental monsters for their elemental essences. These essences were used as ingredients for enchanting. Hunting elemental monsters not only earned valuable experience points, but also gold, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Furthermore, the density of elemental monsters in this area was very low, making them much less dangerous. It's actually more suitable for monster hunting and leveling up than other areas. Books have previously described the area around Castle Number 4. It's an area of elemental chaos. When the Void invaded, they fought against the elemental monsters, and the Void creatures suffered greatly. But in the end, the Void creature sent out a great demon who charmed the leaders of 3 ancient elemental creatures, expanding the Void's influence here. As a result, the elemental creatures became confused and hostile to both human professionals and Void creatures. Churro explained slowly. Although Churro had a boyish personality, she was absolutely devoted to studying and reading. Dedicated to becoming stronger, she naturally understood the importance of learning. My grandfather said that after passing the 5 elements land, you can find even more powerful Void creatures, even leader-level Void bosses, Luo Xia added. She shared her limited knowledge of the 5 elements land. It seems that each castle is only responsible for a certain area. It's hard to say which castle's exterior is more dangerous, Wang Chen said. As they spoke, they slew another fire elemental spirit. The 3 of them chatted and laughed, clearing out elemental monsters as they walked. It took them about half a day, but they had only covered less than a third of the distance. This area was truly vast, mostly flat, yet it felt endless. But it didn't matter. With Luo Xia and Churro by their side, the journey wasn't boring or lonely. And there was no need to worry about stamina. Everyone's strength had increased, and their physical fitness had been greatly improved. Even if they walked for 3 days and 3 nights, they wouldn't feel tired. It's just that fatigue comes with intense combat. The elemental monsters along the way weren't particularly challenging, all ranging from level 33 to 35. For Wang Chen, it was just a matter of 1 or 2 extra bullets. But as they walked, they heard the ground tremble, as if thousands of horses were galloping. What's going on? Luo Xia exclaimed. Wang Chen also grew alert, gazing into the distance. There are many professionals. This area is not peaceful. After getting a clear view of the situation in the distance, Wang Chen spoke. Before he finished speaking, the crowd of people running in the distance became clearer and clearer. Hundreds of people were rushing towards them. Dust billowed from the ground, and some people screamed as they ran. Run! The elements are revolting. Don't just stand there. Run! The elemental monsters will be here soon. Someone even kindly warned them as they ran over. Wang Chen was stunned. Elemental chaos? What's going on? Churro quickly explained, I remember why those dungeons didn't have names. They appear randomly, not in specific locations. Specifically, they're not called dungeons at all, but secret realms. Now, it's the secret realm that's causing the elemental chaos. After hearing this, Wang Chen nodded. So that's what happened. The appearance of a secret realm causes elemental chaos. Elemental creatures, receiving elemental bonuses, become violent. Secret realms appear randomly, and each one causes the surrounding elemental creatures to behave in this way. These violent elemental creatures will recklessly attack other living creatures. The pursuit of these elemental creatures caused hundreds of professionals to desperately flee. Chapter 277. Soon, a dense swarm of colorful elemental monsters could be seen running wildly across the land. This was the first time Wang Chen had seen so many elemental monsters gathered together. At this moment, someone reminded Wang Chen and the other two. Kids, don't just stand there. Run. If you don't run, you're going to die here. These three young men are still standing there in a daze. Run. Can't you see all those elemental monsters? They must be frightened. Forget them. Let's run. Although they tried their best to get Wang Chen and the other two to flee, time was of the essence, and they couldn't afford to do much. Everything they needed to do was done. Churo waved her hand and shouted, "Don't worry. It's okay." But these words left the professionals even more speechless. This wasn't the kind of naivete of a newborn calf, but rather a fool, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. But there was nothing they could do. If they refused to listen, what could they do? Protect Luo Xia. I handle these monsters. Wang Chen glanced at Churo and warned her. Churo nodded, "Don't worry." Right now, Luo Xia was the most fragile, but Churo's level and strength meant she could easily handle several elemental monsters simultaneously. Wang Chen was worried Luo Xia might cause trouble, so it was better to have Churo watch her. Relying on life-saving measures for a group of small monsters wasn't worth it. Churo immediately summoned a succubus and had it guard Luo Xia. The succubus carried a whip and two wings, which made Luo Xia feel uneasy. It looked as if this guy was about to smack her at any moment. But thinking about it, it should be quite exciting. Don't worry. I'm not running around. Luo Xia curled her lips. At this time, a large number of elemental creatures were already approaching them. A few even spotted Wang Chen and locked onto him, preparing to attack him. Duh. Without hesitation, Wang Chen unleashed full force. The denser the monsters, the more excited Wang Chen felt. That was all experience. He used the area damage of the flaming bombs, the control of the freezing bombs, and the area damage of the G-14 grenades. However, some elemental damage is immune to certain types of damage and control. For example, flaming bombs cannot harm fire elementals, freezing bombs cannot control water elementals, and armor-piercing bullets cannot inflict armor-piercing damage to earth elementals. These elemental creatures are so diverse, so Wang Chen couldn't rely on a single means of attack. He even used the laser gun. Fortunately, these elemental monsters weren't high-level, much lower and less powerful than the monsters in the mutant goblin's lair. A large number of elemental creatures perished in a short while, each transformed into their own element and dissipated across the vast land. At the same time, numerous elemental chips exploded. While these elemental chips not only increased experience, they were also valuable enchanting materials. Although there were thousands of elemental creatures, Wang Chen's relentless fighting only took 5 minutes to completely annihilate them all. Over 1,000 elemental cores exploded. Watching this, Churo couldn't help but swallow. It wasn't that she envied the elemental cores, but the sheer number of them exploding at once was simply unimaginable. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. Just after she had killed these elemental creatures, the surroundings were enveloped by a riot of colorful chaotic elements. It was as if she were engulfed by a vast, multicolored net. Within this area, Wang Chen could feel his own movement speed slowed down considerably. It was as if he were under a slowing aura. Even those fleeing were enveloped by these chaotic elements. At that moment, everyone felt as if they were in another world. But fortunately, they were saved. All the elemental creatures had been slain. When they realized Wang Chen's frenzied killing spree, a heavy burden was lifted. Oh my god, what kind of damage is that? One person killed thousands of elementals? That's too much. Amazing. Is this a gunner? A level 27 gunner? I feel like I'm dreaming. What class could be so perverted at level 27? Before, I was worried about their safety. I didn't expect them to be the bosses, and we don't need to worry about them at all. But the crisis isn't over yet. We seem to be trapped in a secret realm. As everyone exclaimed, they realized they were in another crisis. Wang Chen frowned. Something wasn't right. According to the book, They had entered a secret realm. And they had been forcibly brought there. The surrounding space was a dazzling array of colors. Although seemingly beautiful, Wang Chen knew it contained a great danger. Boom! Just as Wang Chen was pondering, several large fireballs fell from the colorful sky. Fortunately, Wang Chen reacted quickly, dodging the fireball with a sideways motion. Luo Xia and Chu Rou, with Wang Chen's warning, also dodged the massive fireballs falling from the sky. These fireballs didn't originate from any monsters, but from this very space. Although this place is beautiful, it's incredibly dangerous. Luo Xia exclaimed, patting her chest. Now, she couldn't rely solely on Wang Chen for protection. She needed her agility to dodge and reach out. Be careful. Avoid these elemental attacks, Wang Chen warned. Even he needed to dodge the elemental attacks from the sky. Swoosh! 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 Before he finished speaking, several more ice arrows descended from the sky. The three of them quickly dodged, finally avoiding the onslaught of ice arrows. It seems this space will frequently launch elemental attacks against us, so we need to be vigilant and avoid them at all times, Wang Chen warned. Trapped in a secret realm for the first time, Wang Chen needed to be cautious. According to the text, secret realms are separate worlds from the rest of the world. They are significantly different from dungeons. In dungeons, multiple teams can enter the same space, encountering similar scenes and encountering each other. Secret realms are different. There is only one secret realm, and everyone who enters is in that space, though their specific location within the secret realm is uncertain. However, it is very likely that those trapped in the secret realm will encounter each other. This secret realm, composed of elements, has a chance of dropping the quest item Wang Chen needs, if nothing unexpected happens. 5 element cores not only drop in the 5 element land, but also in the element secret realm. I remember that the element secret realm can drop extremely pure elemental crystals. Chu Rou, as if remembering something, quickly reminded him. Chapter 278. Elemental Crystal? Wang Chen frowned. Wang Chen was quite ignorant of materials. His previous school life had only given him a general overview, but the specifics were learned only in college. Elemental Crystal. You don't even know what it is. That's right. You've only been in school a few days, so it's normal you haven't learned much. But Luo Xia, you should know what elemental crystals are used for, right? Chu Rou knew from Wang Chen's expression that he didn't know about them. But Luo Xia also frowned at Chu Rou's question. So, aren't elemental crystals just colorful, beautiful crystals? Luo Xia said quickly. Chu Rou rolled her eyes, clearly a poor student. She continued to explain, elemental crystals can be used for enchantments and for crafting platinum-level equipment. Platinum-level equipment requires a level 40 or higher skill level. After hearing Chu Rou's explanation, Wang Chen finally understood. It turned out to be an expensive material, but Wang Chen was well aware of the rarity of platinum-level equipment. The cheapest platinum-level equipment probably starts at 10 million dragon coins, and weapons are even more expensive. More expensive platinum-level equipment can even reach hundreds of millions of dragon coins. A single platinum-level weapon was once auctioned for 1 billion dragon coins. Platinum-level equipment made of elemental crystal is considered mid to high quality among platinum-level equipment, slightly inferior to the top tier. Chu Rou continued to explain. For Wang Chen, equipment was a minor issue. Improving his own equipment depended primarily on battlefield equipment upgrades. However, having another set of platinum-level equipment for dungeon raids wouldn't be a bad idea. Regardless, battlefield equipment is still more suited to battlefields and combat, and its dungeon efficiency is certainly not as good as other equipment. The specifics will depend on the stats after the equipment is upgraded. But whether or not a 5-element core drops is the most important factor in this secret realm encounter. Whether or not it does drop depends entirely on luck. As they spoke, the three of them dodged numerous elemental attacks from the sky. After dodging several elemental attacks, they had become more skilled and calm. There are 2 paths ahead. Which one should we choose? Luo Xia asked at this moment. Don't worry about that for now, just keep pushing forward. Wang Chen remained calm. With a strong understanding of elemental creatures, Wang Chen didn't intend to miss the opportunity to farm elemental crystals. Besides, these elemental creatures offer quite a bit of experience. After leveling up over this period of time, Wang Chen's experience has reached over 70%. With a little more effort, it won't be long before he reaches level 28. I randomly chose a path and walked straight in. As soon as I entered, I saw 2 water elemental spirits. These were larger, their bodies more water-like. Wang Chen checked the information of the 2 elemental monsters. Water elemental spirit, special elite monster. Level 36. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 14,000. Intelligence, 12,000. Skills, Water Impact, Water Immunity. This monster is agile, possesses high intelligence, and has 2 skills. Judging from the names, one has a damage-dealing skill, while the other is immune. Probably to crowd control. Before the 2 monsters noticed Wang Chen, he preemptively unleashed his elemental attack, unleashing a barrage of bullets at them. So what if they were immune to crowd control, or had damage-dealing skills? Before they could react, they were blasted to the ground by the barrage of bullets, vanishing into a pool of water. 4 water elemental chips remained on the ground, meaning 2 per monster. The stronger the monster, the more water elemental chips it likely contained. The monsters here are much stronger than the last one. Luo Xia analyzed. The last monster could only withstand 5 bullets at most, but this one can withstand 7. Chu Rou was speechless, but the number of bullets a monster took was all she could do to judge its strength. After all, the monsters had no chance of attacking Wang Chen. It seems like these monsters are nothing more than a matter of a few bullets. Chu Rou nodded in response. Be careful, Wang Chen warned hurriedly. A large chunk of icicles fell from the sky, slamming down towards them. As they spoke, the 3 of them quickly retreated. Crash! In a split second, a large pile of ice was smashed onto the ground. Oh my god, that was a close call. Luo Xia patted his chest again. This time, the icicles were incredibly fast. If Wang Chen hadn't warned them quickly, they could easily have been hit in the head. What surprised Wang Chen was that, despite this elemental attack coming from the sky, there was no warning at all. Initial attacks with fire, water, electricity, and so on all had specific signs, such as the appearance of a cluster of elements in midair. Then, they launched their attacks at breakneck speed towards Wang Chen and the others. This time, however, no elemental manifestation was detected. It was as if an elemental attack had been launched directly, without the need for clustering. There's a monster! Luo Xia suddenly screamed. Wang Chen also noticed an ice monster appearing behind a grayish-white dead tree. This ice monster was about the same size as the tree, and the grayish-white tree obscured its presence, making it difficult to detect. In other words, the previous attack had been launched by this ice monster. The ice monster, as if realizing it had been attacked, suddenly emerged from behind the grayish-white tree. It swaggered, but its eyes seemed filled with rage, and it held a deep hostility towards any uninvited visitors. Wang Chen quickly checked its information. Ice Elemental Commander, Elite Boss. Level, 38. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 21,000. Intelligence, 18,000. Skills, Ice Blade Impact, Ice Guardian, Freeze 3 feet. Abilities, 50% physical damage reduction, 80% immune to water, and ice damage. Looking at the information about this Ice Elemental Commander, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. To think he had special abilities, and such high damage reduction. 50% physical damage reduction is the bane of physical classes. However, for ice mages, it's even more unfriendly, with 80% damage immunity. The vast majority of ice mages' damage comes from ice and water damage. Chapter 279. This was the first time Wang Chen had ever encountered a boss with such exaggerated damage reduction. It was the bane of physical classes. 50% physical damage reduction meant having the damage dealt. The vast majority of Wang Chen's damage came from physical damage, which was a real headache. But no matter what, if he wanted to clear this secret realm, he had to keep attacking, even with 50% damage reduction. You two stay away. I can handle it myself, Wang Chen warned. Luo Xia obediently retreated a few steps, and Chu Rou followed Wang Chen's instructions, retreating while protecting Luo Xia. As the 3 of them teamed up, she was also responsible for Luo Xia's safety. Seeing Luo Xia and Chu Rou ready, Wang Chen fired a volley of bullets. The bullets collided with the ice elemental leader, blasting him into a pile of ice shards. From this scene, Wang Chen could discern why this little ice elemental commander possessed such high physical damage reduction. It relied entirely on its own ice element to resist, effectively acting as a shield against physical damage. After taking damage, the little ice elemental commander's eyes lit up with rage. Although an elemental monster, its eyes and expression fully conveyed its emotions. Perfectly lifelike. Ah! The enraged little ice elemental commander roared. The shrill sound filled the area, and even Wang Chen felt it was too much for his ears to bear, forcing him to cover his own with his free hand. As the ice elemental leader screamed, a vast expanse of blue light erupted from his body. This light transformed into countless ice blades, flashing with dazzling brilliance as they fiercely hurtled towards Wang Qin. What surprised Wang Qin was that they were over 500 meters apart. But these ice blades still shot towards Wang Qin, indicating a very long range. Whether the damage would decrease with increasing range remained unknown. Wang Qin had no way of knowing, for he absolutely would not allow himself to endure such damage. He could not take such a risk. The countless ice blades stirred up gusts of wind, and large swathes of sand and gravel were also lifted by the wind, hurling them towards Wang Qin along with the ice blades. The ice blades had not yet reached him, but the force of the wind sent Wang Qin back several steps. Thankfully, Wang Qin had already ordered Luo Xia and Chu Rou to retreat. Seeing this, they retreated further and further, not daring to delay even a moment. Fearing he would become a burden to Wang Qin retreated hastily, waiting until the ice blades were about to strike him before he used his escape skill again. By continuously using the escape skill and then retreating backward, he was able to dodge all the ice blades' attacks. After using the escape skill, it cannot be used again immediately. It requires a 2-second preparation period. Thankfully, the distance created by one escape skill was enough for Wang Qin to use the next one. Finally, more than 10 meters away from Wang Qin, all the ice blades crashed to the ground. In other words, this distance was the maximum range for the Ice Elemental Commander's Ice Blade Impact skill. Wang Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't expected this boss to be so difficult, with such long-range abilities. That was a close call. This monster is so damned awful. How could its abilities have such a long range? I'd estimate it to be over 700 meters. Luo Xia exclaimed. Watching Wang Qin's escape, she and Chu Rou were both incredibly worried. It wasn't that they were worried about Wang Qin's safety, but a single careless move could cost him his life-saving weapon. Wasting such an opportunity in a dungeon was completely unworthy. Furthermore, if they used it, their entire voyage into the secret realm would be a complete failure. It seems Wang Qin's maximum range is even more outrageous. Chu Rou couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Xia thought for a moment, then nodded. As far as she knew, Wang Qin's maximum range was nearly 1,000 meters, incredibly outrageous. After Wang Qin approached his maximum range, he once again drew his weapon, the Gatling Inferno. At this point, the Ice Elemental Commander's Ice Blade strike should be on cooldown. It was Wang Qin's turn to attack. Wang Qin didn't believe the Ice Elemental Commander could have such a long-range skill. Having been so busy dodging skills just now, Wang Qin had barely dealt any damage. While dealing damage with his level 2 armor-piercing rounds, Wang Qin also used his incendiary rounds for sustained damage. The damage of level 2 incendiary rounds now far exceeded that of level 2 armor-piercing rounds. After all, level 2 armor-piercing rounds dealt purely physical damage, while level 2 incendiary rounds dealt fire damage. Fire damage didn't have any damage reduction. But level 2 armor-piercing rounds couldn't be stopped. While the damage was lower, it still dealt some damage, and incendiary rounds couldn't deal infinite damage. After launching a flaming bomb, there's a few seconds between uses. The instantaneous damage of a flaming bomb can be repeated, but the sustained damage doesn't stack. So after launching a flaming bomb, you can continue using secondary armor-piercing rounds. Crucially, secondary armor-piercing rounds have a knockback effect. This knockback effect was particularly pronounced on the Ice Elemental Commander. While being attacked, the Ice Elemental Commander, despite advancing at full strength towards Wang Qin, was knocked back one step for almost every 3 steps. In this way, Wang Qin maintained his attack for a long time. After a full minute of attacking, the Ice Elemental Commander lost most of his health. At this moment, the Ice Elemental Commander stopped, and a layer of armor like ice appeared on his body, enveloping him. Wang Qin felt his damage, all of which hit this armor-like layer of ice, without the Ice Elemental Commander's health decreasing at all. In other words, this armor-like layer of ice could block a lot of damage. How much, exactly, Wang Qin couldn't tell. But it always felt incredibly thick. What should we do? This shield is so strong, it must be its Ice Guard ability. Luo Xia shouted. For safety's sake, she and Chu Rou remained a good distance from Wang Qin, requiring them to shout when speaking. What should we do? Keep grinding it down, grinding it down. Wang Qin shrugged helplessly. No matter how thick this ice shield was, it would eventually break. Wang Qin didn't believe this level 38 boss had an impenetrable shield. Even the mutated goblin's tankiness had been broken by Wang Qin. Wang Qin maintained his shooting stance, even drawing his laser rifle. Firing both lances simultaneously, he attacked simultaneously. Chapter 280. As expected, It took only 2 minutes to completely shatter the Ice Guardian's shield. The Ice Elemental Commander began to lose health. Fortunately, during this period of damage, the knockback effect of the second-level armor-piercing rounds remained intact. During this period, the Ice Elemental Commander, despite losing health, only advanced about 200 meters. And it never used its last skill until its death. After just another minute of damage, the Ice Elemental Commander collapsed. It transformed into countless ice fragments and fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on over-leveling the Ice Elemental Commander. XP added 2,300,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 5 Ice Elemental Chips. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 5 Water Elemental Chips. Chips. Commanders are different. The materials they drop are all higher level. And they are 2 different elemental chips. While ice and water chips are essentially very similar, their uses are slightly different. However, each elemental chip could be sold for at least 1,000,000 dragon coins. 10 elemental chips. A good harvest. Luo Xia said contentedly as she approached. Although these elemental chips would belong to Wang Chen, she was well aware of their importance. They were all scarce enchanting materials. The icy aura seems much weaker. Chu Rou, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. Wang Chen nodded and casually handed them 2 elemental chips each. Take them too. Save them for enchanting later. He had already seen that Luo Xia wanted this elemental chip. Melee classes had a higher demand for enchanting effects. Luo Xia's eyes betrayed her. Then, as a young lady, she was still hesitant. Who am I? If you don't want it, I take it. Wang Chen was speechless. When he gave her the material she needed, she looked embarrassed. No, no, no. I want it, I want it. This thing isn't too expensive, but it's hard to find. Luo Xia immediately started to show her teeth. These elemental crystals and elemental chips are in high demand, but production is low, so they're not easy to find. If Luo Xia hadn't used her family connections, she would have been just as hard to find as other professionals. Now Luo Xia always wanted to be independent, without the need for family connections. Thank you. Chu Rou, on the other hand, looked obedient. This gave Wang Chen a very different feeling. It's just that the 5 elements core didn't explode. What a pity! Wang Chen shook his head. 5 element cores aren't that easy to find. Not only is the drop rate incredibly low, but you'd have to go to a higher level secret realm to get a higher drop rate. Chu Rou shrugged and explained. This level is pretty high, Wang Chen said with a smile. While a level 38 lesser commander isn't as difficult as the mutated goblin's lair, the monsters in the secret realm are still different from those in the dungeon. The bosses of the same level are more powerful in the secret realm. Why has the elemental aura changed? Luo Xia suddenly asked. Wang Chen also felt as if the water elemental aura around him had evaporated. Instead, it was getting hotter, and he could see a lot of water vapor. There might be fire elemental monsters ahead, or perhaps a fire-dominated area ahead. Chu Rou pondered for a moment and speculated. Let's go take a look. Wang Chen became interested. The fire element. If only the fire core from the 5 elements core could be released. But no matter what, let's go and give it a try. So, leading Luo Xia and Chu Rou, they strode forward. After walking only a few dozen meters, it felt like they had entered another world. The sky and earth were ablaze, like being in a sea of fire. First ice, then fire. Wang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The intense heat caused sweat to pour down his forehead. Thankfully, the temperature was barely bearable. But the deeper he went, the more he noticed he was losing blood. It wasn't much, just a drop or 2, but it still surprised him. You know, there aren't many things that can cause Wang Chen to lose blood. In other words, in this sea of fire, he would continue to lose blood. I'm afraid the further he went, the more blood he would lose. Put this on. It protects you from all that damage. Chu Rou immediately pulled out 3 items from her storage space. These were outer garments similar to waterproof suits. However, these weren't waterproof suits, but orange fireproof suits. This is great. Will it keep you from feeling so hot? Luo Xia said quickly. She didn't mind the constant health loss, but the high temperature made her uncomfortable. Of course. My brother gave this to me. There might be similar situations in dungeons in the future, where you're constantly losing health in flames. With this item, you can shield yourself from the damage, feel refreshed, and avoid the heat. Chu Rou smiled and nodded. At the same time, the 2 items were handed to Wang Chen and Luo Xia. Wang Chen and Luo Xia took them, and put them on. Wang Chen suddenly felt the heat around him completely blocked out by the cool air, almost like walking in the rain, a particularly comfortable feeling. Most importantly, this was a prop and didn't occupy an equipment slot. After Luo Xia felt the comfort, she even stepped on the small flames on the ground. The originally tense journey to the secret realm was now unusually relaxing. The three of them continued forward together, and after only 8 or 9 minutes, they didn't see any fire elemental monsters. Luo Xia said in surprise, "Is this secret realm trying to boil us alive? To boil us alive? But we're not losing any health at all." Chu Rou shook her head and said, "Actually, for others, they'd probably be burned alive, because they can't isolate themselves from the damage. But we can automatically regenerate health. Isn't our regeneration rate enough to make up for the health we've lost?" Luo Xia said unconvinced. Wang Chen had only lost 1 or 2 drops of health just now, and the reason for this small loss was partly due to Wang Chen's high level of skill. However, Wang Chen's health regenerated at a rate of over 100 per second, so he wasn't worried about this small loss at all. Thinking of this, Wang Chen suddenly thought of an important factor. When you weren't wearing this item, did you feel your health regeneration rate drop to 0? Wang Chen suddenly realized this. In other words, in this space, not only would you constantly lose health, but you would also be subject to a debuff that would reduce your health regeneration to 0. Boiling a frog in warm water. No joke. Yes, I noticed that too. Luckily, my brother gave me a few of these items, otherwise I'd be in big trouble. Chu Rou nodded. They didn't have a healing profession, and without this item, if they couldn't leave for a long time, they would literally be like a frog in warm water. Chapter 281. Although it felt like a sauna, without it, my health would actually be draining. What do we do now? Keep going? Luo Xia asked, somewhat bewildered. Wang Chen paused, then said, "Keep going? I don't believe this road is endless." Anyway, with the protection of the items, there was no need to worry about losing health. Even if I were to boil the frog in warm water, I wouldn't have to worry about it. There was enough food in the storage space. Just make sure I could make the round trip. After walking for about half an hour, they finally saw a living creature. A fire elemental. It wasn't a big deal, but it frightened Luo Xia and Chu Rou. Even Wang Chen's expression grew serious. There were no fire elemental monsters here. It was a mini-boss. A creature over 50 meters tall, resembling a volcano, appeared. If it weren't for its ferocious eyes and expression, it would have been mistaken for a volcano. Wang Chen quickly checked the information on this fire elemental creature. Fire elemental commander, elite boss. Level, 39. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 18,000. Intelligence, 22,000. Skills, fire armor, summon flame, ashes. Attributes, fire damage immunity, 50% physical damage reduction, burn damage and radius. Looking at the fire elemental commander's 3-dimensional attributes, it wasn't much stronger than the ice elemental commander. But since it could become the boss later, I'm afraid its strength must be superior to the ice elemental commander. With intelligence reaching as high as 220,000, the skill damage is terrifying. And it's also a 50% reduction in physical damage, which gave Wang Chen a headache. This ice-attributed and fire-attributed commander both have physical damage reduction, as described in their stats. It's certain that Wang Chen's explosive bomb will be completely ineffective. This boss is practically the nemesis of melee classes, dealing burn damage in range. This means that within the range of the fire-attributed commander, burn damage will occur. Thankfully, Wang Chen isn't afraid of this trait. After all, Wang Chen relies entirely on range damage. He's not afraid of melee threats at all. This time, Wang Chen's attention was piqued. Analyzing the boss's information took only a moment. After a brief analysis, he retreated without hesitation. Regardless of whether he had attracted the fire-attributed commander's attention or not, he had to maintain a distance to avoid being threatened by its skills. The specific effects of the fire-attributed commander's skills remain unclear. Wang Chen finally stopped after retreating over 800 meters. Luo Xia and Chu Rou were more obedient this time, retreating 1,000 meters. They worried they would become a nuisance to Wang Chen, becoming a burden. Since they were useless anyway, they might as well be obedient and stay as far away as possible. Sister Rou, you seem so cowardly now. You actually ran so far. Luo Xia couldn't help but tease. Chu Rou rolled her eyes. It was all to protect you. Luo Xia couldn't help but laugh. To protect me? I don't believe it. Don't you want to help him? You're also a ranged class. Chu Rou snorted softly. Idiot. How could she dare help Wang Chen with his damage output? Her maximum damage output range was only 400 meters, and she didn't even know the range of the fire elemental commander's skills. If it was like what happened to the ice elemental commander before, Her helping would be a complete suicide. TSK. You're scared, so what? It's okay, Sister Ro, there's nothing wrong with being honest. Anyway, I didn't dare go up to help. I admit I was scared, so I had to stay away. Luo Xia chuckled and began to mock. Chu Ro ignored Luo Xia and focused her attention on the fire elemental commander. Although Wang Chen was the damage dealer in this secret realm, and she was just a follower, she still needed to learn about the secret realm, the skills and characteristics of each boss, and how to defeat them. This was knowledge that would be useful later. Chu Ro could even write a strategy guide. On the other side, Wang Chen had already begun his first round of damage output. This time, he completely abandoned the incendiary bombs. Although they were powerful and dealt high damage, the opponent was immune to fire damage. The incendiary bombs were useless. Although the damage from the second-level armor-piercing rounds was reduced by 50%, cutting the damage in half, however, given Wang Chen's current output methods, he could only rely on the second-level armor-piercing rounds as his primary output. Other output methods were certainly effective, but grenades and Dongfeng snipers all had cooldowns. Although the laser rifle didn't have to worry about the cooldown, its damage was very low. It only provided a damage bonus against monsters sensitive to light. Wang Chen used the laser gun, prioritizing its area damage and blinding effect. Just after Su Chen's first attack, the fire elemental commander locked onto the distant Wang Chen. His eyes were filled with rage, as if he wanted to devour Wang Chen with his fury. However, at such a great distance, the fire elemental commander, enraged, waved his flaming arms in place, each swing sending endless flames erupting into the air. The visual effect showed that each of the fire elemental commander's attacks inflicted fire damage. However, unable to reach Wang Chen, he could only pound the ground, sending flames raining down upon the ground. Although Wang Chen was far away, he could still sense the fire elemental commander's swings causing the temperature in the area to soar. Even with cooling gear, Wang Chen could still feel the effects. Soon, the fire elemental leader seemed to regain some sanity from its rage. Using its Ash's skill, it pounded the ground, but it had no effect on its target. So, it stopped foolishly and began moving towards Wang Chen. Although each step was slow, its enormous size made its stride enormous, so each one was over 20 steps longer than a normal human's. But as Wang Chen continued to fire his secondary armor-piercing rounds, he was surprised to find that their knockback effect on the fire elemental leader was negligible. It could only occasionally cause the fire elemental leader to retreat slightly, but compared to his enormous strides, it was nothing, and had no effect at all. In other words, Wang Chen's knockback effect was currently negligible. And the fire elemental leader was covered in a layer of flame-transformed armor, which further reduced Wang Chen's damage. Each bullet was like a tickle. Chapter 282. Already 50% immune to physical damage, he now had the added bonus of a fire shield. This made Wang Chen's damage even more pitiful. Wang Chen frowned. This guy was truly formidable. Even more challenging than the previous mutated goblin nest. What should I do? Just keep at it for a while. Helplessly, he continued to attack with his secondary armor-piercing rounds, occasionally using G14 grenades. But while Wang Chen was attacking, the giant stalked forward, seemingly unstoppable. Oh right, the freezing rounds. Let's try it out. Wang Chen suddenly remembered his control method, the freezing rounds. He just didn't know how long the freezing rounds would last in such scorching heat. He then nixed the freezing rounds with the secondary armor-piercing rounds and launched them out. Thankfully, the freezing rounds formed a massive ice block the moment they struck the fire elemental leader, though the ice block didn't last long, only 3 or 4 seconds. But it also successfully bought Wang Chen some time. 10 freezing rounds took at least half a minute, during which Wang Chen forcibly broke the fire elemental commander's flame shield. Then, he continued to grind with the damage dealt by the bullets. Now, Wang Chen lived by the belief that with perseverance, even an iron rod can be sharpened into a needle. He grinded relentlessly. While grinding, Wang Chen occasionally pulled out his Dongfeng sniper and fired a red arrow micro-missile to make up for the lack of damage. Although the fire elemental commander was very tanky and remarkably strong, he couldn't withstand Wang Chen's prolonged damage and occasional explosive damage. 3 cooldown freeze bombs followed by 3 more red arrow micro-missiles finally slew the fire elemental commander. Under the hail of bullets, the fire elemental commander was reduced to a pile of fragments. Countless flames erupted, a dazzling display, but also marked the end of its life. Ding! Congratulations on over-leveling the fire elemental commander. XP added 15 million. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 8 fire elemental chips. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Flame Scepter, Gold level. With the Fire Elemental Commander's demise, no body was found, only a pile of debris. Only the dazzling fireworks just now proved its existence. Wang Qin was quite pleased with the items that exploded. There was even a piece of gold-level equipment. Wang Qin didn't even glance at it before storing it in his storage. After all, they had no use for the staff. Luo Xiao's assassins didn't use staves at all, and the Flame Scepter, as the name suggests, was a weapon specifically suited for fire mages, and wouldn't be used by healing classes. He might as well just take it himself. With the death of the Fire Elemental Commander, the surrounding Fire Elemental aura began to weaken, and the air became less scorching. But the world ahead was shrouded in dark clouds, seemingly completely engulfed by them, and purple lightning could often be seen within them. In other words, the next area was the electric element zone. However, this gave Wang Qin even more headaches. The 5 element cores didn't include electricity. The fact that the fire and ice elemental commanders hadn't dropped any of theirs had already been a source of frustration for Wang Qin. And the next challenge was even less likely to yield any of theirs. At the same time, a group appeared at the entrance to the secret realm. The 5 of them had a tank class, 2 damage classes, a healer class, and a support class. It was a perfectly composed team. But their attire was rather strange. If Wang Qin had seen them in person, he would have recognized them as ninjas from the kingdom of Rhea. I didn't expect to stumble upon an elemental secret realm just after arriving at castle number 4. We're quite lucky. I heard many Dragon Nation professionals have been searching for this secret realm. As the saying goes, arriving early is worse than arriving late. We've finally found it. But what about the elemental monsters here? Why haven't we encountered any? They couldn't have been killed. The 5 of them couldn't help but observe carefully. According to their records, the elemental monsters and elemental bosses in this secret realm are extremely difficult to deal with. It's very likely. Let's go quickly. If we're late, all the elemental commanders will be killed. The leading fire ninja spoke. But then he changed the subject. But there's no need to rush. We need someone to clear the way for us. The monsters here are difficult to deal with, so it would be best if the elemental monsters here could help us kill more Dragon Nation professionals. We just need to wait for the harvest. The most important thing is, don't lose the final boss. Their ultimate goal was the final boss of the secret realm. The other elemental commanders were also their targets, but they were less important. They were unsure about the specific information of this secret realm, and still hoped someone would clear the way for them. The records and the data aren't always accurate, and secret realms are subject to change, unlike dungeons, where the scenes are mostly the same. We don't need that little experience. Even if the elemental commander gets killed, it doesn't matter. We just need to kill the Dragon Nation professional who killed him, and steal the materials and equipment he drops. The medical ninja said with a lewd smile. I think it's a good idea. The elemental commander can help us kill a few more Dragon Nation professionals. Then, if they manage to reach the final boss, we can fight the final secret realm boss, and both of us will be defeated. Then we go out and annihilate them all. Someone else fantasized. Imaginations are always so beautiful and delightful. There are traces of the battle here. Follow me. At the command of the fire ninja, the other talent stopped fantasizing and returned to combat, following the leading fire ninja. This time, they were determined to capture the final secret realm boss. At the same time, Wang Qin had just met Luo Xia, and Churo had already entered a world of lightning. Thunder and lightning flashed amidst the dense dark clouds, making it feel as if one were high above the clouds, giving one the illusion of cultivating immortals. Lightning frequently struck the 3 of them indiscriminately. Fortunately, after previous encounters, both Churo and Luo Xia had become extremely alert. With their incredibly fast reflexes, they easily dodged all the lightning attacks. This area, however, was different. Wang Qin could clearly see several lightning elements converging in one spot. After converging, these lightning elements transformed into a small purple elemental figure, the electricity elemental spirit. In just over 10 seconds, over 20 electricity elemental spirits had already formed. Chapter 283. Facing these 20 or so electric elemental spirits, Wang Qin unleashed his Gatling Inferno without hesitation. First, a burst of level 2 armor-piercing rounds. These electric elemental spirits were ordinary secret realm monsters, devoid of any special features. Thus, they lacked any damage reduction attributes. This made it much easier to defeat them. After taking damage, the electric elemental spirits began to leap and bound, locking onto Wang Qin. They all ran towards him. Boom! However, they could not withstand Wang Qin's damage. A few rounds of bullets blasted them into a cloud of lightning, which vanished into thin air with a roar of lightning. Ding! Congratulations on defeating an electric elemental spirit above your level, plus 600,000 XP. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining electric essence *5. Ding! Congratulations on defeating an electric elemental spirit above your level, plus 600,000 XP. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining electric essence *3. The XP gained was quite good, and each electric elemental spirit released more than one essence. In other words, the harvest was more abundant than the elemental monsters outside. As Wang Chen continued to attack, dozens more electric elemental spirits emerged. However, these electric elemental spirits were completely unable to withstand the damage from Wang Chen's bullets. In just a minute, he had slain over 100 electric elemental spirits, leaving them with no resistance. But what surprised Wang Chen was that, after killing these electric elemental spirits, he found that no more electric elemental spirits appeared. The dark clouds in the sky seemed wary of Wang Chen and gathered in one direction. The electric element grew increasingly intense, giving Wang Chen a sense of danger. What's going on? Luo Xia asked in surprise. Wang Chen frowned. Another boss has appeared. Be careful, stay as far away as possible. With Wang Chen's words, Luo Xia and Churou began to retreat. Wang Chen, carrying his Gatling Inferno, also retreated backward, trying to distance himself from the dark cloud. Suddenly, the dark cloud transformed into a mountainous elemental spirit, shrouded in purple, surrounded by lightning and dark clouds. It took human form, its eyes blazing with a terrifying rage. Is this the boss? Luo Xia asked worriedly. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Luo family, she had never seen a monster of this magnitude. Be careful. This boss is very dangerous, Churou warned. She pulled Luo Xia back, lest she hinder Wang Chen's progress and endanger him. Wang Chen retreated while checking the elemental monster's information. Electric Elemental Commander, Elite Commander. Level, 39. Strength, 21,000. Agility, 22,000. Intelligence, 20,000. Skills, Plasma Field, Unstable Current, Eye of the Storm. Attributes, 50% physical damage reduction, immunity to electric damage, 50% magic damage reduction. This three-dimensional is clearly more powerful than the previous Ice Elemental Commander and Fire Elemental Commander. It's not biased in any way. Furthermore, the name of the skill sounds incredibly dangerous. The most important thing is, not only does it reduce physical damage, it now also reduces magic damage by half. This gave Wang Chen some relief. Finally, a boss that didn't target physical classes had arrived, and it also targeted magic classes. But the bad news was that it still had a 50% reduction in physical damage. This also gave Wang Chen a headache. The entire secret realm seemed to be not at all friendly to physical classes. From the information about the Electric Elemental Commander, it could be determined that it was very fast, had powerful skills, and even dealt physical damage. It could be said to be a relatively versatile monster. Right now, the lightning alone gave Wang Chen a strong sense of oppression. After the Electric Elemental Commander fully formed, it locked its gaze on Wang Chen. Luckily, Wang Chen had taken advantage of the Electric Elemental Commander's formation to distance himself. Otherwise, a direct engagement would have put him in immediate danger. However, the Electric Elemental Commander was enormous, measuring over 100 meters in length. Even at a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, Wang Chen could still feel the overwhelming pressure. After locking onto his target, the Electric Elemental Commander seemed enraged, unleashing a powerful burst of lightning accompanied by a crackling sound. Boom! The enraged Electric Elemental Commander unleashed a bolt of lightning directly in Wang Chen's direction, like a giant purple sword, slamming down fiercely. Duh. Wang Chen was using his Gatling Inferno attack, but after witnessing this lightning attack, he didn't dare to be careless. He was closely monitoring the movements of this giant sword like lightning. Wang Chen wasn't sure how far this attack would reach, so he exercised extreme caution. Time seemed to slow down several times in Wang Chen's eyes, and he watched the purple lightning bolt's every movement intently. Even Luo Xia and Churou, watching from a distance, couldn't help but feel anxious. They too were keeping an eye on the purple lightning's range. To their dismay, the three of them realized that this massive purple lightning bolt had a very long range. They had no idea how far it could reach. But they were certain it was strong enough to hit Wang Chen, meaning it had a range of at least 1,000 meters. When the massive purple lightning bolt was only 100 meters away from Wang Chen didn't make any risky moves. Instead, he preemptively used his escape skill and quickly dodged the purple lightning bolt. Boom! The next moment, The massive purple lightning bolt exploded violently in front of Wang Chen, blasting a massive crater into the ground. The crackling sound of lightning could still be seen on the ground. Even if someone could withstand the damage of this lightning bolt, they would still suffer from the damage from the subsequent lightning bolts. Wang Chen used his escape skill to hide 50 meters away, barely avoiding the damage from the lightning explosion. This gave Wang Chen a feeling of having survived a catastrophe. It's undeniable that the higher the level of the dungeon, the more pressure Wang Chen feels. Right now, Wang Chen desperately wants to raise his level to compensate for his lack of strength. With Wang Chen's current strength, the dungeons and secret realms are no longer possible to complete. He's completely overwhelmed, and now he even faces threats to his safety. Oh my god, this boss is so terrifying. Any single skill is so terrifyingly powerful. It has 2 more skills. Luo Xia exclaimed in shock, clenching her fists tightly. You could see her fists were covered in cold sweat. This moment had really made her nervous. Chapter 284. This was the first time she had ever seen such a terrifying skill. Even Churo was moved. If it were her, she would have been struck by the lightning instantly. The consequence of being struck was to immediately use her life-saving methods. If she was slow to do so, she would have lost her life. It's truly terrifying. I'm ready to run. Churo patted her chest. This was Churo's true thought. She was certain Wang Chen had his own life-saving methods. So, in this critical moment, she only needed to worry about her own safety. Don't worry about Wang Chen and Luo Xia. Not to mention Luo Xia, the eldest daughter of the Luo family, how could she not have her own life-saving methods? After dodging the Electric Elemental Commander skills, Wang Chen immediately launched a counterattack. He once again raised the Gatling Inferno. Duh. Tongues of fire shot out. Thankfully, the Electric Elemental Commander wasn't as tanky as the 2 previous lesser Elemental Commanders. Wang Chen knew this was because the Electric Elemental Commander, despite having a 50% physical damage reduction, lacked any shielding abilities. This allowed Wang Chen to deal more damage. The Electric Elemental. Indeed, it was a powerful element. Its attacks were fierce, but it lacked any defenses. While Wang Chen was using his level 2 armor-piercing rounds to deal damage, he also managed to inflict sustained damage on the Electric Elemental Commander with his explosive flame rounds. After being damaged for a few seconds, the Electric Elemental Commander immediately moved towards Wang Chen. Each stride of his massive figure covered a distance of over 20 meters. The knockback effect of Wang Chen's level 2 armor-piercing round seemed completely ineffective, having no effect at all. Trying to control the Electric Elemental Commander by relying on knockback was completely impossible. However, Wang Chen could only continue to output damage. However, while doing so, he also mixed in the control of his freezing bullets. The freezing bullets were very effective. Each one could control the Electric Elemental Commander for a full 5 seconds. And Wang Chen could fire over 10 bullets per second. In other words, each freezing bullet gave Wang Chen time to fire 50 or 60 bullets. There was also the explosive damage and sustained damage from the flaming bullets. Although the Electric Elemental Commander had a 50% physical damage reduction, without a shield, Wang Chen's output was still very noticeable. After firing all 10 freezing bullets, the Electric Elemental Commander's health had already dropped by 1/3. However, Wang Chen had no other means of control besides his blinding laser gun. The Electric Elemental Commander seemed enraged by Wang Chen and waved his hand again. The arm, formed from dark cloud lightning, immediately erupted with another massive purple bolt, like a sharp sword, darting towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen took a deep breath upon seeing this. This guy strikes again. This time, however, the purple lightning was larger and more dazzling than before, meaning the skill's effects were different. The damage was likely even higher, and the range even wider. Wang Chen didn't dare to be careless. This time, Wang Chen didn't wait. As the purple lightning struck him, he immediately used his escape skill, retreating repeatedly. After the lightning strike, Wang Chen clearly understood that the electric element leader's skill had no tracking function. Unlike Wang Chen's micro-missiles, which could automatically track and not stop until they hit their target, this fact reassured Wang Chen. If it had been automatic tracking, Wang Chen would have been overwhelmed. In just 3 breaths, a giant sword-shaped purple lightning had already struck Wang Chen's previous position. The earth trembled, and a deeper pit appeared. A large amount of electricity still remained in the ground, emitting a sizzling sound. Why does this electric element leader skill have a wider range than before? And even more powerful? But it feels like it's the same skill. Luo Xia asked in surprise. Churo was also puzzled. Only Wang Chen understood what was going on. It was just that the distance was too far, and the battle was too intense, so Wang Chen didn't have the time to explain. Wang Chen immediately used the Gatling Inferno again. Duh. The fire dragon-like bullets shot out again. Wang Chen retreated as he fired. Thankfully, the electric elemental commander's pace was slow. Although he was closing in on Wang Chen, he didn't pose any threat. Wang Chen had only been attacking for 5 seconds when the electric elemental commander swung his arms again. "Oh my god, again?" Wang Chen exclaimed. "How could a monster have such a short cooldown? Just 5 seconds, and already it's going to strike again. This is too fast." Before Wang Chen could even think, the electric elemental commander unleashed a massive bolt of lightning, still slamming towards him like a blade. Moreover, the lightning bolts were even longer than the previous two. This made Wang Chen feel even more incredulous. Not only was the cooldown short, but it seemed equally powerful. Wang Chen used his escape skill again, narrowly avoiding this lightning attack. What Wang Chen couldn't understand was that if the cooldown remained this short and the power was this strong, anyone would be overwhelmed. Thankfully, Wang Chen's escape skill had a short cooldown and only consumed his stamina. Wang Chen had no mana bar, so he didn't have to worry about losing mana. After dodging, Wang Chen resumed his attacks. No matter what, this boss needed to be dealt with quickly. The harder it was, the more powerful it was. Wang Chen even prepared to bring out his Dongfeng sniper. But before Wang Chen could even draw his Dongfeng sniper, it only lasted a little over 10 seconds. The electric elemental leader raised his purple arm again. Wang Chen was stunned. So fast again? Luo Xia couldn't help but curse. What kind of monster is this? How could it unleash another skill so quickly? Chu Rou sighed. This secret realm is terrifying. Although Chu Rou was level 35, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness against the electric elemental leader of this secret realm. If it were her, she wouldn't know how many times she would have died. Just as Wang Chen was surprised, he realized that the lightning the electric elemental leader unleashed this time was only the size of a human arm. Compared to the previous lightning, it was a drop in the bucket. This made Wang Chen want to laugh, but he restrained himself. What? So small? That's it? Luo Xia burst out laughing. Although extremely nervous, seeing such a small lightning bolt still found it quite amusing. Seeing such a small lightning bolt, Wang Chen confirmed his suspicions. This skill is its unstable current. By unstable, I mean the current is unstable, the cooldown is unstable, and perhaps everything else is unstable. Chapter 285. So, the currents can be strong or weak, the damage can be high or low, and the range can be large or small. However, no matter what kind of unstable currents this electric elemental leader unleashed, none of them could hit Wang Chen. All of them were perfectly dodged by Wang Chen's escape skills. Looking at them, Luo Xia and Chu Rou couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This perfect dodge is amazing. Not even assassins have such a perverted skill, Chu Rou said excitedly. Even at level 35, she had never seen such an outrageous life-saving skill. With such a short cooldown and such a long escape distance, it was simply a perfect life-saving skill. Luo Xia thought for a moment and said, assassins certainly don't have such a perverted skill. If I had this skill, my strength would be greatly improved. Luo Xia was almost certain of this. The effect and speed of the escape could be seen through the field of view. As an assassin, Luo Xia was almost envious. Such terrifying damage output, and such a perverse life-saving skill. Oh my god! I wonder which class at the same level could even compare to Wang Chen. Chu Rou took a deep breath. She couldn't understand why such a terrifying class existed. Let alone at the same level, even if Wang Chen were 10 levels higher, no one could defeat him. Luo Xia concluded. Oh! He's truly exaggerating, Chu Rou thought, and could only sigh deeply. Wang Chen's damage output continued. As long as he avoided the unstable current, Wang Chen could let go and unleash his full power. He alternated between bullets and grenades. Although the electric elemental leader had a 50% physical damage reduction, without a shield, Wang Chen only had half the time to deal damage. This lasted for a full 3 minutes. He dodged 18 waves of unstable current. The electric element leader was also steadily advancing towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen tried his best to stop the electric element leader, but his efforts were ineffective. The electric element leader moved too fast, and while the secondary armor-piercing rounds had a significant knockback effect, they couldn't withstand his lightning-fast speed. The freezing rounds were effective, but after firing 10, they would enter a cooldown period. Until the electric element leader was over 500 meters away from Wang Chen, the electric element leader waved his arms, and a massive purple electric current shot up from the bottom, soaring into the sky. Then it vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared. Wang Chen immediately became alert. Such a large current, suddenly vanishing, must be a strange thing. Who knows where it might come from? Thus, Wang Chen stared intently ahead, his senses sensing the subtle changes in the surrounding space. To avoid being attacked unexpectedly. Just as Wang Chen's nerves were tense, a storm's eye suddenly appeared above his head, the shape of an eye. Lightning and thunder erupted from within, accompanied by a raging wind. Wang Chen could clearly feel his body being pulled by an unknown force within the storm's eye. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, he was still being drawn towards the eye. If Wang Chen didn't find a way to resolve the situation, he would likely end up in the eye. In addition to the violent winds within the storm's eye, there were also countless lightning bolts. Once pulled in, death is certain. Wang Chen could conclude, his one chance at resurrection would be wasted. Thinking of this, Wang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He simply used his life-saving skill again to escape. However, after using his escape skill, Wang Chen did indeed fall back a considerable distance. But then, an even stronger pull pulled him back halfway. In other words, breaking free from this powerful pull was incredibly difficult. The more he struggled, the greater the pull. Then I let you taste the power of the missile. Wang Chen's body was constantly being pulled by the pull, and even with all his might, he couldn't break free. So Wang Chen gave up struggling, no longer trying to escape. He instead planned to confront the electric element commander head-on. Wang Chen immediately pulled out his Dongfeng sniper rifle and loaded it with a Red Arrow 8 missile. Watching this scene, Luo Xiao's eyes nearly popped out. He actually used his ultimate. Luo Xiao exclaimed. This micro-missile was the first time she'd seen one. A new micro-missile meant it was bound to be more powerful than the previous ones. Thus, Luo Xiao was filled with anticipation for it. Not only Luo Xiao, but Chu Rou as well were also extremely curious about the damage it could inflict. The two women's eyes were fixed on the Dongfeng sniper in Wang Chen's hand. Whoosh! As they watched, a Red Arrow 8 missile soared out of the Dongfeng sniper, tracing a perfect arc through the air. It slammed fiercely towards the electric elemental commander. Due to the lightning speed of the Red Arrow 8 missile, the electric elemental commander had no way to dodge. Just as it released the eye of the storm, the missile landed heavily on its body. Boom! Boom! Immediately afterwards, a massive explosion echoed in the air, accompanied by a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky. A single Red Arrow 8 missile sapped a third of the electric elemental commander's health. Even though the electric elemental commander had a 50% physical damage reduction, it still couldn't withstand such horrific damage. It could be said that the damage level of the Red Arrow 8 missile was far beyond the capabilities of a boss of its rank. This single Red Arrow 8 missile had already dealt it such a disastrous blow. Combined with Wang Chen's previous damage output, the electric elemental commander's health was reduced to a critically low level. Following this, Wang Chen continued to allow his body to be drawn into the eye of the storm, but his Gatling Inferno remained unmoved. After just over 10 seconds of output, Wang Chen's body was pulled to within 50 meters of the eye of the storm. He finally knocked the electric element commander to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on over-leveling the electric element commander. Experience added 4 million. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 4 electric element crystal cores. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining lightning armor, gold level. With the electric element commander's demise, all the lightning instantly dissipated into the air, as if nothing had happened. The space became peaceful. Gathering all his gains, Wang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. An electric element commander? That's all it drops? It's not much better than the little commander. I'm so scared. I finally killed it. Luo Xiao exclaimed. Chapter 286. Watching Wang Chen being sucked into the eye of the storm, Luo Xiao's heart leaped into her throat. She feared something might happen to Wang Chen. If he lost his chance to revive because of this secret realm, it would be a loss. However, Luo Xiao didn't know that Wang Chen had a chance to revive. But precisely because she didn't know, she became even more worried. It was so scary. I thought Wang Chen would be sucked into the eye of the storm. Chu Rou couldn't help but pat her chest. She was so nervous, she felt almost overwhelmed. It had been a long time since she had experienced such an exciting dungeon. But Wang Chen's play was so impressive. He actually braved the eye of the storm and kept attacking, so brave. Luo Xiao sighed. She looked at the rows of footprints left on the ground when Wang Chen was sucked away. Thankfully, the final result was quite satisfactory. Wang Chen almost got sucked in. As the saying goes, a skilled person is bold. He's certainly very brave. If it were anyone else, after witnessing the eye of the storm suction, they'd probably turn tail and run without hesitation. Chu Ro thought for a moment and said. Luo Xia nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Eye of the Storm suction is terrifying. It feels like even a level 40 tank class would be sucked in. The higher the strength, the greater the resistance to this kind of control. Tank classes are often high-strength classes. Based on Wang Qin's reaction, Luo Xia estimated the approximate strength of this storm class's suction. I feel like Wang Qin's strength is definitely not lower than that of a level 30+ class. But where does a gunner like him get such high strength? Chu Ro analyzed. TSK. Have you forgotten how he galloped on the battlefield? Luo Xia asked with a smile. Ah. I see. He must be wearing battlefield gear, and his battlefield gear is even upgraded. He's got plenty of battlefield reputation anyway, so he could easily upgrade several pieces of battlefield gear. And battlefield gear is all high-dimensional and high resistance. Chu Ro slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing. They knew the pros and cons of battlefield gear. Battlefield gear has extremely strong survivability, but the damage boost it provides during dungeon runs is only modest, not as good as dungeon gear of the same quality. This kid is terrifying. He's even bringing battlefield gear to a secret realm. Luo Xia couldn't help but shake her head. Why don't you guys play more battlefields? At this moment, Wang Qin spoke up. Both Luo Xia and Chu Ro had played on the battlefield very rarely, and their classes were all suited to battlefields. Even Chu Ro, a level 35 demon summoner, was only a level 2 soldier. This is truly an insult to the profession. Demon summoners are known for their ability to fight two at once. After summoning all 3 demons, their combined power is equivalent to that of a full-time professional. With their own impressive damage, they're also equivalent to a full-time professional. I don't like being abused on the battlefield. It's unpleasant, Luo Xia said with a look of disdain. Although at her current level, she'd abused more often than she'd been abused on the battlefield, each time she was abused, she felt particularly irritated. She truly disliked this feeling. So, she simply rarely went to the battlefield. I don't really like it, and I can't kill people. Sometimes, after being abused, I just want to kill them. But unfortunately, I never get the chance. Chu Ro was more violent. The reason was that she couldn't actually kill anyone. Wang Qin was speechless. What kind of reason was that? TSK. Sister Ro is so violent. But women, you have to be a little violent, or you always be bullied. Luo Xia chuckled. Compared to Chu Ro, Luo Xia was considered relatively gentle. But being too violent makes it hard to find a boyfriend. Wang Qin couldn't help but remind her. Chu Ro pouted in dissatisfaction. If I can't find one, then I can't. What's the big deal? I can't live without a boyfriend. Chu Ro had always had a strong opinion of most boys. So, she had always resisted those who pursued her. That's true. But I still want a boyfriend, Luo Xia said after thinking for a moment. If you're this dazed all day, who would be interested in you? Wang Qin walked over and pressed Luo Xia's forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Luo Xia said coyly, I still have quite a few suitors. There was a huge difference between her and Chu Ro. Chu Ro had a bit of a tomboyish personality, so she wasn't very popular with boys. On the other hand, Luo Xia's mysterious and laid-back personality made her more popular. Quite a few. Aren't they just a bunch of idiots? Wang Qin asked. Luo Xia pouted in mock dissatisfaction, but when she tried to argue, she found she couldn't. She could only helplessly say, what can I do? Ever since meeting Wang Qin, she couldn't imagine finding another outstanding male professional. Alright. Let's fight quickly. Otherwise, the final boss will be killed. Chu Ro quickly changed the subject. Truly, Chu Ro's biggest fear was that Wang Qin would develop feelings for Luo Xia, Murong Shui, and Jing Jiayu. But she didn't know how to express her feelings to Wang Qin. So, she simply tried not to listen to such sentimental matters. Sister Ro, who do you think would kill faster than him? Luo Xia asked. None of that matters. Our location only requires 3 elements, but there are many other elemental monsters. There are other entrances to this secret realm. So, someone will still encounter elemental monsters. What if they kill a boss, and then directly encounter the final monster? Wang Qin countered. Because the information about this secret realm was still unclear, Wang Qin worried that another team would get to the final boss first. However, Wang Qin was also well aware that few of the professional teams here could easily defeat every minor commander. Even Wang Qin had a hard time killing a minor commander. 50% physical damage reduction was no joke. The only thing Wang Qin needed to be wary of was the possibility of a purely magical team coming here to raid the secret realm. Aside from the electric elemental commander, which had 50% spell damage reduction. All other elemental minor commanders had 50% physical damage reduction. Such a formidable boss was truly difficult to deal with. Even Wang Chen felt a bit of a headache. That's right. What if a well-prepared team arrived here and quickly located the final boss? That would be the end of us. Luo Xia shouted. As he spoke, the two women had already followed Wang Chen on his way. Chapter 287. With the electric element zone vanishing, the rest of the journey was devoid of any elemental aura. It felt more like walking normally in the outside world. The entire area seemed incredibly peaceful. The three of them walked side by side, but as they went deeper, they found themselves entering a vast palace. This palace was surrounded by a variety of elements, its colors incredibly brilliant. How beautiful! Luo Xia exclaimed in amazement. Since entering the secret realm, the environment had mostly been extremely harsh, so it was rare to find such beauty. Indeed, it is truly beautiful here. Shiro quickly chimed in. The two girls still had a great interest in beauty. Looking at such a dazzling and beautiful palace brought them immense comfort. In places like this, the more beautiful a place is, the more dangerous it is. This also applies to monsters and bosses, Wang Chen warned. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would become. Yes, I know. They say the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. That's true for monsters and bosses alike. Churo nodded. This was also the teaching from her family. In fact, it was all based on the experience of many elders in the family. What's that? Luo Xia pointed at the palace entrance. 3 creatures, derived from elements, emerged from the entrance. They were the patrol monsters of this palace. But they were all derived from elements. Wang Chen hurriedly took a few steps forward and checked the information of these elemental monsters. Triple Elemental Elite Monster, Elite Level Monster. Level, 38. Strength, 21,000. Agility, 20,000. Intelligence, 20,000. Skills, Wind Blade, Flame Blast, Ice Shield. A monster composed of 3 elements. Looking at it, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. A monster possessing the elements of wind, fire, and ice simultaneously. This type of monster is incredibly rare. Furthermore, ice and fire are inherently incompatible, even mutually reinforcing and counteracting each other. So Wang Chen was quite surprised. A monster possessing abilities related to 3 different elements is quite similar to an elemental mage. Can manipulate multiple elements. Currently, Wang Chen only knows one elemental mage, Murong Shui. Murong Shui can master a full 6 elements. Of course, these are only the elements Wang Chen has seen. As Murong Shui's level increases, she's likely to master even more. The other 2 monsters are also composed of 3 elements. Furthermore, each possesses terrifying 3-dimensional attributes. The 3-dimensional attributes all exceed 20,000, even higher than the previous mini-bosses. This is likely the final boss's area. Even the mini-bosses are so terrifying. I wonder how terrifying the final boss inside will be. Luo Xia said nervously. After following Wang Chen through this elemental secret realm, her understanding of it has been constantly redefined. The monsters they encountered became increasingly outrageous, even exceeding Luo Xia's imagination. Just over 20,000 3-dimensional monsters. Oh, I don't know. I'm afraid the final boss will be quite formidable. Churo couldn't help but sigh. Although she was a level 35 professional, she still felt a sense of oppression. Churo knew that Wang Chen was also pushing his own limits. But Churo didn't know exactly where Wang Chen's limits lay, so the further she fought, the more nervous she became, fearing Wang Chen might be in danger. Wang Chen, however, seemed much more relaxed, his expression only growing more serious when he was contemplating how to deal with these monsters. The rest of the time, his face remained relaxed and natural, completely unconcerned. Wang Chen, be careful. If we really can't defeat them, we retreat. For a level 27 professional to make it this far in the elemental secret realm is impressive enough. Even if you leave now, it's not shameful at all. You'd be able to brag about it for a year. Luo Xia glanced at Wang Chen nervously. The palace ahead was too magnificent, and with such terrifying monsters, she couldn't imagine how terrifying the final boss would be. For the first time, Luo Xia felt a sense of oppression, losing her usual playful and mischievous nature. No matter what, she was still deeply concerned for Wang Chen's safety. There was nothing shameful about being a little scared. Wang Chen, you really should think carefully about whether to continue. The monsters here have such high stats, and they have abilities from 3 different elements. Even if we can kill them, we might not be able to defeat the boss later. It's fine to challenge yourself, but safety is paramount, Churo said. Even Chu Rou didn't dare to continue. What? Are you all scared? Wang Chen folded his arms and laughed. Scared? When have I ever been scared? I'm just worried about your safety. Luo Xiao's interest perked up at the word scared. However, when she looked up and saw the monsters from 3 different elements, her spirits instantly withered. She quickly found an excuse to evade him. I'm not afraid, I'm worried about your safety. We 3 all have life-saving methods, but the difference is, you only have one. Once you use it, you be in danger. I don't recommend you put yourself in danger. There's no need to do that. If you really want to clear this secret realm, you can wait until you reach level 30 before considering it. Chu Rou suddenly changed her attitude and began to lecture him earnestly. Yes. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Bah! What a gentleman's revenge. But we're really not in a hurry to clear this secret realm. Luo Xiao also tried to persuade him. He was just a little careless. Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. If you're worried about your safety, let's go back together. I can conquer this secret realm on my own, Wang Chen said with a smile. Wang Chen had a rough assessment of the 20,000 dimensional monster. Given his current combat power, while there was some risk, it wasn't significant. Wang Chen had also prepared for the worst. If he truly couldn't defeat the enemy, he would simply use his escape skills and flee. He didn't have a mana bar anyway, so as long as he could keep his distance, he wasn't afraid of anything. I really feel like you don't know your place. Chu Rou couldn't help but say. Although her words were harsh, it was clear that she genuinely cared about Wang Chen's safety. Wang Chen shook his head and said, if someone is always timid and afraid to confront anything, then they definitely have no future. It's not like I haven't seen bosses of 23,000 or 36,000. If there's a chance to kill an enemy, I definitely take it. Only when there's no chance left, will I retreat. Chapter 288. No one would take their own life lightly. But Wang Chen wouldn't retreat simply when faced with difficulty. No matter what, they had to practice first. Seeing Wang Chen's determination, Luo Xiao and Chu Rou didn't retreat, choosing instead to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Even in the face of danger, they would never retreat. As their engagement with Wang Chen continued, they couldn't abandon him. Seeing they didn't retreat, Wang Chen unleashed his Gatling Inferno without hesitation and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Although these 3-element monsters possessed impressive 3-dimensional attributes, they lacked boss-like abilities, like physical damage reduction or spell damage reduction. So, they weren't a concern. The damage dealt by each of Wang Chen's bullets was clearly visible. Though the 3-element monsters tried to resist, they were mowed down by Wang Chen before they could reach his range. With just the level 2 armor-piercing rounds, it only took a minute. Minor monsters are still easy to deal with. Even with a higher level of 3D, they're not as difficult to deal with as those bosses. Wang Chen clapped his hands and said easily. Ding! Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill a 3-element elite monster. 5 million XP added. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 2 wind elemental cores. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 3 fire elemental cores. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 4 ice elemental cores. Looking at the 5 million XP, Wang Chen exclaimed in delight. If he hadn't taken the risk, how could he have gotten such incredible XP? Just 3-element monsters had already yielded 15 million experience points. Furthermore, so many elemental cores had exploded. For the sake of the reward, Wang Chen considered the risk well worth it. Furthermore, Wang Chen encountered no danger during his attack. These 3-element monsters offered no opportunity to attack. In Wang Chen's eyes, monsters without special abilities weren't that formidable. The killing of 3-element monsters confirmed all of Wang Chen's assumptions. The firepower is too strong. Luo Xiao explained, but then rolled her eyes and continued, but these are just small monsters. Chu Rou thought for a moment and said, let's just fight him. Since he's confident, let's not say anything. If danger really strikes, we find a solution. They were somewhat familiar with Wang Chen's temper. Danger was a danger, but since Wang Chen had said so, he wasn't afraid of the danger ahead. Telling Wang Chen to retreat again would likely only anger him. Compared to the more domineering Luo Xia, Chu Rou's thinking was more mature. She had already said what she needed to say. All she could do was support him, with all her might. Ah! This is the first time I've ever persuaded him to retreat. Luo Xia sighed. It wasn't that she wanted to persuade Wang Chen to retreat, but she genuinely felt a sense of crisis. They had fought 3 mini-bosses, each one a struggle. If they used their current firepower to deal with the final boss, they could be in danger. Most importantly, their preparations were insufficient. They hadn't expected to encounter a secret realm along the way. They had no information about this elemental secret realm. If they had been well prepared, they might have had the confidence to brave it. Wang Chen had also heard their conversation. Although their voices were low, they still caught Wang Chen's ears. He couldn't help but shake his head. These two girls were truly frightened. In reality, Wang Chen was no fool. The bosses he had faced so far hadn't yet unleashed his full firepower. So, Wang Chen didn't think his limit was this elemental secret realm. Alright. Keep going! Wang Chen shouted, interrupting the conversation between the two women. Luo Xia and Chu Rou exchanged a glance, swallowing back their worries. But they were already prepared to use their own life-saving methods. If danger arose, they would also have to find a way to get Wang Chen away. The two women clenched their fists tightly, cold sweat pouring down their cheeks. Wang Chen walked straight to the palace gate. He didn't rush in, but instead observed the palace's details. The palace was completely empty, save for the colorful elements and a single figure. It was a female figure made entirely of elements. Despite being composed entirely of elements, it looked incredibly lifelike, like a figure in an oil painting. Wang Chen glanced back at Chu Rou and Luo Xia and whispered, "Stay away. I have my own means of survival. You just need to protect yourselves." In the current situation, Wang Chen didn't need any help. But he also didn't want his teammates to be a side effect. Wang Chen didn't want Luo Xia and Chu Rou to be forced into resorting to life-saving measures. Okay. You should prioritize safety too. Luo Xia thought for a moment, then nodded firmly. That's right, safety always comes first. If you absolutely can't, don't try to be stubborn. Chu Rou chimed in. For them, Wang Chen's safety was the most important thing. Okay. Back off, Wang Chen said decisively. As he spoke, he waved his hand at the two of them, signaling them to step back a few steps. The two women then obediently retreated, quite far away. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, but rather that they were genuinely worried about becoming a burden to Wang Chen. After Wang Chen saw them walk away, he cautiously entered the palace. He tried to maintain the greatest possible distance to view the final boss's information. As Wang Chen approached, he finally saw the boss's information. Elemental Queen Elite Commander. Level, 40. Strength, 25,000. Agility, 25,000. Intelligence, 25,000. Skills, Double Dragon Assault, Wind Sprint, Arcane Blast. Attributes, 50% physical damage reduction, 50% spell damage reduction, 50% elemental damage bonus. Oh my god! All three dimensions are 25,000. Wang Chen took a deep breath. This final boss is truly a formidable one. The 3 dimensions alone are intimidating enough, and the 50% damage reduction for both physical and spell damage is quite outrageous. However, it's similar to the Ice Elemental Commander. The key point is that this Elemental Queen not only has damage reduction, but also a damage boost. This is a bit too much. A full 50% boost. Such a boost is truly outrageous. She only has 3 skills, no different from the previous mini-bosses. But just by looking at the name of this skill, one could sense its extraordinary nature. Luo Xia and Chu Rou's premonition was correct. The final boss was indeed very formidable and difficult to deal with. But Wang Chen showed no fear. Having come here, there was no turning back. Chapter 289. Even the two women's foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Seeing they had reached a safe location, Wang Chen pulled out his Gatling Inferno. Now, Wang Chen needed to ensure both his own safety and his damage output. Without damage output, no matter how many life-saving measures he possessed, they would be futile. After gaining distance, Wang Chen took the lead, unleashing a volley of bullets. In the split second the Elemental Queen's hatred was aroused. She had already been hit by over 10 bullets. Wang Chen wasn't satisfied with her health. It hadn't changed at all. In other words, the Elemental Queen's tankiness far surpassed all previous bosses. Her inherent tankiness was formidable enough, and she also had a 50% physical damage reduction. It was truly a headache. But no matter how frustrating it was, Wang Chen would continue to fight. Now that he was here, there was no turning back. Boom! As the secondary armor-piercing rounds were fired, the G-14 grenade followed suit. And the continuous damage from the explosive rounds was fully applied. After taking damage, the Elemental Queen twisted her head, her multicolored eyes fixed directly on Wang Chen. In other words, she had locked onto Wang Chen. And Wang Chen's attacks continued. The Elemental Queen, upon seeing this, began to roar, her screams filling the area. As if declaring her supremacy, she quickly ran towards Wang Chen. Thankfully, Wang Chen's freezing rounds were effective, each one holding the Elemental Queen captive for approximately 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the Elemental Queen continued her rapid movement, this time at an even more dramatic speed. Wind elemental forces swirled around her, and her footsteps felt like flying, interwoven with streaks of lightning. Her speed had increased 4 or 5 times compared to before. This meant that the Elemental Queen had used her skill, Wind and Lightning Rush. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly used his freeze bomb again, freezing her in place. Having successfully controlled the Elemental Queen, this scene confirmed that, with both Wind and Lightning at her feet, she was using Wind and Lightning Rush. With Wind and Lightning Rush, the Elemental Queen's acceleration was incredibly rapid. If she continued to use this skill, she would be near him in a matter of seconds. That would be dangerous, even with her escape skills. So Wang Chen had to use his freeze bomb with caution. After all, Wang Chen didn't know how many seconds the Elemental Queen's Wind Rush could last. And his own freeze bullets had a cooldown. Wang Chen had to ensure that all of his freeze bullets were used to control the Elemental Queen's Wind Rush. Accompanied by the cascade of secondary armor-piercing rounds, freeze bullets were fired almost every 3 seconds. 10 freeze bullets controlled the Elemental Queen for over half a minute. This rendered the Elemental Queen's Wind Rush completely ineffective. Luckily, the Elemental Queen's Wind Rush only lasted 20 seconds, so she didn't need all of her freeze bullets. As for the cooldown, Wang Chen didn't believe the cooldown of a dungeon boss's skill could be longer than that of a freeze bomb. Normally, dungeon bosses have longer cooldowns than professional players. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the Electric Elemental Commander we encountered earlier, whose skill, Unstable Current, has a cooldown. But Wang Chen continued to attack. The knockback effect of the level 2 armor-piercing round wasn't very noticeable on the Elemental Queen, but it was still somewhat effective. After the freeze bomb hit its cooldown, the control method was only slightly better than that of the level 2 armor-piercing round. As for the laser gun's blinding effect, it's actually quite limited against bosses. Some intelligent monsters will instinctively move forward after being blinded. Wang Chen's defense against bosses and monsters is to keep his distance. If they continue to move forward, then there's no control effect. However, against a professional, the blinding effect is fatal. During the blinded period, the opponent can move left and right, guard against attacks, and cast spells. Once blinded, all directions are lost, and nothing can be seen. Even spells lose their target. Wang Chen wasn't taking any chances this time. After the freezing rounds entered their cooldown, he immediately unleashed his Dongfeng sniper rifle. Followed by a QN202 micro-missile, it blasted out. Whoosh! The QN202 micro-missile had better tracking performance, tracing a perfect arc through the air as it shot towards the Elemental Queen. The Elemental Queen seemed to sense the danger and attempted to dodge the micro-missile, but the QN202 micro-missile was a tracking missile. Boom! Then, the QN202 micro-missile exploded right in front of the Elemental Queen. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the entire area shook violently, as if there had been an earthquake. What Wang Chen saw clearly was that the Elemental Queen had been directly blasted by the QN202 micro-missile, which had reduced her health by nearly 1/5. The damage dealt by the QN202 micro-missile was greater than the combined damage of all the previous level 2 armor-piercing and incendiary rounds. In other words, if the Elemental Queen had only 5 cooldowns left, she would be killed. Although the Elemental Queen's hair didn't explode after the explosion, her elemental aura grew stronger, giving her a more menacing aura. The Elemental Queen didn't move, but stared intently at Wang Chen. The look in her eyes alone was murderous. Clearly, the Elemental Queen was enraged by the QN202 micro-missile. Wang Chen even paused his attacks, caught in her gaze. The look in her eyes gave him the feeling of being stared at by a venomous snake. Wang Chen sheathed his Dongfeng sniper, leaving only his Gatling Purgatory, ready to flee at any moment. Suddenly, the Elemental Queen radiated the elements of ice and fire, swirling around her body, giving Wang Chen a sense of profound danger. As the final boss of the Elemental Secret Realm, the Elemental Queen possessed a 10% physical damage reduction and a 50% elemental damage bonus. Thus, Wang Chen was extremely cautious. If struck by the Elemental Queen, he would likely be half dead. He might even be forced to wait for a chance to revive. Then, the ice and fire elements surrounding the Elemental Queen transformed into an ice dragon and a fire dragon, respectively, crisscrossing and dancing in the air before soaring into the air. But their fierce gazes were fixed on Wang Chen. Chapter 290. This made Wang Chen feel even more uncomfortable. What was certain was that this was the Elemental Queen's other skill, Double Dragon Assault. However, this Double Dragon Assault was a pure ice-fire fusion. The Ice Dragon and the Fire Dragon flew across the sky, yet no elemental energy was lost. You know, ice and fire are two mutually exclusive elements, yet here they coexisted. And their power remained undiminished. Oh my god, ice and fire again. And they've transformed into dragons. What should I do? Luo Xia said nervously. Seeing the ice and fire dragons flying through the air, she immediately panicked. What else can I do? Can you help him? Churro asked. Luo Xia took a deep breath, then shook her head obediently. No, I can't. It depends on what he's doing. At worst, I just use up his only chance of resurrection. Besides that, Luo Xia really didn't know what else she could do for Wang Chen. She could only silently cheer him on. Wang Chen's expression grew solemn upon seeing the Ice Dragon and the Fire Dragon. Wang Chen knew nothing about the specifics of this Double Dragon Assault skill. What was its range? What was its explosion radius? Whether it automatically tracked? He had no idea. The less he knew, the more nervous and fearful he became. Wang Chen retreated while casting Gatling Inferno. It seemed that only distance could instill a sense of security. A mere 3 seconds later, the Elemental Queen swung her arms, and the Ice Dragon and the Fire Dragon flew fiercely towards Wang Chen. As they streaked through the air, a flash of blue ice on one side, a flash of red fire on the other, seemingly splitting the sky in two. Wang Chen stared intently at the flight paths of the Ice Dragon and the Fire Dragon. But Wang Chen was surprised to discover that both flew in arcs, similar to those of Wang Chen's Qn202 micromissiles. This meant that the Double Dragon Assault skill had an automatic tracking effect. It's really tough to deal with. Although Wang Chen had been confident before, he now felt immense pressure. Hoo! Whoosh! Then, the Ice Dragon and the Fire Dragon flew towards Wang Chen at breakneck speed. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, then made a quick decision. Now, he couldn't wait until the Ice Dragon and the Fire Dragon were about to hit him, before using his escape skill. That would easily cause him to be affected by the damage. There was also the risk of a miscalculation. So, Wang Chen had to escape early, and not push his limits. Thinking of this, Wang Chen quickly used his skill to escape to the left. First, Wang Chen had to ensure that the two elemental dragons were at different distances from him, with one being farther away. This would reduce Wang Chen's threat by half. After dealing with one elemental dragon, he could then consider dodging the other. Just 2 seconds later, the Fire Dragon arrived first in Wang Chen's area. Although Wang Chen used his escape skill, it only managed to put some distance between the Fire Dragon and the Ice Dragon. But Wang Chen still had to face the aftermath of the explosion. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I can't worry about that now. Let's see if my three-dimensional form can withstand the aftermath. No matter what, he was still fully equipped for the battlefield. Therefore, its survivability is far superior to dungeon equipment. As for whether it could withstand the aftermath of the explosion, Wang Chen had no idea and could only consider forcing it. Then, the Fire Dragon slammed down fiercely at Wang Chen's location. Instantly, a brilliant burst of flames erupted, as if forming a massive volcano. The temperature around them instantly soared. Even from a distance, Luo Xia and Chu Rou could feel the temperature change, causing them to sweat profusely, and their skin to flush. At the moment the Fire Dragon exploded, Wang Chen used his escape skill again, escaping nearly 100 meters. Fortunately, I just managed to avoid the blast. Wang Chen felt a wave of heat on his back, and the flames were only a few meters behind him. Just barely, he had avoided the Fire Dragon's blast. But a wave of heat continued to surge towards him from his back. He had avoided the blast, but not the heat wave's force. Besides feeling the burning sensation, he also felt the push of the heat wave. Wang Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. Thankfully, he didn't lose any blood. But the reason for not losing blood wasn't the power of the explosion. Wang Chen knew that even though the heat wave wasn't within the blast radius, it would still cause continued blood loss within a few hundred meters. And the reason he didn't lose blood was precisely because of the item Chu Rou had given him. But Wang Chen's danger wasn't over yet. After the Fire Dragon exploded, the Ice Dragon was still charging at him at breakneck speed. It gave Wang Chen no chance to breathe. Watching this scene, Luo Xia and Chu Rou were both filled with anxiety. After finally dodging half of the attack, the onslaught wasn't over yet. Hurry! Get out of the way! Luo Xia nervously clutched her shirt, sweat pouring down her face. Hold on! Wang Chen! Chu Rou, equally nervous, clenched her fists. She longed to go help Wang Chen herself, but her mind told her she wouldn't be able to do anything. Now it all depended on Wang Chen's strength. The two women's hearts were in their throats, fearing that Wang Chen would be in any danger. After dodging the fire dragon's attack, Wang Chen relaxed somewhat, but he remained vigilant. After the heat wave, an icy aura lashed out at him. The ice dragon had passed through the area where the fire dragon had exploded, and its ice element caused the temperature to plummet. The high temperature dropped significantly, and the surrounding steam rose wildly. After the heat wave, a bone-chilling chill followed. Wang Chen remained completely focused, watching the ice dragon's position, even observing its every movement. Despite the massive amount of mist obscuring it, Wang Chen was able to determine the ice dragon's position by its temperature. The mist was now obscuring his vision. Even Luo Xia and Chu Rou could no longer see the battlefield. This made them even more worried. The fog ahead was shrouded in mist, and no one knew what was happening. Boom! The next moment, a massive explosion echoed. Just as the ice dragon was about to reach Wang Chen had already used his escape skill. But this time, the ice dragon's explosion didn't cause a burning sensation. Instead, it felt like countless ice cubes were scattering in all directions. The heat wave was completely extinguished by the ice, and the temperature actually felt refreshing. Chapter 291. Wang Chen even imagined what it would be like if two dragons met. Countless ice cubes spread out in all directions. Although Wang Chen avoided the explosion with his escape skill, some of the scattered ice cubes struck him. Wang Chen could feel a wave of pain radiating from his body, but thankfully, he didn't lose any health. The ice cubes merely touched his body, but didn't cause any damage. He had successfully avoided the double dragon assault skill. Watching this scene, Luo Xia and Chu Rou were stunned. They even felt like they had survived a catastrophe. The Elemental Queen's double dragon assault skill was incredibly powerful, and had an incredibly fast casting speed. Few of the professionals they had encountered so far could react in time. Even if they couldn't avoid such a large explosion range, let alone withstand such terrifying damage. Wow, he even dodged that. And didn't even lose any health. Luo Xia patted his proud chest, his heartbeat finally easing a bit. Just now, it was practically beating in his throat. But he stumbled a bit. This is the first time I've seen him get humiliated. Chu Rou's nervousness subsided somewhat, and a smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Luo Xia thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, that's the first time I've seen him stumble a bit too. It's not easy. As he spoke, his face was filled with a smile, as if he had discovered something new. This was the first time they had ever seen Wang Chen get humiliated, so it was particularly novel, and even gave them a sense of pride. Who else could possibly witness Wang Chen's humiliation? This is big news. When I get back, I tell Murong Shui, Aiken, and the others that they've definitely never seen anything like it. Luo Xia even treated the incident as gossip, wanting to brag about it to others. Ha. I guess even if I tell them, they might not believe it. Chu Rou laughed. As they spoke, Wang Chen once again raised his Gatling Inferno. Duh. He unleashed another barrage of bullets at the Elemental Queen. When the Elemental Queen unleashed her double dragon assault skill, she didn't move a single step. Instead, she stood still and cast her spell. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's freeze rounds were on cooldown, their cooldown fully restored. While using his secondary armor-piercing and explosive rounds, he also unleashed his freeze rounds, holding the Elemental Queen in place. However, Wang Chen had only used one freezing bullet, and needed to continue observing the Elemental Queen's movements. Once the Elemental Queen used Wind Rush, he needed to ensure he had at least 5 freezing bullets to control her. In other words, he only had 5 freezing bullets to use. This Elemental Queen is indeed very difficult to deal with. Wang Chen took a deep breath. After a burst of bullets, the Elemental Queen only lost a layer of life. Then let's go with another EP202 micro-missile. Wang Chen couldn't hold back any longer, and could only increase his firepower. Thinking of this, he took out his Dongfeng sniper. Of course, his other hand was still pulling the trigger of the Gatling Inferno, maintaining his attack. Whoosh! The hand holding the Dongfeng sniper also pulled the trigger, and the EP202 micro-missile shot out violently. Wang Chen's strength now exceeded 1,500, allowing him to easily lift 2 weapons, and withstand their recoil. It goes without saying that the increase in strength is extremely useful. Of course, it not only increases strength and stamina, but also increases health regeneration. However, Wang Chen currently has no use for health regeneration, so it's not easy to reduce Wang Chen's health. Boom! Followed by a startling explosion, the EP202 micro-missiles violently exploded in the Elemental Queen. Her health dropped by another 5th. Humph! What if the boss is even more powerful? At most, I can rely on the 5 cooldowns of the QN202 micro-missiles. Wang Chen snorted. Just 5 QN202 micro-missiles were enough to kill the Elemental Queen. However, Wang Chen needed to consider how to survive after the QN202 micro-missiles went on cooldown. The Elemental Queen's Double Dragon Assault caused Wang Chen considerable trouble. And with her speed-boosting ability, Wind Sprint, Wang Chen also needed to be extremely vigilant. As Wang Chen fired another burst of bullets, the Elemental Queen's health dropped by half. This gave Wang Chen even greater confidence. With perseverance, even an iron rod can be sharpened into a needle. Keep grinding. He continued firing secondary armor-piercing rounds, and with the continuous output of explosive bombs, Wang Chen would use them whenever the QN202 micro-missiles were on cooldown. In the middle, he saw the Elemental Queen use her Double Dragon Assault skill again, but Wang Chen, once again, used his own survival methods to escape and dodge. As long as they kept up the damage, the 5 QN202 micro-missiles would kill the Elemental Queen. Although the Elemental Queen had used a Double Dragon Assault, it posed no threat to Wang Chen at all. At most, it made Wang Chen dodge rather awkwardly. However, with the experience gained from that one attack, it was only a bit more awkward. Except for the time Wang Chen was dodging the Double Dragons. The rest of the time, the second-level armor-piercing rounds kept firing. Combined with the knockback effect and the controlled time of the freezing rounds, the Elemental Queen advanced over 200 meters. But according to Wang Chen's calculations, the Elemental Queen would be killed before she could move more than a few dozen meters. At that moment, the Rhea Nation team, which had previously entered the Secret Realm, had already defeated a small boss and was beginning to recover their health and mana. Just one small boss had already put them through great difficulty, nearly resulting in calamity. So they knew the next boss would be even more dangerous. They urgently needed to recover to their best before considering the final challenge. As for whether or not they'd encounter the Dragon Nation professionals, they didn't care at all. They believed that with their equipment, even with low mana and health, they could defeat the Dragon Nation professionals. After preparing themselves, they continued on their journey until they reached the Elemental Castle. Oh no! They've already started attacking the final Elemental Queen. We must stop them. The Elemental Queen's treasure must not fall into their hands. That's right. Prepare to kill them all, leaving no one alive. The 5 Rhea Nation professionals quickly reached a consensus. First, they had to kill the Dragon Nation professionals, and as for the Elemental Queen's treasure, they also had to take possession of it. Chapter 292. Chu Ro was quick to notice their presence. Seeing this, Chu Ro ran towards Wang Chen without hesitation. She immediately shouted to Wang Chen, "Look out! Someone's here!" Wang Chen also realized someone was outside the castle, and turned to look. In the distance, he saw 5 professionals from the Kingdom of Rhea. "Damn it! They're haunting us!" Wang Chen cursed. Just then, the fire ninja among them had already unleashed his ninjutsu. Fire-style * Great Fireball Jutsu. In a moment, a massive fireball erupted from the fire ninja's mouth, hurtling towards Wang Chen. Luckily, Wang Chen's escape skill hadn't hit its cooldown. Although the cooldown for escape skills is short, sometimes even a single second can be fatal. Wang Chen could sense the terrifying power of this skill. A normal professional below level 30 could be instantly killed by it. Even a level 35 professional on the same level as this fire ninja would lose a significant portion of their HP. As soon as they met, they launched a surprise attack. How despicable! Wang Chen sheathed his Gatling Inferno and quickly used his escape skill, dodging the massive fireball with a single leap. It must be said that a full-time fire ninja is indeed quite formidable to deal with. One can be killed instantly if one is not careful. This is similar to the fire mage, both relying on high damage fire skills, and the damage can be instantly fatal. Wang Chen turned and fired several shots at them. Because of the sweeping fire, almost all 5 of them were damaged by Wang Chen's bullets. Ashiba, what kind of damage is that? It's too much. He seems to be just a level 27 professional. How could he have such terrifying damage? And he's alone. Could he not be a professional, but a subordinate of the Elemental Queen? That's unlikely. The information clearly shows that he's a gunner, and a level 27 one at that. Our records don't mention the Elemental Queen having subordinates. The 5 riot professionals began to discuss. They were all stunned by Wang Chen's bullets. They couldn't imagine how a level 27 gunner could have such terrifying damage. But according to common sense, a level 27 player, regardless of their class, should be instantly killed by the Elemental Queen. Yet this level 27 gunner was still alive, so they had to suspect that Wang Chen was a monster under the Elemental Queen's command. Not just any professional. No matter who he is, kill him first. After that, we go after the elemental queen. The leading fire ninja declared cruelly. In his eyes, whether professional or monster, they were all merely prey for his team. So the 5 of them quickly entered combat mode. The mutant warriors drew their shields, the medical ninjas buffed their teammates, and the fire, earth, and wood ninjas prepared to attack. Zizizizi. Just as they were about to attack, a flash of white light appeared. For a moment, they could see nothing. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? Damn it, this isn't the elemental queen's skill. What's going on? Could it be this kid's trick? That's impossible. How could he possibly cause a blinding effect? The 5 people exclaimed in shock. And their attacks completely missed their target. Wang Chen's use of the laser rifle had become increasingly proficient. The laser rifle's output could be sustained, but the blinding effect couldn't. In a 20-second period, the blinding effect on the same target could only last about 5 seconds. So the purpose of the sweep was to blind everyone. But Wang Chen was still troubled. He turned back to deal with the RIA professionals, but then the question arose. What should he do with the elemental girls behind him? Even with all his battlefield gear, Wang Chen couldn't withstand the elemental queen's damage. After all, the damage dealt by dungeon and secret realm bosses far exceeded that of professionals, to the point of being completely on a different level. Thinking of this, Wang Chen turned and fired a freezing bullet at the elemental queen. Then, he launched a G-14 grenade at the 5 professionals from the Ryak Kingdom. With them standing close together, one grenade could hit all 5 of them. It was a perfect damage output. At the same time, while they were blinded, he used explosive rounds and secondary armor-piercing rounds to deal damage. However, the blinding effect didn't last long, only 2 seconds. The duration of the blinding effect is also related to the opponent's control resistance. In other words, the equipment of these 5 people helped them overcome the 1-second blinding state. But 2 seconds was enough to knock out a significant amount of their health, even the wood ninja's health reaching a critical point. After escaping the blinding effect, the medical ninja quickly healed the wood ninja with the lowest health, then cast a slow heal on the rest of the team. He began gradually healing his teammates. Wang Chen's firepower didn't cease. Whenever the elemental queen moved a certain distance, he would fire a freezing blast at her, pinning her to the spot. All his firepower was directed at these RIA professionals. No matter what, Wang Chen would prioritize killing these despicable creatures and leave no one alive. What should we do? Should we go help Wang Chen? Luo Xia said anxiously. Although she was only a level 27 professional, she still wanted to help Wang Chen with all her might. Delay as many as possible. Chu Rou was also nervous, but her mind was still clear. She quickly said, "How can you help? Don't go over there. You only make things worse and affect Wang Chen's damage output." Chu Rou was quite clear on this point. Wang Chen was primarily a ranged damage dealer, and he often had area of effect damage. A melee class like Luo Xia rushing over would only cause trouble for Wang Chen, and even affect his normal damage output. Wang Chen needed to consider the angle of his attack, otherwise he could easily accidentally injure Luo Xia. Let me help him. Run towards him. If those Rya guys approach Wang Chen, help block them. Remember, just block them, don't fight them head-on. Leave the damage to Wang Chen. Chu Rou quickly arranged Luo Xia's tasks. In other words, Luo Xia would be Wang Chen's bodyguard, forbidding anyone from approaching him. As long as Wang Chen's damage output was maintained, there was no need to worry about damage. Chu Rou summoned the succubus and demon servants, ready to help Wang Chen. Chapter 293. The 5 professionals from the Ryak Kingdom were already worried. They had worked so hard to get to this point, and naturally, they didn't want Wang Chen to snatch away their original reward. No matter what, they had to keep working hard and claim the Elemental Queen's reward. But now, it seemed they had indeed faced a formidable opponent, and achieving their goal was no easy task. Not only that, the medical ninja discovered that he was healing the wood ninja extremely slowly. This struck him as very strange. Normally, he couldn't possibly heal at such a high rate. Could something be wrong? The wood ninja's face was pale, and he looked precarious, yet he still didn't realize anything was amiss. At this moment, the medical ninja said nothing, but cautiously glanced at the 3 ninjas nearby, whom he had just cast a skill on. He noticed that their healing rate was truly very slow, completely different from his usual state. What the hell was going on? And Wang Chen was a truly formidable opponent. If they continued to drag things out like this, not only would they not receive the reward for defeating the Elemental Queen, but they would also likely be defeated by Wang Chen. That would be a huge loss. They had truly expended countless effort and hard work to get to this point. He also knew that no matter what, He could no longer hide this from his teammates. So at this moment, he lowered his voice slightly and spoke. No, we can't go on like this. After hearing this, the wood ninja closest to him was also a little confused, wondering what he meant. He forced himself to ask, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Although the medical ninja was extremely embarrassed to speak, he knew that if he continued to hide it, everything would probably get worse. At this moment, he could only speak with a grim expression. No, I'm not doing it. I've noticed that my health regeneration is very slow, whether it's healing you or healing my teammates. It's not normally this slow. I don't know what's wrong. Maybe it's because we're in the Elemental Queen's arena, so I'm affected. When the wood ninja heard this, a look of disbelief crossed his eyes. He was completely amazed. He had never expected something like this to happen out of the blue. For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. To be honest, he had indeed felt his recovery speed slowed down a bit earlier, but he hadn't paid it much attention, believing he was seriously injured. But now it seemed that it wasn't that simple at all. After a long pause, he said with a grim expression, "Do you have any way to restore my health back to its previous rate? Is there no way at all?" The medical ninja nodded immediately. If he had any idea, he wouldn't be so helpless right now. "Yes, I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I can't think of anything. This is also the first time I've encountered a situation like this. I've never encountered it before, and I really don't know how to deal with it. Not only that, but the health regeneration rate of the skills I've given them is also very slow, much slower than usual." I didn't expect such an answer. At this moment, the wood ninja felt helpless. If this continued, they would be doomed. But they couldn't be happy. They had finally come this far. How could they willingly give up? While that person is dealing with the Elemental Queen, why don't we take this opportunity to discuss what to do? After careful consideration, the medical ninja felt that this approach was indeed feasible. So, he quickly gathered the nearby ninjas. Originally, the ninjas were discussing how they could intervene, while Wang Qin was dealing with the Elemental Queen, disrupting his momentum. But now, seeing the grim expressions on the faces of their two teammates, they became curious, wondering what had happened. "Why are you still here? We have to act quickly, or he might beat us to the punch." After hearing this, the medical ninja and the wood ninja exchanged glances, their expressions also deeply complicated. Seeing them like this, everyone felt even more incredulous, completely confused as to what had happened. "What's wrong? Why are you all silent? What exactly happened? Yes, speak up if you have anything to say. Time is running out. This opponent is still very powerful, and we must do everything we can to ensure everything is handled properly." The medical ninja quickly revealed everything he had just learned. At this moment, Wang Qin continued to fight the Elemental Queen step by step. Thankfully, with Chu Ro's help, his progress was accelerating. But there was something puzzling. The Elemental Queen clearly had other skills, so why had he only seen Double Dragon Assault until now? Could there be more to come? Because he didn't know what kind of energy the other skills would release, or how much damage they would inflict, he had to be a little more cautious at this moment. The Elemental Queen was not an opponent to be underestimated. Wang Qin was already anticipating the reward he would receive after defeating the Elemental Queen. She was so powerful, the reward was sure to be quite generous. At this moment, the conspirators nearby finally understood the full truth. When they heard this, they were completely baffled. They had never expected their health recovery to slow down so inexplicably. "Oh my god! I was wondering why I felt like my recovery wasn't as smooth as before. It turns out there's something wrong with you. I don't know if I should say this, but I feel like my attacking ability has been affected. Yes, it's a little, but it's not very noticeable." Chapter 294. At first, they thought it was just their imagination, that they were underperforming, but now it seemed that it wasn't that simple at all. If their performance in this arena was affected, it was probably because something was wrong with the Elemental Queen, which was why they didn't feel that way. At this moment, their eyes all turned in Wang Qin's direction, but why was he not affected at all? This truly puzzled them. The medical ninja quickly drew everyone's attention back. "No matter what, this can't go on. We've worked so hard to get this far. If this person takes the reward for defeating the Elemental Queen, then everything we've done will be in vain." After he said this, the others around him naturally nodded. "Yes, you're right. We should indeed take some action. However, with our current recovery capabilities, coupled with the fact that we've been affected and our abilities are limited, it's simply impossible for us to defeat him. I think he's truly too powerful. I've never seen such a formidable gunner. Yes, it seems our situation is truly difficult right now. What exactly should we do to make this happen?" Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Faced with such a situation, He truly didn't know how to handle it. Everyone's expression was grim. They all wanted to receive their rewards, but it wasn't something they could just do as they pleased. Everyone fell into a state of silence, while Wang Chen continued to fight alongside Chu Rou. They were getting closer and closer to the Elemental Queen. Wang Chen bombarded her with barrage after barrage. The Elemental Queen had indeed taken a heavy blow. Chu Rou, seeing that the nearby Riyadh people hadn't come forward to disturb them, finally felt relieved. She also felt that, precisely because of the heavy blow Wang Chen had just dealt them, it would be difficult for them to recover. Little did they know that the seemingly motionless Riyadh professionals nearby were plotting how to seize the reward for defeating the elemental goddess. A glimmer of light suddenly shone in the medical ninja's eyes, and he spoke. "Look, there seems to be a woman beside that man. But even with her skills, she seems to have no effect. She must be protecting him, which means this must be his weakness." Everyone looked in that direction, and upon closer inspection, they saw that it seemed to be the case. A plan instantly formed in their minds. In that case, let's take out the women around him first, then attack him. We catch him by surprise, and maybe we can take him down then. But the wood ninjas nearby thought this was a bit too risky. They had just witnessed Wang Chen's abilities. He was so powerful that even if we eliminated the women around him, attacking him wouldn't be that easy. But I still don't think it's a good idea. After all, this guy is really powerful. Even if we attack him, we may not be able to defeat him. And after we defeat him, we still have the Elemental Queen to attack. Will we really be able to get the reward when we're at low health? What if he steals it? Everyone thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. It seemed that no matter what they did, there would be some contradictions and conflicts. It was extremely dangerous for them. Several people were scowling. They had been replenishing their health for half a day, but it still hadn't fully healed. This was precisely what made them even more helpless. Or, let's wait until the Elemental Queen has only one drop of health left, then launch our assault. The next move will depend on the situation. Our most important priority right now is to restore her health. When the wood ninja said this, the others around him nodded. They certainly agreed. It seemed that there was no other solution besides this one. At this moment, Wang Chen didn't care about the professionals from the Rhea Kingdom. To him, they were just a minor problem. Originally, he had intended to deal with these professionals from the Rhea Kingdom first, and then attack the Elemental Queen. But seeing how low their health was now, he didn't want to waste any more time on them. Why not wait until we defeat the Elemental Queen, and see what rewards we receive? Then we can practice with them, and see how effective these new rewards are. Chu Rou was naturally overjoyed at this moment. Being able to fight alongside Wang Chen was truly a cause for joy for her. And with her protection, those professionals from the Rhea Kingdom seemed to be afraid to act rashly, thinking that everything she had done was worth it. But who knew that just as they were about to approach the Elemental Queen, a fierce gust of wind suddenly blew in front of them. The next second, lightning seemed to flash overhead. It all happened so suddenly, and it truly took them by surprise. The lightning, accompanied by the gust of wind, rushed towards them fiercely, as if aiming at them. Wherever it passed, no grass grew. Fortunately, Wang Chen's evasion skill had expired. He hugged Chu Rou with one hand, and then retreated repeatedly. His expression was serious. "If I'm guessing correctly, this should be her second skill," he whispered, and Chu Rou immediately realized it. Not only that, it seemed to have a tracking function, constantly approaching them. The 5 professionals from the Rhea Kingdom were so frightened that they quickly hid in a safe place, fearing they might be affected. "Oh my god, she's truly the Elemental Queen. This is truly terrifying. If it were us, we probably wouldn't be able to hold out. It seems our plan is really good. We wait until she's almost defeated the Elemental Queen. Then we just need to deliver the final blow, and all the rewards will be ours. At least this way, we don't have to engage in extensive combat." Chapter 295. They were truly terrified by this scene. They couldn't imagine what would happen if they, with their low health, went to fight the Elemental Queen at this moment. At this moment, Wang Chen was also trying his best to retreat. The Elemental Queen was launching a fierce attack. It would be much better to dodge now, and wait for her attack to end before continuing. "You should hide somewhere safe. You don't need to stay with me," he said as he retreated. But Chu Rou really didn't trust him to face all this alone. No matter what, she hoped she could play a role. Although she knew Wang Chen was truly powerful, she had finally made it this far, and she wanted to feel a sense of participation to be able to help him. So, she immediately shook her head and said, "It's okay. I want to fight alongside you, not stand aside and be protected by you." After hearing this, Wang Chen felt somewhat helpless. If he could fight alone, he could be more reckless. But if the person in front of him stayed by his side the entire time, he would definitely hesitate when he attacked, fearing he might hurt her. But if you stay by my side the entire time, I might hurt you, and my attacks might not be as decisive. He couldn't afford to be shy right now. After all, this was a critical situation. He just had to say what he had to say. How could Churro not know what he was worried about after hearing this? This was exactly what she had been worried about. Now that Wang Chen had said he understood, he couldn't remain stubborn. No matter what, she would definitely obey him. So, at this moment, she immediately nodded and said, "Okay, in that case, I step aside. No matter what problems you encounter, I definitely come to your aid promptly." Seeing her finally agree, Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little relieved. At this moment, the Elemental Queen's attack suddenly ended. Quickly, Wang Chen also asked Churro to step aside. Now, he had to attack quickly. They had already been stalling here for so long, and there was no time to waste. He had to defeat the Elemental Queen quickly, claim his reward, and then deal with the several Ria professionals nearby. Then he immediately drew his gun and launched a fierce attack directly at the Elemental Queen. Duh. Instantly, everything nearby was shattered, sending sparks flying. Wang Chen didn't pause, picking up a grenade and hurling it in that direction. Instantly, thick smoke filled the surroundings, temporarily obscuring everyone's vision. Although this Elemental Queen was indeed extremely difficult to deal with, Wang Chen Dao wasn't overly concerned. He knew how powerful she was. So, he wasn't likely to worry too much. It just take a little longer, but it won't be too difficult. At this moment, everyone was out of sight, and Churro was extremely worried, wondering what was happening with Wang Chen. "I hope everything goes smoothly, and nothing else happens." Seeing Churro approach, Luo Xiao was naturally puzzled and immediately asked, "Why are you here too? Aren't you always by Wang Chen's side?" After hearing this, Churro shook her head helplessly. "I was also afraid it might affect Wang Chen's attacks, and that he might hesitate if something happened, so I came here. It's okay. If anything does happen later, we can still come online to provide protection." After hearing this, Luo Xiao finally understood what was going on. She nodded gently and spoke. "Okay, I get it. Let's stay here for now. Furthermore, I've been keeping an eye on those Ria professionals nearby. I have a feeling they're plotting something, but I'm not entirely sure." Hearing this, Churro's eyes widened slightly as she inquired, "What did you say? Did you see them plotting?" Luo Xiao nodded helplessly. "Yes, I was talking to them, but I couldn't hear them because we were so far away. I was also a little worried they might harm Wang Chen at a critical moment." After hearing this, Churro's expression grew slightly more complex. She lowered her head slightly and began to think seriously. She also felt that those professionals from the Ryak Kingdom were not good people. They were so secretive right now, so there must be something strange going on. In that case, why not immediately deal with those professionals from the Ryak Kingdom after they finished dealing with the Elemental Queen? But now, there were only Luo Xiao and the other two. He wasn't sure if the two of them could defeat the other 5. So, at this moment, she was truly hesitant and conflicted, unsure of what to do. The smoke hadn't dissipated yet. At this moment, Luo Xiao was also worried, looking in Wang Chen's direction, muttering to herself, "Oh, I don't know what's going on right now. My vision is limited, and I can't see anything clearly." As she said this, she noticed Churro beside her seemed a little strange. She immediately turned to look at her, finding her completely stuck in place, as if glued to the spot, motionless. Naturally, she was very confused and asked immediately, "What's wrong with you? You look a little off." After hearing this, Churro finally came to her senses. "I suddenly had an idea, but I'm not sure if it can be realized." Hearing this, Luo Xiao immediately asked, "What's wrong? What idea? Tell me." Who knew that at this moment, a huge rock suddenly rolled down towards them. It all happened so suddenly that they were alone and had no time to dodge. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wang Chen suddenly descended from the sky, grabbed someone in one hand, and fled at a breakneck speed. Chapter 296. After Wang Chen escorted them to safety, he couldn't help but sigh softly. "Great. Thank goodness nothing happened to you. And thankfully my dodge skills cooldown is up again. Otherwise, I can't believe the damage you would have sustained." After hearing this, the two men gasped for air, still recovering from what had just happened. It had truly been too sudden. After a long pause, the two men finally spoke. "What's the situation now? Did you defeat the Elemental Queen?" "Yes, and what about that sudden boulder fall just now? Aren't we quite far from where you were fighting?" After hearing this, Wang Chen began to explain seriously. This matter is indeed somewhat complicated. I find it somewhat strange that the smoke hasn't cleared yet. I originally thought it was caused by my gunfire and grenades, but it seems it hasn't dissipated for so long. It can't be my fault. With this smoke obstructing vision, everything will probably be more inconvenient. You must be careful and make sure nothing happens. After hearing this, the two men immediately nodded. Okay, don't worry, we will take good care of ourselves. You must do your best too. Luckily, Wang Chen reacted quickly and saved them. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Soon, Wang Chen rejoined the battle, naturally not wanting to linger here for too long. After leading Wang Chen away, Luo Xia addressed Chu Rou. What exactly did you just say? Chu Rou then began to explain seriously. I want to take advantage of the time Wang Chen and I deal with the Elemental Queen to eliminate those Ria Kingdom professionals. Hearing this, Luo Xia's eyes widened slightly. She had never expected Chu Rou to come up with such a decision. After all, this was indeed very complicated, not at all simple. Perhaps noticing the shock on Luo Xia's face, she continued to explain. Didn't you just say they seem to be plotting something not far away? I'm afraid they might do something terrible to Wang Chen at a critical moment. That would be disastrous, so I thought if we could eliminate them first, it would be a good thing for Wang Chen and would clear an obstacle. After thinking carefully, Luo Xia, who was standing before her, felt that this was indeed the case. However, with 5 of them and only 2 of them, it seemed a bit difficult to accomplish all these tasks. She also felt they should be cautious, lest if something went wrong, Wang Chen would have to come over to help him. Wouldn't that distract Wang Chen's attention? So, after thinking carefully for a moment, she immediately spoke. While what you say is true, there are only 2 of us, and they have 5. They've been slowly recovering their health. After resting for so long, their health might already be full. What would we do if something went wrong? We're not sure we can win. If anything were to happen to us, Wang Chen wouldn't just sit there and watch. He'd definitely come to our rescue. But if that were to happen, wouldn't that distract him? After Luo Xia carefully analyzed the situation, Chu Rou realized she had been a bit too impulsive. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. After a long moment of careful consideration, she nodded in sudden realization and spoke. Well, you're right. I was really overthinking it. It seems you thought it through more thoroughly. Seeing Chu Rou give up on her decision, Luo Xia raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder. It's okay. Let's just wait and see. Everything will slowly get better. I believe Wang Chen will definitely be able to defeat the Elemental Queen. If anything goes wrong later, it won't be too late for us to rush over and help. It had to be said that what she said made a lot of sense, so Chu Rou naturally couldn't continue to insist on her own ideas and nodded immediately. Okay, no problem, I understand. At this moment, Wang Chen continued to fight the Elemental Queen within the smoke. What puzzled him was that the smoke hadn't dissipated yet. It was truly strange. This thick smoke would affect his own actions, and there might be some problems when he attacked. And the Elemental Queen had just used her skill, lightning speed. But unexpectedly, at this moment, she suddenly and inexplicably changed her attack method. It was still the first one. An ice dragon and a fire dragon rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed, constantly exchanging attacks, their speed increasing. Wang Chen also dealt with it seriously, firing shot after shot. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Wang Chen's mind. If the Elemental Queen had continued to use the same strong wind as before, then all the smoke here would have dissipated. All vision would be clear, or would it be as restricted as it was now? But she didn't. This was enough to prove that she had fully utilized the advantages of the venue, exploiting the existing advantages. Could it be that she had also released the smoke? But on closer thought, something seemed to miss. If she had this plan in mind, she should have used it from the beginning. If her vision had been limited from the start, she might not have been able to withstand even the most severe blows. Just a while ago, she had dealt her several heavy blows. But if it wasn't him, then it could only be. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the professionals in Sakura Valley. Now it seemed like they might be the ones. If he had known earlier, he should have dealt with them first, then attacked the Elemental Queen. Wang Chen knew they had been hanging around there for a while, and they were definitely up to no good. Chapter 297. It's too late to say all this now. He's already joined the battle with the Elemental Queen, so naturally, it's not appropriate to split his attention to fight those Ria professionals. It seems the only option now is to defeat the Elemental Queen first, and then deal with those Ria professionals later. If they're going to do this now, don't blame me for what I do to them later. Wang Chen still holds a grudge. No matter what, he won't allow such people to continue to exist in this world. And just then, suddenly, bombs rained down from overhead. Wang Chen dodged instantly, and the next second, the bombs exploded beneath his feet. Luckily, he dodged quickly, otherwise, he couldn't imagine what would happen next. It seemed the Elemental Queen had run out of tricks. If his guess was correct, this must be her last remaining ability, Arcane Explosion. It seemed she had never faced an opponent as formidable as herself. Perhaps when many others challenged her, she could easily defeat them without even using the last two skills. This time, she had used all her abilities, a testament to Wang Chen's true strength. Just as Wang Chen dodged, another round of shells blasted down on his head. Not only that, he discovered that this explosion was even more powerful than the last. Only then did Wang Chen react. Her original skills had a damage bonus. If used once, subsequent ones would directly increase the damage. She hadn't seemed to use such a skill before, but this time, perhaps seeing that Wang Chen was difficult to deal with, she immediately began increasing the damage bonus. Under the attack of the explosive ammunition, the smoke gradually dissipated. Chu Rou and Luo Xia also witnessed this scene. How could they not be worried? They could also see that the Elemental Queen had already launched her final attack. Not only that, they also felt the power of this attack. It was simply many times stronger than the previous ones. And each time it became stronger, it showed that Queen Yin was beginning to take it seriously. It seems that the Elemental Queen has now used all her skills. When Chu Rou said this with a frown, Luo Xia beside her shook her head in worry. Oh my god, what should we do now? She's already using her damage boost, each one more powerful than the last. Although I know Wang Chen is incredibly powerful, I'm also afraid he might not be able to withstand it. She truly wanted to do her best to help Wang Chen, but she also knew she couldn't act rashly now. Chu Rou couldn't help but nod after hearing this. She shared the same concerns. Yes, I'm a little scared. When I went over just now, Wang Chen told me that no matter what, I couldn't rush forward now, lest I disrupt his attack. It seems we can only wait and see what happens next. Besides that, they really had no other options. Luo Xia couldn't help but glance over at the several nearby professionals from the Rhea Kingdom. She noticed they were still whispering something. This truly worried her. I'm also afraid. After Wang Chen finally defeats the Elemental Queen, those 5 professionals from the Rhea Kingdom might have recovered and then harm him. She raised her hand and pointed at the people nearby. I've been observing them for a long time, and noticed they've been whispering to each other, with very lewd expressions. I have a feeling they might be plotting something terrible. After hearing this, Chu Rou immediately looked in the direction she pointed. After a closer look, she found that it seemed to be just as Luo Xia had described. After seeing this, her heart couldn't help but rise to her throat. At this moment, she was truly terrified. Yes, if such a situation really arises, what should we do? I've taken a closer look, and it seems to be true. However, there's nothing we can do right now, as the two of us might not be able to defeat so many of them. Let's continue to observe carefully, and see if they have any other intentions. If they do anything, we must react immediately and step forward to protect Wang Chen. After hearing this, the person in front of him naturally nodded. Luo Xia also knew that there was nothing they could do now except wait quietly. Wang Chen was still battling the Elemental Queen. You seem quite powerful, taking me so long to deal with you. At first, Wang Chen was a little anxious, unsure how to handle her. But later, he gradually calmed down. Because he had discovered a fatal weakness of the Elemental Queen. One of her skills had a cooldown period. And judging by her appearance, it seemed like the cooldown period wasn't very short. This way, he could exploit this opportunity, and deliver a few critical strikes to her during the cooldown period. She would then only have the ability to dodge, and might not be able to withstand it at all. Who knew that the moment Wang Chen said this, the surroundings would begin to race like lightning again. Not only that, the bombs were immediately swept into the sky by the tornado, and fell heavily to the ground. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised after seeing this. He had never imagined that her two skills could be used together. But he quickly dodged. While this looked terrifying, anyone else would likely have been unable to withstand it. But he was Wang Chen. He was still able to dodge. Although he suffered minor injuries, they weren't a major concern. Anyone else might not have been able to hold out for this long, and would have perished at the hands of the Elemental Queen long ago. Chapter 298. It seems you've finally been irritated by me. At this moment, a faint smile played across Wang Chen's lips, and a suspicion welled up in his mind. If this were the case, would her skill cooldowns become increasingly longer? Each skill had a long cooldown. If two skills were used simultaneously, the longer the cooldown, the more opportunities he would have to attack her. As expected, it was just as Wang Chen had imagined. Everything had indeed changed. And now, she did have a cooldown period. At that moment, he immediately raised his cannon and launched a fierce barrage towards the Elemental Queen. Waiting for her most vulnerable moment, he would deliver a few fatal blows, then see how she would respond. As expected, taking advantage of this opportunity, the Elemental Queen quickly lost a significant amount of health. Chu Rou and Luo Xiao were naturally delighted to see this scene. Originally, they had been very worried about Wang Qin. But now it seems their worries were unnecessary. With the Elemental Queen losing so much health, Wang Qin is confident he'd be able to capture her soon. Great! Great! The Elemental Queen has finally lost so much health. When Chu Rou said this, Luo Xiao beside her also laughed. Yes, I knew Wang Qin could do it. The professionals from the Ryak Kingdom were secretly delighted. The smoke we released actually had some effect. Wang Qin looks like he's only slightly injured. With limited vision, fighting is inherently difficult. We did do a good thing. But the next moment, they realized that Wang Qin's attack had taken so much damage from the Elemental Queen. If this continued, the Elemental Queen would likely be defeated by Wang Qin. Thinking of this, their expressions darkened, their smiles instantly froze. How could this happen? How on earth did he manage all this? Oh my god, what kind of being is he? Yes, even with the 5 of us attacking the elementals together, the Queen couldn't have done it in such a short time. Now, they finally felt Wang Qin's terrifying power. Luckily, they hadn't continued the fight with Wang Qin from the beginning. Otherwise, none of them would have survived. The medical ninja quickly offered comfort. It's okay. Our health is slowly recovering. When the time comes, we just have to deliver the final blow. One of the 5 of us will definitely be able to snatch it. Wouldn't that mean we just be sitting back and reaping the benefits? After hearing this, everyone seemed to agree that it made sense. A glint flickered in their eyes, and they nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're right. Now we have to wait for the right time. When the time comes, we must make sure he sees our strength. Yes, even if he fights for a long time, what's the point? As long as we can snatch it away, it's ours. Upon hearing this, the medical ninja nodded immediately. Yes, as long as we work together and defeat him, that would be great. After all, he's definitely not in top form right now, having fought the Elemental Queen. We just need to take advantage of her weakness, and she won't be able to withstand it. After he said this, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. They were already imagining what their reward would be like. At this moment, Wang Qin paid no attention to the others. He continued to exploit the weakness he had discovered and attack the Elemental Queen. It had to be said that this method was indeed effective. Within a few short attacks, the Elemental Queen was now at low health. Just as he was about to deliver his final blow, the professionals from the Ryak Kingdom suddenly appeared before him. Brothers, let's attack. After hearing this and seeing this scene, Wang Qin instantly understood what they meant. It seemed just as I'd imagined. They absolutely wouldn't sit here and do nothing. They had actually begun their attack. And they'd chosen this very moment. It seemed they were hoping to land the final blow on the Elemental Queen and claim the reward. But they were a bit foolish. They were still thinking of doing all this. This was a bit ridiculous. Even a single attack from the Elemental Queen would have left them completely depleted. When the Elemental Queen realized she had only 1 drop of health left, she naturally exerted all her strength. She unleashed 3 skills simultaneously forward. Wang Qin, a faint smile playing on his lips, said calmly, "Since you've thought of this, I give you a chance." After that, he didn't continue attacking, but stepped aside. At this moment, the 5 Ryak professionals had originally thought that if they could land the final blow, they would receive their reward. But the next second, the Elemental Queen unleashed 3 skills simultaneously towards them. They opened their eyes slightly wide, unable to believe what they were witnessing. At this moment, they naturally felt a sense of disbelief. Their health recovery had already been slow, and now it hadn't fully recovered. Now, faced with such a devastating blow, the 5 were instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. The next second, blood gushed from their mouths. How could this happen? No, wasn't this the final blow? How could this happen? They truly didn't understand why everything had unfolded this way. Seeing their presumptuous behavior, Wang Qin laughed recklessly. You're truly foolish. You really think you have the strength? Don't you even take a piss and look in the mirror? After saying this, he immediately approached the Elemental Queen and delivered the final blow. The Elemental Queen had just fought with all her might, but now she was unable to offer any resistance. She instantly collapsed to the ground. The next second, she vanished. Chu Rou and Luo Xiao happily ran forward. Chapter 299. Excellent. I knew you could do it. Yes, that last strike was truly impressive. And now he immediately received his reward. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Elemental Queen above your level. Experience bonus, 999,999. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Water Elemental Essence * 999. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Fire Elemental Essence * 999. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Wind Elemental Essence * 999. After hearing about so many rewards, Wang Qin was truly amazed. He had never imagined there would be so many. It seemed the Elemental Queen was worthy of her title. And this time, he had indeed made the right choice. Faced with the praise from the two people beside him, he simply smiled. It's okay. Luckily, everything's resolved. He had been a little worried from the beginning, fearing that something else might happen. But now it seemed those worries were completely unnecessary. At this moment, he was naturally overjoyed. Luo Xia, standing nearby, quickly spoke up. I was so worried just now, because those professionals from the Rya Kingdom had been secretly plotting something. And they were even trying to steal the final blow. They were truly too audacious. Yes, we initially wanted to intervene, but then we realized we might not be able to defeat them alone, and we were afraid you might be distracted and come to our aid, so we didn't do anything. Chu Rou nodded and continued. Luckily, we didn't do anything at the time, and they ultimately suffered the consequences. After hearing this, Wang Qin naturally nodded immediately, truly agreeing with it. These people truly brought this upon themselves. They clearly had no strength at all, yet they still wanted to snatch the reward. How arrogant! Yes, they're truly ridiculous. They're so weak, yet they still dream of receiving the Elemental Queen's reward. Isn't that just a pipe dream? Wang Qin quickly headed towards the Rya professionals, wanting to see their current condition. At this moment, the Rya professionals were severely injured. They lay on the ground, unable to move. The fire ninja nearby immediately urged the medical ninja. Hurry and heal us! If you don't heal us, we might not even be able to escape. When he said this, the wood ninja beside him immediately nodded. Yeah, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and heal us! We can't even move. The medical ninja's expression was extremely complicated upon hearing this. I can't heal anymore. My skills are on cooldown right now. After hearing this, they were all in disbelief, their eyes widening slightly, unable to believe what they were hearing. How is this possible? Wasn't it just fine just now? How come it can't even heal now? Even slow recovery is fine. Yeah, what's going on? Everyone started to speak up. Faced with such a situation, they had no idea what to do. The medical ninja shook his head helplessly. If I could, I would heal you without hesitation, but I simply can't right now. There's nothing I can do. After hearing this, they felt a wave of despair. It seemed this problem was truly a difficult situation for them. At this moment, their facial features gradually became distorted, each one looking desperate. What should we do? Wang Qin definitely won't let us go. He'd definitely come after us. Yes, what should we do now? Oh my god! Are we really going to die here? At this moment, the medical ninja noticed Wang Qin walking towards them, and naturally, his fear grew even greater. What should we do? He's coming. How should we deal with this? I don't know. We don't have any way to fight back now. We can't even escape. At this moment, their mood was truly depressing. Only after Wang Qin arrived did they desperately beg for mercy, because they had no other recourse. Please, please spare us. We truly know we were wrong. Please don't kill us. When one of them said this, the others around him nodded in agreement. Yes, please, please spare us. We truly know we were wrong. We shouldn't have made such a foolish decision back then. Yes, yes, please spare us. We will never appear before you again, nor will we do anything to wrong you. Seeing these men begging for mercy, Wang Qin couldn't help but smile. He knew that if it came to this, these men would never beg for mercy like they did now. They were inherently cunning. If they had any chance to fight back, they would surely fight back with all their might. He naturally couldn't believe what they were saying right now. But he might as well have some fun with them. Really? Do you really want to survive that much? Seeing that Wang Qin didn't just kill them outright, but instead asked this question, a hint of anticipation naturally filled their hearts. Hopefully, Wang Qin could truly help them escape. The men before him nodded rapidly. Yes, yes, we really want to survive. Please, we do anything, just give us a chance to live. Please, we really know we're wrong. Seeing them begging so desperately, Wang Qin honestly found it quite ridiculous, but Luo Xia and Chu Rou beside him couldn't bear it. We absolutely can't let them go. They were just plotting how to secure the final blow. If they hadn't failed, they wouldn't be acting like this right now. Yes, they're very cunning. We can't let them go no matter what. Otherwise, they definitely seek revenge when they find the opportunity. Chapter 300. Seeing this person with such a look on their face, Luo Xiao and Chu Rou honestly felt rather disgusted. They had been carefully observing these people the entire time, and noticed how quickly their expressions changed. Wang Chen naturally understood what the two men were worried about, but at that moment, he simply raised his hand and waved it gently. After seeing this, the two men said nothing more, but obediently shut their mouths. And soon, Wang Chen continued. Actually, I can give you a chance, but it depends on whether you're willing to answer me truthfully. After hearing this, the eyes of the 5 riot professionals suddenly lit up, believing they had truly had such an opportunity. Because they knew only by staying alive could they continue to fight. If they lost their lives, everything would be over. What other chance do we have? Yes, don't worry. As soon as we know, we tell you straight away. There's no way we keep it a secret. Luo Xiao and Chu Rou had never imagined Wang Chen would actually offer them such an opportunity. At this moment, the two of them immediately looked in each other's direction, wanting to stop Wang Chen. But as the words reached their lips, they simply didn't know what to say. Faced with such a situation, they felt truly helpless. After hearing them say this, Wang Chen slowly spoke. Did you know that your country of Ria has released a level 50 professional? After he said this, the expressions of the people before him were truly complicated. They were all extremely surprised, having never imagined that Wang Chen had already known about this. Isn't this a secret among them? How did Wang Chen know this? What else did he know? At this moment, they were truly filled with such doubts, and they had no idea how to answer them. And now, Wang Chen continued. Didn't you just say you would tell me everything you knew? Why are you all suddenly silent now? He had originally hoped to use this opportunity to learn more about this level 50 professional. But judging by the expressions on their faces, it seemed they were completely unwilling to speak. How could this be? Did they consider this information more important than their own lives? Never had he seen professionals from the kingdom of Ria so patriotic. He also found it quite ridiculous. After Wang Chen said this, someone finally nodded with a brave face. That's indeed the case. After the medical ninja said this, the other ninjas nearby all turned their gazes, never expecting him to actually tell the truth. Wang Chen naturally noticed their expressions, but he didn't pay much attention to them. Soon, Wang Chen continued. Do you know where he is now? And what is his purpose? Upon hearing this, the others present shook their heads almost without hesitation. Please let us go. We really don't know. These are all highly confidential matters. We're just ordinary people. How could we possibly know? Yes, we truly don't know. We only know there's a level 50 professional. We know nothing else. Unexpectedly, the answer was the same as last time. This indeed made Wang Chen curious. He didn't know if what they said was true or not. The way they looked, it was indeed difficult to tell. Soon he asked again, Are you sure about this answer? This is your last chance. Luo Xiao and Chu Rou, standing by, were also very serious. They didn't know how this matter would develop. At this moment, they really wanted to see if these people would reveal any key truths. This matter was already very complicated. From the beginning until now, they hadn't gotten any key information from anyone. What if this continued? If they suddenly encountered that level 50 professional, and they were completely unprepared and unaware of the situation, they would likely be defeated. But after Wang Chen said this, the people before him continued to shake their heads. We really don't know. If we knew, we would definitely tell you. We wouldn't gamble our lives on it. Yes, we're helpless right now. I didn't expect that answer. Wang Chen didn't want to waste any more time with him. He quickly drew his gun. Then he shot the wood ninja dead. The wood ninja instantly died before them. Wang Chen glanced calmly at the professionals nearby, whose bodies were already trembling with fear. Are you sure you're still going to give me that answer? He wanted to see how long these people could hold out. The fact that these people had made it this far, to the presence of the Elemental Queen, proved their abilities were truly remarkable, and they must have learned a great deal. It would be a shame to simply kill them. Wang Chen desperately hoped to sniff out something useful from their mouths. Those people had never imagined Wang Chen would resort to such a method. Seeing that they remained silent, Wang Chen immediately fired in the direction of the fire ninja. The fire ninja was soon dead. Are you still deciding not to tell? Unexpectedly, at this moment, the medical ninja gave the remaining two a look. They had actually committed suicide. The three of them bled to death instantly. After witnessing this scene, Luo Xiao and Chu Rou couldn't help but take several steps back. They had never imagined such a scene. For a moment, they didn't even know what to say. Even Wang Chen was stunned. He had no idea what they meant. What secret were they trying to protect? It was so devastating that they were willing to commit suicide rather than tell him the truth. Now, Wang Chen was even more curious about the background and identity of this professional. After a long while, the two women nearby finally realized what was going on. Chapter 301. At this moment, they couldn't help but shudder violently. Faced with such a situation, they really didn't know what to say. Churro sighed softly. I really don't know what kind of secret it is that would make them choose suicide rather than reveal it. Luo Xiao's brows furrowed deeply. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became, fearing it was a huge secret. What if this continued? What if everything became even more terrifying? How would they handle it? Yeah, I can't imagine it either. What should we do next? Originally, Wang Chen had successfully defeated the Elemental Queen and received a generous reward, which was a blessing for them. But now something had happened. To be honest, it really made them feel a little off-putting. But they were really helpless. Right now, they really couldn't be happy at all. Seeing the two women say this, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Ah, that's true. But the next second, he immediately raised his hands and hugged them. The worry on his face instantly vanished, and a smile even curled up at the corner of his mouth. Seeing him laugh for no apparent reason, and even making such a gesture, Churro and Luo Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise, unsure of what he meant. The two of them immediately glanced in each other's direction. For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. But no matter how powerful the other party is, we don't have to worry. Don't you believe me? I'm very powerful too. After he said this, Luo Xiao and Churro could only shake their heads helplessly and force a smile. Having spent so much time with Wang Chen, they knew that he was truly a very confident person. No matter what happened, he could always face it with optimism, as if it weren't a big deal to him. But that level 50 wood ninja was no joke. And the fact that the Rayan nation had specifically sent such a ninja was enough to prove that there must be a huge conspiracy behind them. Even their other ninjas would rather die than reveal it. This only goes to show how terrifying this matter truly is. I don't know how Wang Chen can maintain such a positive attitude. Even now, he seems fearless. I don't know what to say. After Luo Xia finished speaking, Churro nodded immediately. Of course we know you're strong, but you're a bit too confident. It's not that you're not capable, it's just that we feel the clues we have right now are too few. Seeing the two men's worried expressions, Wang Chen spoke again. Think about it, these people are committing suicide just to make us overthink things, just to make us worry unnecessarily. Because in their current state, there's no way they can defeat me, and they ultimately die. They should know that even if they reveal anything, I won't let them live. That's precisely why they deliberately attempted suicide to disgust me. They're all going to die anyway, and in the end, making us worry and fear is the last thing they can do. I simply can't fulfill their wish. I simply won't worry. After he confidently said this, Luo Xiao and Churro reflected on it, and felt that it made sense. Since he himself wasn't particularly afraid, the two of them felt there was nothing to worry about. Right now, worrying too much was actually a bit awkward. After all, this was someone else's business. Okay, whatever you say. But we still have to celebrate your victory over the Elemental Queen. If you bring this back, I wonder how many people will consider you a hero. After the two of them said this, Wang Chen simply smiled. See, if you're not worried, you both look much better. You seem much more handsome too. Seeing him still talking so sweetly at this moment, the two of them couldn't help but laugh even more wildly. They knew that Wang Chen was just like that. So they would try their best to be like him, and not worry about these issues anymore. After all, these things were indeed somewhat complicated. Many things were truly difficult to resolve. So where do we go next? At this moment, Churro couldn't help but ask this question. Now everything had been resolved, including the Elemental Queen. She didn't know what Wang Chen would do next. Nearby, Luo Xiao was also curious and immediately chimed in. Yes. What are your plans next? Now that this matter has been resolved, we don't know what to do next. Wang Chen raised his hand, gently touched his chin, and thought deeply for a moment. Unexpectedly, a sly smile curved his lips the next second, and he spoke. I understand. Seeing his decision, the two naturally became even more curious. What do you know? What decision have you made? He spoke quickly and confidently. We should immediately search for this level 50 wood ninja. I have a strong feeling he's coming for me. So, instead of constantly worrying, it's better to take the initiative and see if we can find him. After hearing him say this, Luo Xiao and Churro's eyes widened. They had never expected Wang Chen to make such a decision. After a long pause, they finally reacted. Oh my god, are you serious? This is no joke. He hasn't come looking for us yet, so why should we go looking for him now? Yeah, even if a dozen of them showed up, I wouldn't be able to defeat him. The two men were genuinely worried. Faced with this situation, Wang Chen didn't seem worried at all. If you're scared, just go back. I can go alone. This, in turn, left the two men speechless. They naturally wanted to stay by his side. Chapter 302. At this moment, they were truly terrified. This thing wasn't a simple matter. Whether they found it or not, it seemed like a huge knot in their hearts. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. They were extremely hesitant and conflicted. No one around them spoke. For a moment, silence fell. It wasn't until a long while later that Wang Chen immediately broke the silence. Don't worry, I won't force you. Whatever you want to say is up to you. I can go look for it alone. After hearing this, Churo gritted her teeth and spoke. I go with you. We've been through so much already. Even if there are more problems, I'm not afraid. Seeing that Churo had already made such a decision, Luo Xia couldn't hesitate any longer. She immediately nodded. If that's the case, then I'm willing to stay by your side. If anything really goes wrong, we can help out a bit. As the saying goes, 2 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. But Wang Chen immediately shook his head. I'm not a cobbler. Don't talk nonsense. Even if I had to choose between these two, I'd definitely go with zhuge liang. His words instantly broke the awkward atmosphere. Churo and Luo Xia couldn't help but smile. But they soon realized a problem. That is, they currently have no idea where this level 50 wood ninja is. They have no idea where he is. How exactly should they search for him? Churo quickly asked this question. But how exactly should we search for him now? We have no information about him at all. Luo Xia nodded immediately. Yes, that's indeed a question worth considering. Wang Chen also fell into deep thought. He hadn't given it much thought at first. He simply felt he should do this. So he spoke without hesitation. He quickly thought of a name. Finding someone in such a large area wasn't easy, but if he could ask Elder Zhong, he might find something. He immediately spoke. How about this? Let's go back. I ask Elder Zhong if he has any information. He wouldn't be hiding anything from me. After he said this, the two women before him naturally couldn't refuse. Okay, if that's the case, let's go back and ask. Maybe we can find out something. Soon, they arrived at Elder Zhong's office. Wang Chen raised his hand and knocked gently on the door, but no one answered. This puzzled him. He wondered what Elder Zhong was doing right now. Is he not away? Churo asked, frowning. At this moment, Wang Chen could only shake his head helplessly. He had no idea. I don't know either. He quickly tried knocking again. After knocking for quite a while, he suddenly felt a gentle pat on his back. He turned around and saw it was Elder Zhong. Upon seeing Elder Zhong, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Great, I found you. Elder Zhong also smiled at him. What's wrong? What do you need? He looked Wang Chen up and down, noticing no injuries, and finally took a deep breath. It seems your trip went smoothly. You didn't encounter any danger, not even a minor injury. After hearing this, Wang Chen didn't agree with the others and continued, but immediately got to the point. Elder Zhong, I actually came to see you today about something very important. Go ahead. Wang Chen quickly continued. Master Zhong, I wonder if you're aware that the Kingdom of Rya has sent a level 50 wood-type ninja. I think he's most likely targeting me. I'd like to know his current location or any other information. I want to proactively find him and defeat him. After Wang Chen said this, Master Zhong couldn't help but pause slightly. He was truly amazed. He had never imagined that Wang Chen would make such a choice. But soon, he felt a surge of admiration. He knew his judgment was excellent. He knew he couldn't have chosen the wrong person. This Wang Chen was truly remarkable. He's only in his 20s now. I didn't expect him to actively challenge a level 50 expert. This clearly demonstrates his immense confidence. But his confidence is perfectly normal. After all, compared to others, he's truly exceptional, a prodigy who stands out from the crowd. However, Elder Zhong doesn't have any information on this matter right now. Otherwise, he would have already dispatched a large force to hunt him down. There's no way he'd let him live. Seeing that Elder Zhong remained silent, Wang Chen immediately raised his hand, gently waved it before his eyes, and asked, Elder Zhong, why are you silent? After hearing this, the man in front of him spoke immediately. Although I really want to help you, I also desperately want to find him, but I really don't have any leads. After hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes flickered with disappointment. It seems this wood ninja is hiding quite well. Even Elder Zhong has no clues. Well, in that case, I'm sorry to bother you. Since Elder Zhong had no information, he could only rely on his own efforts and slowly search. Then I leave first. As Wang Chen was leaving, Elder Zhong immediately stopped him. No matter what, be extremely careful and protect yourself. After hearing this, Wang Chen naturally understood what he should do and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay, Elder Zhong. With that, he immediately left, with Chu Rou and Luo Xia following closely behind. He had originally thought he might be able to find out some more information, but now it seems he had been overthinking. Chapter 303. Watching his receding figure, Elder Zhong's expression grew slightly more serious. After waiting for Wang Chen and the others to leave, he immediately raised his hand and waved gently. A subordinate beside him immediately approached him. Elder Zhong, what are your orders? After hearing this, he immediately spoke. Where is Chu Xiong? Call him over now, I ask him. The person in front of him naturally knew what he should say, and there was no need to waste any more time before setting off. After a long while, he finally arrived with Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong was naturally confused at this moment, wondering why Elder Zhong had called him over. He frowned slightly and asked, What's wrong? Elder Zhong, is there something wrong? The man in front of him also had a very complicated expression. How's your progress on the mission I assigned you? He had initially feared the danger Wang Chen might face, and he knew the people of Riyadh viewed him as a thorn in their side. So, from the outset, he had dispatched troops to Chu Xiong, hoping to eliminate all the Riyadh professionals there. This would ensure Wang Chen's safety and avoid any further danger. But now, Wang Chen had inexplicably come to him and questioned him about the level 50 Riyadh ninja. This was enough to demonstrate the sheer magnitude of the situation. And there couldn't possibly be more than just a handful of Riyadh ninjas. He even wondered if more than one level 50 expert had been sent. What if there were other experts? After hearing this, Chu Xiong's expression grew slightly more serious. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. Master Zhong, I'm working as quickly as possible to complete the mission you assigned me. I've indeed killed many ninjas from the kingdom of Rhea in this world, but there's no way we can wipe them all out in such a short time. Not only that, I've discovered something strange. When Chu Xiong said this, a flicker of confusion crossed Master Zhong's eyes, unsure of what this strange thing he was referring to might be. What's wrong? What's going on? While I was hunting down these Riyadh ninjas, I noticed they were sending in a steady stream of people. I had a feeling they might just keep sending in. Not only that, they must have some mission. I have a feeling something's amiss. Otherwise, they wouldn't send so many people, especially knowing they'd likely die. When Elder Zhong didn't speak, he continued. Now that word of my pursuit has spread, I believe many Riyadh ninjas are avoiding us. Logically, they should sense our intense hostility and avoid us. But not only do they show no intention of hiding, they keep sending in. I'm really suspicious. I wonder if they have some other agenda. After he said this, Elder Zhong finally understood what he was trying to say. Even then, Elder Zhong's expression was indeed somewhat grim, and it seemed as if he truly meant it. But if that were the case, then Wang Chen's current situation would likely be even more difficult. Although Wang Chen was a very capable person, and a rare talent for him, he was also afraid that if so many people came together to do something to Wang Chen, everything could get terribly wrong. Okay, I understand. Go do your job first. Send someone to investigate the things you just mentioned and find out what their real motives are. Chu Xiong nodded immediately. Not only that, every time I tried to get something out of them, they almost committed suicide, never revealing a single iota of information. That's why I find this even more bizarre. I have a feeling they must be hiding some huge secret. After Chu Xiong said this, Elder Zhong naturally had his own thoughts. Given this situation, he certainly wouldn't let his guard down, and would definitely help others thoroughly investigate this matter. The kingdom of Riyal was already a major enemy. They had been relatively quiet for a while, but now, with such inexplicable changes, it was clear they were up to no good. Okay, I understand. I send someone to investigate thoroughly. But I'd like to ask, have you spotted any level 50 wood-type ninjas from Rhea during this time? Chu Xiong, feeling somewhat helpless, sighed and shook his head. No, I've heard that Rhea seems to have sent a level 50 expert, but I haven't heard anything along the way, nor have I heard anything from the other Sakura ninjas. It seems they're keeping this a secret quite well. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Zhong Lao's expression grew slightly more serious. It seemed this matter was indeed a bit complicated. Okay, I understand. You go ahead. If anything happens, come back and let me know. Chu Xiong nodded obediently and left. He knew how complicated this was. If something unexpected happened at this moment, He was afraid everything would become even more terrifying. So no matter what, he hoped everything would go smoothly and that nothing else would happen. But now, it seemed that he couldn't just do whatever he wanted. After he left, he immediately went to complete the task assigned to him by Elder Zhong. But at this moment, Elder Zhong sat in his office chair, gazing out the window, and couldn't help but sigh softly. I hope everything goes well for you. At this moment, the two women beside Wang Chen also had many doubts in their hearts. They really didn't know which step to take. At this moment, there was no relevant information at all, and they didn't know what to do. Chapter 304. After they left Elder Zhong's office, Churo immediately asked, what should we do next? There's absolutely no information about this. Even if we wanted to do anything, it wouldn't be that simple. When she said this, Luo Xia beside her naturally nodded. At this moment, she felt helpless. Although Wang Chen was somewhat worried, he couldn't afford to get too anxious. Since there really was no other solution, they could just take it one step at a time. This wasn't a big deal for him. It's okay. Since there really isn't a solution right now, let's explore other areas. After all, the Void Secret Realm is so vast, and we haven't fully explored it yet. But you've already defeated the Elemental Queen. You're one of the most formidable opponents there. When Churo said this, the person before her nodded again. That's true, but it's okay. Take your time. She strode forward quickly. The two women behind her glanced at each other, and now followed closely behind him. To be honest, although they were all somewhat worried, they also knew that as long as Wang Chen was by their side, they had nothing to fear. After they walked a distance, they suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far away. When Wang Chen saw Chu Xiong, his eyes lit up instantly, and he ran towards him excitedly. Hey, why are you here? The two of them had just emerged from Elder Zhong's office, one after the other. They had just happened to meet in such a place. Chu Xiong glanced at the two women behind him, and couldn't help but ask. What about you? Why are you here too? Wang Chen naturally had no intention of hiding anything from him, so he spoke slowly. Oh, it's because we're trying to find information about that level 50 wood ninja. But we came here to see Elder Zhong, and he didn't have any information. It was really frustrating. After hearing this, Chu Xiong instantly understood why Elder Zhong had inexplicably called him back at this critical moment. So that was the reason. He nodded in sudden realization. Okay, so that's what happened. Elder Zhong just asked me about it, but I haven't found anything. But do you think that level 50 expert came specifically to target you? He had that suspicion in his mind at the time, but he didn't express it directly in front of Elder Zhong. Wang Chen nodded without hesitation. Yes, I think so. I've met many professionals from the Kingdom of Rya who would rather commit suicide than share any information. This has made me even more curious, and I want to thoroughly investigate what's going on. Luo Xia and Churo, standing nearby, also nodded immediately. Yes, we were also there when we saw the scene and were truly amazed. We never imagined they would make such a decision. It's mainly because they'd rather die, give up their lives, than say anything. I hadn't imagined they'd encounter the same thing as me. After hearing this, Chu Xiong couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. Seeing Chu Xiong pause for a moment after hearing this, everyone was puzzled, unsure of what he meant. Now, curiously they asked, What's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? Yes, what's wrong with you? After hearing this, Chu Xiong finally came to his senses and sighed softly. I really didn't expect you to encounter something like this. Haven't I been hunting down the ninjas from the Kingdom of Rya for a while now? I've met many people who wanted to get information about this, but many of them would rather commit suicide than speak out. After saying this, everyone's expressions grew even more grim. I didn't expect it to be like this. What exactly are they hiding? What secrets are they hiding? Is this really that important to them? Even their lives are worth less than his. From the beginning, Chu Xiong had been debating whether or not to tell them. But eventually, he made a decision. He spoke immediately. Actually, I did encounter a lot of incredible things during this time. Logically, after I killed so many ninjas from the Kingdom of Rya, they should have known we were specifically targeting them, and wouldn't send any more people in. But I didn't expect them to keep sending in. After Chu Xiong finished speaking, he gently shook his head. This really strikes me as unbelievable. I don't know why this is happening. I have a feeling they must have some other secrets. Everyone was already a little worried, and hearing this naturally only intensified their anxiety. Churo quickly continued. In that case, why don't we travel together? We want to find that expert as quickly as possible, and we don't have much information right now. If we travel together, we might be able to get more information. Luo Xia, standing nearby, nodded. Yes, If we travel together, we can solve any problems we encounter together. After hearing these two people say this, Chu Xiong thought carefully and felt that this seemed to make sense. But he also had to see what Wang Chen thought. So, he quickly set his sights on Wang Chen. I'm fine with it, it depends on you. Wang Chen also thought this was a good idea. After all, they all have similar goals. If they travel together, perhaps everything can be better resolved. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Okay, of course. One more person is another companion. Let's go together. Everyone can also gather their current information while traveling. Chapter 305. But honestly, even though Wang Chen had already decided to team up with Chu Xiong, he still felt a certain amount of worry. Because he knew Chu Xiong was truly murderous. Although he had a purpose for killing people, it was primarily because the professionals from the Rhea Kingdom had killed many professionals from the Dragon Kingdom, which had infuriated him. Add to that the mission Elder Zhong had assigned him. But even so, facing such a brutal and violent individual, even a young man should be more cautious to avoid any problems. He also felt that the only reason Chu Xiong was able to team up with him was because they shared a common enemy and a common goal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so harmonious. After all, Chu Xiong was no simple man. Furthermore, he had to find an opportunity to warn Chu Rou and Luo Xia, lest they blindly trust him. After all, this man was quite foolish. Sometimes you just go by what others say, and sometimes you're completely capable of your own thinking. Just a few steps ahead, they found an opportunity. Chu Xiong immediately said, "We need to prepare some supplies. I go get them ready. You wait here." After he said this, Luo Xia and Chu Rou naturally spoke up eagerly. "What supplies? Do you want us to go with you?" "Yes, yes. With one more person, we can all take more." Wang Chen had originally wanted to use this opportunity to have a proper talk with Chu Rou and Luo Xia, but he hadn't expected them to say such things. His expression instantly darkened slightly. Then he pretended to accidentally fall. Ouch. Chu Rou and Luo Xia had been focused on Chu Xiong. Upon hearing the noise behind them, they immediately stepped back and turned to look. Seeing Wang Chen in this state, they immediately stepped forward with concern. "Oh my God, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly fall?" Yes, what's wrong with you?" The two of them looked extremely worried. Chu Xiong glanced in that direction and then said again calmly, "Then you stay here with him for now. I'll be right there." Luckily, Chu Xiong didn't pay any attention to what Luo Xia and Chu Rou said. Otherwise, his goal would have been lost. "Okay then. Go quickly and come back soon. If anything happens, remember to call us." "Yes, be careful." Seeing these two silly women still caring about each other, Wang Chen felt a little helpless. He didn't know whether to praise them for their kindness or what. Chu Xiong didn't say anything, just nodded gently, and then left. After waiting for Chu Xiong to leave, they turned their attention to Wang Chen again, saying with great concern, "What's wrong with you? You wouldn't have fallen for no reason before." "Yes, could it be that after the previous battles, your physical fitness has declined sharply?" After hearing the two women say this, Wang Chen felt truly helpless. He could only slowly stand up and sit aside to speak. "Oh, looking at you like this, I just don't know what to say." He seemed completely fine. Chu Rou and Luo Xia froze in shock, completely confused as to what he meant. "Aren't you okay? What are you doing?" "Yeah, what's wrong with you?" Watching them look so bewildered, Wang Chen could only helplessly raise his hand and stroke his forehead. "God, I really don't know whether to call you stupid or kind." After Wang Chen said this, they naturally became even more confused. They frowned slightly, completely confused as to what he was talking about. The frustration on Wang Chen's face naturally grew deeper and deeper. He sighed softly. "Do you think Chu Xiong is such a simple character? He was able to go to the Void Front alone and kill so many Rhea professionals, simply killing them as he saw them. He's not as weak as you think." When the two people in front of him heard this, they finally realized what he meant. And Wang Chen quickly continued. "Think about it carefully. Although he did all this to avenge the dragon professionals, as you know, the Rhea professionals slaughtered many of them, and perhaps with instructions from Elder Zhong, he was able to kill so many on the Void Front and remain unscathed. He's a man who kills gods and demons alike. This truly demonstrates his true strength. And haven't you heard of him before? He's a very brutal and violent man. The reason we're teaming up with him now is simply because we share a common goal, and he has a lot of personal interests at stake. So no matter what, I hope you be more cautious and careful when you're talking. Don't just agree with everything others say, and don't believe everything they say. You need to have your own minds and opinions." After hearing Wang Chen's earnest advice, How could the two women in front of him not know what they should do in the future? They nodded without hesitation. Okay, don't worry. We know what to do. Yes, I thought you really fell just now. I didn't expect you were just trying to give us a heads up. We're not that stupid. Seeing that they were listening, Wang Chen felt there was nothing to worry about. As long as they listened, it wasn't a bad thing. After a long while, Chu Xiong finally reached their side. Then let's go now. The three of them glanced at each other and nodded gently. Soon, they finally began to move forward. But at this moment, they were indeed being extremely cautious. Unlike just now, they were chattering all sorts of things along the way. And Luo Xia and Chu Rou had indeed become a little quieter. They also took to heart what Wang Chen had told them. Chapter 306. Soon, under Chu Xiong's guidance, they finally arrived at a teleportation array. Amidst a flash of white light, they finally reached their destination. But the moment they arrived, they could sense just how terrifying this place truly was. A constant stench of blood permeated the air. Chu Rou and Luo Xia, standing nearby, were genuinely worried. Given their normal level, they would never have been able to reach such a place. They knew just how terrifying this place truly was. Although they had previously said they had nothing to worry about as long as Wang Chen was by their side, to be honest, now that they had arrived in such a terrifying place, they still felt a certain amount of apprehension. They both couldn't help but move slightly closer to Wang Chen and spoke. My God, this place is truly terrifying. When Luo Xia said this, Chu Rou nodded immediately. Yes, this place might be the most dangerous in the world. Of course, it's terrifying. So no matter what, we must be cautious, Wang Chen said immediately. It's okay. If you're scared, you can go back and wait for my news. You don't have to keep following me. He hadn't really asked for that. No matter what, he couldn't force them to do anything they didn't want to do. But after they exchanged a glance, their eyes hardened a little. No, since we've already made this decision, it's impossible to regret it. Alright, let's go. Seeing them say this, Chu Xiong gave them another strange look. He quickly added then, you should all follow me to the Dragon Nation base and get some rest. The three of them couldn't possibly refuse. They immediately nodded and followed closely behind him. After a long while, they finally arrived. They quickly found their own rooms. After they returned to their rooms, it was already getting late. After they were familiar with their rooms, they gathered again. Chu Xiong then said to them, we may encounter many dangers along the way. It's getting late today, so you should get some rest. We take action tomorrow. After he said this, the three people nodded immediately. Faced with this situation, they naturally knew exactly what to do. Soon, Chu Xiong slowly left. After waiting for him to leave, the three people in front of them didn't return quickly. Now they all went to Wang Chen's room. To be honest, facing this situation, they did feel a little uneasy. Wang Chen didn't think anything of it. But Luo Xia and Chu Rou were genuinely frightened by the situation. What should we do? This place is so terrifying. We haven't been here much before. At this moment, Luo Xia's tone was filled with worry. Chu Rou, standing beside him, also took a long deep breath. It's okay. As long as Wang Chen is here, there's no problem. After hearing Chu Rou say this, she took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. You're a little too confident in me, aren't you? After he said this, both women immediately turned their gazes on him. We trust you, and you're not happy? Wang Chen shook his head immediately. No, that's not what I meant. Don't overthink it. Of course I'm happy. But soon his expression grew slightly more serious. For some reason, he felt like something was amiss here. But faced with this situation, he didn't know whether to tell the two women in front of him. He was also afraid of what might go wrong. It might make them even more frightened. Last time, Elder Zhong had brought him directly to Castle Number 1. This time, Chu Xiong had brought him to a place he had never seen before, to be honest. He really had no idea where it was. So he was a little worried, afraid something might go wrong. And he hadn't seen any familiar soldiers along the way. He remembered from his last visit that there were indeed many soldiers and officers of all kinds. The two women had naturally noticed, and his expression seemed to have grown slightly more serious. He had also remained there silent. So, they immediately asked out of curiosity. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly silent? Yeah, what's going on? Tell us if you have anything to say. Even so, Wang Chen remained completely lost in his own world, not reacting at all. The two women glanced at each other, their curiosity growing. Soon, Chu Rou raised her hand and gently waved it in front of Wang Chen's face. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly ignoring us? Luo Xiao leaned closer to him and asked. Yeah. Seeing the two of them exchanging such a reaction, Wang Chen finally came to his senses. He gave an awkward smile and shook his head. Well, it's okay, it's okay. It's getting late now. You two should get some rest. I be going back now. He looked a little dazed, and Chu Rou and Luo Xia stared at him blankly. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, he actually stood up and walked out. Chu Rou then grabbed him and spoke. What's wrong with you? You're really not right. This is your room. If anyone needs to leave, Luo Xia and I should leave. After hearing this, Wang Chen finally realized what was happening. He nodded repeatedly and smiled awkwardly. Oh, right. Then you two should go back and get some rest. The two of them had some questions, but seeing that he seemed unwilling to talk further, they felt somewhat helpless. Ultimately, they nodded and left Wang Chen's room. After waiting for the two to leave, Luo Xia couldn't help but hold Chu Rou's hand. What should I do? I'm a little scared. I can sleep with you. I don't want to go back to my room. Chapter 307. In such a situation, to be honest, she was genuinely a little frightened. She was genuinely worried about what terrible things might happen. After hearing this, Chu Rou naturally couldn't refuse. She nodded and agreed without hesitation. Okay, then you sleep with me. Soon, the two of them went to Chu Rou's room. But now, faced with such a situation, they lay in bed for what seemed like an eternity, unable to fall asleep. Seeing Luo Xia fidgeting beside her, Chu Rou finally asked. What's wrong with you? Can't sleep? After hearing this, the person before her nodded helplessly and sighed. Yes, I didn't expect the Void Frontier to be so terrifying. When I first arrived here and sensed the atmosphere, I felt something was wrong. After all, before this, she hadn't truly been worthy enough to enter such a terrifying place. Now that she had followed Wang Chen in, she felt a bit nervous, fearing that something might go wrong. Chu Rou naturally understood her thoughts. Honestly, she felt a bit worried herself. But for now, she was forcing herself to remain calm, trying not to let anyone notice anything was amiss. Now that Luo Xia had told her everything without reservation, she felt there was really no need to continue holding back. At this moment, she couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, then nodded and began to speak. Yes, this is truly terrifying. We don't know what kind of difficulties we encounter next, and we can't completely trust Chu Xiong. For now, we can only wait and see how things develop, and then slowly resolve them. When Wang Chen said this to them, they truly took it to heart. This was extremely important to them, and they couldn't forget it, no matter what. If anything went wrong at a critical moment, it would be disastrous. After hearing this, Luo Xia nodded immediately. And just now, when we were in his room, I kept thinking there was something off about his expression, and he seemed hesitant to speak. I really don't know what he's hiding from us. How could Chu Rou not have noticed this? She felt a little helpless, completely unsure of how to resolve the situation. After reflecting carefully on it, the image in her mind became increasingly clear, and she nodded softly. Yes, you're right. I noticed too. His expression was quite grim just now. I don't know what happened. If anything else happened, they wouldn't be able to handle it. For a moment, neither of them spoke, and silence fell. For them, how could this not be a terrifying situation? No matter what, they hoped to resolve it properly. But now, the matter seemed so complicated, and they had no experience with it, so they could only take it one step at a time. I was about to ask, but seeing he seemed reluctant, I didn't ask any more and just went back without saying anything. Chu Rou gently took Luo Xia's hand. Maybe they weren't very familiar with each other when they first met, but now, after going through so much together, they have a better understanding of each other. So, naturally, they will definitely resolve this matter properly now. I will definitely say whatever I want to say. Luo Xia nodded immediately. Yes, I was about to ask, but seeing you didn't say anything, I finally held it back. I really don't know how to say it. Soon, the two of them could only decide to go to bed and wait until tomorrow to see how things would develop before making a decision. Because no matter how anxious they were, they couldn't get any clues. It would be better to rest and see what would happen next. Okay, let's get some rest first. It's getting late, and we need to get enough rest and stay energized. That way, even if something happens, we can respond promptly. After the person in front of her said this, Chu Rou immediately nodded. Finally, the two of them slowly closed their eyes, preparing for a good night's sleep. Wang Chen, however, didn't lie down on the bed at all. He remained seated in a nearby chair. He didn't turn on the lights either, and the room was completely dark. For some reason, He felt something was amiss, and a strange feeling lingered within him, so he couldn't sleep. He desperately hoped to thoroughly investigate what was going on, so he could finally sleep soundly. If it were him, he wouldn't have thought it was a big deal, but Chu-ro and Luo Xiao were by his side now, and no matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to them. Just as he sat in his chair, pondering what was wrong, a strange sound suddenly rang out at the door. A rustling sound, as if someone was passing by. But it was already late at night, and Chu Xiong had just specifically instructed them, before returning to his room, not to leave under any circumstances. This also made him a little confused. He hadn't heard of anything like this the last time he came to the Void Front. Not only that, he hadn't encountered so many strange things that time either. He had never been here before, so he had no idea what kind of place Chu Xiong had brought him to. He had originally wanted to open the door and take a look, but in the end, he put his hand down at the door. Forget it, better to have less trouble than more. He quickly returned to his seat, not paying attention to the noise outside, and prepared to think carefully about his next move. But at this moment, Luo Xiao was suddenly awakened by a nightmare. She sat up suddenly, startling Chu-ro, who was standing beside her, and she also woke up. Chu-ro quickly raised her hand and gently shook her body. Chapter 308. What the hell is wrong with you? After hearing this, Luo Xiao took a few deep breaths and then spoke. I just had a terrible dream. I dreamed we were attacked, and I thought I died in the attack. There was no chance of fighting back. The whole scene was shrouded in fog, and I had no idea where we were. After she said this, Chu-ro's face darkened slightly. She had never imagined Luo Xiao would dream of such an ominous thing. Besides, the current situation was already quite dangerous, and being awakened by such a nightmare really made her feel helpless. She couldn't say much at the moment, so she could only raise her hand and gently pat Luo Xiao's shoulder before speaking. It's okay. I'm still here, aren't I? Besides, it's just a dream. As long as we stay by Wang Chen's side, nothing will happen. After hearing this, the person before him could only nod softly. Okay, don't be afraid for now. Let's get some sleep. Everything will be fine once we wake up. After hearing this, the person before him nodded without hesitation. Okay, no problem. Soon, the two of them lay down again, ready for a good night's sleep. They didn't want to be overly bothered by those things. But who knew, at this moment? They seemed to suddenly hear a rustling sound outside the door. Their sleepiness instantly vanished, and naturally, a complex expression crossed their faces. They truly had no idea what was going on. Oh my god, what is that sound? Did you hear it? There seems to be a strange noise outside the door. When Luo Xia said this, Chu-ro nodded gently, her expression indeed slightly grim. Yes, I heard it too. So what should we do now? Should we go out and take a look? After Luo Xia said this, Chu-ro gently shook her head. Forget it, have you forgotten? Chu Xiong already told us not to leave our rooms easily, no matter what noise we hear. Let's just stay inside, to avoid any trouble. After she said this, Luo Xia could only nod and dismiss the idea. He knew Chu-ro was right. If they went out at this moment and encountered any danger, it would be disastrous. How could this not be a terrifying situation for them? Alright, let's go to sleep first. And soon, the two of them closed their eyes again. But even then, they pricked up their ears, listening carefully to the noises outside, wondering what was going on. For them, this was truly a serious matter. Under these circumstances, there was no way they could fall asleep quickly. Unexpectedly, just as they were trying to get some sleep, a terrifying sound suddenly erupted from outside the door. It sounded like someone was screaming non-stop. Hearing such a noise, they naturally couldn't continue sleeping. The two of them immediately stood up. Did you hear that? Are we just going to do nothing now? The person before them was truly helpless. Luo Xiao looked extremely panicked, unsure of what to do next. Chu-ro opened her mouth, but in the end, no words came out. She had never imagined such a situation would suddenly and inexplicably occur. Her expression was extremely grim. After a long moment, she spoke helplessly. I don't know, but it seems like there's nothing else going on outside besides this noise. I'm still a little worried that this noise might be a deliberate attempt to lure us out. That would be disastrous. Thinking carefully, Luo Xia felt Chu-ro's words were indeed true, so he hugged Chu-ro's arm tightly, not planning to leave at this moment. At this moment, Wang Chen naturally heard the noise outside. He also found it a little strange. It was the middle of the night. Who could be out there doing this? How could such a noise occur out of the blue? But he had no intention of leaving. This was a very dangerous place, and it was normal to encounter strange things. Moreover, he had noticed something was amiss here the moment he arrived, but he wouldn't intervene right now. No matter what, he wouldn't show up and do anything. If Luo Xiao and Chu Rou were in danger, he would have rushed to their rescue without hesitation. But that wasn't the case right now. So for now, he lay quietly in bed, preparing to sleep. There was only a single scream outside, and then silence. After a while, everyone fell asleep, and they quickly waited for the next morning. Luo Xiao and Chu Rou hurried to Wang Chen's room, ready to have a good chat with him about what had happened yesterday. The noise yesterday had truly left them perplexed, completely unsure of what was going on. As soon as they arrived, they immediately asked curiously, "Did you hear that noise yesterday?" When Chu Rou said this, Luo Xiao immediately added, "Besides, it happened so suddenly that we didn't dare go out. After hearing this, Wang Chen nodded gently. "I did hear it, but I didn't go out to see. And think about it, it was such a loud commotion, and it wasn't just us two who heard it. Others must have heard it too, but there was still no sound outside. Since they didn't go out, there was really no need for us to go out either." After he said this, Luo Xiao and Chu Rou seemed to think it made perfect sense. At this moment, they couldn't help but nod gently. "Okay, that seems to be the case. Yes, thankfully we made a sensible decision yesterday." Chapter 309. At first, they were extremely confused, unsure of what was happening outside. They were also afraid they might have missed something. But now they finally understood. Not going out was the best option for them right now. If they had really gone out, something horrible might have happened. And just then, there was a knock at the door. The others were still thinking about yesterday's incident, but the sudden knock startled them all. After a moment, they finally realized what was happening, and Luo Xiao immediately returned to the door and asked, "What's wrong? Who is it?" Chu Xiong, who was outside, finally spoke. "It's me. How was your rest?" After hearing Chu Xiong's presence, Luo Xiao immediately turned and glanced at Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded gently, and Luo Xiao finally opened the door. After Chu Xiong entered, he glanced at Luo Xiao and Chu Rou, who were both in Wang Chen's room. A glint of something strange lingered in his eyes. But he quickly said calmly, "Judging from the three of you, you must have slept well last night." After hearing him say this, Luo Xiao and Chu Rou immediately understood what he meant and immediately raised their hands and gently waved. "You're mistaken. We only came to see Wang Chen when we woke up, not to sleep with him." "Yes, don't overthink it." After hearing the two women say this, Chu Xiong simply shrugged. "You must have misunderstood. That's not what I meant." Hearing Chu Xiong say this, the two women's faces flushed crimson. They were truly embarrassed. At this point, they buried their heads. When Wang Chen saw Chu Xiong teasing the two girls, the teacher immediately raised his hand and patted his shoulder. "Okay, stop teasing them." He quickly changed the subject. "But about that noise last night, did you hear it?" Hearing this, Chu Xiong nodded immediately. "You heard it too?" Luo Xiao and Chu Rou finally raised their heads and nodded repeatedly. They were truly confused this time. They had no idea what it meant and wanted to ask. "Yeah, we heard it too. It was pretty scary late at night." "What happened?" "Yes, and besides that noise, there wasn't any other noise outside. It seemed like no one had gone out to check." Chu Xiong appeared unperturbed. He slowly sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and after taking a sip, spoke calmly. "It's normal. Coming here brings all kinds of dangers. You have enemies too. There are no national boundaries here, so being hunted is a real possibility. Many people die here every day. Sometimes they're killed by those terrifying beasts, and sometimes by their own enemies." He said this without a flicker of expression. It was as if this was commonplace for him. After hearing this, Luo Xiao and Chu Rou finally understood what he meant. They nodded slightly. "Okay, so that's what's going on. No wonder no one seems to have gone out to see what's going on." Chu Xiong immediately echoed. "Of course, this is just a personal vendetta. If you went out to see what's going on, you might get dragged into this whole thing. No one wants to meddle in other people's business, so naturally no one would go out to see what's going on in the middle of the night. It seemed their decision yesterday was the right one. I was a little worried at first, but thankfully, they were careful and didn't go out to see what was going on. Otherwise, they might have been the ones to suffer." It had to be said that what Chu Xiong said made sense. This was someone else's business. If they meddled too much, they could very well get into trouble. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Now I'm really a little scared. I can't imagine what would have happened if I'd gotten out." Chu Xiong immediately asked. "You guys didn't go out, did you? Otherwise, even if he didn't do anything to you this time, He might just come and kill you quietly next time. Hearing this, the two of them gasped again and shook their heads repeatedly. No, no, we're not that brave to go out and watch the fun in the middle of the night. Quickly, Chu Xiong's gaze returned to Wang Chen. Although he didn't say anything, Wang Chen knew what he meant. He immediately shook his head and shrugged. Don't worry about me. I'm not that nosy. After hearing this, Chu Xiong returned his gaze to the teacup in his hand and said nothing more. Looking at him, it seemed as if he had long been accustomed to this. Originally, Luo Xia and Chu Rou wanted to ask more questions, but for some reason, they felt a strange sense of distance when they saw Chu Rou. So now, they didn't know how to say anything more and held back their words. No one in the room spoke. A deep silence fell around them. This made everyone feel a little awkward, unsure what to say. Soon, Wang Chen looked at Chu Xiong and asked, So what are our plans for today? We're going to find that wood-type ninja, right? After hearing this, Chu Xiong immediately stood up. I have other things to do today. You guys should stay here for now, and make plans tomorrow. After saying this, he stood up and prepared to leave before the others in front of him could even begin to speak. Seeing him react, Wang Chen immediately stepped forward to stop him. You mean we should wait here all day? A flash of sharpness flashed in Chu Xiong's eyes, but it quickly vanished. Yes, what's wrong? He always spoke in such a nonchalant tone. To be honest, he looked like he deserved a beating. But Wang Chen suppressed the urge to strike him down. After all, they were allies now. They still had to talk things over. It's so boring to stay here all day. Let's go out and take a look. We can meet here tonight. Chapter 310. It's all up to you, as long as you don't die. After saying that, he left without further ado. The three people before him couldn't help but exchange glances. They hadn't expected him to be so venomous. Watching his figure recede until it vanished from their sight, Chu Rou couldn't help but exclaim. Oh my god, he's such a difficult person to get along with. What's with his personality? Luo Xia nodded immediately. Yeah, I think he's really strange. I think he's probably hiding a lot from us, and he doesn't really want to open up to us. In fact, they hadn't felt that way from the beginning. It wasn't until Wang Chen warned them to be careful of Chu Xiong that they became even more wary of him. They were genuinely afraid of some kind of problem, or being scammed. Wang Chen kept staring at Chu Xiong as he receded. Only after hearing the two women talking did he retract his gaze. He nodded gently, then agreed. Yes, he's not a very easy person to get along with. If he doesn't seem to have bad intentions now, we shouldn't worry too much about him. He quickly changed the subject. Want to go out and explore today? Although the two were very curious about the outside world, they were still a little scared. But fortunately, Wang Chen was by their side. Otherwise, they would never have come to such a terrifying place. Sure, although I'm still a little scared, but as long as you're here, there's nothing to fear. Luo Xia also spoke immediately. Chu Rou immediately raised her hand and patted Luo Xia's shoulder. Yes, don't worry, we have Wang Chen. Then let's go, but be sure to stay close to me and don't run around. After hearing this, the two women naturally knew what they should say and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Soon, they were ready to go out and see what the world outside was like. Waiting for them to leave this bunker, then a second later, they saw a completely different world. In the room, everything seemed fine. Nothing seemed to miss outside, seemingly no different from usual. But as soon as they emerged, the wind and sand outside began to blow fiercely, and not far away, a strange fireball slowly rolled across the ground. The biting wind almost scratched their faces. Because they had entered the teleportation sphere directly yesterday and arrived here, they hadn't felt much of the outside world. It was already dark when they arrived yesterday. They couldn't see many things clearly. They only knew the area seemed a mess, and there weren't many things to see. Now that daylight had broken, the scene they saw was truly shocking. After hearing the fear on the two women's faces and feeling them take a step back, Wang Chuang immediately said, What's wrong? Are you scared? If so, why don't you go back inside and wait for me? Upon hearing this, the two of them mustered their courage and stepped forward, returning to their previous positions. Forget it. It's safer to stay with you. It certainly seems much safer in there than outside, but without you, people will do whatever they want, and we might not be able to do anything about it. Chu Rou immediately said this. If even those outside seeking assassination or revenge could enter and kill at will, then it wouldn't be completely safe. And anyone who could reach this void frontier must be incredibly powerful. It's definitely not that easy. Based on her and Luo Xia's abilities, they weren't sure they could truly defeat them. Their original levels weren't even worthy of such a place. It was only because of Wang Qin's presence that they had this opportunity. Luo Xia, who was standing by, nodded immediately after hearing Chu Rou's words. She wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, we dare not leave your side. We're safest by your side. Since the two of them had said this, Wang Qin didn't say anything more. He nodded gently. Okay then. Don't be afraid. Just stay by my side. You might encounter many battles along the way, but they'd probably just be minor monsters. Don't worry. The two of them took a few deep breaths and then cheered themselves up. Finally, they nodded gently. Okay, no problem. Just treat it like a dungeon run. After Chu Rou said this, Wang Qin couldn't help but jokingly remark. But the monsters here are much more powerful than those in the dungeon, so you better be careful. He didn't hold out much hope. I might have encountered that level 50 wood ninja on my first day here, but I wasn't that lucky. So, the reason he came out now was simply to see what the situation was like outside, to get familiar with the terrain and understand it. Besides, there were two women nearby, so it was best not to engage in combat, to avoid hurting them. So, he added, we're just checking out the terrain, understanding the situation, and getting familiar with the area. There's no need to be too scared. When he said this, the two women in front of him nodded immediately. After hearing his words, they felt a little more reassured. Okay, no problem. Let's go check it out now. Okay, got it. Soon, they continued walking forward. All the way, they could hear strange cries. Sometimes it was far away, but other times it seemed very close. Not only that, they could also occasionally see people engaged in relentless fighting. Sometimes it was them battling the strange beasts, but sometimes it was people fighting each other. However, they didn't pay much attention to these things, nor would they participate. They simply observed from a distance and then left. After waiting for Wang Qin to walk around the area, they realized something was amiss. The entire area they had just walked seemed to be within a barrier, but he wasn't sure if his perception was correct. He was now carefully observing everything nearby. Chapter 311. And just then, suddenly, all the sounds of fighting vanished. Everything returned to silence. At first, Wang Qin thought it was an illusion, but when he recovered, he realized it was indeed the case. He widened his eyes in disbelief, but didn't utter a single word. Faced with such a question, he truly didn't know what to say. And at that moment, Luo Xia and Chu Rou, who were standing nearby, naturally sensed something was amiss. Just a moment ago, they could still vaguely hear the sounds of fighting. But now, they had inexplicably vanished, leaving them completely bewildered and at a loss as to what could be happening. Oh my god, what's going on? Why can't I hear anything? Luo Xia couldn't help but move closer to the two of them, a hint of fear in his voice. Chu Rou nodded immediately. Yeah, what's going on? This is really too sudden, isn't it? Wang Qin nodded, his expression grim. This place is really a bit strange. Let's go back. After hearing this, the two men nodded obediently. There was no way they could continue wandering outside right now. Faced with such a question, they felt a little apprehensive, unsure why all this had happened. After they returned to Wang Qin's room, Chu Rou immediately poured herself a glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. At this moment, her emotions were indeed somewhat complicated. Was it like this when you came here before? Why do I always feel like something's amiss? When she said this, Luo Xia nodded immediately. Yes, Wang Qin, can you tell us what the scene was like when you came here before? I feel like it's completely different from what others have described. After hearing this, Wang Qin sighed heavily. From the beginning, he hadn't decided to tell them, fearing they might panic if he told them. But now that they had asked, if he didn't say something further, they wouldn't be able to prepare themselves mentally. Because they didn't know what was going to happen next. If he told them everything he knew, perhaps they could prepare themselves in advance. Okay, since you've all discovered it, I tell you. Seeing Wang Qin say this with a serious face, the people before him were naturally a little confused. At this moment, they pricked up their ears and began to listen attentively, wondering what Wang Qin would say next. And soon, Wang Qin continued. The last place I went to was indeed completely different from this place. Last time, there were all kinds of officers there, all from our dragon country, and there were also many soldiers. Not only that, but you needed a pass to travel. But this place is clearly completely different from last time. I sensed something was amiss when I first arrived, but I didn't ask any questions at the time. After all, the Void Frontier is a vast area. Each nation has its own territories, and there may even be areas that don't belong to any one nation. But just now, when we went out to look, I noticed something was amiss. I felt like there was a barrier around this place. I don't know if I was mistaken. After he said this, Luo Xia and Chu Rou couldn't help but widen their eyes slightly, truly shocked. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. After a long pause, the two of them slowly spoke. If that's the case, then Chu Xiong has brought us to a very dangerous place. Does he have any plans for us? After Luo Xia said this, Chu Rou couldn't help but nod. She indeed had the same thought in her mind. She also felt that Chu Xiong was quite strange. She nodded immediately. Yes, I also feel he's a bit elusive. Furthermore, I've noticed he seems to be hiding some secret, and he's unwilling to share it with us. He always does everything alone. Face to face this, Wang Chun honestly didn't know how to react. He knew Chu Xiong, at least for now, wouldn't be their match. After all, he was an ally. And Chu Xiong's original intention in hunting down so many Rya ninjas in the void was, in a sense, to protect himself. Because he also knew that this was Elder Zhong's order. Even Elder Zhong still valued him very much and didn't want him to come to any harm, which was why he said Chu Xiong, such a capable person, to do all this. But now, some of Chu Xiong's actions really made him confused. He had no idea what his motive was. Was it just to protect him? Or something else? Furthermore, the portal he had brought him to was actually here. He had never been here before, and had no idea what kind of place it was. After hearing the two women say this, he immediately nodded. Yes, that's a bit strange. I don't understand what he's thinking. I can only wait for him to come back tonight and ask him. Besides that, they really didn't have any other options. But to be honest, Wang Chun still wanted to go out and explore on his own. He wasn't particularly afraid of those things, nor did he feel any fear. But he was also a little worried about Chu Rou and Luo Xia being alone here. He was worried that something might happen to them. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Alas, I'd actually like to go out and explore on my own, but I'm worried about the dangers you two might encounter if you two stay here. After hearing this, Chu Rou and Luo Xia couldn't help but glance in each other's direction. From the beginning, they had intended to follow Wang Chun, but now it seemed as if they had become a burden. At this moment, they felt a genuine sense of guilt. After thinking seriously for a moment, Chu Rou immediately spoke. In that case, then you can go out alone. It's okay. Chapter 312. No matter what, she didn't want to be the one standing in Wang Chun's way. When Luo Xia heard Chu Rou say this, she instantly understood what she meant and nodded. Yes, then go out and explore on your own. Don't worry about me. We definitely protect ourselves. After hearing them say this, Wang Chun still shook his head and refused without hesitation. Faced with such a situation, he should have made a careful decision instead of being too impulsive. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but I don't blame you. I was just expressing my feelings. Don't overthink it. Besides, your safety is very important to me. Even so, the two of them still felt a little guilty, afraid that this might happen. They truly felt helpless. But if you stay here like this forever, you definitely get bored, right? And don't you really want to find that level 50 with ninja as soon as possible? Why don't we go back tomorrow, so we don't keep you up? Chu Rou thought carefully for a moment before speaking these words. If possible, she naturally hoped to stay by Wang Chun's side. Compared to many people, her strength wasn't exactly weak, but in a dangerous place like the Void Frontier, she was still a little worried and afraid. Luo Xia, standing by, naturally nodded without hesitation. She knew how much Chu Rou wanted to stay by Wang Chun's side, and that she had made such a decision entirely for Wang Chun's sake. So how could she continue to act on impulse? So now that she had finally made a decision, she nodded in agreement. Yes, otherwise, Sister Chu Rou and I will leave tomorrow. You have to be well and smooth here by yourself. Don't let anything happen. Contact us if you have any questions. Seeing the two people's expressions, and hearing these words, Wang Chun felt truly helpless. He had just said it casually, without any real meaning, and he had no idea why they had thought of it that way. He immediately raised his hand, gently patted their shoulders, and spoke. Okay, what are you talking about? I just said it casually. Besides, finding someone isn't that easy, okay? We should take our time. There's no need to rush. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since you've been with me, I'm definitely responsible for your safety. Besides, we're all friends, so there's no need to worry about anything. He said this earnestly, hoping Chu Rou and Luo Xia wouldn't take it that way anymore. He truly hadn't meant to do that. He didn't want them to overthink it. But now, seeing Chu Rou and Luo Xia's silence, he could probably tell they were feeling a bit helpless. So, he quickly changed the subject. Okay, stop dwelling on this. Let's discuss our itinerary. They really needed to discuss what they should do next. And regarding the strange barrier he had just sensed, he wanted to have a good discussion with them. Didn't you feel it just now? There seems to be a barrier here. After hearing this, the two of them pondered for a moment. They did seem to have some sense of it, but it wasn't entirely clear. Then Churo shook her head slightly. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I've never been to a place like this before, and I don't know exactly what's going on. I might have a slight feeling about the barrier you're talking about, but it's not entirely clear. Luo Xia nodded immediately. She too felt a bit helpless about this, completely unsure of the reason. I can't tell you anything about that either. After hearing the two men say this, the people in front of them felt helpless. Now it seemed that they could only wait for Chu Xiong to return and ask him carefully. Perhaps they could find out something. Unknowingly, the sky had gradually darkened. But they waited for a long time, but Chu Xiong still didn't return. This truly struck the two of them as incredibly strange, completely baffling. They had no idea what was going on. How could this happen out of the blue? Churo glanced outside several times, unable to resist asking. What's going on? It's already so late. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? Luo Xia's face was also slightly concerned. Although they didn't know Chu Xiong very well, they didn't want anything to happen to him, as he undoubtedly knew more about this place than they did, and perhaps they could even gather some information from his actions. Yeah, he's not in trouble, is he? It's so dangerous here. If anything were to happen to him, it would be disastrous. Wang Chen felt a little nervous after hearing what they said. At first, he thought everything was fine and wasn't too worried. He felt Chu Xiong was incredibly capable, and even if he encountered any danger, he should be able to handle it on his own. Otherwise, all his time on the Void Front would have been in vain. But now, after hearing the two women's words, he thought carefully and felt that this was indeed true, and he was now a little worried. Oh, that shouldn't be the case. He's so powerful, right? Wang Chen tried his best to calm them down. But even after he said this, Luo Xia and Churo seemed unable to completely reassure themselves. The two of them still frowned. After a long while, Luo Xia finally suggested, "Why don't we go to his room and check? Maybe he's already gone home, maybe asleep, and we just don't know." Chapter 313. It's already been dark for so long. Why hasn't Chu Xiong returned yet? This indeed struck the three people before them as somewhat strange. They had no idea what was going on. So when Luo Xia said this, Churo nodded gently. I think we can go and take a look. After all, they did have many questions they wanted to ask Chu Xiong. But Wang Chen, standing by, hesitated, unsure if now was the right time. Although he had many doubts, he didn't know how to ask them. He also didn't completely trust Chu Xiong, feeling he should be cautious. The two women slowly stood up, preparing to leave. But Wang Chen hesitated. When they reached the door, they noticed that Wang Chen didn't seem to have any intention of getting up. At this moment, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at him, asking, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go over and take a look?" After hearing Churo ask this question, Wang Chen nodded somewhat helplessly, then spoke. "Yes, mainly because even if we asked him, and he gave me an answer, I wouldn't necessarily trust him completely. It seems my trust in him is still a bit low." After hearing this, the two women in front of him glanced at each other. At this moment, their emotions were indeed somewhat complicated. To be honest, they were indeed a little hesitant about this. On closer reflection, they felt that what he said was indeed correct. It seemed like it was going to be quite difficult to do all of this. What choice should they make, and who should they trust? They were truly helpless. Finally, the two women could only turn around and return to Wang Chen. Then, they sat down before him. "Well, now that you mention it, we don't know what to do." Wang Chen also felt that something was amiss. He had been thinking carefully about what was going on. But facing this situation, he simply couldn't come up with a good solution in such a short time. He could only calm down. Just as he was about to say something, a strange sound suddenly rang out from outside. It was indeed. The people in front of him were startled and immediately turned their heads, looking towards the door, wondering what was going on. Why was such a sound coming out of nowhere again? And if they listened carefully, it sounded like someone's breathing. It even seemed to carry a hint of hurt. After several people listened intently for a while, the voice disappeared again. They couldn't help but turn their heads and gaze at the other person. Their hearts were filled with confusion, unsure of what to do next. What should we do now? What exactly does this mean? Churo frowned deeply. It was normal for her to arrive here. Things kept happening, and many unexpected things had occurred. Although they hadn't officially engaged in a fight yet, this elusive feeling left her feeling extremely frustrated. No matter what, she naturally hoped to resolve the situation herself, but it seemed like it wasn't that simple, and many of their questions remained unclear. At this moment, Wang Qin, standing nearby, immediately turned and glanced outside. This is indeed a bit strange. What's that sound? His brow furrowed in frustration, but when he tried to listen again, he realized the sound had already died down. This naturally made him feel a little uncomfortable. Who knew the next moment, they could hear the sounds of fighting again. When the sound started, Luo Xia couldn't help but move closer to the two people. Oh my god! Should I go out and take a look? After Luo Xia said this, Chu Rou seemed hesitant. Chu Xiong had told them yesterday that they might encounter revenge seekers here, but that was just their personal matter, and there was no need for them to dwell on it, lest they, who originally had nothing to do with the matter, end up being dragged into it. So Chu Rou immediately spoke up. Right now, it seems there's really no need to go. Chu Xiong told us yesterday that many people here might come looking for revenge. There's no benefit in getting involved. After she said this, Luo Xia thought about it carefully and felt that this was indeed the case. It was just someone else's business, and there was no need for her to dwell on it too much. But Wang Chen, standing nearby, remained silent, his expression stern. Seeing him like this, everyone was naturally curious, wondering what was wrong with him. At this moment, the two women couldn't help but fix their gazes on him, then asked with some confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? Did you hear something?" After one of them said this, everyone around them immediately started asking curiously, "Yes, why aren't you talking to us?" But after the two women spoke, the person in front of them still ignored them. This made them even more puzzled, as they had no idea what he meant. At this moment, after a moment of stunned silence, they couldn't help but raise their hands and gently waved in front of Wang Chen. "Why are you ignoring us?" After hearing this, Wang Chen finally came to his senses. The sounds of fighting continued outside. Furthermore, Chu Rou and Luo Xia, for some reason, felt as if the sounds were incredibly close to them. Wang Chen's face grew serious, and he slowly spoke. "If I remember correctly, the room next door should be Chu Xiong's." The room next to his was Chu Xiong's room, and to the other side was Luo Xia's room. The sounds of fighting were so close that he couldn't help but wonder if Chu Xiong was fighting someone. Chapter 314. The two women were still a little confused, wondering why he suddenly brought this up. They nodded gently and spoke. "Yes, it's definitely his room. What happened? Did you notice anything?" After hearing this, the person in front of them finally spoke. "Why do I feel like the sounds of fighting are coming from Chu Xiong's room? Is this just my imagination?" When he said this, the two people in front of him couldn't help but widen their eyes slightly, seeming to be somewhat incredulous. But soon, they began to listen carefully, wanting to see if this was indeed the case. After listening carefully for a while, they found that it did seem to be the case. So, they were also a little surprised. "Oh my god, that seems to be the case. Could something have really happened to him? I should go check. I'm really worried. Yeah, if something's really wrong with him, then we'd be left without a partner. He's pretty strong, after all, and knows a lot about this place." The two women were genuinely worried, and couldn't help but speak out. Initially, Wang Chen hadn't planned to leave. He didn't really care about other things, and didn't want to. He hadn't finished his own business yet, so he didn't want to think about anything else. But now, realizing that the sounds of fighting were most likely coming from Chu Xiong's room, his emotions were indeed a bit complicated. After a long moment of serious thought, he immediately stood up, nodded, and spoke. "Let's go out and take a look. But no matter what, be careful, and don't let anything happen." How could the two women not know what they should do after hearing this? They nodded without hesitation. "Okay, no problem." Soon, they cautiously approached the door and opened it. They saw who was in the hallway, and after listening carefully for a moment, they realized that the sounds of fighting were indeed coming from Chu Xiong's room. This, in turn, made them even more surprised, and they immediately approached Chu Xiong's door. But they didn't know if now was the right time to open the door. Luo Xia couldn't help but lower her voice slightly and whispered, "Should we open the door now?" To be honest, she was a little conflicted, unsure of what to do. The people before her also became increasingly hesitant. Chu Rou shrugged helplessly, unsure how to answer such a question. "I don't know either." And at that moment, Wang Chen, without hesitation, raised his hand and pushed open the door. He wanted to see what was going on inside. As he pushed the door open, he saw a man in black leaping from the windowsill. Chu Xiong was sitting on the ground, covered in wounds. Everyone was stunned by this scene, completely confused as to what was going on. At this moment, They were truly surprised. After a moment's pause, they immediately rushed over to Chu Xiong's side, ready to take a closer look at what had happened to him. Luo Xia and Chu Xiong were horrified by the severity of his injuries. Oh my god, who was that guy? Why did you guys start fighting? And even ended up here? The entire room was in a state of disarray, as if it had just been fought, with many things broken. When Luo Xia said this, Chu Rou immediately asked curiously. Yeah, what happened? Are you okay? Chu Xiong managed a few words through gritted teeth. It's okay. I'd be fine after some rest. It was surprising that even with such a drastic situation, he remained so nonchalant. This truly struck the people before him as unbelievable. It felt as if even the sky was falling, he wouldn't seem to care at all. Wang Chen quickly rushed to the window, wanting to see who the person had escaped. But it was too late. The person had already fled. Finally, he could only sigh softly and return to Chu Xiong's side. Faced with such a question, he felt truly helpless. At this moment, only Chu Xiong knew what was going on. No one else could possibly know. So he immediately asked, who was that person? Why did they end up here? After hearing this, Chu Xiong simply shrugged and shook his head. They're probably some old enemies. It's perfectly normal. It's understandable that they'd come looking for him. He had spent so much time on this void frontier, having killed so many Ryan ninjas, and perhaps even forged grudges against others. He must have many more powerful enemies than himself. After saying this, Wang Chen was left wondering what to say next. It seemed as if he had become accustomed to this matter, so it was difficult for him to say anything more. Do you have medicine? Or should we apply it to you? Wang Chen finally stopped asking and spoke. Chu Xiong, standing before him, slowly propped himself up and sat up on the bed, then shook his head gently and spoke. It's okay. I apply the medicine myself in a moment. You shouldn't have come out just now. I told you yesterday. No matter what happens outside, it's best not to come out, so as not to implicate you. Seeing him still say this at this moment, the man felt truly helpless, not knowing what to say. Finally, the three of them couldn't stay here forever, so they nodded gently and left. Okay then. You rest well. We go back first. Okay, it's getting late. You should go to bed early too. Soon, the three of them finally left. However, they didn't return to their rooms yet. Instead, they went to Wang Chen's room. They were truly confused by this, completely unsure of what was going on. How could this happen out of the blue? Chapter 315. I really feel like he might be hiding a lot from us. As soon as the three of them sat down, Luo Xia immediately said this. It seemed absolutely true. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so taciturn. And he never said anything, no matter what happened. Chu Rou nodded immediately. Yeah, I don't know what he's hiding from us. Wang Chen simply raised his hand to take a sip from the teacup beside him, but didn't say a word. Faced with this situation, he truly felt helpless. He even began to doubt whether his original decision had been the wrong one. Perhaps he shouldn't have allied with him. He shouldn't have come to such a place with him. Seeing Wang Chen remain silent, the two women's gazes immediately turned to him. Why don't you say a word? After hearing this, Wang Chen finally came to his senses. He slowly raised his head and sighed helplessly. I'm starting to doubt whether my decision to choose him and form an alliance was a mistake. After he said this, the two women beside him quickly understood his thoughts. To be honest, they felt the same way. We could only take it one step at a time. Finally, Chu Rou could only say this. It was getting late, and they couldn't stay in Wang Chen's room forever. So Chu Rou quickly suggested, then I go back to bed and see what we can do tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nodded immediately. Soon, Luo Xia and Chu Rou also left. The two chose to go to Chu Rou's room to sleep together. However, as they lay in bed, the images that kept resurfacing in their minds were the ones they had just seen in Chu Xiong's room. They really didn't understand why this was happening. Faced with such a situation, they felt a bit helpless. They both shook their heads slightly. I feel like we're a burden by coming here. When Luo Xia said this, Chu Rou felt the same way. From the beginning, she had thought that if she came along, she would not only broaden her horizons but also help Wang Chen. But now she realized that her thinking was a bit too naive. It seemed that this was not that simple. This really made her feel a little helpless. Yes, I've actually been thinking about leaving here, so as not to delay his progress. After Chu Rou said this, Luo Xia nodded quickly. But it seems Wang Chen won't agree so easily. They had tried to bring it up earlier, but Wang Chen hadn't shown any interest in agreeing. Perhaps it was because of everything he was facing that Wang Chen felt a little uneasy. Although they didn't know what Wang Chen was really thinking, They really didn't want to continue in this situation. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go to bed, and see what happens tomorrow. Chiro also spoke immediately. She knew that even if they discussed anything now, nothing could be decided. Everything still depended on Wang Qin's decision. And at this moment, Wang Qin was also thinking about trying to find Chu Xiong for a proper talk. Although he also felt something was amiss. Recent events, combined with everything they had witnessed today, truly struck him as strange. He felt that if he continued to harbor suspicions, there might not be anything he could do. It would be better to ask directly, and see if he could get any information. The reason he hadn't shared his thoughts with the two women just now was simply because he was afraid they might worry too much. Furthermore, if he brought it up, they might have various thoughts and opinions. It would be difficult to integrate them at that point. And what if Chu Xiong refused to tell him anything and even clashed with him? Then there was the possibility of a fierce battle. The two women might be hurt if he were around, which was why he had made this decision. After thinking it over for a while, he finally decided to get up and go talk to Chu Xiong. Soon, he arrived at Chu Xiong's door, raised his hand, knocked gently, and asked, "Are you there?" The person inside didn't respond. This struck him as odd. Wasn't he inside just now? Why wasn't there any response now? He paused again, then raised his hand and knocked again. "Chu Xiong, are you there? I'm Wang Qin, and I have some questions for you." But even then, there was still no sound from inside. This only made Wang Qin increasingly confused, completely unsure of what was going on. His brow furrowed in a deep frown. After a long while, he finally tried to push the door open, wanting to take a look. "Then I come in." After he said this, and still no sound from inside, he cautiously pushed the door open. But to his great surprise, when he opened the door, he found no one inside. This truly astonished him, and he had no idea why. For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. Chu Xiong was already seriously injured late at night. Instead of staying in his room, where had he gone? Wang Qin was afraid he was mistaken, so he searched the room half-heartedly. Finding it truly empty, he didn't know what to say. His expression was utterly grim. He stood there for a long moment before slowly leaving. But then, as soon as he had exited the door, he couldn't help but step back. He felt truly helpless. He decided to wait here for a while, to see when Chu Xiong would return, to find out where he had gone. After a long while, he heard footsteps outside the door. Sure enough, the door opened the next second. And now, Chu Xiong saw Wang Qin sitting before him. Seeing this, he was slightly stunned. Chapter 316. The two of them stared at each other in silence, neither of them speaking. The room fell into a day of silence, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Wang Qin could still see that Chu Xiong's wounds hadn't fully healed. Some blood had even soaked his clothes. Even so, he left. It was unclear what he was doing there. After a long while, Chu Xiong finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Why are you here?" Wang Qin frowned after hearing this. "Aren't you injured late at night? Why are you out?" Chu Xiong didn't even look him in the eye. Instead, he looked away and slowly walked to his bed. Not only that, he didn't answer Wang Qin's question, but instead said, "If you don't have anything else, go back. I'm going to bed too." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Wang Qin didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he immediately stood up and approached Chu Xiong. "Didn't you agree to become my ally? Why are you so secretive and unwilling to tell me anything? We've been here for 2 days now, practically the entire time." He finally spoke his mind. He truly didn't understand Master Chu Xiong's motives. He didn't know what he was hiding, and why he was so cautious. If both sides were hiding something from each other, then why should they just disband now? There was no point in traveling together. Chu Xiong was taken aback when he heard Wang Qin's words. Just as he was about to say something, the blood from his chest suddenly began to flow out again, soaking his clothes. He felt a pang of pain and raised his hand to cover his chest. Seeing him like this, Wang Qin felt helpless. Finally, he could only place the tissue beside him in front of him. "Take care of your wound first, and then get some rest. I give you 1 night to think it over. If you're willing to tell me, we can continue together. If not, forget it, and we go our separate ways." After saying this, he immediately left. Judging from Chu Xiong's condition, he probably wouldn't be able to make a decision anytime soon. It would be better to give him 1 night to think it over. Time was of the essence to Wang Qin, and he really didn't want to waste it. If possible, he naturally hoped to resolve this matter properly, rather than just guessing at it now. They'd been here for 2 days, and there had been almost no progress. They didn't even know where they were. The last time they came to the Void Frontier, they hadn't come across anything like this. If he still wanted to hide something, then they could split up. Perhaps that would make things a little easier. But if he was willing to reveal everything, they could give him a chance. Soon, she returned to her room and went to sleep. The next day, Luo Xiao and Chu Rou woke up and immediately went to Wang Chen's room to find him. Wang Chen naturally couldn't possibly hide anything from the two of them, and he immediately told them what had happened yesterday. After hearing his words, the two women's eyes widened slightly, having never expected him to make such a decision. Oh my god, you're so brave, actually running straight into someone's room in the middle of the night. Yes, but this Chu Xiong is really strange. He really has so many things hidden from us, and judging by his expression, he's unwilling to tell us. The two nodded gently. Now it all depended on what decision he would make. Alas, I can't help it. After all, so many strange things have happened recently, and I don't want to waste any more time. If we can go together, then go together. If not, then let's just part ways soon. There's no point in wasting time. It had to be said that what he said made a lot of sense, and Luo Xiao and Chu Rou were very supportive. They didn't want to be kept in the dark like this forever. If possible, they also hoped that the other party would be honest. Unexpectedly, just as they were discussing this topic, there was a sudden knock at the door. The three of them looked in that direction. Before they could even begin to speak, the person outside the door immediately spoke. Are you guys there? I'm Chu Xiong. After hearing this, Wang Chen glanced at the two women before him, then nodded. We're all here. Come in. Chu Xiong then pushed the door open and entered. He approached the three people, but he seemed slightly nervous. He seemed to be hesitant to speak. Soon, Wang Chen got straight to the point. Have you considered what I told you yesterday? Have you made any decisions? The two women nearby stared at him, their gazes fixed on him, curious. He took a long, deep breath and nodded. I've made up my mind, Chu Rou asked immediately. So are you going to tell us or part ways with us? Chu Xiong slowly lowered his head. I'm not sure if you know, but during the Void period, there were garrisons held by various nations. These were essentially the territories they had carved out for themselves when they first arrived. After he said this, Wang Chen nodded immediately, understanding the situation. I know that. And then? Soon, Chu Xiong continued. So last time, you went to our territory, but this time, I'm bringing you to a place that doesn't belong to any one nation. Because besides the territories occupied by those nations, there are also areas occupied by various other forces. After all, this place is extremely dangerous, and it's difficult for one person to survive there. So, in addition to the territories occupied by these nations, there were also areas occupied by other forces. But besides these two, there's another place that's very mixed, with no fixed forces, and anyone can come. Chapter 317. Regarding this, the person before him was genuinely surprised. To be honest, he had never heard of anything like this before. After Chu Xiong finished speaking, his expression was indeed somewhat complicated. Chu Rou and Luo Xia, who were standing beside him, were also incredulous. They had never imagined such a thing would happen. The room fell into complete silence, with no one speaking. Faced with such a situation, they truly didn't know what to say. After a long pause, Wang Chen finally asked, puzzled, Are you telling the truth? How come I've never heard of this before? The person before him nodded without hesitation. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? After hearing this, Wang Chen remained silent. After a long pause, he finally asked, So what are your plans next? He was truly eager to hear what Chu Xiong was planning to do next. For him, this was extremely important. After hearing this, Chu Xiong frowned and said, I've been trying my best to find the Wood Ninja lately. Before I formed an alliance with you, I also searched the territory of the Ryan Nation, but I found nothing. So I suspected he might be wandering around, and that's why I came here this time. After hearing this, the man in front of him simply nodded slightly. It's just that during this time, I really haven't had any leads on him. Anyway, some of my enemies have been coming to visit frequently. Chu Xiong looked somewhat helpless, sighing softly and shaking his head. Watching him like this, the person before him truly didn't know what to say. How could this not be an extremely frustrating situation for him? Okay, so you mean you don't have any plans at all? Chu Xiong nodded immediately. Yes, I really don't have any plans right now. Besides searching, there's really nothing else I can do. Wang Chen immediately opened his mouth to ask about his doubts. There's another thing I find very strange. Why is there a barrier here? I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I just feel like something's amiss. After hearing this, Chu Xiong spoke frankly. Of course, there is a barrier here, but it's also designed to protect those with weaker abilities. Because this is considered the territory of one faction, people from other factions can't easily enter. After hearing this, the person before him finally had a general understanding. Although he didn't know if Chu Xiong was lying, judging by his current state, he didn't seem like one. I did give him a chance last night, and he must have carefully considered this decision all night. So, under these circumstances, Wang Chen still chose to trust him. If they could communicate properly and do their best, I believe there would be opportunities in the future. Okay, then I believe you. After a long while, Wang Chen finally spoke. Chu Xiong also took a sip from the nearby water cup. He was feeling quite mixed emotions right now. To be honest, facing such a situation was truly unexpected for him. But no matter what, now that everything had happened, since he had chosen to ally with Wang Chen, he would definitely open his heart to him and would not hide anything. But soon he spoke again. But it's best if you don't leave this place. After hearing this, Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled, wondering why he had brought up this point again. He found it quite incredible. He couldn't help but frown and asked, "Didn't we just agree that if anything happened, we would face it together? Why are you saying that now?" He really didn't understand Chu Xiong's intentions. Luo Xia and Chu Rou, standing by, were naturally very puzzled, completely confused as to what was wrong with him. This truly struck them as somewhat unbelievable. So, they immediately began to ask, "Yes, why aren't we allowed to leave this place? Is there some secret? Just tell us what you have to say." "Yes, we've been here for a few days now, and there's been absolutely no progress. If we continue like this, it's pointless." After seeing everyone speak out, Chu Xiong finally spoke frankly. "Once you're inside, it's very difficult to leave. There's a time limit. You can only leave after 4 days." Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. They had no idea what he was talking about. How could they have never heard of these rules before? "But you've already left, haven't you? How could you not be able to leave?" Luo Xia was increasingly convinced that his previous statements might have been lies. Because these things were a bit too unrealistic. It was truly confusing. They had no idea what he was up to. Faced with this situation, they felt truly helpless. Su Chen remained silent, but Chu Rou, standing beside him, immediately nodded and asked, "Yes, you do have a lot of secrets, and we're unwilling to tell them anyway. Shouldn't you just confess now?" Chu Xiong seemed hesitant. After a long pause, he nodded gently and spoke. "This is the territory of one of these factions, and I originally came here because I heard about the Wood Ninja's presence here. However, there is a condition for coming here. Only one person can leave within 4 days, and the rest must stay here for the full 4 days. It's kind of like a kind of oil machine, right?" Wang Chen quickly understood what this meant. This was a complete attempt to keep people here a threat, right? Then why didn't you tell us from the beginning? Wang Chen was genuinely confused. Luo Xia and Chu Rou, who were standing beside him, nodded immediately. They also didn't understand why Chu Xiong hadn't told them from the beginning, and had to wait until now. Chapter 318. Yes, we came here together after all. You can't hide this from us, right? Shouldn't you tell us if there's anything you want to say? What's the point of hiding this from us? To be honest, Luo Xia and Chu Rou were both a little furious. Faced with this situation, they felt truly helpless. They felt that Chu Xiong should have told them the truth, no matter what, instead of hiding it from them, and only revealing it at the last moment. Seeing everyone so angry, Chu Xiong felt truly distressed. He had originally thought he could keep it a secret, but he hadn't imagined such a turn of events would occur. He had no choice but to reveal the truth. So, he bowed apologetically. "I'm truly sorry. There were indeed some issues on my end. I wanted to protect you, but this was my first time here, and I wasn't sure how dangerous things were around here." After hearing him say this, the three of them were truly speechless. If his true intention was to protect them, they were left at a loss for words. The three of them exchanged glances, but in the end, they only sighed softly. Forget it, forget it. It's only a day or two away, and we'd be out by then. It's no use fussing about it." What else could Wang Chen do at this moment? He could only raise his head and gently touch his forehead. Then he slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. Faced with such a situation, Luo Xia and Chu Rou, who were standing nearby, had also been tempted to rage further, but after hearing Wang Chen's words, they felt helpless. Since the other party had already explained it, they couldn't say anything more. For now, they could only slowly close their mouths. Even though they didn't say anything, Chu Xiong could still see the anger on their faces. He bowed and apologized again. "I will never let this happen again. Please forgive me. If you don't, that's fine. If you don't want to continue our alliance, that's fine. I won't force you. He seemed very humble. This made the three people before him even more anxious. They had no idea how to respond. Things had escalated to this point. It was truly beyond their imagination. But even arguing or complaining wouldn't solve anything. They could only wait. Forget it, forget it. You should get out first. Wang Chen was too lazy to say anything more to Chu Xiong. He couldn't possibly cut off contact right now. He should wait until he left and then think about it carefully. After hearing this, Chu Xiong paused in the room for a moment, then finally left. After waiting for him to leave, Luo Xia and Chu Rou finally spoke. I really don't know what to say. He's telling us such an important thing now. Yeah, I really don't understand why he's been hiding this from us. At this moment, both women's faces were filled with discomfort. They had originally thought they might see more here, but now they've been stuck in a place like this, feeling like they're imprisoned. Their range of movement is limited to the barrier. While they knew they could break through it directly, that would likely cause more trouble. That was truly unnecessary. So, perhaps they could calm down and think carefully about what to do next. After the two women finished speaking, they immediately turned their gaze to Wang Chen, only to find him silent. At this moment, they had no idea what he was thinking with his eyes closed. Do you have any ideas? Luo Xia took a deep breath and then cautiously asked. After hearing this, Chu Rou, who was standing beside them, immediately asked. Yeah, do I have to wait until the fourth day to go out? After hearing the two people say this, Wang Chen slowly raised his head and looked at them. He shook his head gently and said, There's nothing else to do now except this. We can only wait quietly. Since Wang Chen had said this, they really had nothing else to say. Okay, that's all we can do for now. Oh, this is really hard. Both women couldn't help but sigh and shook their heads. Although Wang Chen himself felt a little distressed, he still tried to comfort the two women. Alright. Just think of it as a good rest. It's no big deal. Don't overthink it. Since Chu Xiong is willing to be honest with us now, it means he's finally figured it out. While there were some conflicts and misunderstandings before, they will surely be resolved in the future. After hearing Wang Chen say this, Luo Xia and Chu Rou were indeed somewhat surprised. They were also somewhat incredulous. They didn't know what he meant. No way. From your tone, it sounds like you still be working with him? Luo Xia asked, eyes widening slightly, incredulous. Chu Rou, standing beside him, immediately shook her head. He's already tricked me to this point. Do we really need to cooperate with him? I can't believe how much more he trick us. Yes, mainly because he has a criminal record, and this isn't a small matter. He should have let us know when he did it. He has no right to hide it from us. Seeing these two people like this, Wang Chen knew what they were thinking. To be honest, he was a little conflicted. Faced with such a question, he really didn't know how to answer it. But he felt it was too early to make any decisions now. He should wait and see what happens next. I understand what you're worried about, but I won't make any impulsive decisions right now. Let's wait and see what happens next, and then we can discuss what we should do. Chapter 319. Although some problems had indeed arisen before, they still had to think it over carefully before making a decision. Originally, Luo Xia and Chu Rou wanted to say something, but Su Chen had already said so much, so they couldn't say anything more. They nodded immediately. Okay, then, let's do as you say. Wang Chen nodded, but didn't speak quickly. The two women left. Besides waiting quietly here, they really had no other options. Although they did feel a little helpless, they could still bear it. At least they hadn't encountered any danger. If they had, the situation would probably have been even worse than it was now. Wang Chen didn't really care, and simply thought of resting for the next few days. Even if he cared, there didn't seem to be much he could do. Time seemed to pass quickly, and before long, it was already evening. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. But as night fell, danger seemed to slowly approach. Luo Xia and Chu Rou were naturally sleeping in the same room. They were both genuinely looking forward to it, because once today was over, they could leave this haunted place tomorrow. As they lay in bed, Luo Xia couldn't help but say, Great. We can leave here tomorrow. As soon as she said this, Chu Rou nodded immediately. Yes, if Wang Chen still wants us to stay with Chu Xiong, then we should be more cautious. I don't think I can trust him completely. Luo Xia also agreed. Faced with such a problem, she felt she should carefully consider it before deciding what to do. Unexpectedly, just as the two were about to fall asleep, they suddenly heard strange footsteps outside the door. This happened almost every night. Perhaps it was because, as Chu Xiong had said, a powerful force was entrenched in this place, which was why so many people came seeking revenge. Did you hear that? There seems to be some movement outside again. Luo Xia pricked up her ears, listening carefully for a moment before speaking. Chu Rou beside her nodded immediately. I heard it, but there's no need to worry about it. Let's get some rest first, and discuss what to do next tomorrow morning. After she said this, Luo Xia couldn't say anything more. She immediately nodded in agreement, and prepared to close her eyes for a good night's sleep. Unbeknownst to them, at this moment, the wood ninja was quietly approaching. There seemed to be a minion beside him. Have you already heard? Is this Wang Chen really here? He frowned slightly, seemingly incredulous, as he carefully examined the extremely simple building. The minion before him trembled and nodded immediately. Yes, how could I lie to you? This is the information my people passed on to me. As I expected, he should be among them. It's night now, a perfect opportunity for you to act. When the wood ninja heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he nodded. Okay, I understand. If that's the case, I spare your life. After the wood ninja said this, the minion immediately fled. Under such circumstances, surviving with such difficulty was truly a feat. He had originally thought he might never escape his grasp. Luckily, he had this clue, otherwise, he wouldn't have known what to do. The wood ninja quickly headed inside, ready to find Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen hadn't realized he hadn't left yet, and he hadn't expected the other party to come right to his door. He was now lying in bed, ready to sleep. But then, the next moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. This struck her as somewhat puzzling. She wondered who it was. Could something have happened to Luo Xia and Chu Rou? But when she thought of this, she immediately dismissed the thought. Even if something truly was wrong between them, they couldn't kick the door open with such a look. Sure enough, when he stood up and looked, he spotted a person from the kingdom of Rya. Not only that, he could sense an extremely terrifying, oppressive aura from the person from the kingdom of Rya. After seeing the person before him, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, a hint of surprise lingered in his eyes. Could he be the wood ninja he'd been desperately searching for? He'd been desperately trying to find him for a while, but there was no way he could find him. He hadn't expected him to just show up like that. Sure enough, the next second, the wood ninja raised his hand and swung. Swords! Suddenly, a flurry of wooden arrows, seemingly sharper than knives, flew in from the window, darting towards Wang Chen at breakneck speed. But Wang Chen dodged them in an instant. At this moment, he was truly surprised. Now that he had seen him perform his moves, he was even more certain that he was the level 50 wood ninja he had been searching for. He was truly delighted. The wood ninja's expression was grimacing when he saw him dodge. Aren't you only level 20? How did you do that? After he said this, Wang Chen was incredibly excited and quickly smiled. I never thought you'd actually come looking for me. It's truly surprising. But that's alright. Since you've already taken the initiative, I don't have to go searching for you any longer. After he said this, the wood ninja's expression grew even more grim, and he immediately spoke. No matter what, you won't make it out of this door alive today. He hadn't expected him to utter such harsh words, which truly struck Wang Chen as somewhat amusing. Then let's see who won't make it out of this door. How dare a mere level 20-something professional utter such outrageous words to him? Who gave him the guts? My superiors originally ordered me to finish you off. I thought you were incredibly powerful, but I didn't expect you to be only level 20, and a gunner, a rare class. Chapter 320. Seeing that the other parties seemed to look down on him, Wang Chen didn't feel much. He had already guessed it. After all, the other party had been hiding for so long, and only just reappearing now proved that he was certainly formidable. And in such a formidable place, he could remain so calm and composed. This was enough to prove that his strength was beyond the reach of most people. But he wasn't worried. The next second, he immediately raised his cannon and fired fiercely at the person in front of him. But at that moment, an extremely thick wooden wall suddenly appeared in front of the wood ninja, shielding him from all the damage. He reacted quickly, and in the instant before the wall rose, he unleashed countless more sharp arrows. Wang Chen, not to be outdone, immediately dodged to the side. The two men fought fiercely. They had practically cleared out all the furniture in the room. At this moment, the other guests staying here didn't dare come out to see what was going on outside. Even from their rooms, they could sense the intensity of the situation outside, so with their own strength, they probably couldn't intervene. Thus, they didn't dare go out, fearing they might be in danger. Oh my god, what's going on outside? This is truly too terrifying. Yes, this person seeking revenge must be someone powerful. We should just ignore it, and avoid getting hurt ourselves. For now, everyone chose to stay quietly in their rooms. No one dared to venture out and join in the fun under such circumstances. They were genuinely terrified of what kind of damage they would suffer. After several rounds of fighting, both of them were clearly running out of energy, somewhat unable to hold on. At first, the Wood Ninja had underestimated Wang Chen's surprisingly low level, but after a few rounds, he realized that he had indeed underestimated him. I didn't expect you to be so capable. No wonder the higher-ups take you so seriously, Wang Chen said with a faint smile. Really? Thank you for the compliment. Although he felt a little exhausted, he couldn't lose his momentum. After all, he was only in his 20s, and to reach this level against a level 50 ninja was quite an achievement. Not only that, during the previous rounds, he had discovered the Wood Ninja's weakness. Like the Elemental Queen, he had a cooldown period, and it was quite long. All he had to do was wait for his cooldown to deliver the killing blow. Sure enough, when he unleashed his previous moves, exactly as Wang Chen had predicted, the situation unfolded. Wang Chen naturally didn't waste any time and delivered a relentless, fatal blow. The Wood Ninja was instantly knocked to the ground, spewing blood and falling to the ground. It seems you're still quite weak. I didn't expect Xian to be defeated like this. Wang Chen smiled, looking at the immobilized Wood Ninja before him and speaking. The Wood Ninja wanted to speak, but couldn't utter a word. Waiting for the next day's battle quickly spread throughout the void front. Not only that, even those on the other side had learned of this. This was incredibly surprising, and everyone's admiration for him grew even higher. Never had they imagined he could single-handedly defeat a Wood Ninja. Oh my god, how did you do it? We heard something last night, but we didn't dare come out, fearing we might get into trouble. I never imagined you could take him down single-handedly. Luo Xia exclaimed in disbelief. Chu Xiong nodded immediately. Yes, I heard it too. I never thought you could actually do it. After hearing this, Wang Chen merely smiled. It was precisely because he knew the true extent of his own strength that he acted so decisively. Now that you've defeated the Wood Ninja, what are your plans? He had long desired to defeat the Wood Ninja, and now that his goal had been achieved, it was unclear what his next plans would be. Wang Chen looked off in the distance and began to ponder seriously. Yes, he was now practically unbeatable. He could easily dispatch even a level 50 ninja, let alone the others. He quickly turned and spoke. In that case, I go with you to take care of it. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong was also somewhat incredulous, his eyes widening. What? Solve? Wang Chen nodded immediately. Yes, they tortured us before. No matter what, we won't let them go. Seeing him say this, Chu Xiong couldn't refuse, and the two of them set out on this journey together. It must be said that the two men were truly formidable. In just a short period of time, they completely destroyed the kingdom of Ria with just 2 men. This news quickly spread back home. Old Zhong knew that his judgment had been good, and he hadn't misjudged them. He waited for their return and threw a huge banquet to celebrate. It's truly incredible that you've accomplished all this in such a short time. Now, I'm old and can't do many things. Now that someone more capable and younger has emerged, I want to pass on my position to you. I hope you two can continue this journey. He immediately said to Wang Chen. Wang Chen was naturally flattered upon hearing this. He had never expected Elder Zhong to make such a decision. But since this was the case, he would definitely do his best to ensure that he would not disappoint Elder Zhong's expectations of him. Well, rest assured, I will probably help you all reach greater heights in the future. Chu Xiong nodded immediately. Yes, I will definitely assist him well. And in the following period, under their leadership, they indeed improved and prospered.